Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
I'm back. I wanted to just talk a little bit about something I just came across with a YouTuber that stood out to me, and I wanted to just brush over it a bit. He spoke about how a lot of minority communities, or just minority communities outside of the Black community, always wanting to align with whiteness, which is something we, I am sure, are all aware of. We've seen it so much. And interestingly enough, I was watching a movie, and in that movie, the white woman asked the men of color to sit down and for the white men to remain standing up. And I was surprised to see men of color still standing up, and individuals that at face value, I would not, think they're white. And it's sad because I feel like I've seen this and heard about this myself as someone that also recall, speaking to my recruiter in which he was filling out some form, and as you know, there's always those questions regarding race, and he asked me what my race was, and I was just like, I'm a woman of color. Sometimes I put mixed race, Black, Indigenous, whichever one at the moment. As you know, they're so random all the time, but he brought to my attention, as a man of color, he was a man of color, that a lot of Latinos that are dark skinned, that are individuals that he said looked like him, labeled themselves white, which is really troubling. It's really puzzling, given the fact that I find that the Black community not wanting to ever align with whiteness, or wanting to be accepted by the white man or women, is a testament to their power. And I feel like it's such a powerful statement. And it's saddening to see other communities of color not want to stand in their power, right? And not want to stand in their pride. And by pride, I mean having some self-respect, having some love for one's identity, one's true identity, right? And it's also saddening to see communities of color, individuals that look like myself, or, that are from other backgrounds, that are melanated, right? Not even want to fight against the oppressor in terms of saying, no, I will not assimilate. No, I will not make myself palatable, to be honest, because it's like, not only are you trying, not only do they, or those that have the power, right, those that have colonized the world, have expected individuals to do so much, right, to one's appearance, but it's like also how you speak, how you dress, how it's always a lot, it's a list of expectations. And to be comfortable in your own skin, to be comfortable with who you are as a person, is a statement. And it's also a testament of to the respect for that you have for yourself, um, and the respect that you have and appreciation that you have for your very ancestors that once upon a time had to endure even more. And a lot of times I think about that. I think about my ancestors from my past, and I can't even imagine what they had to go through. And it really breaks my heart. And it breaks my heart to see um, our communities, right, communities of color, want to assimilate so often and not want to fight, right, against oppression that will and does not only affect us today but affect our generations to come. So I just want to say that I really want to encourage communities of color. And I actually was talking to my partner today. I was like, I really need to start speaking on this in Spanish. And I wish I knew Arabic too. I've mentioned in previous videos that I want to learn Arabic, and that's always been my dream language to learn. Perhaps at one point I can. But yeah, I should. I feel like the world should and people, because I do find that, and I've mentioned this as well in another video, excuse me, in another video where I spoke about how minority communities often are and minority communities and more so people of color in other places around the globe have other issues that they have to tackle, and therefore they haven't been able to address maybe other issues such as race, right? And I feel like bringing to attention, bringing it to light, and putting it out there, right, informing individuals, having people question a lot of these normalized behaviors that have been passed down historically from generation to generation that have not been conducive for oneself, right, as a person of color, and leading them to now hopefully change and make an impact and in their own communities, in their own places. So I feel like when you are able to bring it in your language, then it's like, okay, now it touches and reaches a different place around the globe that perhaps may not have focused on that, but knew to some degree, oh, something, why isn't treatment, right, equal across the board in in whatever country it may be? Why is it isn't mere coincidence, and there are many factors historically that contribute to the present, right, and what is happening. So yeah, I just want to say that much, and thank you so much for listening. For all of you, I've seen growth in this channel, and I appreciate each and every one of you. I've seen some of the beautiful messages from some of my sisters. I really I appreciate you so much, so much. And of course to my brothers as well. I really am thankful for each and every one of you. And I hope that you are blessed. Actually, I always say I don't believe in organized religion, but I always wish everyone a prosperous and good life, and may our communities grow, and may our communities and people not only grow in terms of our circumstances in life, because a lot of times we look at, oh, wealth and prosperity and all this, but no, may we also grow in knowledge and understanding of the world. And I feel like may we prioritize that as well. May we seek knowledge, and may that be at the forefront of our community so we can continue to advance ourselves. But yeah, that's what I want to say. Take care. Bye.
Well, good morning, everyone. What a lovely young lady. I don't even know how I discovered her channel. She's got, it's a new channel. She's actually over 1,000 subscribers. Here's the deal. I have a friend of mine who lives out in the Bay Area. I know a few people through this channel, but even before, I know people in the Bay Area. This one particular guy always talks about, he's been on the channel before, Anon. He talks about all these young girls in the Bay Area who are woke, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know. This young lady is interesting in that she actually hits some of the points that I attempt or sometimes make. I'm still, John Galt's talked about the Black Brown Alliance, which I think both of us agree has never really existed, or if it existed, it was back in like the Cesar Chavez days, back in the Black Panther days. It was always kind of loose, tenuous, and never nationwide. California, at least in my very uninformed opinion, was kind of the locus of a Black Brown alliance, and it tended to center kind of around Marxist thought or Marxist tendencies. There's never actually been, if there've been like actual alliances, kind of like my thoughts on communities and Black communities in particular, it was very localized. It was never a coast to coast movement. And I also want to one more time emphasize the reason I tend to look locally at Black communities or even white communities. America has always been kind of a patchwork nation. We have federalism. When Robert E. Lee, for instance, quit because he was offered command of the entire U.S. Army at the time of the Civil War, and he said, "No, I'm loyal to my country." And when he said country, he meant Virginia. Um, America has always had federalism, and we are a country, but we are a country with very strong local people. Tend to be very strongly connected with their localities. It's just the nature of this country, and I think we really need to stop. We need to really rethink. And when I say we, I mean people who talk about race and culture and politics and all that stuff. We are an odd country in that we are a country, but everyone has very strong local roots. And we need to start understanding that when we talk politics, especially on this channel. We talk a lot in generalities. We personalize a lot of these political arguments that we attempt to make. We personalize much too much. People want to talk about, oh, we're data driven and all this bullshit. You're not. It is very rare that I come across people on this channel, on my panel, that actually understand what being objective means. And I'm not casting aspersions. I'm just saying, you may not be what you think you are. And anyway, well, enough of that. Lovely young lady. I think she's a bit woke. However, she's one of the better woke young ladies that I've run across. So anyway, welcome to Stanley versus the World, folks. This might be, oddly enough, kind of a longish show because there's some things I want to attempt to get to. Whether I get to them or not doesn't really matter. We can always do it tomorrow. But I woke up late, and actually, thank God John Galt was on, because I wouldn't have been on till 6:30. This is like the second morning in a row that I woke up late because I was up later than usual. So shout out to John Galt. He didn't step on my toes. He kind of gave me time to get my stuff together, because I do loosely plan the show, believe it or not. It's not just me coming on and kind of doing stuff. No, I don't know that it's going to be a 12-hour show, but you never know. I for the second time ordered beer via Uber Eats. So I'm getting a hang of it. I didn't even have to leave home. So I'm getting the hang of this newfangled technology. So I do have a bunch of news stories as usual. I do have at least 4 videos I want to try to get to. Once the news stories are done. 2 of them, Mo Love, my very not secret internet crush, has been doing a series of shows on men's mental health, which, to be honest, it's not a great interest of mine. However, I have actually had some personal experience, with things like grief counseling after my wife died. It was kind of odd, and maybe I'll get into the story, maybe I won't. Maybe I've been meaning to one of these days hop up on one of Mo's shows and talk about it. You know what? I was kind of in, a cloud. My head was in a cloud and I didn't even realize it. It was actually of all people, like my my mother, my father, my brother, my sister. It was like they all came up to Virginia and said, you know what? Um, we think you need to, go in for a checkup. But because I figured I could do everything myself, and it turned out that no man's an island. I've lived that. So anyway, Mo Love and 907 Good Eats, my favorite internet chef. She did they may even still be live doing a men's mental health thing. So we will at least I want to see Mo's whole show because there's an interesting story behind this show. It'll be like 48 minutes or something like that. There's an interesting story about why the show is so short. And we go on from there. I'll just, whatever I forgot in the opening monologue, I'll remember along the way. So everything that's in the news, everything that is news is Trump's action in Iran. And like I said, I probably would not have done it. I'm not a Trump fan. I'm not a fan of his methods. However, he is president. He is commander in chief. He did what he did. And someone asked me a couple days ago, 3 days ago, what was going to be the result. And I'm like, Iran's not going to do shit. What can they do? They did do something, but it was, that shit you'll see what I mean, but Iran's not going to do shit. I mean, we got in there and got out and they don't think a shot was even fired. They had no clue we were there until we started dropping bombs. Iran's they may do shit, but I'm thinking, I have to give Trump credit. He more or less said, lest you forget, there can be regime change. And we already know, he'll bomb their ass. So I have to give him credit. He got noticed. So anyway, let's get into the Washington Examiner here. One of their Congressman Britt, she is a female congressman from Alabama. She says there is no doubt Trump will win Nobel Peace Prize for Israel Iran ceasefire. I would be shocked if he did. And here's the reason why: he had to drop a goddamn bomb to get the peace. I don't, that's not exactly what they're looking for when they're talking about Nobel Peace Prizes. So let's read a little bit of this story here. Let me make sure that this is up. Yeah, it's up. And let me readjust this screen here. So I don't think dropping bombs to get the peace is exactly what they mean, but who knows? She's a senator. I thought she was a congresswoman. Senator Katie Britt, Republican in Alabama, led a chorus of congressional Republicans arguing that President Donald Trump. Why would Congress be? Why aren't they legislating? Arguing that President Donald Trump would win the Nobel Peace Prize for his international peace efforts, crowned by the Israel-Iran ceasefire. In an appearance on Fox News just hours before Trump announced a ceasefire between Israel and Iran after 12 days of fierce fighting, Britt praised the president's peace efforts around the world. She argued that his latest accomplishment would guarantee him the Nobel Prize, a long sought after award by Trump. Now, here's the deal. They're doing the same thing that they did in 2020. They're priming the pump. So if he doesn't get it, they're basically going to say, well, it was rigged. Maybe these MAGA extremists will storm the Hague or something like that if he doesn't get the Peace Prize. They're gonna storm the Nobel Institute or whatever it is in Sweden. President Trump is going to win the Nobel Prize, no doubt, Britt said, pointing to his role in mediating an end to wars between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, as well as India and Pakistan. And then you look at this, what everyone talked about, but no one thought was possible, she continued, referring to the Israel-Iran ceasefire. He has brought peace to a region that needed stability. He has shown what America First policy actually is. He makes sure that he's preserving American lives at every single turn, she continued. Oh, she's a cutie. But, Britt said Trump just keeps winning, leaving Democrats blindsided. Democrats don't know what to say. I mean, their silence has never been louder, if you know what I mean. And I think it's because President Trump just keeps winning and they don't know what to do. Senators Bernie Moreno, Republican Ohio, and Jim Banks, Republican Indiana, also called for the president to be granted the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts. I don't think I'm going to go on. I think this, it's pretty much obvious what they're trying to do. Two things, and who knows, they could be right, but I personally think that Trump is not popular worldwide, especially with countries like Sweden that tend to be kind of democratic socialist in nature. Trump's not winning any popularity contests overseas. And unfortunately, what the Senate and the Republican Party does not control Sweden. Not yet. Now, if he doesn't get the Nobel Prize, we may wind up trying to make Sweden the 51st state. So let's move on here. You know what? Let me take a look at this. This might be an old story. What is this? What date is this? Yeah, I think this is an old story. Let me skip this one. Okay, so live updates. Israel accuses Iran of breaking ceasefire announced by Trump. So looks like this is already a bit shaky here. Let's see there. Yahoo decided last year. Damn it. I thought I had all these things in order. Hold on one sec here. I hate it when I get my stories out of order. All right, well, I'll just read it. Says here, underscoring the fragility of the deal, Israel and Iran had fired another missile barrage and threatened to retaliate. Israel said Iran had fired another missile barrage and threatened to retaliate. Iran's military denied launching an attack after the ceasefire went into effect, Iranian state news outlets reported. Here's a picture of a guy in Beersheba, Israel, cleaning up. I guess there was some missile damage. So it says here's the latest. The fate of a truce announced by President Trump that went into effect early Tuesday hung in the balance is the Israeli military said Iran had fired another missile barrage and vowed to retaliate. So now Israel's vowing to retaliate. The claim from Israel's military came just after the country joined Iran in agreeing to the truce, spurring cautious hopes for an end to the 12 days of unprecedented warfare between the adversaries. Iran's military denied firing more missiles after the ceasefire went into effect, according to Iranian state news outlets, adding to the uncertainty. It says here an Iranian attack killed at least 4 people in the hours before the ceasefire, Israel says. Israel, this caption on the picture says Iran and Israel trade strikes ahead of ceasefire. Let's play this video. It's 47 seconds. Verified surveillance video shows a missile heading towards residential buildings in southern Israel early Tuesday. Here's an Iranian strike came in the last hours before Israel and Iran agreed to a ceasefire. The attack killed at least 4 people, according to Israel's emergency services. Missiles flew over Tehran. Israel targeted dozens of sites in the capital and other parts of the country, according to Israeli officials. Well, we'll just stop that right there. So this is a fragile ceasefire, apparently. But as far as I know, I haven't heard anything, and I really just looked at the news a few minutes ago. Nothing saying nothing recent. But this, let's see, this says Israel says Iran violating ceasefire announced by Trump, vows to respond with force. This is kind of like a little deeper dive into the story I just did. It says here on Tuesday, Israel accused Iran of breaching a ceasefire that had been declared the previous evening by U.S. President Donald Trump and pledged to retaliate with military force. Ceasefire came after 12 days of deadly strikes between the two nations. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz directed the military to launch vigorous attacks on key locations in Tehran and ordered high-intensity operations as a response. General Ayal Zamir highlighted the seriousness of the Iranian regime's breach of the ceasefire and declared that a strong military response would follow. Man, that is a shaky ceasefire. The incident suggests a fragile ceasefire with escalating tensions as Israel declared it had achieved key objectives and maintains readiness for further operations. So we're going to see, this is post-ceasefire saber rattling. And you know what? Israel is not famous for its restraint these days. Oh, Speak Radio, hold that thought. There are some interesting stories that are kind of sprouting up now. DiCaprio says, now that the two does have kissed and made up, is one of them still salty about the nuke strike by 47? It wasn't you mean the strike on the nuclear sites? Hold that thought, DiCaprio. There is an interesting story in that vein coming up here pretty soon. Says here, this is from this morning's Washington Post. Netanyahu decided on Iran war last year, then sought to recruit Trump. We're getting there.
This old goes bananas.
Oh God!
Literally, sculpt and define your curls with a new.
Fuck this shit.
Over Iran's nuclear program through last year, then sought to recruit Trump, a news story written by Gary Shee, Warren Strobel, and Sued Mekanet, and read by an AI-generated voice. Jerusalem. In the fall, long before President Donald Trump embarked on an effort to resolve concerns over Iran's nuclear program through negotiations, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had already set Israel on the road to war, according to current and former Israeli officials. After Israel decimated Iran's air defenses in a missile skirmish and crippled its main ally, Hezbollah, in October, Netanyahu issued a general order to prepare for a strike, the current and former officials said. Israeli intelligence officials began huddling to compile lists of dozens of Iranian nuclear scientists and military leaders who could be targeted for assassination. Israel's Air Force began to systematically take out air defenses in Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq to clear the skies for future bombing runs against Iran. Meanwhile, Israeli officials were pursuing another track in their preparations, to sway Washington. Israeli officials have long believed that military action with U.S. participation to target the Iranian nuclear program would be more effective than Israel going alone. On Saturday, Trump indeed joined the conflict, ordering U.S. forces, including B-2 strategic bombers, to strike 3 Iranian nuclear sites. Throughout the fall, the Israelis had met with their Biden administration counterparts to discuss intelligence collected by both countries in the summer that showed Iranian nuclear scientists were gathering to resume theoretical research on weaponization, according to 3 people with knowledge of the matter. But U.S. intelligence analysts did not conclude that the Iranian leadership had made such a decision, an assessment U.S. spy agencies revisited and maintained throughout the spring under the new Trump administration, and up until the time Israel launched strikes, said 5 people familiar with the conclusions. In private conversations, however, senior Israeli government officials said they had already decided by March, weeks before Netanyahu met Trump in the Oval Office on April 7th, to strike Iran with or without U.S. participation by June at the latest, said 2 people with knowledge of the matter. The reasoning was that Iran would have rebuilt its air defenses by the latter half of the year, one of the people said. Ultimately, when Netanyahu finally launched his surprise attack on Iran in the early hours of June 13th, while Trump's negotiations were still underway, the decision was not so much driven by new intelligence indicating an Iranian sprint for a nuclear weapon or any imminent threat to Israel. Rather, Israel seized on what it saw as a unique opportunity to execute plans, carefully laid months and years in advance, to heavily damage a weakened Iran that had long waged a bloody proxy conflict with Israel, and to set back Iranian nuclear and missile programs, Israeli and U.S. officials and advisors to both governments say. Whether or not Netanyahu had enough evidence of Iranian progress toward a nuclear weapon to justify an attack has been the subject of intense debate globally, and raises questions about the strike's permissibility under international law.
Let me address Chuck here. Good morning, Chuck. How you doing? It's been a few days. Where you been? Chuck says Trump won big here and has boosted America's reputation worldwide. I would agree, but with qualifications. I will be surprised if Trump gets a Nobel. He is not popular around the world. It's weird how people will do things that, if Obama had done this, it would probably wind up, he'd probably be hero of the year. Trump is not that popular. I don't think Trump necessarily did the right thing. In my opinion, Trump fucked up when he got rid of Obama's deal with Iran. He did that intentionally because he wanted to undo everything that Obama had done. Trump is one of these guys, like, he wants to reverse everything, whether he likes it or not, whether it's good or not. If Obama did it, it's bad. If Biden did it, it's bad. This did not have to happen, quite frankly. And lest we forget, Iran was amenable to the deal that Obama struck, 10 years ago or whatever? Well, probably more than that by now. But so this is not super heroic. It was probably bound to happen at some point, and there are a couple more stories. You'll see where I'm going with this. Um, my comments at the beginning of the show are Trump is president. He is commander in chief. It is done now. Whether I would have done it, I'm not president. So, it's kind of counterfactual. But Trump did what he did. It obviously was decisive. It obviously, our military is just, you better fear it. And if America's reputation in the world has been heightened, it's because we can reach out and touch you. You don't have to respect or fear does not require the world liking you. And if you're America, you want the world to like you and fear you. You don't want them to just fear you. That's what I think Donald Trump has proven. America is to be feared, not necessarily liked. And maybe that is the goal. But America's reputation as a bully has probably been boosted. America's reputation as the world's best military has been boosted. But, that boost is probably in some areas that neglects other areas. When you start withdrawing, food aid in Africa, and in lieu of that, you're bombing suspected nuclear weapon sites. I don't know that that's really that much of a trade-off. So, if you're MAGA, you're loving it. If you're not MAGA, you have questions. And I am definitely not MAGA. But it's your comment is not. I don't disagree with it. I'm just a little more guarded than you are.
In recent days, the issue has appeared to generate friction inside the U.S. administration, with Trump repeatedly dismissing the assessment delivered in March by Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard that Iran's leadership has not ordered the development of a nuclear weapon, and telling reporters that he personally believed that Iran was very close to a bomb. Netanyahu, who has argued for decades that Iran was on the verge of acquiring nuclear weapons and should be halted by military strikes, has acknowledged in recent interviews that Iran was still months or a year away from a weapon. What was undisputed, he has said, was that Iran had enriched large amounts of uranium to a level well beyond what is required for civilian use and built up a dangerous arsenal of ballistic missiles. Israel's calculus for attacking Iran was driven by a sense of both opportunity and necessity, said an Israeli official who, like many others quoted in this article, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss internal deliberations. It is true there was no better time. Israelis have never been more well-practiced, and Iran and their proxies have never been weaker, said the Israeli official. But that's not enough for us to operate. The reason we operated is necessity and understanding there is no alternative. What if they break out toward a nuclear weapon and there is no way for us to notice? There is no safety zone left. U.S. intelligence agencies beginning late last year picked up on Israeli preparations for an attack and warned Washington policymakers that Israel was likely to strike in the first 6 months of 2025. But Netanyahu's plan was unexpectedly delayed when he was summoned to Washington to meet Trump and told that the United States would enter direct negotiations with Iran to solve the problem diplomatically. The Prime Minister's strong inclination to strike, however, remained unchanged, said a person with knowledge of the thinking of top Israeli officials. Going into the spring, there was also concern among Israeli officials that any potential deal between Trump envoy Steve Witkoff and Iran would still allow Iran to eventually possess a bomb, an Israeli official added. And, a former senior Israeli official said, the Israelis had been anticipating the scheduled retirement of General Michael E. Kurilla, the U.S. Central Command chief who had helped make war plans with Israel throughout the spring. In an interview Tuesday with pro-government channel 14 television, Netanyahu said that he had decided on the exact timing of the strike only 2 weeks earlier, but that he had made the difficult decision to carry out the operation several months ago and began fleshing out the plan and its element of surprise in April. The key was to eliminate the nuclear experts, Netanyahu said. Those were my instructions. We're going after the scientists. Take them out. In Israel, the majority of the security establishment and political parties have supported Netanyahu's decision to execute what they consider a preventative strike. For decades, a bedrock of Israeli strategic thinking has been the Begin Doctrine, named after former Prime Minister Menachem Begin, who defended Israel's 1981 bombing of the Osirak nuclear reactor in Iraq as anticipatory self-defense against a potential enemy making a weapon of mass destruction. But a minority of those have questioned the wisdom of carrying out a surprise attack while Trump was still pursuing the diplomatic route, and they say without proof that the Iranians had decided to construct a nuclear weapon. We should have given the political road a chance, said Danny Citrinowicz, a former head of the Iran desk in the research department of Israeli military intelligence. Now we got operational achievements, but the risks are enormous. We've never fought with a country like Iran. We find ourselves not knowing where the highly enriched uranium or centrifuges are. If we had an agreement, we would at least have less unknowns. Since Trump pulled out of the Obama-era nuclear deal with Iran in 2018, Iran has sharply increased its stockpile of near-weapons-grade enriched uranium, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency. But intelligence agencies have debated whether Iran has resumed its effort to build a weapon, known as Project Ahmad, that was halted by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, in 2003. Last year, U.S. intelligence officials, including CIA Director William J. Burns, reviewed new intelligence and concluded that Iranian scientists were revisiting previously suspended nuclear weapons research, exploring paths that could allow them to more quickly make the leap to a crude nuclear bomb, if Khamenei so chose, 3 people familiar with the matter said. Israeli officials then came to the same realization. But U.S. intelligence officials did not conclude that Khamenei had changed his stance and sanctioned a bomb, said former U.S. and Israeli officials with knowledge of the matter. We knew they could speed up their timeline if they decided to change course, a former senior U.S. official said. The Israelis were more alarmed. The main difference between U.S. and Israeli views was tactical and not substantial, said a senior Israeli official. We did see that Iran was advancing with a project, the Israeli official added. It wasn't like Iran had a timeline, but the route that they had chosen was very concerning and dangerous. And some of the experts here had huge concerns. Jacob Nagel, a longtime advisor to Netanyahu on Iranian nuclear issues and a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, said Iranian scientists were working in academic settings, and there was never a smoking gun showing they had broken new ground on aspects of weaponization that were prohibited under the 2015 nuclear agreement, such as a multi-point detonation device used to trigger a nuclear explosion. But they were conducting research seemingly surreptitiously on topics that were difficult to justify as having only civilian applications, Nagel said. He added that Khamenei probably knew what they were doing. At one point, the Biden administration asked Iran about the scientists' activities, but the scientists carried on, which further fueled Israeli suspicions going into the spring, Nagel and another Israeli official said. As Israeli officials geared up in recent months to strike while hoping to join, Israel another push with the Trump administration as part of regular intelligence sharing. U.S. intelligence officials did not see anything startlingly new, according to 2 people with knowledge of the matter. But Israeli officials believed intelligence showed the scientists were revisiting studies in several alarming areas, including the multi-point detonation device, the production of plastic explosives, and experiments on neutron radiation, according to one person who was briefed by Israeli officials in recent weeks. Israeli officials acknowledged that they still assessed Khamenei had not ordered the production of a nuclear weapon, the person said, adding, I don't believe the Israeli intelligence community shaded their intel for political purposes, but I do believe in Netanyahu taking the inch and running a mile with it. In Washington, Trump came to believe that Iran was striving for a bomb, going beyond what analysts and his own intelligence agencies concluded. His CIA chief, John Ratcliffe, argued that the assessment dating back to 2007 that Khamenei had not ordered construction of a nuclear weapon was of limited value, said two people familiar with Ratcliffe's views. Iran, he said, was like a football team that had gone 99 yards down the field, and there was no way it would not try for a nuclear touchdown. Ariel Levite, a former senior Israeli national security official overseeing arms control, said it was reasonable to reach different analytical conclusions while working from the same set of collected intelligence. "This is really hair-splitting," said Levite, who is now at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. "You haven't seen them packaging the warhead, but you've seen them working on shortening the period it would take to put it together and drive their threshold status to the extreme proximity to nuclear weapons. Does that reflect that a decision was already made by the supreme leader of, 'Let's go there'? Or was it merely raising preparedness to do so? It leaves things in the realm of interpretation." Richard Nephew, a lead U.S. negotiator with Iran under the Obama administration, said the real division appears not to have been between U.S. and Israeli intelligence analysts, but between the spies and the politicians, who interpreted the intelligence in a more alarming fashion. "It may be that the U.S. and Israeli intelligence services were on the same page, but they weren't on the same page as their political leadership," said Nephew, now at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Nephew said it was not surprising that Iran would edge back toward the option of a bomb after suffering a series of strategic setbacks. By last fall, Israel had dealt staggering blows to allied Iranian groups such as Hamas and Lebanon-based Hezbollah, and had destroyed much of Iran's air defenses in airstrikes in October, leaving it largely exposed. In recent months, Israeli intelligence officers were tracking the locations of various members of the scientist group, and Israeli Air Force pilots were training to simultaneously strike the Iranian scientists and military officers in their homes, an Israeli official said. By this month, Israeli pilots had honed their capability to use new software and munitions to carry out dozens of strikes simultaneously, a capability they did not possess even a few years ago, said Matan Kahana, an Israeli lawmaker who was an air squadron commander. An Israeli official said that Israel's external intelligence service, the Mossad, had spent years collecting intelligence about each of the scientists who would be targeted for assassination and their roles in Iran's nuclear program. Much of the agency's knowledge about the Iranian program came from agents who were recruited and handled by the Mossad and worked inside the Natanz and Fordow facilities. The Mossad also unfurled an elaborate covert mission that included smuggling and installing kamikaze drones and missile launchers inside Iran itself, an Israeli official said. There was a risk that the covert operation could have been discovered, and that consideration partly influenced the timing of the June 13th attack, but not Netanyahu's strategic decision, made months earlier, to set it in motion, Israeli government officials and advisors said. Today, the question of what intelligence Israel possessed about the activities of the Iranian scientists is not relevant anymore, after Netanyahu decided to carry out their assassination and to cripple Iran's missile program and military leadership, Nagel argued. Since June 13th, Israel has killed 10 key scientists, and the U.S. and Israeli strikes have set back Iran's quest for a bomb, Israeli officials say. All the scientists who were sneaking around, Nagel said, most of them are now sneaking around in hell. Strobel and Mechanet reported from Washington.
I'm going to tell you what, I really don't know that there are going to be many Nobel Prizes being awarded. This is like, wow. You know, America does not look that decisive after this story. It literally looks like Netanyahu has had Trump on a fucking string. Oh, wow. I'm definitely welcoming input now. I mean, is it me, or does it sound like Netanyahu played Trump like a fiddle? Holy shit. All right, well let's move on. I'm just not knowing Wow. So this let me try and play this. I don't know if it'll play, but this is Maggie Haberman, who is like the Trump whisperer, apparently. She understands Trump. If it will play, god damn it. You know, this played earlier. Why is it not playing now? You know what? I am not sure why this won't play, but I'm gonna attempt it another way. Just give me one sec here, because she kind of this would be a perfect companion piece. Oh, there we go. All right. Just got it to play. Let's see. It may be something with that StreamYard doesn't want to play. Yeah, I think it is a StreamYard issue. Let me try it another way. You know what? StreamYard will not let me play this. So I have to figure out another way. But basically, Maggie Haberman goes over the details of yeah, it just does not want to play. Interesting. I never noticed that before. Anyway, Maggie Haberman goes over kind of the inside story of how the Trump fake out. They're sending planes to Guam while sending more planes, B-2 bombers, east. And like I said, this is like America's finest here. They went literally heading east. The B-2 bombers did straight from the U.S. to Iran, refueling along the way. Those pilots were in the air for fucking ever. And I've taken a flight from Philadelphia to Bahrain once. Oh, those pilots are supermen. Because I man, how they avoid blood clots is beyond me. There must be something in their pressure suits or something. But anyway, the old man is nuttier than a squirrel. Hey, Uncle Fatty, what's up, man? How you been? So, yeah, we won't get to hear Maggie Haberman, but the highlights are basically that it was a fake out. Trump could have changed his plans at the last minute. But I have to give it to Trump. When he did that fake out, hey, I'll decide within the next 2 weeks. First thing I thought was 2 weeks. That's not very decisive. But Trump in some ways is, I guess he's kind of readable in a way. But let me tell you something that was very interesting in this Haberman video. The guys, they've been planning this for months. They've been planning this out for months. And the people, I'm vaguely familiar with how wars are planned. I had a former captain who his next assignment after his command, he went to NATO. NATO headquarters is right in Norfolk, Virginia. At least it was. I don't know if it's still there. But yeah, he went to NATO next. And one day he called me because I was still on the ship. He goes, well, hey, Stan, I need a couple maps. And, he gave me the reference numbers and all that. And yeah, he needed a couple maps from our, ships have like fucking maps, especially the missile shooters, the Tomahawk ships. We got maps. We got a whole bunch of maps of, we practically have maps of the world, in detail. And so he needed these 2 or 3 maps. And I didn't even ask him why he needed them, but he was at NATO and they were probably gaming some shit out. But anyway, they were afraid that Trump was the biggest security risk. And so, that's kind of an aside, but it is what it is. It's done. It looks like it may turn out for the best. And, I would say in spite of Trump, but I can't honestly say that. He made some good moves. The thing is I'm just not sure that, people have been saying on this channel, kind of for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that, we might, as the United States, might actually be a colony of Israel. So I have kind of been one to kind of go, nah, it's not that bad, but I'm less inclined to think that now. We could actually be, Israel could actually be our puppet master. So let's see. Oppenheimer would tell these scientists, would he now? I don't know. Maybe not. So let's go ahead and move on since I can't play this story. This was in the news yesterday. Donald Trump confirms Iran warned ahead of Qatar military base attack. So apparently, in retaliation, Iran fired on Qatar. Qatar. I pronounce it Qatar. I've heard it pronounced both ways. So if Black Raven is in the crowd, I will give him succor by informing him ahead of time that Qatar has two pronunciations. So on Monday, Iran retaliated for recent U.S. airstrikes targeting its nuclear facilities by firing 14 short and medium-range missiles at the U.S. Al Udeid air base in Qatar. The missile attack followed an unprecedented U.S. stealth bomber assault using bunker buster bombs on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, escalating tensions in the region. Qatar condemned the attack, and Qatar condemned the attack and successfully intercepted 13 missiles. Holy shit. Allowing 1 non-threatening missile to pass, and no casualties were reported among U.S. and Qatari personnel. Wow, I didn't realize they intercepted 13 of them. 13 of 14. President Donald Trump confirmed Iran gave early notice of the attack, which helped prevent casualties, called Iran's response very weak, and urged peace and harmony in the region. Meanwhile, Israel continued strikes on Iranian sites, symbolic of the regime, signaling ongoing conflict escalation and raising fears of a broader regional instability. Now that's amazing. Trump calls a truce, and Iran is still striking Iranian sites. Apparently, Israel is not ready to end the conflict. Richard, what's up? How you doing? Duali, what's up? So I don't know what to say. It's a fragile peace. Okay, Israeli warning call to top Iranian general. You have 12 hours to escape. This is another one of those intrigue cases, like we just heard. We were trying to hear the behind the scenes planning for the U.S. and we heard it for Israel, and now this is some more intrigue here.
You're listening to Israeli warning call to top Iranian general. You have 12 hours to escape. A news story written by Warren Strobel, Sued Mekanet, and Yeganeh Torbati, and read by an AI-generated voice. In the hours after Israel launched its first wave of strikes against Iran on June 13th, killing top military leaders and nuclear scientists, Israeli intelligence operatives launched a covert campaign to intimidate senior officials with the apparent aim of dividing and destabilizing Tehran's theocratic regime, according to 3 people familiar with the operation. People working for Israel's security services who speak Persian, Iran's primary language, called senior Iranian officials on their cell phones and warned them that they too would die unless they ceased supporting the regime of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Iran's supreme leader, according to the 3 people who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss clandestine operations. One of them estimated that more than 20 Iranians in positions of power were contacted. The Washington Post obtained an audio recording and transcript of one such call, which took place the same day, June 13th, that Israel began its bombardment of Iran. "I can advise you now, you have 12 hours to escape with your wife and child. Otherwise, you're on our list right now," an Israeli intelligence operative told a senior Iranian general close to the country's rulers, according to the audio recording. The operative then suggested that Israel could train weapons on the general and his family at any moment. "We're closer to you than your own neck vein. Put this in your head. May God protect you," he said. The general, a member of Iran's powerful Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, was told he had 12 hours to make a video disassociating himself from the Iranian government. "How should I send it to you?" the general replies. "I will send you a Telegram ID," the operative says, referring to the Telegram messaging app. "Send it." It is unclear whether such a video was made or sent. "The general is believed to be still alive and in Iran," said one of the people familiar with the operation. But a primary goal of the operation was to deter and confuse the Tehran leadership, a second person said. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office did not reply to a request for comment. The audio recording and an English-language transcript were made available by an Israeli individual who obtained the material and shared it with the Post, along with a description of a second such call to another senior Iranian official close to Khamenei. The Post prepared its own English-language transcript of the nearly 4-minute audio recording of the conversation, which was conducted in Persian. The individual who provided the recording said the content of the audio was not manipulated in any way, other than to mask the voice of the Israeli intelligence operative to protect his identity. The Post obtained the Iranian general's name but is not publishing it and has removed his voice from the recording to conceal his identity. The phone calls to top Iranian military and security figures were one node of what Israeli security officials have described as a broad covert action campaign that complemented Israel's military assault of nuclear sites, weapons production facilities, and missile launchers. The overall operation, dubbed Rising Lion by the Israeli government, relied on the activation of clandestine intelligence teams, pre-positioned weapons caches, and other capabilities that had lain dormant inside Iranian territory for weeks or even months, Israeli officials said. Netanyahu said Israel launched the surprise operation, now in its second week, to prevent Iran from building a nuclear weapon. The Israeli government said that in recent months, Iran was getting closer to being able to turn its stockpile of enriched uranium into a nuclear weapon. Israel has offered no new detailed evidence of Iran's nuclear weapons ambitions or weaponization efforts.
Yeah, I think we get the gist here. Let's listen to this recording here. It says here, Washington Post obtained. Let me move up a bit. It says here, the Washington Post obtained the audio file of an Israeli intelligence operative's June 13 call to a senior Iranian commander. Let's see what we got here. This is a recording of a call. The voice of the Israeli intelligence operative had been altered.
الو سردار سردار سلام علیکم سردار سلام علیکم داری من از کشوری زنگ میزنم که 2 ساعت پیش سلامی با
it says I'm calling from a country which 2 hours ago sent Salome Bagheri and Shamkhani to hell. Oh, wow. What country would that be?
باقری و شمخانی رو فرستاد جهنم. الان برای تو
And now for you.
بهت پیشنهاد میکنم.
Let's see. And now I'm suggesting you, and then the Iranian general, Mr. something or another.
اومد رو خط بیارش
Did you come on the line? Bring him on the line. That's the Israeli
رو خط.
intelligence agent.
الان صدامو داری؟ گوش کن. من از کشوری زنگ میزنم به
I'm calling from a country that I'll explain to you. Listen carefully.
توضیح میدم. خوب گوش کن. من از کشوری زنگ میزنم که 2 ساعت پیش باقری، سلامی، شمخانی رو دونه دونه
Gary Salami,
فرستاد جهنم.
Shamkhani, one by one to
الان
hell.
تنها پیشنهادی هم که به تو میکنم هم میتونم به
Oh, wait. It says the only advice I'm giving you right now, I can advise you now, you have 12 hours to escape with your wife and child.
پیشنهاد کنم 12 ساعت وقت داری که پاتو بگیری با زن و بچت فرار کنی وگرنه تو الان طول
Otherwise, you're on our list now. You, all of you, one by one, are on the list that I'm looking at, and you're our next targets.
لیست مایی تو دونه دونه تو لیستی که من دارم نگاه میکنم و هدف بعدی ما هستیم با خاک.
We will hit you, your family, your children, everyone with the dirt. I only called to tell you, look, as long as there's time. Fuck.
تو خانوادت بچه‌هات همه رو میزنی. فقط زنگ زدم بهت بگم ببین تا وقتش هست بهت مهلت میدم.
I give you a reprieve, like I said, 12 hours from this very minute that I spoke to you, you have time to escape.
گفتم 12 ساعت از همین الان دقیقه که با صحبت کردم وقت داری فرار کنی. وگرنه
If not, you have no one to blame but yourself.
چی دیدی از چش خودت دیدی. ما از رگ
We're closer to you than your own neck vein. Put this in your head.
گردنم به
Holy
تو
cow.
نزدیکتری. اینو خوب بکن تو گوشت. خدا من بهت گفتم
I told you, brother.
الان قشنگ
Hello?
بهتون
I explained to you clearly just now.
بهت گفتم دیگه.
I told
بهت
you,
مهلت
didn't I?
دادم.
I gave you a reprieve. Which places did you take? What place did you take? That's your general asking.
کجا رو گرفتم؟ تمام این خونخوارا، تمام این مثل
All of
سلامی و
these
امثال
shit. All of these savages. All of these people like Salome.
رو فرستادیم همونجا
We sent them to that same place. They should have gone too much earlier. Oh my lord.
که باید خیلی زودتر میرفتن. تو هم میخوای یکی از اونا
Do
باشی؟
you want to be
تو هم
one
میخوای
of
بعدی
them?
باشی تو
Do
لیست؟
you want to be
تو هم
the
میخوای زن و بچه تو
your
به
wife
فنا
and
بدی؟
child? Do you also want to destroy your wife and child? Holy fuck. The Iranian general is asking, so what should I do now? Damn.
خب دارم بهت میگم. بهت پیشنهاد
I'm telling you right now, I gave you a proposal.
دادم. زنگ زدم بهت بگم 12 ساعت وقت
You have 12 hours to make a video saying we have walked away from the government and we are unwilling to sacrifice our lives. Oh my lord.
داری یه فیلم درست کنید ما از این حکومت دست کشیدیم و نمیخوایم جونمون رو قربونی آدمایی کنیم که زدن کشور
For people who destroyed our country, unwilling to give our lives for people who destroyed our country for 46 years. Damn.
رو 46 سال نابود کردن. فقط کشتن، فقط دزدیدن، فقط بردن، فقط
They only cut the children of this country into pieces. The general's responding, well, how should I send it to you?
که کردن.
How should
من
I send
آدرس
it to you?
تلگرام
The Israeli guy says, I will send you a Telegram ID. Send it.
برات میدم بفرست.
Say it. Say it. The general responds.
برات میفرستم الان
Oh,
SMSش
oh
میکنم
shit, he's SMSing it right now.
شمارتو دارم ببین ما
So the general goes, well, where are you going to SMS it? The intelligence operative responds, I have your number. Look, we have everything on you. It seems you haven't understood.
همه چی تو داریم تو انگار نفهمیدی
God damn it.
اصلا من
It's clear you don't even understand where you are right now. Holy fuck.
معلومه اصلا نمیفهمی کجایی
It's
الان
clear.
دارم بهت میگم
I'm telling you, we hit all your leaders. They went into the air. We turned them into powder.
تمام سرانتون رو زدیم رفت تو هوا پودرشون کردیم بعد نشستی اینجا
Now you're sitting here and you think you're talking to me. You thought what you're sitting, let's see, you thought what you're sitting there. I don't even understand what that
فکر
means.
میکنی حالا داری با من حرف میزنی فکر کردی که چی اونجا نشستی زنگ زدم دارم
I'm calling to give you a proposal to save your wife and child, you wretch. Are you confused? Damn.
پیشنهاد میدم که زن و بچه تو نجات بدی بدبخت منگی
The general responds, well, I'm saying, how should I send it to you?
مگه من برات میفرستم
I'm saying I'll send it to you, the operative says. Hello?
با تو
I'm with you. I hear you.
دارم
I'm like, wow, these guys are awesome. Man, this is awesome. And humble presidents like, wow, those Iranian generals are a bunch of pussies. Motherfucker, I'd be a pussy too if you're threatening my wife and child. Like, how the fuck did you get my number? Would have been my first question. The realest prank call. Dude, they didn't just swat these motherfuckers. They killed them and bombed their workplace. That's not a prank call. That's not a prank, son. Oh, these oh, I don't know what to say, but that shit, could you imagine just getting a call like that out of the blue? Man. All right, well, let enough fun. Let's let's move on. Let's see. So where are we? Okay, so no, the president is not allowed to just bomb Iran. Well, this is from the Washington Examiner again, and this is basically the war. It's talking about the War Powers Act, which kind of surprised me. I don't know if the author is a Democrat working for this Republican newspaper. I can't, a true conservative would probably, say, hey, this isn't, legal. You're supposed to, the War Powers Act, and I can't remember what year it went out. It must have been around the Iraq War, maybe it was before. But it gives the president, a little bit of leeway without actually having to go to Congress to have it declare war. The Constitution says war has to be declared by Congress. I think the Senate specifically. But anyway, there's some people out there in Washington Examiner, is a conservative newspaper, saying that what Trump did was illegal and even outside even the War Powers Act. I think that's what this says. I haven't read the article. It says President Donald Trump on Saturday night entered the U.S. into Israel's war against Iran. I agree with that. And I haven't actually commented on it. Essentially, joining Israel wasn't, what the U.S. did was an act of war. if Israel and Iran's one thing, but all of a sudden we're a third party. So um, there are always technicalities. If everything goes according to plan, we're done after this bombing raid. That's what Trump said. Israel can do the mop up work, and Iran won't retaliate against the U.S. Whatever comes after Trump's acts of war against Iran, we ought to also talk about what happened before or what didn't happen. Trump, in his very public deliberations over whether or not to deploy the U.S. military against Iran, never once asked or received authorization from Congress. Oh, okay. So this isn't Pro War Powers Act. This dude is like back in like the fucking 1940s with this article. Most most probably don't understand why the president ever would ask Congress for approval, because for decades the president has taken war powers away from Congress, and Congress has been happy to abdicate its war powers. But still, the Constitution and federal statute are clear. The president needs Congress's authorization, as in a resolution that passes both chambers before he can enter into a war. There's no special 60 days of free war clause. There's instead a right of the president to respond quickly to a sudden attack by the other side. It would take quite the stretch to apply this to an attack on Iran. And then he's going to go into the Constitution. Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution enumerates Congress's powers. The Congress shall have power to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures on land and water. Article 2, Section 2 establishes the president shall be commander in chief of the Army and Navy and of the United States. It's quite clear that the president's job is to carry out the wars Congress has told him to carry out. And everybody's pretty much, let's see, the relevant portion of the War Powers Act reads thus: constitutional powers of the president as commander-in-chief to introduce United States armed forces into hostilities are only pursuant to: 1, a declaration of war; 2, specific statutory authorization; or 3, a national emergency created by attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces. And you don't really need to even go farther than that. Yeah, what Trump did is actually illegal, but he's got immunity, if you all will remember. And the interesting thing about the United States government is how complicated it can be sometimes. Yeah, according to the War Powers Act, which is actually a law, a statute, the president, what Trump did, he can't do, or it's illegal. However, if it's within, his line of duty, the Supreme Court has basically said he's above prosecution. So in a way, this is kind of just like words, words for us to read. It really doesn't mean anything. Trump did what he did. Nobody's going to do anything about it, even if they wanted to. And that's that. And sometimes, that's just the way it is. Let's see. DiCapriona says, I was listening to a song today called Dead or Alive by the Mighty Sparrow. Very foreboding tune for all those named within it. What kind of music do you listen to? What's up, Solid Snake? What's up, Humble Presidents? Been happy to give. They've been happy to give unchecked power to a president. Yeah, well, you know what? This has been kind of a slow ride towards, the War Powers Act we're talking about now. It's been a slow fall to, the president basically, becoming a unitary executive for probably ever, probably for 250 years. And that it's been this slow might be somewhat remarkable, to be honest. So we're going to switch gears here. The next story, U.S. Supreme Court allows, for now, third country deportations. So it's still being adjudicated, I guess. But the Supreme Court on Monday blocked a lower court order that required 15 days notice to individuals the Trump administration is trying to deport to countries other than their own. Notice to individuals the Trump administration is trying to deport to countries other than their own. The high court's action, at least for now, reversed the lower court's order requiring that those being deported have enough time to contact their lawyers and present evidence that would show their lives would be in danger if deported to certain countries. The order focused on the flight carrying several men from various countries, including Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam, Cuba, and Mexico, which was initially headed to South Sudan but ended up in the East African country of Djibouti, in order to give the men, in order to give the men, I lost my place, in order to give men time to dispute their final destination. The U.S. government says the men are violent criminals convicted of crimes including murder, sexual assault, kidnapping, and robbery, said they don't deserve to stay in the U.S. But Judge Brian Murphy of the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts last month said people still must get a so-called credible fear interview in their native language to be able to dispute being sent to a country they're not originally from. He said people must get at least 15 days to challenge their deportations. Monday's unsigned Supreme Court order puts the decision on hold while the legal process continues in the lower courts. In a searing dissent, the court's three liberals accused the conservative majority of rewarding lawlessness. Writing for the three, Justice Sonia Sotomayor said the government has made it clear in word and deed that it feels itself unconstrained by law, free to deport anyone, anywhere without notice or an opportunity to be heard. Sotomayor said the Trump administration had already acted in violation of unambiguous lower court orders by flying 4 non-citizens to Guantanamo Bay and from there to El Salvador. Following that, she said, the government removed 6 people to South Sudan with less than 16 hours notice, basically overnight, and without any opportunity to contact their lawyers or be heard in court. The government, she said, thus openly flouted 2 court orders even before it went to the Supreme Court. This is not the first time the court closes its eyes to noncompliance, nor, I fear, will it be the last. Well, it won't be the last. We know that. And I'm not going to go much farther with this. Basically, Congress needs to act. Okay, this not war powers, but the Aliens and Enemies Act, Alien Enemies Act. Congress needs to do something, and we know that it won't. Congress is basically the problem here. This behavior by Trump could be checked by statute, but Congress simply is not going to do that. Oh, wow. Let's see. Let's see what you're saying here. Article 1. Oops. Still can't believe Trump dropped the F-bomb. I didn't hear that one. Article 1 powers. Yeah, exactly. We'll look at this story here in a minute. Solid Snake says he can't believe that the president dropped the F-bomb. The fuck, dude. Solid Snake, sometimes I just don't get what planet you're from. Of course Trump dropped the F-bomb. He has no sense of decorum, has no respect for democratic norms, etc. So why you're surprised is beyond me. So this is actually, I guess I shouldn't have even gone into the War Powers Act. Jamel Bowie has a take on the War Powers Act, which I haven't heard, but for a non-historian, he's actually pretty good with history. So let's hear what he has to say.
Here's a question I'm sure a lot of you are asking right now. Is the president's attack on Iran legal? And one answer you might get is that yes, it is, under the War Powers Act. And what you might hear after that is that the War Powers Act allows the president to use military force as long as they give a notice to Congress within 48 hours. And then after 60 days, if Congress does not authorize the use of military force, then it must end. Other than that, the argument goes, the president is in the clear. They can do whatever they feel is necessary. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is not a correct rendering of what the 1973 War Powers Resolution, otherwise known as the War Powers Act,
I didn't realize
says.
it was that old.
And in fact, it's a rendering of the War Powers Resolution that subverts its intention. It does the opposite of what the law was intended to accomplish. And so we're going to talk about that. First, a little background, because background and context are always important. The 1973 War Powers Resolution is passed at the tail end of America's war in Vietnam, and in particular, after the revelations of President Nixon expanding that war in Vietnam without congressional authorization to Cambodia. Congress, both Republicans and Democrats, are angry with Nixon's disregard of what they view as their prerogatives and discontented with what they understand to be almost 20 years of presidents engaging in military action with only limited consultation of Congress. And so they pass this bill. Nixon vetoes it. And in a rare instance, Congress overrides the veto to underscore the fact that they really mean this. They really care about this. Thus, we have the War Powers Resolution of 1973. Now, the principal aim of this law is to restrain the president's ability to make war without congressional authorization and consultation. Again, this is the most critical thing I'm going to tell you about this. The point of the law is to limit the executive. The larger constitutional theory here is that the Constitution doesn't cleanly delineate the powers to do war. Congress gets the power to declare war, also the power to raise an army and a navy, to build out the armed forces, to shape the departments that run the armed forces. But the executive gets this power to essentially prosecute the war, to make war. And somewhat inherent in the nature of executive power, and I'm somewhat skeptical of this idea of inherent powers, but this is a real one, is the ability to make war, is the ability to command. The president is the commander-in-chief. What's more, there will be circumstances when the nation is under attack and Congress can't meet. And so what does the nation do? And then it's the responsibility of the executive to respond. So you could say that the president has an inherent authority to respond to imminent threats without congressional authorization. But beyond that, there's a lot of fuzzy area. It's not exactly clear. And with the War Powers Resolution, Congress is making its claim to how all of this should work. Now let's go to the law itself. It's relatively short, 6 pages, and we're going to focus on some of the critical sections of the law. First, there's Section 2, subsection B, where Congress essentially explains where it gets the authority to pass this law. Under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution, it is specifically provided that the Congress shall have the power to make all laws necessary and proper for carrying into execution not only its own powers, but all of the other powers vested by the Constitution in the government of the United States, or any department or officer thereof. Now, what comes next is critical to understanding how this law works. Subsection C. The constitutional powers of the president as commander-in-chief to introduce the United States Armed Forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances are exercised only pursuant to 1, a declaration of war, 2, specific statutory authorization, or 3, a national emergency created by attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces. To reiterate that, to restate that, the War Powers Resolution restates what Congress believes the Constitution to say, which is that the president can only introduce United States armed forces into imminent hostilities. Basically, you're about to start shooting. If there's been a declaration of war or an authorization of military force, and there's a whole conversation to have about how declarations of war fell out of favor and authorizations of military force became the main means through which Congress gave its assent to military action, or if there's an imminent threat to the homeland or its territories or its armed forces. Those three criteria are the criteria under which the president can lawfully deploy U.S. troops to imminent hostilities. And in the absence of those criteria, the use of military force is unlawful. Now, the reporting requirements are logically dependent on this. This isn't a statement and then the next set of things is unrelated. It's if-then. If the use of military force is lawful, then this is what is supposed to happen. Section 3. The president in every possible instance shall consult with Congress before introducing United States armed forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances. And after every such introduction shall consult regularly with the Congress until United States armed forces are no longer engaged in hostilities or have been removed from such situations. And then here we get Section 4, the specific criteria for notification. The president shall submit within 48 hours to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and to the President pro tempore of the Senate a report in writing setting forth the circumstances necessitating the introduction of the United States Armed Forces, the constitutional and legislative authority under which such introduction took place, and the estimated scope and duration of the hostilities or involvement. So the War Powers Resolution presupposes that the military action in question is lawful. Now, if this is an illegal military action, if it's unlawful, then Congress can just shut it down with the resolution. You don't need a whole new legal framework to stop the president from engaging in an unlawful war or military action. You can just tell him to stop. And in any case, part of the point of the War Powers Resolution is to create a set of circumstances, a framework under which presidents will be strongly encouraged to just inform the Congress about whatever military action they're going to take. Key thing you need to remember here is that these reporting requirements presuppose lawful military action. It presupposes some sort of congressional authorization or some sort of constitutional basis for the use of military force. If those aren't present, then the military action is unlawful. Now, part of why this might seem a little confusing is that congressional authorizations of military force can be open-ended. This is the case with the 2001 AUMF, which has been used in addition to the wars in Afghanistan to prosecute the drone war under Obama and prosecute actions under the first Trump administration and the Biden administration. The Iraq War in 2003 had to have a separate authorization of the use of military force, but they can be pretty broad-ended. And so a president can claim that they're using the authority of a prior authorization of the use of military force, but the point of the reporting requirements is for Congress to be able to evaluate that claim. If after 60 days, Congress doesn't think that this military action really fits what they authorize, then the executive has to stop waging the war. I'm going to repeat myself again. This is all about accountability, all about presenting the executive from military adventures that don't have congressional authorization. What it's not is carte blanche for the executive to do whatever he pleases. What it's not is a pre-authorization for the use of military force whenever the president deems it's necessary. It is not a bill codifying the aphorism stating that it's better to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. It is a bill specifically meant to reorient presidential war-making powers around Congress. And so when people such as myself say it's the Trump action here is illegal, this is what they mean. What they're saying is that there is no extant congressional authorization of use of military force that supports it, and because there's no apparent imminent threat, even according to American intelligence agencies, it is doubtful whether it falls under the president's Article 2 authority to wage war. There's no legal basis for the attack, and so it's illegal or unlawful if you don't want to go that far. But the point of this video is to make it as clear as possible. The War Powers Resolution, the War Powers Act, does not give the president unlimited authority to make war. It does the exact opposite. And claims that it does are attempts to mislead you into thinking that everything here is above board. This goes for Trump's action. This goes for any Biden actions that broke the law. This goes for any Obama actions that broke the law. This is just what the law is. And even though Congress doesn't seem very interested in enforcing the law, we should still care about it. When the public stops caring what the law and the Constitution means, then we'll know we've really lost everything.
Well, here's the deal. I actually think that the War Powers Act needs to be revisited. Even back in like 1973, it was easier to hide, or faint or whatever it is you're going to do. These days, because of social media and everything from satellite technology to who knows what else, if going to Congress and saying, hey, I want to do this, there's almost no way you're going to keep that contained. There's no way you're not going to telegraph what you want to do to whoever it is you want to strike. So once again, back in 1973, this probably would have been a big deal. The president shouldn't be doing shit like this without letting Congress know. The excuse in 2025 is, hey, you know what? If I had taken the 2 weeks, for instance, that Trump, faked everybody out with, that 2 weeks, if he'd gone to Congress seeking, cutting through the red tape and all that, Iran would have known, what was coming and, prepared for it. So, it's a little bit more complicated than, hey, the War Powers Act, spanking the president for breaking the War Powers Act. I mean, he had a goal. And, let's not even talk about whether the goal was necessary or not, because I don't think the strike was necessary at all. But I'm not privy to what Trump knows. He is the president. He has far more input and data and all that stuff than I have, the armchair president. So I'm going to give him that benefit of the doubt. In 2025, going to Congress would be telegraphing what you're going to do. We need to update the law, is essentially what I'm saying. So 1973 is not 2025. This just saw this live updates. Trump lashes out at Israel and Iran as fragile truce is tested. Mr. Trump suggested that both Israel and Iran had continued fighting despite a ceasefire that both had agreed to hours before. He warned Israel that further attacks would be a major violation. So now he's warning Israel. Oh shit! In expletive-laced remarks to reporters, Mr. Trump accused both sides of launching attacks, pledging to see if I can stop it. In a Truth Social post, the president warned Israel not to drop those bombs and demanded the country bring your pilots home now. President Trump says ceasefire remains in force after he demanded Israel refrain from retaliating for an Iranian missile that he said was fired after the truce came into effect. Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to what? While doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter, he wrote on social media. There was no immediate comment from Israel's. What? This dude is weird. So he wants Israeli pilots to do a plane wave, you waggle your wings over Iran and then return home. Okay, folks, that is weird. Our president, that is weird. Why the friendly plane wave? Oh wow. So I apologize. I got that Supreme Court thing about third-party countries out of order. I woke up late, and I thank John Galt for actually being on. That gave me a little bit more time to actually prepare and organize. But, it was still kind of a last-minute thing, and I got a few stories out of order here by accident. So, and while I'm thinking about it, speaking of John Galt, subscribe to his channel, the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please make sure you share it out. There's always stuff that's gonna happen here. Top Gun plane wave. Make sure you all hit the like button. Please hit it now. It's free. It needs to be done. And it's just plain old Minnesota nice. So make sure you support your host, me, Stanley Cross. It's not quite the weekend yet, but I have just discovered that in Georgia, which is actually kind of surprising, I can get beer delivered to the house via Uber. So my world is just getting better and better, folks. So why not support your host? Those having beer. You know what? In my wildest dreams, back when I was 18, funny story. I literally, the first like full drink to get drunk I ever had, I was 21 and the legal drinking age was 18. I didn't drink in high school. I kind of had strict parents. Um, and, I was raised Catholic, strict, all boys Catholic military school, all that boring stuff. So no, I was literally 21. I went a year, like 2 years of college or something like that, and never drank. One day I just did. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. The household I grew up in, Uncle Fatty, it was 5 o'clock nowhere. We had 11-hour clocks. It went right from four in the afternoon to dinner time. There was no 5 o'clock. I'm just joking. But all that to say, I want to thank supporter of the show, Mr. DiCapriono. He not only supports his host's very, very dubious habit, he also contributes to show titles. You know what? He's already given me a show title for tomorrow. His one-liners are superb. So thank you, DiCapriono, for supporting the show in several different ways. And Republic Tea Room. This was a shock. The Republic Tea Room, who we, had a brief encounter up on my panel. I guess it was a couple days ago now. You know what? It is very pleasant when you talk to someone that you disagree with politically, and even, in her culture critique. However, you know what? Like I said then, that you disagree with me, at least I understand how you got to your decision. And you know what? We see the same thing and we just interpret things differently. However, I honestly have to say, I appreciate her. I've sniped at her in Be Brave's chat and that sort of thing, and I'm still going to snipe at her. However, I'm going to snipe with respect. She came up on the panel, which was brave enough, on its own, and she held her end of the bargain. It was a good conversation, and I hope she comes back soon. And she is a sponsor of the show, even though we are almost diametrically opposed, on culture and politics too, for that matter. But just wanted to shout them out. Just wanted to thank them for their support. And please make sure you support the host, and also make sure you support Portia, who is our executive producer. And I get input from her daily and am always appreciated. Her input is always appreciated because she is. I don't think I've ever seen Portia give anything but constructive criticism. And maybe it's because she's a teacher, or maybe she's just a good person. She really never snipes. It's always constructive with Portia, and she's kind of rare in that way. So shout out to Portia, and let's move on with the news. Is she hot? Is she hot? Come on, Kelvin. You know what? I do realize you are in your 20s, so I guess I just have to kind of, meet you where you are, which is take a cold shower. Take a cold shower, son. She's not age appropriate for you, by the way. I don't even know that she's age appropriate for me. But she's closer to what I would consider hot than you, Calvin. Oh, I'm sorry, Kelvin. So let's move on. This is the immigration story that should have been paired up with that Supreme Court decision story for third party deportations. Basically, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, he was, I think, if not the first, one of the first, maybe he was the second famous case where he was just kind of scooped up for no apparent reason. And he was a, quote, administrative error. Sent him to El Salvador, would not bring him back. Finally, I guess it was the Supreme Court that said bring him back. And the response was, okay, well, we're going to charge him with some federal, crimes. I think one of them was trafficking, sex trafficking or something like that. Well, they want to hold him in custody, and a judge has said that government failed to prove he poses a danger. And I knew, as a matter of fact, he's not going to jail. Trump is just trying to save face here.
You're listening to Judge Says Government's Failed to prove Kilmar Abrego Garcia poses a danger. A news story written by Maria Sacchetti and Jeremy Roebuck and read by an AI-generated voice. A federal judge on Sunday ruled that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Maryland resident wrongly deported to El Salvador, is eligible for release from criminal custody, saying the government's allegations that he is a flight risk or a danger to the community are based on problematic testimony and scenarios that defy common sense. U.S. Magistrate Judge Barbara D. Holmes said the government failed to prove the Trump administration's allegations that Abrego Garcia poses enough of a danger to society that he should be held while he awaits trial on charges that he participated in a migrant smuggling ring for nearly a decade. She issued her 51-page decision more than a week after a highly unusual, hours-long hearing in U.S. District Court in Nashville earlier this month. U.S. officials returned Abrego Garcia, who is married to a U.S. citizen, to the country in early June after forcibly deporting him and more than 200 others to a notorious mega-prison in El Salvador in March. Multiple federal judges and the Supreme Court have ruled that his removal was unlawful because an immigration judge in 2019 granted him protection from being deported to his native country after finding that he could face persecution from gangs there. Holmes scheduled a hearing for Wednesday to arrange the conditions for his release, while also acknowledging that Abrego Garcia is unlikely to be freed from federal custody. U.S. immigration officials have said they are likely to detain him for civil deportation proceedings, she wrote. Still, the judge's ruling marked a defeat for the Justice Department's criminal investigation into Abrego Garcia, which his lawyers say is an effort to cover up the administration's illegal actions in this case. A federal investigator said he was assigned to the case on April 28th, after the Supreme Court ordered the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return to the United States. Acting U.S. Attorney Robert McGuire had argued during the June 13th hearing in Nashville that Abrego Garcia posed a danger to the public because he is an alleged MS-13 gang member and smuggler who transported adults and minors from the border to Maryland for money. It is a dangerous operation, McGuire said during the hearing. While Holmes's ruling was solely focused on whether Abrego Garcia should be detained until trial, she expressed reservations about some of the evidence the government presented, some of which is likely to resurface again should his case proceed to trial. Much of it, she said, consisted of double hearsay, and does not back up officials' claims that he is a member of the transnational gang. The government alleges that Abrego is a longtime, well-known member of MS-13, which the court would expect to be reflected in a criminal history, perhaps even of the kind of violent crimes and other criminal activity the government describes as typically associated with MS-13 gang membership, she wrote in the decision. But Abrego has no reported criminal history of any kind. McGuire immediately asked the court to stay and rescind Holmes's order, claiming without evidence that Abrego Garcia could be deported in the near future if he is transferred to immigration custody. Records show there has been no change to his immigration court case since he won protection from deportation in 2019. While some gang members lack criminal records, Holmes wrote that the existing evidence did not merit locking him up pending trial. She noted that some of the cooperating witnesses have serious criminal histories and are hoping to dodge deportation or avoid prison sentences for helping with the case. For instance, she noted that testimony provided during the hearing by Homeland Security Investigations Special Agent Peter Joseph involved a witness who is a two-time previously deported felon and acknowledged ringleader of a human smuggling operation who has now obtained for himself an early release from federal prison and delay of a sixth deportation by providing information to the government. A second witness requested release from jail and delay of his deportation as well, she said. She also noted that their allegations of Abrego Garcia's smuggling activities defy common sense. The two cooperators alleged that Abrego Garcia often brought his children on smuggling trips between Maryland and Houston 3 or 4 times a week. The sheer number of hours that would be required to maintain this schedule, which would consistently be more than 120 hours per week of driving time, approached physical impossibility, she wrote. McGuire had also argued that he posed a danger because his wife, Jennifer Vasquez Sura, had taken out temporary protection orders against him in 2020 and 2021. But Holmes noted that the allegations were several years old and that both were dismissed within a month and without a final evidentiary hearing. Before his deportation, the couple was raising 3 children in Maryland. The indictment, filed under seal last month, accuses Abrego Garcia of conspiracy to transport aliens and unlawful transportation of undocumented aliens from 2016 to 2025 as a member of the MS-13 gang. The allegations center on a 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee, where some officers suspected that he was smuggling migrants, the reason the charges are filed in Nashville. Abrego Garcia has pleaded not guilty to the charges. The June 13th hearing was the first time his family and the public had a glimpse of Abrego Garcia since U.S. officials had brought him back from El Salvador days earlier to face the smuggling charges. Before his deportation, Abrego Garcia had most recently worked as a sheet metal apprentice, Holmes noted. He is a member of the Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Union. If released, the judge said the union has offered to continue his apprenticeship and help him find work. CASA, an immigrant advocacy group that accompanied Abrego Garcia's family to the hearing in Nashville, also has offered to connect Abrego Garcia to healthcare and mental health services after his long incarceration in El Salvador. However, the judge noted that he is likely to end up in civil immigration detention. The government could seek to overturn the order barring his removal to El Salvador, or attempt to secure an order to remove him to another country, though his lawyers have said he may also continue to qualify for humanitarian protection. Department of Homeland Security spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin said on X in response to the ruling that he will never go free on American soil. After the ruling, his wife, Casa, and supporters called for his release and return to his family in Maryland after more than 3 months apart. Kilmar has missed birthdays, Mother's Day, Kilmar Jr.'s kindergarten graduation, and spent Father's Day alone, Kilmar's wife Jennifer said in a statement. Only God knows the darkness he has experienced in these last 3 months. We just want Kilmar home with us, where he belongs. Kilmar should never have been deported, and he should not be in jail today, Lydia Walther Rodriguez, chief of organizing and leadership at CASA, said in a statement. The government tried to retroactively justify an illegal deportation by bringing new charges, but the judge ruled they don't have the power to keep him jailed. Now it is time for the government to stop compounding injustice and allow Kilmar to return to his family.
Yeah, well, here's the deal, and I've already said this. I should be writing these things down. I've heard both sides of this story. You know, the government is basically saying he's a horrible guy. His defense is saying this dude literally had a job as a welder, family man, etc. He has no criminal convictions. Okay. They're charging him with, the trafficking and all that stuff. he was charged with it in Tennessee, and they either couldn't make the charges stick. The dude has no criminal record, and they have had chances to convict him and have not been able to do it. The bottom line, if the motto is America first, that implies Americans first. This guy, for better or for worse, and we will find out, it's all going to come out in the wash. He has an American wife. He has 2 American children. And these 3 people are potentially, the 3 Americans are potentially suffering unduly. America first doesn't mean you are a fucking shark and you have to always be swimming forward with your goal. America first does require some brain work, maybe critical thinking, and you should never hurt American citizens willingly. Trump does not, and Holman, henchman Holman, do not seem to quite understand that deporting people who shouldn't be here does not automatically mean America first. You have to have some discretion, and for some reason or another, Trump and Holman and whoever else is involved in this, fucking Kristi Noem. What the fuck? What? You know what? I would go on a whole rant with Kristi Noem and what's her name? Tulsi Gabbard. 2 fucking horrible choices for cabinet picks. Holman, every time I see Holman, he gets thuggier and thuggier looking. The motherfucker looks like a fucking Irish mafia enforcer, more so than a guy who can actually go out and do his job effectively. So this next story, I just learned of this story, and this is why I'm on this little bit of a rant. So here we are. ICE detains Marine Corps veteran's wife who was still breastfeeding their 3-month-old. The fuck? America first, huh? What the fuck is going on here with this Trump administration? Taking a good thing and turning it to shit seems to be the Trump administration's talent. While on the surface, this Iran strike seems good, there's so many underlying intrigues below it. You know what? Trump seems to have a talent for, he goes from hero to goat. Now, this is an old Charlie Brown Peanuts theme where you either are a hero or a goat. And sometimes the hero, and I don't mean goat as in greatest of all times. Back in the old days, when I was a kid, being a goat was the opposite of being a hero. So, I've introduced an old-fashioned trope here. But let's watch this. Motherfucker, this is ridiculous.
Marine Corps veteran Adrian Cluot didn't expect to be caring for his 2 young children all on his own.
How are you guys doing?
My son misses his mom a lot. It's actually gotten worse in the past couple of days.
They took a breastfeeding
he's constantly
mom.
asking me for her, and just having little breakdowns.
After immigration authorities detained his wife Paola at a green card interview in New Orleans.
I was devastated. I was angry, upset.
The couple shares a 2-year-old son and a 3-month-old daughter.
We switched to the formula. She does get to breastfeed twice a week when I go to visit my wife.
Cluot says his wife came to the U.S. from Mexico as a teenager with her now
Nice
estranged
tattoos.
mother. He says she was detained because of a deportation order issued in 2018.
My wife was living in a homeless shelter in Indio, California, when this all went down. Her mom skipped the appointment. The judge, by default, issued a removal order for my wife, her mother, and her brother. And she was never notified of it. Like, she had no way of knowing.
Kluat says his family was trying to do the right thing and obey the law by still going to the green card interview.
The interviewer went and talked to his supervisor and then came back, told us that we did well and to wait in the lobby for paperwork regarding our next appointment. And then, the 3 ICE agents showed up and arrested my wife.
Kluat taking his wife's wedding ring for safekeeping as he says she was handcuffed and led away. The Department of Homeland Security telling NBC News in part, Paula Kluat is in the country illegally. President Trump and Secretary Noem are not going to ignore the rule of law. After nearly a month, Kluat says he's working to get Paula's immigration case reopened and trying everything he can to bring her home.
It seems like there's no humanity with this, whole deportation stick going on right now. It feels hopeless, and I'm hoping I'm wrong.
You see the vet there holding his child. Aaron Gilchrist joins us tonight. Aaron, are there any special protections or benefits in place for military spouses in situations like this?
Well, Tom, Kluat says traditionally veterans had been allowed to take advantage of the option of parole in place. So in this case, Kluat says that his wife would have been able to parole at home, would have been able to get a work visa, and would have been able to go through the green card process and eventually become a citizen that way. But in this instance, because of that deportation order that was placed on her mother, her and her brother when she was a teenager, that supersedes even marriage, according to Kluat. And so for that reason, she's been picked up by federal agents and is being held in custody. They are waiting now for a decision by a judge in California on whether to reopen that deportation case. That is something that we're told has been really moving very slowly. And so the concern is that they don't know when this judge's signature might come through and allow them to try to make their case again for the asylum that was granted to this to the wife and her family previous to her marriage to this Marine Corps veteran.
Okay, and here is my thinking on this. This is not a fucking criminal case. You're breaking up a family. The law has always
The Trump administration is appealing a federal judge's new.
The law is always, especially, this isn't a criminal case, okay? There is wiggle room in that response from the Trump administration, like, we will follow the law. Well, motherfucker, break the law, okay? These are not any sort of criminal cases. There are things such as extenuating circumstances. Trump is going to fuck up a good thing because he's not bright. Tom Homan, not bright. If you're actually thinking that these little, and this isn't the first time. This is like the second case that I'm aware of where a breastfeeding mother is just taken away, ripped away from her child. These cases are going to pile up, and what could have been a potentially good thing is going to be a good goal is going to be fouled up by bad method. I've been saying this for a month or two now. The goals that the Trump administration are setting with their deportation aims, their goals, it's good goals. The method is not justifying, the ends are not justifying these horrible methods. What the fuck are these idiots doing? This is bad even for Trump. And this is why I can't get behind some of this bullshit. I don't have a problem with getting people who shouldn't be here out. I don't have a problem with getting criminals out. But the fucking, they're fucking up a good thing. And I'll just leave it at that. And, I just don't get why, these MAGA nuts cannot understand that it is not just because half the time they don't even understand what illegal is. I just don't like people who can't think critically. And I don't see Donald Trump as a critical thinker. I don't see his fucking voters as critical thinkers, to be honest. How can you support the woman is not a criminal, but it's okay to take her away from her 3-month-old? The fuck? And you know what? The best line of this article or that news report is, where is the humanity? Apparently, it's America first, but without humanity. And you know what? While this story's here, let's just go ahead and listen to this. It looks like it's Abrego Garcia. Oh, no, this is Mahmoud Khalil. Well, fuck it. It's another immigration cock up. Let's watch it.
The Trump administration is appealing a federal judge's new ruling that Kilmar Abrego Garcia can, in fact, be released from immigration custody while he awaits trial for human smuggling charges. Abrego Garcia is the Maryland father, originally from El Salvador, who the Department of Justice admitted to mistakenly deporting to an El Salvador prison back in March. And that was after accusing him of being a violent gang member. But now the likelihood that he actually goes free remains unclear, since immigration enforcement can now also try to detain and deport him. NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us with the details. Julia, this feels far from over. I mean, what first was the judge's reasoning for releasing him on bail? But then now, what grounds could ICE have for detaining him upon that release?
Well, this was a magistrate judge in Tennessee, and a magistrate judge in this case at an arraignment hearing is given one question to answer, and is, does this person pose a threat to the public or a potential flight risk if they are released? And this judge, Barbara Holmes, said no. In fact, she did not think that the government had proven to her that he was either of those things and didn't think he was a risk. Now, remember, since Abrego Garcia was deported and it's come out that it was a mistake, he did have a withholding of removal order in 2019, the government has since charged him criminally. We saw Attorney General Pam Bondi come out, charge him with conspiracy to transport aliens and unlawful transportation of undocumented aliens, all coming from a traffic stop in Tennessee years prior. That's why this is a judge in Tennessee who is deciding this today. She says he can go, but you're right. The government's appealing, and there's nothing to keep ICE from then going and arresting him on immigration charges and trying to hold him and deport him again.
Yeah, this is I guess I have time to kind of notice these things. This whole good idea of getting people, criminals deported and all this stuff, is slowly but surely unraveling. And no one seems to be noticing. Least of all, the Trumpanistas. So this is actually him. This is is it Mahmoud Khalil? Being reunited with his wife and child. He's never even met his child because he was literally grabbed. Once again, no criminal charges. He was here legally. And they just said, hey, we didn't like you being part of these protests. We're going to deport you. Literally no criminal charge. I thought the whole thing was to get criminals out of the country. This dude has done nothing criminal, actually nothing civil, nothing administrative.
Mahmoud Khalil back home in New York tonight after being reunited with his newborn son and family upon landing at Newark Liberty Airport.
Not only if they threaten me with detention, even if they would kill me, I would still speak up for Palestine.
Released from detention by a federal judge late Friday, the pro-Palestinian activist was a key figure in Columbia University's protest against the war in Gaza during the spring of last year.
The U.S. government is funding this genocide, and Columbia University is investing in this genocide.
He's not resisting. Khalil is a legal U.S. resident with a green card and married to a U.S. citizen. Never charged with a crime, he was detained by immigration agents in March and held for 104 days in a Louisiana detention center.
Release Mahmoud right now!
His arrest triggering nationwide demonstrations against the Trump administration's crackdown on campus protests.
They're agitators. They don't love our country. We ought to get them the hell out.
The Trump administration filed the notice of appeal just minutes after Khalil's release. The 30-year-old missed the birth of his son while in detention in Louisiana and says for now he will be spending time with his family and then continuing to protest.
Whether you are a citizen, an immigrant, anyone on this land, you're not illegal. That doesn't make you less of a human.
Maya Eaglin joins me now from outside Columbia University. Maya, what does Khalil's legal team say comes
Ooh,
next?
she's cute.
Jose, Mahmoud Khalil remains at risk of deportation given the powers an immigration law gives the Secretary of State. A judge's previous ruling said he cannot be deported, but the Trump administration is now appealing that decision as well. Jose?
All right. Well, this is a little one story I was going to look at is just turning into all kinds of problems that the Trump administration is generating. So don't care if you're mad. Don't care if you don't like it. Fuck it. Leave if you don't like the criticism. But taking something that is a good idea and fouling it up seems to be Donald Trump Jr. or Donald Trump Sr.'s talent. It's amazing. Yeah, maybe so. But you know what? Before I get all riled up, this is an Alaska story, and I see that our favorite Alaskan. Now, your favorite Alaskan, my second favorite Alaskan, is not here. Neither are here. Trump administration to end protections for 50 million acres, of national forest in Alaska.
Trump administration to end protections for 58 million acres of national forests. This article is by Lisa Friedman and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration said on Monday that it would open up 58 million acres of backcountry and national forests to road construction and development, removing protections that had been in place for a quarter century. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins announced plans to repeal the 2001 roadless rule that had preserved the wild nature of nearly a third of the land in national forests in the United States. Ms. Rollins said the regulation was outdated. Once again, President Trump is removing absurd obstacles to common sense management of our natural resources by rescinding the overly restrictive roadless rule, Ms. Rollins said in a statement. She said the repeal opens a new era of consistency and sustainability for our nation's forests. Environmental groups said the plan could destroy some of America's untouched landscapes and promised to challenge it in court. The unspoiled land in question includes Tongass National Forest in Alaska, North America's largest temperate rainforest, Reddish Knob in the Shenandoah Mountains, one of the highest points in Virginia, and millions of acres of the Frank Church River of no-return wilderness in Idaho. Most Americans value these pristine backcountry areas for their sense of wildness, for the clean water they provide, for the fishing and hunting and wildlife habitat, said Chris Wood, the chief executive of Trout Unlimited, an environmental group. When President Bill Clinton used executive authority to protect the forests weeks before leaving office in 2001, it was hailed by conservationists as the most significant step since President Theodore Roosevelt laid the foundation for the national forest system. It blocked logging, road building, and mining and drilling on 58 million acres of the remaining undeveloped national forest lands. Mr. Wood, who served as a senior policy advisor to the chief of the U.S. Forest Service when the rule was developed, recalled that it had wide public support. I don't think the timber industry wants to get into these areas, he said. They're wildly controversial, and they're too expensive to access. I believe when they take this to rulemaking, they will realize how wildly unpopular getting rid of that rule is and how little gain there is to be had from it. Randy Spivak, Public Lands Policy Director at the Center for Biological Diversity, an environmental group, said eliminating protections would invite wildfires and put drinking water at risk. The Trump administration's disdain for nature knows no bounds, Ms. Spivak said. The roadless rule is one of our country's most important conservation achievements, and we'll fight like hell to keep these protections in place. The announcement comes as the Trump administration is moving to significantly increase logging in the United States. President Trump has called on cabinet secretaries to bypass endangered species laws and other environmental protections in order to boost the domestic supply of timber. Ray White of Harold White Lumber and Millworks in Kentucky said he was glad to see an end to restrictions on the land and an opportunity to gain access to new timber. We're very pleased to see a little common sense being brought back, Mr. White said. It certainly does give the opportunity now to get to a large part of these forests. On Capitol Hill, Republican lawmakers are currently writing a plan to sell off federal lands as part of their domestic policy and tax package. The effort has drawn an intense backlash from Democrats, environmental activists, and some Republicans. Republican lawmakers from Western states praised the plan to eliminate the roadless rule. Representative Nick Begich, Republican of Alaska, called the Trump administration decision yet another a major victory for the state and said the regulation had blocked access to critical resources and halted economic opportunity, particularly in Alaska, where 92% of the Tongass National Forest was off-limits. Tongass National Forest has for decades been the center of the fight over the roadless rule. Its cedar, hemlock, and Sitka spruce trees, many of them more than 800 years old, provide essential habitats for 400 species of wildlife, including bald eagles, salmon, and the world's greatest concentration of black bears. The towering trees also play an essential role in fighting climate change. They store more than 10% of the carbon accumulated by all national forests in the United States, according to the government. In 2020, the first Trump administration stripped roadless protections specifically in the Tongass National Forest and opened about 9 million acres to logging. In 2023, the Biden administration restored the restrictions. The U.S. Forest Service, a division of the Agriculture Department, said in a statement that it would issue a formal notice of the rollback in the coming weeks.
Wish 12th man were here. I'd be interested in his take. Hopefully it's not bordering on his 20 acres. Let's see. There are no mills that can even... Oh, wow. You know what? How does that work? Uncle Fatty, you would know. I mean, how do you break that down? So they raised paradise and put up a Tesla lot. Damn, DiCaprio, you were on fire this morning. All right, God. All right, I'm gonna have to write that one down because Portia does not like us putting too many show titles. See, I'm too lazy to write them down. I just copy them and just make future shows with them. And Portia hates it when I do that. So let's see. I might be able to get away with this. Give me one sec. Let me go ahead. Let's I'm going to switch gears again. And that's, man, if anybody wants this story, let me know. I'm looking at the picture that's on the screen. It's stunning. In the background, this is up on a mountain. And if you look straight ahead, I don't know if you could see it on your phone, but it's like a lagoon or something, or maybe it's just a piece of shore, but it looks kind of like a lagoon. This is fucking stunning. This must be like 9,000 feet up or something. I would love to build a house there. So maybe Trump's doing a good thing. If he could just give me this particular plot of land and let me build a house, I would support him. So anyway, let's move on. Cuomo and Mamdani, I talked a little bit about this. Essentially, the Democratic race in New York has come down, surprisingly enough, to Zoran Mamdani, who is from, where's he from? I think he's from Uganda. He's an Indian, but born in Uganda. And if you know anything about, and I know very little about African history, but Indians in places like Uganda are essentially natives. They've been there for generations. So anyway, he was born in Uganda versus Cuomo. Mamdani is a democratic socialist. Cuomo is kind of a straight line normie Democrat, and they have come down via ranked choice voting, by the way, to a head to head. So you could be looking at the next mayor. One of these two is going to be the next mayor of New York City. And frankly, I'm not so much a democratic socialist, but I'd rather see Mamdani win because Cuomo has had his time, and Bill Clinton supporting him, and these old white pinch their secretary on the butt sort of politicians, their time is over, in my opinion.
Cuomo and Mamdani push to raise turnout in jump ball mayor's race. This article is by Emma G. Fitzsimmons and read by an automated voice. In the final hours before primary day, the Democratic race for mayor of New York City appeared to be razor tight, leaving the two leading candidates, Andrew Cuomo and Zoran Mamdani, in scramble mode to boost turnout on Tuesday. A new poll released on Monday by Emerson College suggested the race was too close to call, with Mr. Cuomo drawing the most first-place votes, but falling short of the 50% threshold required to be declared the winner under the city's relatively new ranked choice voting system. The poll shows Mr. Mamdani pulling ahead in the 8th round, topping Mr. Cuomo by 3.6 percentage points, matching the poll's margin of error. It is the first major survey that shows Mr. Mamdani winning, seemingly reflecting his momentum, especially among younger voters. It is essential that we turn out in record numbers in order to turn the page on Andrew Cuomo, his billionaire donors, and the politics of big money and small ideas, Mr. Mamdani, a state assemblyman and Democratic socialist, said on Monday. Mr. Cuomo, the former governor who resigned in 2021 following a series of sexual harassment allegations that he denies, has led in polls for months, including one also released on Monday by Fix the City, a super PAC tied to Mr. Cuomo's interests. His campaign called the Emerson poll an outlier. "We will continue to fight for every vote, like he will fight for every New Yorker as mayor," Rich Azzopardi, a spokesman for Mr. Cuomo, said. The contest has seemed to invigorate New Yorkers. Roughly 384,000 Democrats voted early, nearly twice as many people as voted during the same period 4 years ago. Most veteran political experts agreed on Monday that the race was close, and that it would come down to who could turn out their supporters. Former Mayor Bill de Blasio, a fierce critic of Mr. Cuomo, who has not endorsed any of his challengers, said in an interview that he saw similarities between this primary and his come-from-behind primary victory in 2013.
Yeah, well, blame me too,
He
Calvin.
said that the debates had played a factor, along with a cross-endorsement between Mr. Mamdani and Brad Lander, the left-leaning city comptroller who is running third in most polls. A grassroots campaign, thoroughly outgunned in terms of money, has managed to make this a very close affair, he said of Mr. Mamdani's team. Several of Mr. Cuomo's allies declined requests for interviews. His team scrambled to counter the narrative that his campaign was on the ropes. The betting markets showed volatile swings over who might win, with Mr. Cuomo no longer a clear favorite. Howard Glazer, a former advisor to Mr. Cuomo, said that he had run a, quote, grim and joyless campaign. Both candidates have hit the campaign trail with vigor. Mr. Cuomo held a rally with union members in the evening, Mr. Mamdani visited the Flushing neighborhood in Queens with John Liu, a state senator who holds some influence among Asian American voters. Mr. Mamdani highlighted his campaign rally on Sunday night with Letitia James, the state attorney general, who compared Mr. Mamdani to former President Barack Obama, arguing that he had, quote, vision and passion for change. Mr. Mamdani and Ms. James grasped hands at the rally, with a slate of mayoral candidates supported by the left-leaning Working Families Party. Several Democratic strategists referred to the race as a jump ball that could come down to the wire. You could go into different neighborhoods and come out of it convinced that one or the other was definitely going to win, said Rebecca Katz, a political consultant who has advised Mr. de Blasio and Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania. Ms. Katz, whose firm is working on Mr. Mamdani's campaign, added that there were several factors that made the race unpredictable. It is only the second time ranked choice voting has been used in a mayoral primary. New Yorkers have shifting voting patterns as they embrace early voting, and the city faces the prospect of stifling 100-degree temperatures on Tuesday. The two leading candidates have markedly different field operations. Mr. Cuomo is relying on union members and paid volunteers to get supporters, who tend to be older and could be worried about the sweltering weather, to the polls. A super PAC supporting him has also blanketed the airwaves with millions of dollars in anti-Mamdani television ads. Mr. Mamdani has a large army of canvassers who have been knocking on doors across the city. He has also sought to use the ranked choice system, which allows voters to rank 5 candidates, in order of preference, to his advantage. Mr. Mamdani has campaigned with Mr. Lander, hoping that the cross endorsement will send enough of Mr. Lander's votes his way. The two were scheduled to appear together Monday on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Several candidates who are aligned with Mr. Mamdani also use their ad money to attack Mr. Cuomo. Mr. Lander, who received attention over being arrested by ICE agents last week, released a television commercial attacking Mr. Cuomo and drawing attention to the sexual harassment allegations against the former governor. Michael Blake, a former state lawmaker from the Bronx who also made a cross-endorsement with Mr. Mamdani, used his recent influx of public matching funds to release a television advertisement that said clearly, "Do not rank Andrew Cuomo." On Monday evening, he planned to hold a rally at Co-op City in the Bronx, home to an important block of black voters who have been supportive of Mr. Cuomo in polls. Zalnor Myrie, a state senator in the race, was spending more than $100,000 on radio ads targeting black voters in the race's final days. Rather than promoting Mr. Myrie's campaign, the commercials aim to undermine black support for Mr. Cuomo. Before you vote for mayor, take 60 seconds and think about what Andrew Cuomo actually did in 11 years as governor before he resigned in disgrace, a narrator says. At Mr. Cuomo's rally in Manhattan on Monday evening, he repeated what is now a well-worn closing message, denouncing Mr. Mamdani for his past support for defunding the police, while comparing his own years of management experience to Mr. Mamdani's relatively thin resume. This election is about saving our city by restoring a government that works, that has knowledge, competence, and ability to actually get things done and to stand up to Trump before his antics reach New York. Mr. Cuomo said, "This is not a job for a person who really never had a job before." He left without taking questions from reporters. Nicholas Fandos contributed reporting.
Excuse me. I have another article here on Mamdani from Politico. Unfortunately, there is no auto reader except the one that's embedded in the browser, and I tend not to like it that much. It's even worse than the embedded readers, that the newspapers use. So I'm going to scan through this. The title of the article is Mamdani's Victory Would Signal Seismic Shift in National Politics and a Test for the Socialist Movement. I actually made this point yesterday. You would think that, AOC is a democratic socialist. So is Bernie Sanders. But the progressive caucus in Congress wields no power other than, the power of personality. AOC kind of has charisma. Bernie Sanders has charisma, even if it's grumpy old man charisma, which to me, I like his grumpy old man charisma. I'm seeking to emulate it with a black version, grumpy old man. But this dude is he's 33, and I have been saying for years now that progressives really don't wield power. However, if Mamdani gets into office here, this is going to maybe not be quite a sea change for left progressives, but it's not going to be chopped liver either. I actually think, and I wasn't really thinking about it, or definitely didn't think so even 2 months ago. This could be a sea change if Mamdani comes in. This is almost like a mini version of Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. It is going to be very. And by the way, Bill Clinton has endorsed Andrew Cuomo. So this is shaping up to be, left progressives, Democratic progressives in the Democratic Party against the straight line, old school, normie Democrats right here in New York City. So this is actually going to be interesting, folks. And if you're into politics, this is going to be probably what's going to be. I think it's going to be a political highlight of the year. So I'm waiting for Trump to weigh in. This is taking some of his limelight. So let's see here. I don't know that I want to read through all of this. Let me scan through it and see if there's anything interesting. His platform is basically stabilized rent control, city-owned grocery stores, which is totally interesting. Basically, he wants some grocery stores to be socialized or, basically state-owned or city-owned, which is an interesting idea. Here, let's have a look at this. Let me bring this up in another tab. I wonder how long this show is. Oh, this is 1 hour and 3 minutes. I'm going to drop this link. If anybody's interested, apparently Mamdani was on the Brian Lehrer show. He's an interviewer, like a radio, like podcast interviewer in New York City. So if you want to hear like an interview with this guy, I'll just drop it. And again, I'm not necessarily a democratic socialist. There are some problems with some of their agenda. I'm inclined to at least lean towards their agenda, say, because democratic socialists are populists. They're left populists versus MAGA, the right populists. And I'm always going to be more inclined to, left populism than MAGA, because MAGA has no brain. It's all reactionary, in my opinion. And the left can be reactionary too, but at least they're more humanitarian in nature. Right populism is very authoritarian by nature. And very prone to the word now is cult, but they're very prone to cults of personality. And I won't be talking about Mustache Man or the Italian, the Italian dictator. But I found over, in my reading of history that the right populism tends to be a lot more cult of personality. So let me drop this link. This is, let me make sure I'm spelling his name right. Yeah, I am. Okay. So this is Mom Donnie's Lehrer interview. And I actually doubt that anyone in the audience right now is inclined to be a democratic socialist, but hope springs eternal. And it's politics. You should always know what the other side is thinking. Hey, what's up, Lupin? How you doing? All right, so let's move on. And this kind of just popped up. And I'll have a look at it, and then I've got videos after this. Got to kind of figure out which videos I want to show. I have 4 lined up. Not sure I'm going to look at any of them, or maybe we'll look at all of them. I said this was going to be a longish show, but I'm in doubt now. So my buddy, Curtis Yarvin, I haven't even read this article, but it says here, BFT podcast, America's leading monarchist seems unwell. And I hope he's not sick. But here's a video here that I guess it's commentary. I don't know if it's an interview, but Curtis Yarvin literally is a monarchist. And what are they? He's like some, the left, not the left, he's like a tech bro who is kind of like aligned with people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump, directly or indirectly, but he's a tech bro who thinks he's a political philosopher. Ooh, boy.
Folks, Denny here. Welcome to another Bad Faith Times podcast. Sorry, it's been a while. I've been working on other stuff, one of my other 14 podcasts. This one's called Things of That Nature, and I'm doing it as a side project with Patrick Doherty. You may know him from Roto World. He's otherwise known as Roto Pat on social media, including on Blue Sky, where we need him to post more. Folks, Blue Sky needs Roto Pat more than he knows. So I encourage that from my man. Things of That Nature can be found on Apple Podcasts. It can be found on YouTube.
What's up, B Brave?
First episode was about optimization, which I know you love because I've written about it at Bad Faith Times a couple times, 15 times over the past couple years. Second episode was about are we out of takes as a society? It's a question worth considering. In that episode, I say that I hate the show The Bear, which has proven to be an unpopular opinion. Anyway, I wanted to talk today. Actually, I don't want to talk, but I have no choice. I've been left with no choice but to talk about Curtis Yarvin today. I've written about Yarvin twice now for Bad Faith Times. Once after his lengthy, rambling interview with the New York Times, both in print and for their a podcast that New York Times distributes, in which Yarvin spreads his pro-monarchy propaganda. And yeah, I mean, I said that right. It actually feels weird coming out of my mouth, those words, pro-monarchy. Yarvin is a monarchist living in the year 2025. So hundreds and thousands of years living under the rule of despots and kings has produced a generation in the 2020s that wants a king. I don't get it, and I wrote about that last week, where the No Kings protests, unprecedented in its scope and completely uncovered by mainstream media, showed right-wingers one thing, and that is that monarchy is on the menu now, folks. It's not, by the way. I think it's like one of the easiest things I've ever had to refute in writing, that monarchy is on the menu. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, when 7 to 8 million Americans gather on the same day to say we're not cool with kings, I would say it's the opposite. I would say monarchy is definitively not on the menu going forward. And it is incredible, just as an aside. Of course, I didn't plan this, but that during the early Obama years, the Zoomers might not remember, there was a movement. It was a total AstroTurf, fake, funded by billionaires, literally paid actors doing the protesting. It was called the Tea Party movement, right? And basically this consisted of like, I don't know, like 1,200 grandparents across like 18 states.
You know what?
Saying that they wanted.
I thought he was going to deal with Yarvin directly. So I actually subscribe to the Bad Faith Times, and it's better reading than the podcast, apparently. So we're going to move into some videos here, and this is actually not the one I want to show first, but she is going to be shown because she made me smile. This is something that I actually did not know happened, but there's a female musician called Rhiannon Giddens, and I first discovered her. There's an old, well, the group is no longer together now, but it was a folk group called the Carolina Chocolate Drops, and they've got videos, or their former performances are actually out on YouTube. And if you're into kind of folk music, they are probably royalty. But I wanted to show. Apparently, she wrote a play that has won a Tony Award, and I had no clue because I don't generally keep up with stuff like that. And this is slow. You know what? One thing I'm going to have to do, because I'm back on the 5G router, which is actually slower than my FiOS network.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Let me stop this right quick because I'm tired of this lag. If I drop out, I'll be right back. My apologies. I should have done this before the show started. Let's see here. Well, that was relatively seamless. So we're on the faster network. I rebooted my computer and it just automatically goes to the 5G router. Which, by the way, I'm actually a big fan of FiOS. I'm sorry, of 5G routers. They work fairly well. They're just not as quick or as fast as FiOS.
Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
I was a Pulitzer Prize winning. I thought it was Tony Award winning.
Pioneering musical artist Rhiannon Giddens. She first gained fame as a member of the Grammy Award-winning Carolina Chocolate Drops, a black string band which inspired a new generation of black musicians to play the banjo and fiddle. Giddens has gone on to have a celebrated solo career and has even collaborated with banjo playing. about Omar ibn Said, a Muslim scholar chart. In 2023, Rhiannon Giddens won a Pulitzer Prize for her opera Omar, about Omar ibn Said, sold into slavery and forcefully brought to Charleston, South Carolina in 18.
If you folks don't know about this story of Said, it is totally fascinating. He was like literally African royalty that was kidnapped by accident. And he spoke Arabic for some reason or another. He just caught people's attention. But I've never seen the opera or play or whatever it is. But it's a fascinating story. They wound up basically sending him back to Africa because it's like we can't keep this guy as a slave. He's royalty. So it's a fascinating story.
1807. In a moment, we'll hear Rhiannon Giddens talk about Omar. But first, an excerpt from the song Julie's aria from the opera Omar.
My daddy wore a cap like yours.
Just give it a second. But I would definitely, I don't know that you need to read the opera, but you do need to know this story. And maybe I should, let me skip ahead here.
The Pulitzer Prize. Rhiannon, this is just astounding. Can you talk about the life of Omar ibn Said?
I can, yeah. He was a 37-year-old Quranic scholar. He'd been studying, for all of his adult life, and even when he was a child. And he was 37 years old, and he was sold into slavery. His compound was overrun, and he was sold, and he had to go over the Middle Passage, and he ended up in Charleston, was his first port of call. And he was sold to a man there that I think used him pretty badly, like put him in the fields and treated him very badly. And he ran away from him, and he ended up in North Carolina. And they found him in a jail. They put him in jail because you couldn't just be a random Black person walking around. Somebody had to own you, or you were, imprisoned. And so he was put into jail.
Oh, and by the way, a comment on Rhiannon Giddens. This is her. She is the most beautiful Black woman. If you have to take looks and talent and like just being smart, she is the smartest Black woman in America. Now, you could make an exception. I think my sister might be smarter. My mother's no longer around, or I wouldn't even make this comment. But Rhiannon Giddens is literally, in my opinion, just my opinion, the smartest Black woman in America, and possibly the world. But I'll just limit myself to America. High praise from a cranky old man.
And he was found there, and he had written on the walls with the ashes verses of the Quran. And so he was sold to a family in North Carolina, where he lived out the rest of his life, another 50 years. He lived into his 80s and was never freed. And the reason we know who he is that he wrote an autobiography in Arabic. So he was pressed upon to
Oh, okay. This is a
life,
different, there's
begins it with,
another
"I cannot
Arabic
write my
guy
life."
who wound up going back.
This was 20
to
years
Africa.
after he had been brought to the United States. And it's just a remarkable document. It's the only, as best as the scholars who've told me know, it's the only autobiography written by an enslaved person while they are enslaved that we have, anywhere in the United States. And it's definitely the only document written in Arabic by an enslaved person. So it's a really special thing that we have it. And I was commissioned by the Spoleto Festivals, the first opera they commissioned.
Spoleto,
To write an
Charleston.
opera. And I brought in Michael Abels, who's an incredible composer and film scorer, and who knows the orchestra and knows how to write for orchestra. I know how to write for banjo and for voice. So between the two of us, we created the score for Omar, and I wrote the libretto. And it was a really intense experience, you know. But it's just so amazing that Omar's story has been is being lifted by this opera, being lifted by the existence of this work, and more
I gotta
people are knowing
fucking
about
see
him.
this
Because the whole
opera.
point for me was to complicate the again the complication to complicate the American narrative, like who gets to say that they represent the American story. You know, why is the Mayflowers, you know, somebody who came on the Mayflower, why is that held up as a representational when Omar's is just as representational? It's just not as, you know, it's not as pleasant. It's very challenging. And also that there were so many Muslims that were brought over to the United States, and they have, you know, a massive impact on the culture. And
By the way, there is a book, and it's kind of unrelated, but the Muslim point. There's a book called Thomas Jefferson's Quran, and I'll find it while this video is playing. It is a fascinating book. It talks about Islam in the young United States. Fascinating book. I actually own a copy. I think it might even be a first edition. But Islam in America is fascinating, by the way. So let's get back to the beautiful Rhiannon Giddens.
and in some places language, you know, if you go to the Georgia Sea Islands, where you can trace some of the words in Gullah to
Love
Arabic.
the Sea Islands.
So it's just an opportunity to really just kind of blow things wide open and go, well, this is another huge part of the story that hasn't been told. And going through the life of Omar, you can really represent that in a way that's just really remarkable, because he was remarkable, you know, he was remarkable. That he was able to hold on to his faith. He quoted the Quran till he died, you know, and he was by himself. He wasn't like, you know, surrounded by people that, you know, like he was when he was back home, and he has to carry the whole thing on his own. You know, he has to remember the verses. He has to remember the language. He has to do it all, you know, in isolation. And that's just, you know, it's a thing. And he did it. And now he left something so that we can, you know, look at his words and go, wow, what a remarkable life.
Rhiannon, you talk about Omar living out his years in North Carolina. You were born in North Carolina, in Greensboro. Can you talk
Yes.
about your own indigenous and African-American roots and how you first picked up the banjo, how you got involved with music, the trajectory of your life and all of the musical forms that you have now excelled in and expressed yourself in?
Wow. Okay. How long do you have? Okay. I'll give you the capsule version. Yeah, I'm from North Carolina, from a mixed family, mixed black and white. And I know indigenous, you know, back there is kind of a typical Southern story of black, white, and red mixed in sort of indiscriminate ways. And I don't claim a tribal affiliation. I like to say I'm like Native adjacent. You know, I know I've got cousins who identify as Native, but I myself use that story to try to raise awareness and to highlight and to ally myself with the Native story, the indigenous story, because so many indigenous people feel invisible because, you know, a lot of mainstream culture just assumes that was past, and there's no Indians around, you know. And I use the word Indian because a lot of people, especially in North Carolina, consider themselves as Indian country, Indian
It's
culture.
funny.
So it's, you know, it's.
When I was in the Navy, one of my fellow officers was Cherokee. He was from Oklahoma. He was actually part of Cherokee tribe. And you know what? He preferred Indian versus Native American. So she reminded me of that guy. I hadn't thought of him in years.
It's complicated, and not any group is monolithic, including indigenous people. And then, you know, obviously there's black and white, and that's been my main sort of affiliation. And I didn't know anything about Omar's story, which made me so mad because I was born and raised in North Carolina. But anyway, that's you know, that's another thing. So I just grew up, you know, as a Southerner, and I grew up with my grandparents first, and living out in the country and listening to hee haw and listening to blues and jazz records and just whatever they were listening to. And, you know, over the years, I got a lot of different music from different people, my dad, my sister, and just sort of took it all in and went to Oberlin, graduated with a bachelor's in music, loved opera. I loved it. I still love it. Soprano. I did a bunch of operas. It was Juliet. It was all of these things. And then I came back home and I was like, what am I doing? What am I doing in opera that like a million other sopranos can't do as good or better than me? Like, what am I bringing? I remember thinking this, and while I was trying to figure that out, I started contra dancing, it's like square dancing, but in long lines. It's a community dance, and that's when I fell in love with the banjo, because there were always live bands and a lot of old time bands. And then I found out the history of the banjo, and then I was kind of record scratch time. That was it. It wasn't just because I love the banjo, but I felt the injustice of having been raised in North Carolina, surrounded by banjo music, not knowing the true history of the banjo, like wanting to learn the banjo and feeling like I had to ask permission, and then finding out that the banjo itself is a Black instrument and that the tradition itself is a Creole tradition that's a cross-cultural collaborative tradition, and that I didn't have to ask any permission to play this music because it was my music, and I just got really upset, I just got mad. I was just like, why haven't I been told this? Why don't I know this? And then immediately falling on the heels of that question was
because
in whose best
history
interest is it that I don't
education
know
in
this thing?
America is
And so that
suppressed
just kind of set me off on
into
my path of,
patriotic
trying
education.
to
That's why, Rihanna.
uncover, to discover, to shine a light, and I've just kind of gone where I've been led, really, because I love all the stories that we don't hear, in our school system, the stories that aren't deemed interesting enough, or that deviate from the narrative of this is white and this is Black and brown doesn't exist, and let's keep everything separated so that they don't realize that we're schnookering them all.
So talk about being a part of the Carolina Chocolate Drops, and then I want to ask you about Our Native Daughters, Rhiannon.
Of course, yeah. The Carolina Chocolate Drops is a Black string band that was formed around 2006, and kind of the center of it was learning from Joe Thompson, who was an 86-year-old African-American fiddler from Mebane, North Carolina, that was one of the last proponents of the old string band position. Not the only Black fiddler, left in the country, but one of the last of that kind of old time, Black string band tradition, rural tradition, where it had been passed down as an oral tradition from the time of slavery. And so, we wanted to take that out into the world and educate about. There would be.
Yeah, it's really annoying having to skip through this part.
Macala, hubby.
You know what? I have to tell you a story how I even discovered them.
Then Our Native Daughters.
Oh, God damn it.
Natives' Daughters, which highlight the struggle, the resistance, the hope of Black women, resonating back to the 17th, the 18th, and 19th century. Talk about your work there.
Yeah, I was in the Smithsonian, the Museum for African American Culture, History and Culture at Smithsonian, and in DC, and I was just really struck with some of the historical exhibits, and I was just thinking that, God, we need to be making music from these really hard things, and it just kind of turned into this project. They asked me to record something for them, and I said, I'm just thinking, okay, here's the project. I want to do something with these historical.
Now, I've never heard of
in the Smithsonian.
This.
And then it kind of like, as I was thinking about who to do it with,
I'm definitely
women,
gonna look it up.
The story of women, especially Black women, really is what has driven me a lot in my.
And let me stop this right here while I'm thinking about it. Listening to this particular article about a different way or a different part of first off, let me say this. The South of the United States is especially just beautiful culturally, as well as, the aesthetics of it. People do not stop and smell the roses. And I'm 60, I'm on the downward slope of life. I've got a son, and I actually thank God that he's at a good Southern university. There is a grace. There is Spanish moss on our trees. It is beautiful. The Spanish moss on an oak tree is one of the more beautiful things you'll see on a sultry evening in the Sea Islands of South Carolina, or Sea Islands of South Carolina, or Savannah. There is a way. It is an antidote, at least in my life, to hearing about all this Black manosphere bullshit about how Black men and Black women are at odds. And dude, I listen as late as yesterday or overnight, how Black women are this and Black men are that, and the war of the sexes. And you know what? Pull your head out of that ass of American culture and put yourself into this sort of stuff. There is Black excellence. It doesn't mean you have to ignore the problems or the pathologies, but there is this. There is Rhiannon Giddens. There is Carolina Chocolate Drops. There is beauty in Black culture. And if you're gonna sit here and fucking obsess over the bad parts of it, you obscure the very beautiful parts of American Black culture. And this is why I tend to be a little snooty with the motherfuckers who want to talk about Diddy's fuck parties, freak parties, whatever they are. There is this. It's not as popular. You're not going to make as much money. It's not as fun. But I tell you what, when you get to be an old Black man like me, you're going to much rather know that you introduced your kids to this part of our heritage than Diddy parties. And the bullshit that I heard overnight on can't remember whether it was T's show or Breezy's show, one of those shows, where an old motherfucker wants to talk about how horrible rap music is and how horrible social media is. Of course I objected. I wasn't on the panel, thank God, because I would have disrupted the panel with my response to that dumb ass foolishness. I was in the chat, luckily, but even when I type in the chat, sometimes it's so abrasive that it gets noticed. The motherfuckers who want to talk about social media being bad or rap music being bad or why can't Blacks be like Jews, it's all a fucking cop-out. And those people who make those comments talking about accountability are not being accountable with shitty logic, kindergarten level thinking, and they're just not being responsible. Parenting. That's what every motherfucker who has the problem about Black culture and all this stuff, it all stems on parenting. If you're not concentrating on making better parents, then you are dropping the ball. Fuck rap music, it's already here. Fuck the toxicity, it's already here. We can't let it go. We have to put efforts into making all the toxicities, either eliminating them or, just kind of isolating them or whatever. But if your number one goal isn't making better young people into responsible and good parents, then you have lost the bubble. And this is why I have no patience with motherfuckers talking about rap music or social media or, the war between the sexes and, red pill, black pill, manosphere. You're all motherfucking idiots. And I keep trying to say this. Other people besides myself are trying to say this, and I will keep saying it. And I will have 12 people in my audience because I don't give a fuck about your feelings. You're fucked up. Stop being fucked up. It's your only hope. If you're going to do a show about the fucking rap music industry, then you're missing the point. Rap music has absolutely nothing to do with good parenting. Good parenting is the antidote to the toxicity in social media or rap music or anything like that. There are motherfuckers who would rather complain about rap music than just be better parents and don't bring the shit into your house. That's how you do it, folks. So I will move on back to what I want to do, but I had to get that ridiculous cranky old man soliloquy out of the way.
My solo work, my earliest songwriting dealt with women during the slavery times and coming from enslaved people's narratives and different paraphernalia around slavery, but always centering women because I feel like that's not the stories we get. Even if we get enslaved stories, we don't always get, other than Harriet Tubman. That's kind of it. And so the opportunity to bring 3 other Black women, together with myself, and then I wanted the banjo to be central because it's also been so maligned and so misunderstood, and it's so central to American culture, that I wanted it to be other banjo playing Black women. So I keep telling people, like, there's more than just me. There's a lot of us actually.
Well,
at this point,
hold on, Simple Man. Hold on one sec.
Tell us your favorite song from our native daughters.
Oh gosh, I love them all, but I think Moon Meets Sun was one of the first ones that we wrote, and it was one that 3 of us wrote together. Layla wasn't there that day. It's me and Allie and Amethyst, and it really has all 3 of us in it. And that was just a magic moment. We just kind of went, okay, this is a thing. Like, this is so cool. We don't have to explain ourselves to each other. We don't have to we just there was just so much that we didn't have to do because we all were like, yeah, we know, yeah. And it kind of made for a really wonderful communal energy that surrounded this song. So that's definitely one of my favorites.
The moon meets the sun, we'll be dancing. When the day is done,
You know what? I keep forgetting that we shouldn't be listening to this music. John's gonna kick my butt, but it'll be all right. Why do they scare you, Calvin? That is a very interesting comment. Hold on one sec. And I'll deal with that comment in just a second. Deja Timms, I have no idea. It's not me kicking you out. I see you, and then all of a sudden you're gone. So not sure why. Are you new to the channel?
She received the Pulitzer Prize for her opera, Omar. Thanks for watching.
Okay, and again, she's a Pulitzer Prize winner, and no one's heard of her. You know more about Diddy. Diddy's never won a Pulitzer Prize. So let's go back to why on earth would these women, who in my opinion are quite good looking, why would they scare you, Calvin? because they're not going to take your bullshit or what? Now, Rhiannon Giddens is over 50, so she's not really age appropriate. So that's not such a bad thing that you're scared of her. She's probably old enough to be your mother. Maybe that's what it is.
Hey man, that's
So,
so cool that you got. I was just noticing that.
Noticing what?
It's 2 channels, but I got 2 phones. But then at the same time, I'm always using just one phone, so I'm always missing like.
Oh
half
wait,
the chat.
hold on, hold the phone.
That's crazy. What up?
Well, no, hold on one sec. Let me address Kelvin here. At least with Diddy, we know what we're dealing with. Well, motherfucker, if you hold on one second. If you know you're dealing with toxicity, motherfucker, when you are holding a poisonous snake, you don't stick with it. You get rid of the poisonous snake. Dude, the devil you know. Oh, Kelvin, hit the link, man. Hit the link so I can help you. Number one, we need to deconstruct that thinking. We need to deconstruct that thinking and build you a critical way of dealing with devils you think you know. Dude, you don't know Diddy. You know his music. Those are 2 different things, son. And I know you're kidding, Kelvin. I hope
you made me think about what Snoop Dogg said on what was that City Hall years
Why
ago.
do I care? Why do I care about Snoop Dogg and what he said? Remind me.
Nah, I'm talking about long ago. They had
okay. Let me stop you right here. Let me stop you. No, you're going to stop. This is what is not lost on me. So John Galt gets up at 5 a.m. to fucking talk about rap music. Why the someone make that make sense? Now, I am probably missing how important rap music is to young black people like John Galt, but goddamn, it's that important. Why is music that important?
It's culture, Stanley. It's culture.
No, you're absolutely wrong. I'm motherfucking showing you black culture too. This is the motherfucker. I will talk. You will listen. Okay, you're not gonna goddamn tell me that Diddy is any more culture than Rhiannon Giddens. One is more popular than the other. One is better known than the other. One is not necessarily better than the other. But one thing we're going to motherfucking agree on is one is less toxic than the other. Okay, again, motherfucker, do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt. I'll let you know when I'm done. That parents, because I always go back to parenting, that parents don't introduce their kids to this part of the culture versus the diddly or diddy part of the culture. That is a parenting problem. It's not a motherfucking culture problem. Parents build culture. It is a two-way street. It is a feedback loop. But if you think that you are a slave to the culture and you have to listen to what the culture offers, then you are literally a moron and a bad parent. Motherfuckers, I never really censored my son, but I did pay attention to what he was listening to. It's just lucky he never got it. I'm sure he knows who Diddy is, but I can tell you, I don't know what's on his phone, but he's never played Diddy in my fucking house. Not because I told him not to, probably because he knew he shouldn't. Motherfucker, your kids know what they are allowed to do. You have to be a good and consistent parent. I'm fucking tired of hearing that Diddy is the culture because It's not. He isn't. He is part of the culture. He is not
He
the
was.
culture. Motherfucker, you know what? I'm pissed off enough
He
at your
was,
fucking
Stanley.
stupidity. I'm pissed. Was part of the culture. He is not the culture, asshole.
No, they just trying to
And
make
if
him
you're
popular
and if
again,
you're
Stanley.
too
That's all
if you're
I'm saying.
if you're too stupid to fucking know that Diddy is not the culture, as in the definition of the culture, then you're as whacked as he is.
Oh man, come on, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I said what I said.
I mean, but that's your opinion. I mean, you
No,
welcome
I
to
know
it,
I'm
Stanley.
right, and I know that comment is fucked up. I know it. It's not just my opinion. I think we can all at this point agree that Diddy and his lifestyle and his contribution to the culture is a little bit depraved. But Diddy does not define black culture.
That just showed me you don't know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
it shows me you're a goddamn moron, is what
Oh,
it
come on,
shows
man.
me. No.
Diddy has
I
some of the
said
best
what I
music
said.
in the world.
I said what
know
I
what
said.
you want.
I
Hey,
will not back
it's
down. I
like
will
the
not back
motherfucker we
down.
come across the
Motherfucker, when I'm
vulnerability.
right, I don't back down. You back down, I don't have to.
I don't back down. I just succeed.
Motherfucker, then you can.
No,
Hey,
I might win. I might lose the battle, but I ain't gonna never lose the war, Stanley.
Motherfucker, there's no war, asshole.
There is a war. There
You
is a
are
war only for
literally
your
tilting.
mind.
You are literally tilting at windmills. You're a fucking clown. There is no war. Why are you fighting it?
Really?
All these white motherfuckers have told you
gotta
there's a
blame the white
war,
people.
and your dumb ass believed it. See, this
I love the white
is
people. I love the white man.
motherfucker. You will shut up and listen to good advice. The white people are telling you there's a war, and you are stupid enough to fight it.
You know what the problem is?
What motherfucking
black
war
people don't
is
realize
there?
it's a war at all.
No,
That's the problem,
motherfucker.
man.
You're
Don't know
not
black
black.
man believe
You're
it's a war
dumb.
going on right
You
now.
are not black. You
I'm
are
dumb. You
dumb. Dumb. All of a sudden,
you
I'm
don't bring
starting
up
to
the issues
believe
and solutions.
dumb
You don't bring
is
up no
a race.
situation in the
There
Black
is
American
a
community.
race of dumb people. You're not black. You're not white. You are dumb.
Why don't you come back to the African American community?
Motherfucker,
Stanley?
I'm right goddamn here saying what I'm saying, and you will accept it or you
Come
won't.
back to the African American community, though, Stanley.
Okay, motherfucker, you're not part of the African American community. You're part of the dumb community.
Oh, okay.
As a black man, am taking your black card until you learn how to be black.
Well, when you learn
Motherfucker, you have no motherfucking clue. You have no motherfucking clue. You have
just well
no.
spoken, but you dumb as
have
hell.
no
Stanley.
motherfucking
You well
clue
spoken, but
how
you dumb
to
as
be
hell.
black. You
You
have
like
lost
Wilford
your way,
Brimley.
little black boy.
No, you remind me like you like a
rejected
crossbreed
from
of
the black
Wilford Brimley.
race. You are
and
now a part
goddamn.
of the dumb race.
Come on, man.
Motherfucker, I'm saying what I'm saying.
Why I gotta
and
be
I
the
mean
dumb
it.
race though?
You
But then,
have no
why
black
I gotta be
card.
dumb though?
Your black card has expired.
Well, goddamn it, God ain't said that, so I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Motherfucker, God's gonna take your
For
black
one
card.
thing, man, listen. You gonna have me
Motherfucker,
sound
I
like
don't
Donald
have
Trump
to.
up here in a
Wait,
minute.
what? Listen to what? A dumbass?
Dumb motherfuckers don't know what you're doing. You dumb motherfuckers don't know what you're doing. Y'all here on YouTube street.
You need to.
Advertising and propagating the lifestyle that don't nobody fucking agree with, Stanley.
Okay.
Don't you know it's over for the Democratic Party? I told you this
Solid
6 months
Snake.
ago.
Solid
And you
Snake.
still.
Okay, dumbass, you want to talk Democratic politics? I'm telling you, you're not a black man. Motherfucker, you are not black. You are dumb. You have independently formed your own demographic.
I keep holding on. That's what you're doing, Stanley. You're still holding on, man. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go, man.
You know what? I have let it go, and your dumb ass is
No,
on
you're
your
not. No,
own.
you're not. I just sat up here and heard you crying about a fucking Muslim
You
terrorist.
are on.
You literally
on
just got up here and cried about a Muslim terrorist.
You are on.
You want me to
dumbass
cry for
island.
a Muslim terrorist?
I have no idea what you're talking about now.
That's what
I
you
want
did.
to finish,
That's what you did.
motherfucker. I will. Hey, I will put you in the back, and you can watch this from the back. Your choice. I'm not tolerating your bullshit. Okay, and speaking of Omar, the play, Islam in America, there's a whole book that I just mentioned a bit ago called Thomas Jefferson's Quran. He actually owned one. Now, it's not like he was any sort of expert or, he had a lot of books that he probably never got around to reading. There is evidence that he did read it. By the way, his Quran is in the Library of Congress. So, there is actually it's a history book. One thing that's never talked about is the influence
Do you know where the Muslims stand?
motherfucker, I'm talking. I shall not be disturbed. I'll let you know when I'm done. The influence of Islam in American slavery, there are whole books about it. I don't know that much about it other than the two stories that I mentioned. And I got Rhiannon Giddens' opera, the story behind it, wrong. There are two cases of Islamic royalty winding up in America. This guy, that Rhiannon talks about, wrote an autobiography in Arabic. There's another story of royalty. Maybe he wasn't Islamic, but there is a story about African royalty brought to the United States. He was literate, very literate, and they actually wound up sending him back to Africa, to his family or something like that. And maybe I'll look it up for tomorrow. Extremely interesting story, very rare. So my point is that there's a lot about American history, and I'm not saying this should be taught in high school. It's kind of a sidebar to straight American history, but dumb fucks who don't know a lot about Black culture and what made Black culture, this is one of those asides. Okay, if you think Diddy is Black culture, then you're a goddamn moron.
I didn't say he was Black culture.
Motherfucker, you're in the back. I don't need to be interrupted. All I'm saying is that nary a motherfucker in this John Galt space knows a lot about Black culture. You know Diddy, you know Jay-Z, and you know Beyonce, and you don't know much else about Black culture. We talk a lot about it, and nary a motherfucker knows more than surface level. That's my goddamn point, and I will stand on it because I know I'm right. I have no doubts. This isn't my opinion. It is my pronouncement. So don't motherfucking come up here and talk to me about Black culture because none of y'all motherfuckers know it. I don't even know it.
Really?
Motherfucker, why are you talking? You don't know shit about Black culture. Stop pretending you do.
What is Black culture, Stanley?
Motherfucker, find out.
I know American culture.
I've talked about my opinions about what it is 1,000 times over the last year. You just need to fucking discover it for yourself. It's different for everybody. What Black culture is they're almost 45 million plus versions of what black culture is. Stop thinking it's a monolith. We know what it's not. It's not a monolith.
Hey, check this out, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I'm not checking out shit.
You know, 90. You know what? 95% of African Americans are employed.
I don't
now.
give a fuck about your statistics.
We own a 95%
I'm not that interested.
employed.
I'm not that interested in your thoughts on black culture. I'm gonna be honest. You have no
It's
clue.
not black culture.
Why should I listen?
It's American culture. I think black culture. I think that's
Oh,
like
all
a
of a
separating
sudden
divide
it's
tactic.
American
I don't
culture.
think black culture
All
even
of a
exists.
sudden,
Stanley.
all of a sudden, the anti-black
Stanley, black culture don't
thing-
exist.
all of a sudden, the anti-black solid snake thinks it's American culture. Well, motherfuckers, start calling it American culture. Then.
Man, I'm American.
Motherfucker, I think you are not even American. You're just dumb.
Oh, I was in the second grade. We had one white classmate in our school.
Why are we talking
and I
race
had to
about your
wind up fighting
second
8
grade?
niggas in the bathroom because they wanted to fight him because he was white and I was a child, Stanley.
And you
Why
were
the
the
hell
black
did they
hope for
feel like
that
it was
white
okay
child,
to jump
weren't
on a
you?
white kid
You
in a
were
black
that
all-black school, Stanley?
You were that
Because, God
white
damn it,
child's
niggas are
black
stupid.
hope.
Americans can
Motherfucker.
be stupid, but God damn it, don't let them be stupid. How the hell you think we got out of slavery? Because the few
Motherfucker,
and the proud.
you know what? Let me give you a recommendation. You better modulate your goddamn volume from your end. I'm not gonna do it. Lower your voice or motherfucking lower your volume. I'm not gonna be overtalked. You better fucking A, slow your roll, and B, adjust your attitude and volume. I'm not having it this morning.
On this everything you
Motherfucker, you better shut the fuck up and hear what I said and act accordingly.
I just think you
This is not the Solid Snake Show.
I think you just being anti-American, Stanley.
No,
and
I think
don't
I'm being
appreciate it.
dude, I'm being anti-Solid Snake right now.
Well, okay. Well, you're still being anti-American. Because Solid Snake is an American.
Motherfucker, you're barely human right now.
Really?
I said it. Did I stutter?
Whatever. I just think you being anti-American when you talk about black culture. I don't believe black culture exists.
Yet you literally just said Diddy was black culture. Which is it, asshole? Which is it, asshole? Is Diddy black culture or American culture?
American culture is pure, unadulterated.
Okay. Which is it, asshole? Do I have to repeat myself? Dude,
black culture can be purchased
you can go
across the
back to the
register.
chat and you can listen to me rant.
Black culture can be purchased across the register. American values can't be purchased across the register, Stanley.
That is the stupidest thing I've heard as a culture comment possibly ever.
Well, it's the truest statement you ever heard, and it's brand new.
It's not.
It's a new
It's
theory
not
I got
true.
in my mind.
It's
that
not
black culture
only.
can only
It's
be purchased.
dude. It's so stupid. It defies being termed even untrue. It's literally the stupidest thing I've heard about culture that in history, my history.
That's
At
like
least.
white culture. White culture can be purchased.
Okay, see, this is what
American
white
culture
culture
can't be
has done.
purchased.
This is what quote white culture has done for you. It has literally made you think
gave me YouTube.
that, okay, motherfucker, I'm not going to be overtalked. These people have spoiled you, Solid Snake. You say something that's anti-black and they tell you you're a fucking genius and you were stupid enough to believe them. Be Brave and the Be Brave whites have fucking made you feel like you're smart and you're a man. They have fucked you up. And I don't know that I'm in the mood to deal with the results.
Be brave. Just
So
finish his
anyway,
shit.
I'm
He's trying
motherfucking
to
moving
finish that
on.
shit.
I have lost, dude. I'm moving on. I'm not gonna talk about your fucked up warped version of culture anymore.
Good morning, people. This is what I want you to do. I want you to get you a cup of coffee, make it nice and creamy and sugary. Make sure it's hot. Make sure it's just as you like it, or a cup of tea, or whatever you're drinking this morning, right? Because we're getting ready to go for a walk down memory lane. Y'all remember this guy? I'll give you a minute. You got it? Okay, I'm going to tell you. This is former Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson. Mark Robinson is a Black Trumper, a vile, hateful Black Trumper. Let me refresh your memory. You know I got video.
The people that were talking about reparations in this country, they wanted reparations.
Hold up, just to be clear, the people who were talking about reparations are Black people. So in this speech that he's given, it's to Black people.
The people that were talking about reparations in this country, they wanted reparations. And I remember I made this particular liberal so angry at me because I told them right to their face, nobody owes you anything for slavery. If you want to tell the truth about it, it is you who owes. It's you who owes. Why do you owe? Because somebody in those fields took stripes for you. Somebody after those fields were ended and slavery was ended, somebody had to walk through Jim Crow for you. Somebody fought wars and died for you. Somebody lived less than because they didn't have what you have, and they did it for you. There are people in their graves right now, and they are there because they were willing to stand up and fight for you. Those folks on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, carrying American flags, take that, Colin Kaepernick, living in a society that he could scarcely acknowledge, something that he has never known, living with a bigotry that none of us can imagine. Carried American flags on that bridge, and when they were hit upside the head with nightsticks and shot with water hoses and knocked to the ground, they got up and picked those flags up and kept marching. And they did it for you. Nobody owes you anything. If anybody owes, it's you. Because you've been the benefactor of freedom. You are the one that owes. And what do you owe? You owe it to them to get up off your tail and get to school. And when you get to school, you owe it to them to get up off your tail at school and get to work and get some learning in your head. And once you get that schooling in your head and get out of that school, you owe it to them to get to work. And then when you get to work and you get married, you owe it to them to take care of your children and not let the government take care of your children. It's you who owe. Nobody owes you a single solitary thing. The sacrifice and blood that has been laid out in this nation on your behalf, there is a bill at your feet for it. It's time you got up off your tail and went and go pay it.
He gave that speech 4 years ago, and that speech made him the star ninja of the Republican Party. Yes, him going before a mostly white crowd and preach to them that it's Black people who owes reparations because our ancestors were the ones who did all of the fighting. We don't deserve nothing. The descendants of our ancestors, yeah, we owe. We shouldn't get. Oh, the racists loved it. They loved it. When I shared that video on my pages, all of the racists got down in the comments.
Let me make one additional point here. See, all of a sudden, people forget how litigious American society or American culture has been over the years. See, Mark Robinson wants to make this into a moral argument. The reparations argument is not about morality. It is a damage done argument. Okay, when you have a car wreck, no one is telling you, well, you ought to be grateful you survived. The person who hit your car and maimed you, you just need to be thankful you're alive. Hell, you might owe them money for not hitting your car harder. That's what Mark Robinson's argument is. And people like apparently Daniel Nixon can't think deeper than motherfucker. The reparations argument is not about what your forefathers did. It's what your forefathers weren't paid to hand down generational wealth. Look up Bruce's Beach in California. It's an example I talk about all the time where untold generational wealth did not get transferred down through the Bruce family for damn near 100 years. $0 were handed down. Kids didn't go to college. Kids didn't get new shoes for school, etc., because their land was taken by eminent domain. And a few years ago, in a reparations sort of exercise, the family was given $20 million, and they sold the land back. Not sold it, but they're renting the land back to California. So here we are 100 years later, 20 million bucks, and then there's rent going forward. Who knows? California got a bargain. Much more, you could argue, and maybe it's a good argument, maybe it's not, but 100 years, I'm gonna guess with this kind of property, if it's worth 20 million now, how much wealth could have been generated and handed down? How many kids could have gone on to productive professional jobs or bought more land or just done all kinds of things? It's incalculable how much generational wealth was lost just because the land was taken. $20 million as reparations probably doesn't cover the bill. So it's a dumb argument Mark Robinson is making. It's a moral argument. He's bringing a moral knife to a capitalist gunfight. And morons like Mark Robinson and who knows who else, because I'm not even looking at the chat right now, but I noticed Be Brave wrote something. Obviously, people aren't taking advantage or have not in the past taken advantage of the American education system to understand that there are different types of arguments. And when someone makes an argument, before you render an opinion on the quality of that argument, you have to do something called critical thinking. If you're gonna read the Bible, Mark Robinson is right. If you're going to live in a capitalist America, his argument holds no weight because morality and capitalism are not synonymous. Dumb fucking assholes not understanding what they're hearing is half of America's problem.
Comment section and praised him and said he was going to be the next governor. They got down in my comment section and told me that I have done nothing to deserve reparations. Yes, He lit a fire under hateful racists to go out and attack Black people, especially Black content creators who spoke on political issues. He gave them the fire to go out and harass and abuse all of us. It didn't stop there. He went on to say this.
Governor Mark Robinson at a church in Seagrove, delivering a speech that has offended members of the LGBTQ community and general public. Here's a clip.
I'm saying this now, and I've been saying it, and I don't care who likes it. Those issues have no place in a school. There's no reason anybody anywhere in America should be telling any child about transgenderism, homosexuality, any of that filth. And yes, I call it filth. And if you don't like it that I call it filth, come see me and I'll explain it to you.
He called the members of the LGBTQIA plus community filth. That took him over the top. That got him on Donald Trump's radar. He was speaking at Donald Trump's campaign rallies. He was speaking alongside other prominent Republicans of the party. Yeah, he was on his way to being governor of North Carolina. But then that doggone meddling CNN came out with this bombshell investigative report. You see, in this explosive expose investigative report, CNN exposed the fact that Mark Robinson had some kinks. And you know what? If you got some kinks that helps you to float your boat, do what you do. But according to this report from CNN, Mark Robinson's kink is driven by Black degradation. Yeah, that's a good term. Baby, I remember the generalization of the report. I needed to have some bullet points. So I went on over and had a conversation with Alfred. For those of you who do not know, Alfred has replaced Mildred. So I asked Alfred to dig up this investigative report, provide me with a link to the report. Alfred did that. And then I said, can you pull 5 bullet points of the problematic issues with Mark Robinson as a result of this report? And Alfred came back. I got it up over here on the big screen. Alfred said, sure, Tabitha, no problem. Here's number 1. He made inflammatory online comments. Mark Robinson, under the username Mini Soldier, posted a series of controversial and offensive comments on a pornography website message board between 2008 and 2012, years before he entered politics. Alfred went on to say that Mark Robinson self-identified as a Black Nazi in some of these comments. Robinson referred to himself as a Black Nazi in online posts, which drew significant attention and controversy. Alfred said, Tabitha, you won't believe what he said about slavery. Well, Alfred didn't really say that, but this is what Alfred said about slavery. He expressed support for slavery. He wrote statements supporting the return of slavery, including the comment, quote, slavery is not bad. Some people need to be slaves. I wish they would bring it back, end quote. Alfred went on to point out that in this report, Mark Robinson used derogatory and offensive language. Robinson's posts included racial, anti-Semitic, and homophobic slurs, as well as disparaging remarks about civil rights leader Martin Luther King, calling him a, quote, commie bastard and worse than a maggot, end quote. And the last bullet point that Alfred brought back in regards to this article, this expose, this investigative report, Mark Robinson is a contradiction. contradicted public stances despite his public opposition to abortion and transgender rights. Robinson privately admitted to enjoying transgender pornography and made other sexually explicit comments, revealing a contradiction between his public and private statements. Now, publicly, Alfred didn't say this, but I remember this. Publicly, he was against abortion, but it came out that Mark Robinson and his wife had an abortion. It's like I've said in the past, Republicans are against abortions until their daughters or their mistresses need one, until anyone that is close to them needs one for health or medical reasons. Yeah, in the case of the Florida Congresswoman who had an ectopic pregnancy, this is in the news right now. She had an ectopic pregnancy. It put her life in danger. She needed an abortion. She reached out to Governor DeSantis. I don't know if he responded to her, but in the end, she got the abortion that she needed because her life was in danger. And in typical brainwashed, vile Republican behavior, after she got the abortion she needed to save her life, she turns around and blames Democrats. Anywho, back to Mark Robinson. Once this expose, this investigative report came out from CNN, Mark Robinson was treated by the darlings of the Republican Party. They treated him as if he was carrying the plague. The phone calls to his office stopped. They stopped speaking his name in public. His support dwindled. But apparently, Mark Robinson thought that he was truly loved by Republican voters. And so he didn't drop out of the race for governorship of North Carolina. No, he pressed forward and believed that he would win. And he was so mad with CNN that he decided to file a $50 million lawsuit against CNN. And the rest of us who were following the story, we was like, yes, but we knew he wouldn't follow through with the lawsuit because that discovery period was going to be content gold for all of us. We knew that he was not going to follow through with that lawsuit, but he continued the game. He kept up the facade. He continued to campaign. He continued to act like this staunch Republican. He even had a campaign rally where he had a poster of Donald Trump because Donald Trump was not going to show up. So he had a poster of Donald Trump standing by him. Anywho, the election came, the people went out to vote, and Mark Robinson lost the governor's race. And then Mark Robinson reduced his $50 million lawsuit to $25,000. And then Mark Robinson dropped the lawsuit altogether. I know y'all are like, Tabitha, why are you taking us down memory lane regarding Mark Robinson? Well, Mark Robinson is not happy about how the Republicans dropped him like a hot potato. Now, we all knew that was going to happen, but Mark Robinson didn't know. And so Mark Robinson was on a video podcast the other day, and this is what he had to say.
Too many of these folks will compromise. They'll remain neutral. They will they'll avoid you when you get in trouble. I got some senators who burn the road up, burn my phone up, want me to come to their fundraisers. Now, when it was They wanted me to come to their fundraiser and help them raise a whole bunch of funds. And if they're listening to this, they know who they are.
Right.
And some of them are in deep red counties now. Deep red counties. Wouldn't have lost a thing by sticking with me and supporting me and standing up for me and fighting back, helping me fight back against CNN. Wouldn't even look me in my face in that Senate building. Walk right by me without even saying hello. That's how deep the cowardice runs in that place. That's how deep it runs.
So when it was fair weather.
Oh, it's fair weather. Oh, can you come do my fundraiser? Can you come hang out with me? Can I go to Israel with you? Can I do this? Can I do that? But then as soon as trouble comes, oh no, I don't know you now. I don't know you. And to me, that's despicable. It's despicable. And we will never hold on to this country. And we will never win this battle to keep this country that God has given us with cowardly men. And I'm talking men specifically.
Yes, sir.
Cowardly men like that in place.
Right.
We have to stand up and fight for each other.
Right.
And we have to recognize when these attacks come.
You see, Mark Robinson, it's like this. When you are high and you are speaking their language and they could use you against the Black community, they will rock with you. But as soon as troubled waters come your way, they don't want anything to do with you because you're a Black man. You see, all of them up there still support Donald Trump. And Donald Trump is a 34-count convicted felon. He is a sexual assaulter. He is a criminal. He is a con artist. He is a liar. And they still stand by him. Why? Because he's a white man. They stick up for and support each other as long as you're white. You're not white. Therefore, the minute troubled waters came your way, you were expendable. You weren't worth fighting for. You're just another Black man to them. They are fighting for their dominance. They are fighting for them to have power. Their fight doesn't include you, Mark Robinson. Yeah, you denigrated the Black community. You talked down to the Black community. You were vile and disrespectful towards the Black community. You, a Black man, did that to the Black community. May you continue to fall.
All right. Well, that was refreshing. Please make sure you all are hitting the like button when you get here. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. Make sure you support the host. It's getting hot in here today because I got Solid Snake and Deacon Dave just like fucking totally like whacked in the head as to their arguments. They walk into a dark room punching out, not knowing where their targets are. And I just love seeing it. It is definitely a sight to behold. And be brave. Let's see. What is be brave? If a human piece of crap speaks the truth, it is still the truth. No idea what that means. But bottom line is don't be stepping to me about issues you don't understand, Deacon Dave. The woman had to write to the governor to get an exception for her ectopic pregnancy. Used to be that a doctor could determine whether something was life-threatening or not, a pregnancy was. In Florida and Texas, in places like that, doctors can't do that. You basically have to go The woman wrote the governor to ask if she could be saved from a potentially life-threatening pregnancy. And you want to fucking talk about exceptions? Dave, do better. And remember who you're talking to. I simply know more than you do. At least more about subtlety of arguments. Where is SKC when you need him? So let's move on here. You know what? I was gonna do Mo Love a couple days ago did a show on men's mental health issues, and she got porn bombed, which is like you're doing a show on men's mental health and a man calls up to porn bomb you. Is that irony or is that irony? But she wound up having to scrap, her show because she's gonna have to go back and cut that part out. But she did do a short show, 40-minute show, almost a 41-minute show, finishing up the men's mental health point. However, that might be the last thing I show. What I do want to show is Tim Black talking about Candace Owens. And I can't resist. Tim Black going in on Candace Owens is, it's got to be worth, a chuckle or two. Now, the caveat is he also boomerangs it back on Democrats, as he's wont to do. And I'm not that familiar with Clay. What is his name? Clay something or another. Clay Kane. I know who Reese Colbert is. She kind of got her, I know her from the Roland Martin show. A little too left for me, but whatever. Clay Kane, I know of him. He just wrote a book or something, but I've actually never listened to him. So let's see what my buddy, who I would probably have huge problems with, Tim Black. And it's fairly short, I think.
In this video, I'm going to take a look at Clay Kane and Reese Colbert. And at first, they're going to seem like two well-meaning Democrats. But sooner than later, they're going to reveal themselves to be towing the line for the Democratic Party, just like all the rest of the Democrats. They may be good people, but at the end of the day, I'm going to show you how they are hypocrites when it comes to Democratic Party politics. Stay tuned. My name is Tim Black, and this is
The Black Truth Report. The Black Truth Report.
The Black Truth Report. They're going to do something here on this segment that I haven't heard done. They're going to talk about Candace Owens in an honest way, and they're not going to kiss ass like Stephen A. Smith.
Candace Owens is really trying hard to do a rebrand.
Oh, God. What is she talking about now?
She's doing her best to try and sound logical. This is the same person who once said that the NAACP, I'm paraphrasing here, is one of the worst groups for Black people, even though they helped or they assisted her in winning a lawsuit, a racial discrimination lawsuit, when she was a teenager. I believe it was over $30,000. She made some egregious comments about George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery. I need us to not have a short memory for people who they've really said, heinous things. But
just a quick aside, I don't know that I've ever heard her Candace Owens comments about Ahmaud Arbery, but I will say this. I literally watched every day of that trial. I might have to go back and see what she had to say. There was nothing that Ahmaud Arbery did, even remotely, to be tracked down like an animal and shot. Period.
in my opinion, to be terrible things about.
And another quick thing, it was so egregious that Brian Kemp got involved. It was so fucked up that the Republican governor of Georgia was like, this is fucked up. That's how bad it was.
People who have lost their lives to police violence. What was that comment she made about Breonna Taylor? I want to remind people on this Juneteenth what she said about Breonna Taylor.
Yeah, she said that basically that Breonna Taylor deserved it, that her boyfriend was a drug dealer, and it was all her fault. She blamed her death on her. She played to white supremacists for years. I appreciate Clay Kane for Reese for talking about this, because for some reason I cannot get the independent media, the whites and independent media, to talk about it. Right? Let's go.
But here are some comments she made about Trump and Iran. And I guess there are some people in the MAGA cult who are finally realizing Trump isn't good with foreign policy. We've already been here before. But here's what she's saying. So it's the rebrand. It's the rebrand. People love a rebrand. Listen to this.
So right now, the lack of consistency, it is stunning to watch Trump do this. He's all over the place right now on social media. I mean, he initially signaled right away that America had nothing to do with what happened in Iran, that America was not going to get involved, that he was negotiating peace. Then he signaled that he didn't have any idea that the attack was coming, but also that he did know that the attack was coming. And now he's tweeting we. He's literally using we to describe what is happening in Iran right now. Let's just take a look at some of these tweets. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. Oh, well, hey, yeah, we've got our planes in the skies. Okay, American troops might die, but USA, 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 because our stuff is so good and good looking in the sky. The big bad American planes are in the sky. What does he think? We're stupid? And the people online that are trying to pretend that we are the ones betraying Trump for holding him accountable to his promises that he made to us when we voted for him, when we encouraged other people to vote for him. You're pretending that we're the ones that are problematic? This level of gaslighting that's taking place. You got Laura Loomer out there saying, screenshot every tweet that's against Donald Trump. Let me tell you something, sweetheart. You better start capturing Donald Trump's tweets that are going out right now, because they seem pretty against Donald Trump's ideas of yesteryear. That's all I'm saying.
Let me say this. You don't get to wipe the slate clean after years of being loud, wrong, and harmful commentary. This is the same person that said the NRA was a civil rights group created to for black folk to fight back against the KKK.
Yeah, just
and they threw her on Fox News, right? She wasn't out there just having different opinions.
Yeah,
she was saying things that were factually incorrect, things that were harmful against her own people. If she identifies in that way, it was like a full-time job.
Right, all right.
So now she has this little soft rebrand, and what she said, sure, is it true? But folks been saying that. There isn't anything groundbreaking about what she said.
Right.
But I guess that conservative check ran out, and now you want to try and have some sense. Trump is not the foreign policy guy.
No,
he pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal, which is part of the reason why we're here today. And as Victor Legrune said yesterday, what might happen if we don't go to war is Trump will basically try and reinstate another version of the Iran nuclear deal and go back to what Obama did. Like that if anything sensible happens, that might be what it is, to go back to what Obama had.
Well, that's what they've been working on before Israel started bombing Iran. So
exactly, yeah. But we didn't have to be here.
No, 100% avoid.
We didn't have to be
100%.
And so this bullshit from her, I can recall she called Black Lives Matter a scam, and
it is.
Girl, you're the scam.
Yeah, for sure.
Both things can be true.
But
that's my problem I got with this. Like I love what they're saying about her, because I agree in so many ways. She said a trailer load of garbage about us, shitting on us for 5-6 years for money. And now you're going to ignore it because she's right about that one little thing, because now she's going after Ben Shapiro. For real, that's what we're doing. But then the problem I got with Clay and Reese is, yeah, like BLM is bullshit. Yeah, that's true. It is. Like at this point, you still want to admit reality? If that was a Republican organization, if the Tea Party or some splinter group of it or whatever had their hand in the cookie jar the way the BLM girls did, ladies did, whatever, you'd be calling that shit out. You wouldn't.
You know, it makes me wonder sometimes, and I'm sitting here watching this. It is stunning how bad political analysis has gotten over the years. And I actually, once again, I'm going to go back to harping on education this time. There's nothing wrong with the idea behind BLM. It's what BLM became and how the movement was executed that's the problem. And, people like a Clay Kane make the same mistake that a John Galt makes. They make broad generalizations when they make a point. And then when you say, well, why are you making such a broad statement? They go, well, you know what I mean. Well, fuck no. Say what you mean so I know what you mean. There are people just do not know how to communicate their messages these days. If you mean the idea behind BLM, and I don't know what he meant by BLM because it was such a broad statement.
Hey, Stanley.
I hold on one second, please. I don't have a problem with the idea of BLM or why it's formed. When that is very specific. That part of BLM was good. It's what it became in practice, because one of its problems is BLM was very decentralized. There really was no leadership. It was all local leadership with, some folks at the top. What it became very easy to demonize the group and even the idea behind it. The left, young left, folks like Clay Kane and Reese Colbert, and I kind of like Reese Colbert actually, but the young people criticizing politics don't have the gift of language. They don't use language well. Same thing on the right. You don't have a bunch of people on Fox News outside of maybe what's his name? I can't remember the dude who does the news during the day. He's good with language. Almost no one else is. People like pretty much no one on Fox News besides this one guy, and it'll take me a minute to remember his name. They're horrible with language. They make broad generalizations. And the thing is you're supposed to know what they mean, which means that they're speaking to in an echo chamber. Everybody in that echo chamber knows what you mean. The people outside the echo chamber want to ask questions, and then the response is, you know what I mean, and if you don't, get the fuck out. So, hey, John.
Hey, so I thought Deacon Dave was up here. I didn't know who's up here. That's what I said.
No, he's in the chat. Solid Snake is up here, but he's been silent, so I assume he passed out or something.
Put the people up so we can see who's talking. Well, I guess Snake ain't doing much talking, so it doesn't matter. But I thought Deacon Dave was up here. I was going to say, Stanley, about the whole Black Lives Matter thing. I don't really care one way or the other about it. But what I do think is when people say it's a fake or a fraud or something like that, and all of the things that you mentioned, decentralizing things like that, one could say that was, a feature and not a bug. In that,
it was meant to be a feature. It turned out to be a bug.
Well, no, I don't think so. I think that if they
I know so.
I think for the people that look at it and they say if it had been centralized, it would have been easier to attack, kind of like the Ku Klux Klan.
It would have been easier to hold it to account as well.
Right.
I mean,
That's
there
correct.
is no right way to do a protest organization.
Well, but there
I'm
is
not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of decentralizing these sort of things
Right,
because
and-
it leads to 1,000 different messages.
Right,
At
and
least if it's centralized, you
Yeah.
have one source to go to either demonize it or you don't.
Right, and I think that's the thing is that like there was no one finger or person or organization that you could point to. It was very decentralized. It was all encompassing, and that was
Well, no, it was not all encompassing. It was decentralized. Those are two different.
Well, it was
concepts.
decentralized, but there was an umbrella for a lot of different groups. It was the Trans Lives Matter. There were other groups that were able
Okay,
to
those weren't necessarily part of BLM. They're
Well,
kind of spin-off.
they did come up very, very early. I remember seeing stickers for Trans Lives Matter.
You paid more attention to it than I did.
I
Was
just happened to
Trans
see-
Lives Matter a part of Black Lives Matter, or was it a spin-off?
Well, if you looked at how BLM was rolled
Okay,
out.
I don't care about that. My question was, were the two aligned? Were they related, or was Trans Lives Matter a spin-off? I don't think they had the same governance.
Well, they may not have had the same governance, but they could
Okay,
have-
well then I don't see the connection you're trying to make.
Well, if you look at say how they came up with their lettering, the block lettering, their logos very similarly match the BLM logos. Those type of things just don't happen out of happenstance. Two random
Okay,
people-
but that does not mean they were related. Look, there was a white version of the NAACP at one point in time. Would you argue that they were connected?
I don't know anything about that, but I'm saying to you, Stanley, for the people like this guy who's saying that Black Lives Matter, I can't remember the exact wording that he used, and for the people on the other side who say it somewhat similar, same things, the Candace Owens of the world, they're both kind of expressing the same thing. Is that like it seemed to be like manufactured. The BLM was manufactured. It wasn't organic, and by the fact that it was
Organic to what? What would BLM have been organic to?
Well, the fact that it was manufactured, regardless of who.
Of course it was. It was created out of thin air.
Right, and so then you start to factor in who created it and why would they create it and what would they use it for.
Well,
and
they created it to address, things like Trayvon Martin. The whole thing was the concept that Black lives were being snuffed out by police.
I get it.
in the state.
I'm not here to argue that point. I'm not here to disagree or agree with that point.
I'm trying to figure out what your point is.
So what I'm saying is that like you can create movements for political objectives, and the meaning behind that movement may not have anything to do with what you really believe. You're just using it as a football to advance up the field, and that is the way.
For what purpose would you be advancing a football up the field? Basically, what I think you're saying is they just didn't really give a shit about Black lives. They just created it as a money-making scheme. Is that your point?
Well, again, without me giving an opinion, I'm saying what the people who look at it as a
Well, maybe giving an opinion would actually help you make a point, because so far you're struggling.
Well, clearly I do. I think that I've known people that worked around these political campaigns. I know how they come up with slogans and stuff like that. And so clearly someone went into the lab high up in the Democrat apparatus and created.
Oh, so you're going to say that BLM was a Democratic hatchling. I get that.
Probably the same way that Tea
Well, then
Party-
I'll just go ahead and tell you I don't think you're right.
Okay, that's
But
fine.
Please
But
continue.
it's fine. Again, I'm not trying to argue with you. I don't
Well,
wanna
no, it is fine. I
don't
would
worry.
also say citation needed. I've never heard that it was a Democrat offshoot.
Well, you never.
Most of the people who started it were progressives.
Right.
If they were Democrats, they were progressive Democrats. And progressive Democrats don't get along with the liberal Democrats.
Well, money money will make people get along, and there was a lot of money at play. And so these people kind of, they made nice with each other because there were billions of dollars at play. You can find yourself getting along with people that you don't necessarily see eye to eye with when their common ground is billions of dollars. And there were billions of dollars at play, billions upon billions of dollars. And so even if it started out with good intentions, it was going to go off the rails very quickly with that amount of money being involved. And again, the Black Lives.
Okay, again, what is your point? We all know that there was money involved.
The point is that the Black Lives Matter people, the people who seemingly were on the ground that were passionate about Trayvon, they did not create this organization. This organization.
Who did?
Well, I can say, I don't know exactly who's the one person, but I know.
Okay, then why are you even wondering if you don't know?
Because
you're saying BLM was created by something or someone. My question is, who was it? And your answer is you don't know? Well, how do you know you're even right?
Well, I know that they have names for the people that created it, but
who is they?
There are names for the people that, or have their face. I can't remember the lady's name. There are a couple of them. But I think the bigger point that this Tim Black guy and the Candace Owens is saying is that these agendas are like astroturfs. That's what they're saying on both sides.
Okay, I have no clue what you're saying.
Right. Well, I'm saying that, Stanley, many people, this guy and Candace, do not believe that Black Lives Matter sprang up just out of organically.
Okay, well, John, there is nothing in this video. There is nothing in this video. Okay, I don't know what you're doing. What I need to say is that there's nothing in this video that supports your assertion that they think that. They haven't talked about the origins of BLM at all. How do you know what Candace Owens thinks about the origin? Tim Black has said nothing about the origin.
But didn't he just?
Where are you coming up with this?
Okay, let me ask you. Did he? Because I just joined.
Don't ask me. I don't know. I'm just listening to the video.
Right. So I thought I just heard him say it was a fraud or something to that effect.
A fraud. Okay. He said it's a fraud, but that has nothing to do with the origin.
It has nothing to do with the origin. That's correct. And so what I'm saying is.
Well, I know it's correct, John. I don't need you to affirm that part.
I got it. It's unnecessary speech. But if
no. Well, go ahead, John.
But if he's saying something is a fraud, then what was the genesis of that fraud? Was it in the beginning?
I don't care. I'm just listening to the video. I'm not getting that deep. Now I understand that you're a deep thinker, and you like psychoanalyzing everybody who talks about everything. I'm not going that deep.
That's right.
He says it's a fraud. Right. I'm just going to say, hey, that's your opinion.
Right. And so you don't believe it's a fraud, right? But
no. I'm just listening to what he's saying. But I'm still watching the video. I literally haven't rendered an opinion. So how do you know what my opinion is?
But because I'm responding to something that you said earlier. I forget what you said now.
And what did I say specifically earlier, John?
I forget. It was right before I joined.
So, but you're going to respond to it, but you don't remember what it was. Gotcha.
Because you're not a very good conversationalist, Stanley.
No, I'm not. I've never pretended to be.
Right. So that's why I forget my point. But anyway, the bigger point I was making is that a lot of people see Black Lives Matter as like a agitprop type. And so on the left and the right,
agitprop,
kind of like that's how do they see it?
Now they are a leftist organization. If I recall, the actual founders were Marxists. It's interesting that you say agitprop. You might get that part right.
And so that again, that is what a lot of people think, that it is not a real organization, that the government has kind of looked the other way, or maybe even created this organization for whatever reason. I'm not sure.
So the government created BLM?
So let me back up. I'm not sure what the conspiracy theorist people believe, and maybe that's the wrong word. But the Tim Blacks of the world, the Candace Owens, and there are a lot of people in between that see these things as kind of astroturf and not real. And same way like the Patriot Front. Right, you look at the Patriot Front; those guys that march around in masks, they're mostly Republican-ish, or that's the side they're supposedly on. but most Republicans don't believe in them. They think they're feds. And I think it's kind of the same thing on the other side with Black Lives Matter.
Well, I've heard all that. I don't ever listen to conspiracy theorists because I think they can't wipe their own ass without a conspiracy as to who made the toilet paper.
Well, if you think of some of the things that
I
people,
literally think conspiracy theorists are weird. I
Yeah, I
never
understand.
listen to them.
Yeah, I understand. But, you know, if you think of some of the things, if you look at some of the things that have happened over the last, say, 10 years or so, some people have been able to protest, create anarchy, and it seemed like the government basically allowed them.
I've never gotten that impression.
You look at, like, okay, there's the Patriot Front group. I see these guys going to protest, masked up. That's fine. That's not a problem. But then they get into the back of U-Haul trucks. If you try to take their mask off, they'll fight you like hell to keep their identity hidden. But it's illegal to ride in the back of a U-Haul truck. The police officers see them loading up in the back of a U-Haul truck, never pull them over. For the people that see these things and say, wait a minute, something ain't right. Why don't the police pull these people over? Why are they fighting so hard to keep their mask on? You know, there's something ain't right there. And the fact that they can get in that U-Haul, not get pulled over when the police see them, sometimes I think they only have tags on their cars. You know, it's just weird, you know, and it makes people skeptical.
Well, I mean, it is weird to ride in the back of a U-Haul truck or U-Haul trailer.
It's illegal.
That part we agree on.
That's
now,
illegal.
why
It's
people
not
do
weird. That's illegal.
why people do it, I just never care to think
what I'm saying
about
to you,
why they do it, other than
were you not listening?
other than
I said they show up at protests and then they get back into the U-Haul van to leave the protest. The police see them. That's clearly against the law, and they don't stop them. And so the people who are looking at this from the Republican side, and these people are apparently marching for Republican issues, and they're saying the government is trying to provoke a reaction by sending these people out here, and they're not enforcing the law. They're riding in the back of a U-Haul. The same thing happened in St. Louis during Mike Brown. There was a white guy that went up and started knocking windows out. And then other people started knocking windows out. It's like, and who's the white guy that knocked the windows out? He just disappeared into the night. And, you know, those.
Well, John, I actually saw that video. And you know what? Other than, that's weird, I never really thought that deeply about it. Weird things happen during riots.
Well, but you know, to see the police, and these weren't during riots, I'm talking about the Patriot Front, the police just let them load up in the back of a U-Haul. If you did,
there were police who let the January 6th rioters into. I mean, if you hadn't noticed, there were a few police officers who were part of the folks arrested in the January 6th stuff. So cops are not above being partisan.
Well, I think in this case, though, Stanley, it seems to me, or to a lot of people, because I've seen it too, bro. I've seen protests show up in DC like Antifa, and clearly the police can see what I'm seeing, and they don't intervene. And
okay, let me ask you a question: should police intervene just because they know somebody's Antifa?
I think if you have protests.
Okay, I need you to answer the question. Just because the police know that these are Antifa protesters, assuming they're not rioters or breaking the law, is being identified as Antifa good enough for cops to just stop you and interfere?
No, but some of their activities, for instance.
Okay, so now we made it to what activities do you think the cops in DC that Antifa happened to be there protesting, I assume, what activities did the cops not stop or interfere with?
Quite a few. You have unlawful assembly.
Well, quite a few. Any specifics you care to share with us?
I guess it would be something like unlawful assembly, riding around with work vehicles, hauling around people. That's clearly
they did all that in DC.
Yeah, I saw that. I had pictures of it. Yeah, they would
interesting.
They would have like storage vans, and then they would drop people off, and they pile out of there with all their like shields and shit and umbrellas and all this shit.
Was it on January 6th?
This was during COVID or something. But my bigger point again is that you can take it all the way up to the cartels and drugs. You know, these things wouldn't not be allowed to happen in some people's mind if they weren't allowed to happen. You know, it's like a controlled chaos of sort. And for instance, how the way the drugs get here. I've heard people say that American companies pay for protection to the cartel, and the cartel more or less get their drugs to be able to flow into the country by exchange. In exchange, that's plausible. I can see that. And so some things aren't as they seem. You know, I do believe that. Yeah.
Well, I would almost argue that 50% of what you see is what it actually is. So, by the way, Tim Black is not a leftist. If he is, he's a progressive.
That's pretty left.
You wouldn't be buckling.
Well, much like the right, I've made the argument that, you know, we really have four parties in the U.S., two on the left, two on the right.
Say it, you'd be like, boom. But since it's BLM, you're afraid to say it. So that's the thing, man. It's all garbage.
Outlets might platform you and whatever the case may be, but it's just kind of it's really silly to me. I just don't want folks. I know we forgot the horrible things Omarosa said, but
Yeah.
I this one, she was Omarosa 2.0. Like Omarosa walked so Candace could run. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really hope that we remember.
Yeah. I think Omarosa was bad, but she wasn't like, she was she was like power tripping. You know, she was feeling herself because she was in, you know, she backed Trump. Everybody thought Trump was going to lose. He won. And she kind of felt like, you know, I backed the right horse.
But she also worked in the administration.
She did.
Really egregious.
She did. She did. And I, you know, like I said, she was power hungry, but she was never like a level of insidiousness about the nature of Black people or about, you know, like.
Now I noticed you put traffic or criminal in the comments. You know, one of the things, Stanley, is that like most of the like the what is it? I think it's the predicate or whatever. The when they pull you over, that's really them being proactive. If they see you violating the law, to further figure out, are you doing anything else? It's like subway jumpers. You catch them jumping subway, those are likely to be criminals, according to what the police say here. And, you know, if you allow people to drive down the street with no tags or breaking the law with people in the back of the U-Haul vehicle, you're more or less giving them a green light to keep on progressing on in their criminality. Now, maybe you're going to stop them at some point, but you've let them get down the road in terms of committing criminal. And traffic or criminal, well, if you're driving on the road with an improper vehicle, that's a traffic, but it's a law. It can be a criminal law. And so,
well, let me tell you a story, and this actually happened to me. I might have been 16 or 17, and then I have something after that to build on it. It was at night, and you know what? I just started driving, and you know, I had this weird thing. You know, I'm on the heading home with my sister, as a matter of fact. So a car loops around to pass me, and I'm feeling a little randy. I'm like, no, you know what? I'm not going to let you pass me. Well, this went on for about 5 minutes, and all of a sudden, the car that was trying to pass me dipped back behind me and threw on lights, police lights. It was a cop that was trying to pass me. It was dark, and I didn't even know it was a cop car. So, you know what? It was a female cop. She came up to the window and she's like, you know what? I would give you a ticket, but I'm on my way to something more important. The speed limit is 55. Do it. And she walked away, went along her business. Cops don't always enforce traffic violations because they may have more important things to do. the bullshit. I while you're not wrong, you're not allowing for subtleties. Okay, she could have fucking, who knows, maybe she was on her way to a murder. However, she wasn't going to stop and give me a ticket. She could have,
But Stanley,
but she had more important things to do.
hold on.
You're not going to convince me that there's some grand, horrible conspiracy theory because cops aren't enforcing traffic violations. Maybe they have something better to do. Maybe they just don't care.
But Stanley, one could argue that you said
Well,
she
maybe
pulled.
he's just a rookie.
Okay, Solid Snake, I don't even, you woke up?
Hey, but Stanley, you
Oh,
know,
no, I was dealing with the electrician. I got an electrician over your door work.
hey, but one could argue, Stanley, that you said she pulled you over, right?
Yes.
Right, and one could argue that, and she gave you a warning. That is kind of enforcing the law.
She didn't even. Well,
told you to slow
it is
down.
kind of enforcing the law.
Yeah, she told you to slow
But you
down.
know what? But you know what? She could have just sped ahead. It was
Right,
every
she
time she sped up, I sped up. I was
Right.
kind of pushing it. So who knows? I can't remember. I might have been speeding to begin with.
Right, but she, you know,
If you go 1 mile over the speed limit, you can be stopped, but usually cops will give you up to 9 miles over the speed limit. At least they used to. My
if you
point,
got a good
and see,
attitude.
you guys want to get into detail when someone challenges you, but like I said, I don't think you have an answer that will refute. It's a traffic violation. It's not that important. A cop has discretion. Deal with it.
okay, yeah, it's fine. You know, hey, you know, I'm just saying that, you know, when people see things like this, like she made it a point to stop and pull you over, but you see someone.
Well, she made a point to single me out because every time she sped up, I sped out. She had a reason.
Right, and you know, we see people. Get arrested.
Otherwise, if I hadn't sped up, I'd have never known she was a cop.
Right, and
You can't even see that, can you? You have to fucking stop and quibble over something that doesn't matter just to make a point.
But you said she wasn't enforcing the law.
Okay, no. You are escaping my point. My point was that cops have discretion, not the woulda, coulda, shoulda bullshit.
Right.
She could have gone on. She didn't because I kept provoking her. But my point is cops have discretion. Traffic violations, they don't stop. If a cop stopped for every traffic violation they saw in a day, they would never catch any criminals. That's my point.
Gotcha. So they have to be selective about who they stop. And
No, you just have to keep hammering on a non-point. That's actually what this seems to be.
No, I'm saying the cops clearly could pull people over every second of the day, but they don't. They selectively choose people, and I'm assuming they choose people that commit blatant violence.
I don't know what their reasoning is. It probably depends on the cop. There's probably no rhyme or reason.
Probably depends on the context. If you have, say, an organization or protest coming in town, you're seeing people unloading people illegally, you might want to look into that. Maybe not. You know, it's a matter of subjectivity. But those are the things that people see that you know, gets the ire up. You know, they will arrest certain people for certain things, and then they will look the other way at other people for even more.
You know what? It was dark. She didn't know who I was. I obviously didn't know who she was.
Who are you talking about?
Back in those days, dark was dark.
I don't know what you're talking about. But okay.
The cop didn't know who I was. I didn't know she was a cop at all. It was a traffic violation. She could have, by all rights, ticketed me for reckless driving, which is a little bit more serious than speeding.
Yeah, that's
However, she had something that was so important, she didn't have time to deal with me.
Was you
and
drunk?
Thank God, I would have gotten in so much fucking trouble that you know what? I thank goodness for that cop every day.
Well, the bigger point about the Black Lives Matter, I think, is that either, no matter how it was created, we see how it turned out. And,
And by the way, to your point about broken windows, I kind of learned a lesson and did not speed so much anymore. So in that case, her not enforcing the law did not spur me into a life of criminality. And tropes. Let me help you out here. There are two definitions for Randy. The first definition, having a coarse manner. The second is lustful or lecherous. So the way I used it is proper. Hopefully you agree.
But regardless of,
I think yes, she was a female cop. Was she attractive?
Dude, it was dark and I was sweating and hoping my sister didn't fucking tell.
regardless of
She had something to hold over my head for a while.
Well, regardless of the origins of Black Lives Matter, we see how it turned out. Not unlike many other like civil rights type movements, in that maybe it benefits the elites. Some people may say, but down on the ground,
Well, I'm surprised you said civil rights. I was expecting you to say snivel rights.
But down on the ground, I think a lot of the people, it's just not organic down on the ground. It's more of a political movement.
What's not organic? BLM or civil rights movement?
I think a little bit of both of them, to be honest with you. I didn't live during the civil rights movement, but I've talked to some older people. But I did live through the Black Lives Matter. And I think that a lot of people, they were willing to go along with it, but they weren't supporters. It wasn't organic supporters. They weren't wearing the buttons. They weren't out there protesting. It was just like, okay, another thing going on.
Right. Well, here's my thoughts on your thoughts. You know what? You could call the Whiskey Rebellion or Shays Rebellion or Bacon's Rebellion a civil rights movement. I think you're so ahistorical that that's all I need to say. Civil rights movements don't always have to be about race.
Well,
no, let me finish my point because I'm right. Civil rights encompass more than just race. Civil law is more than just racial relations. And I think protest is very organic to human nature itself. So I don't even know why you would think that. There are ample historical examples. As to civil rights for race relations in America, I think BLM started off wrong with the way they were organized.
Right. And so if you believe that it started off wrong, yet it was very successful in terms of making money.
Okay, I don't care about that. I'm saying it started off wrong. What it became ultimately, you're right. It became making, it got a lot of people rich. It started off wrong with a decentralized leadership. There were too many ways to make their point. Sometimes when you have a central point, it helps to keep it very focused. Black Lives Matter became a lot of things it probably shouldn't have been. And you know what? I also think it's a very good example of direct democracy. There were too many issues and ways to express dissatisfaction with racial relations in America. So it started off wrong, and no wonder it went off track. Then it became worldwide. It became exponentially more open to corruption.
As I say, Stanley, it depends on what side of the aisle you sit. I know people that work at the higher levels of this, and Black Lives Matter worked very well for them. They made those were very good years for them financially. So it depends on what side of the aisle you sit. It's really
well. See, that was one of their problems, and maybe even civil rights movements in general. And oddly enough, the 60s civil rights movement was a lot more across the aisle than one would believe. You have people like Lyndon Johnson, for whatever reason, supporting it. It was a lot more, not a lot, but it was a lot more across aisle stuff. I mean, these legislations did have to pass Congress, and Congress wasn't 100% one party or the other.
Yeah.
So civil rights movements do not have to be one side of the aisle or other. Maybe that was one of the problems with BLM. I haven't really thought about it in that way, but you could be right. There was no across the aisle stuff, and maybe there should have been.
I think at the messaging, the organization, that was very centralized at the high levels.
And I disagree with you.
I think it's at the levels that we don't see, like the people who came.
I think you've got those three women. You have D. Ray McKesson, who I've seen interviewed at the very beginning. Even the top leadership, there were three leaders. There was not one central person in front of the camera every time. Even the centralized leadership was decentralized.
Well, I think the people that were behind the scenes who did the testing of what slogan they would come up with, like Black Lives Matter wasn't the first slogan that they came up with. They had to have test groups, and those people, the marketing, the political marketers, those are the ones that I'm referring to, not the D-Rays, the mouthpieces, spokesmen, the ones who put all of the organizations together, created Black Lives Matter, who created the mantra, all of that. I don't think those Black women created that. I think they were just a mouthpiece for what was the foundation laid for them. That's my thoughts. And they took it and more or less ran with it. Kind of like the civil rights movement, like Martin Luther King. One could say he was the leader, but other people think that they were
actually Martin Luther King. They knew. You read books about this all the time. They just did a movie on what's his name. The guy who was gay, who basically literally organized, like Martin Luther King didn't organize the March on Washington.
But also
Martin Luther King was the leader, the face of it, but there were recognized leaders, Fannie Lou Hamer. There are all kinds of names that are coming out now. You will hear talk about, was it Harry Belafonte and Sidney? I think it was Sidney Poitier. Bringing money down, saying that Martin Luther King. Again, you tend to look at these things in a very narrowly focused way. Nuance matters in these sorts of arguments.
Well, I'm saying, there's a lot of people that say that Martin Luther King didn't write his speeches and Stanley Levinson did.
Well, who writes their speeches? Presidents don't write their speeches. Why should Martin Luther King be? Why would a leader who tends to be very busy and often very tired, they approve their speeches, they have input into their speeches, but there's a whole speech writing industry.
Right. And
President Trump does not write his speeches.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is that, like, you have an industry around these things, and that industry feeds itself. It wants to grow. And
are you saying that's the wrong, that leaders should always write their own speeches?
No, I'm saying the fact that there isn't.
So why are you what purpose is it to point out the obvious?
The fact that
everybody knows that there are speech writers. What's your point?
But the fact that there are speech writers, there are all these people that are helping these protesters, and they have as much to gain.
Wait, hold it. Is it the protesters writing speeches or their leaders?
Typically, it's the leaders writing the speeches.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So I was thinking everybody in a protest has a speech. Speech writers, leaders tend to be very busy and sometimes don't have time to write their speeches. That there are speech writers is not some grand conspiracy theory. And yeah, Deacon Dave, Bayard Rustin is who I'm thinking of.
But sometimes the speech, the message of the speech can veer away from the meaning of the person giving the speech.
I disagree with that. The speaker, the leader, presidents literally approve the speeches they give. They have input. They don't write the speeches at the last minute, generally. So no, the speeches do not veer from what the leader wants to say. The leader can ball it up and throw it away if they choose.
Mm.
You don't know that much about politics, do you?
I don't follow politics, huh?
Okay, well that's obvious. Speeches are not just handed and they walk up to the podium and give them.
Not that part.
Most of these speeches, especially for debates, they have practice. They practice their speeches.
Yeah, I understand that. It's not politics. That's just business. I've done that in my life.
So if a speech veers from what the speaker is saying, I don't know what to say if that happens, because the actual leader giving the speech doesn't have to give that speech.
I've never been in a social setting where a person is giving a speech, but in a technical setting, I remember getting to speak, listen to Franklin Raines. You may or may not remember him. He was like the first black CEO of Fannie Mae. And I remember he was talking this shit like deep down in the financial weeds. And I remember, and it's not a criticism of him. It's any CEO. I'm like, man, ain't no way in the hell he knows about this stuff. But he was talking it. I mean, he was smooth, bro. He was smooth. And, he once worked for Clinton. And so, he had some political savvy about him. I mean, he was fucking smooth, man. Talking about all this shit. And the company later went belly up shortly after his speech. And I remember he said something very interesting about it, some operation aspect that I was working in. But he couldn't have known all of the ins and outs of what he was talking about. He probably took a speech from someone who may have taken tidbits from other people who really knew the ins and outs. And he just took a compilation. Okay, look over. Okay, you say it's right. Okay, cool. Let's go with it. Just the same thing that he's too busy to write the speech. He's too busy to really go over it with a fine-tooth comb as well to make sure it best fits what he would say. That would be my imagination. That's my thoughts.
Yep. So let's see what else Tim has to say.
Things that have happened in Black history. Like, I don't recall her saying things that are anywhere in the ballpark of Candace Owens.
That's true.
She would attack a lot of Black folks, like her stunt at the at NABJ with Ed Gordon, and she did a lot of personal attacks, really weird stuff.
She was just mean and nasty. But it was personal.
Right.
It wasn't like Black people ain't shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like
Candace was different.
It's like I said, a little power.
Candace. Nah, see, Omarosa attacks certain Black people. Candace attacks Blackness. And that's the difference. That's white supremacist shit. You could have critique. I had critique for Jasmine Crockett, but I love Black people and I would defend Black people till I'm gone. To my death, I'm going to do that. But I could call out Candace Owens and call out Jasmine Crockett in the same breath. No problem. That's not the same thing as what Candace was doing. She was like, all these black people. And she othered Black people away from her. That's what she did. And now it's Black people like Stephen A. and Charlemagne to give her a pathway back. They gave her a pathway back to a place she never was. They let her reinvent herself. Now I expect that from Andrew Scholes. He's a white guy with a, I don't know, a deck of Irish playing cards or something. I don't even know what he is. Italian? I don't know what he is. Jewish? I don't know what he is. I really don't know. But Charlemagne was really no excuse.
Let me address a point.
I see her out, and she's a lot more humble now. She's a lot more demure, very mindful, very demure.
Hey, Tropes, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a bit. I think that your point about protest fatigue is maybe you being fatigued of protests. And like you said earlier, it is a very limited number of people. There are times when, say, Donald Trump kind of refreshes the urge to protest. There are protests coming up on July 4th. There are protests coming up on July 17th. My response is, what protest fatigue? All of a sudden in the next, over these next couple months, there seems to be a lot of protests coming up. Who's tired?
Of course she is. Of course. They all. Stacey,
I don't believe in
it's the same.
protest.
It's straight from.
I think
I
what it
don't
is,
really care what you believe in. It's besides my point.
It's such a. It's
why you have. What is it with you anti-black blacks that you want to put yourselves into the middle of everything? No one asked about whether you approve of protests or not. The point was protest fatigue. I don't think there's protest fatigue. Maybe people are tired of people protesting, but the actual protesters don't seem to be fatigued. There are more protests planned. There are protests being organized. My response is, what protest fatigue? We have plenty of protests.
Obvious.
I don't think no protest is going to be.
It doesn't really go off. Then when they get sense, a lot of folks.
You know what?
credit.
Can you
But how come they didn't have
explain
sense before?
how every time I start the video, you start talking? What do you have to say
I
about
don't know.
protest?
You don't ever say, "Let me start the video." You know, you just finished talking.
Okay,
so I didn't want to say
because
something,
you
and
should
so I
just
just go ahead and say it, but you hit the play button.
Okay, well, touche.
Fair use, everybody. Fair use. Oh, everybody, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Support the channel. Hey, hit that Cash App. I know I sound like a damn corner store gigolo, but hey, man, we got that John Galt dope on deck, man. Hey, man, hit the Cash App, man. Support the channel. Support the host. You can go ahead. My bad.
Okay. Deacon, what? Deacon Dave? You don't have to
That's
explain.
so true, Deacon Dave. I promise you to God, I had to get on the nigga ass the other day because I was trying to holler at a female. And I wanted to ask this nigga, like, because I know he a Kamala supporter. You know what I'm saying? I know he a liberal. So he
Well, how many times are you going to say the N-word? How many times are you going to say the N-word before you go to the bat? You got a couple more in you, don't you?
What you mean? Oh, man, you know I got a couple goddamn ad-libs and things going on, man. You know me. But now, what we watching?
Okay.
Well,
you know what? You and Tough Guy have some weird. Is it a verbal tick? Is the N-word a verbal tick with y'all?
What you mean? I mean, it's culture. It's
no,
like you
it's
are
not,
who
dude.
you around,
It is
Stanley.
not.
You are who
See,
you around,
again,
Stanley.
you have a very
I don't get to be around white folks like you, man.
What white folks am I around, Solid Snake?
Everybody in your neighborhood.
Okay, you know what, John? Can you help him out? I literally sent the census data. The town I live in is majority black, not by much, but it is majority black. So the bullshit about hanging out with whites in a white neighborhood, I have literally with numbers, proven that incorrect. Now let's see if you can. Let's see if you can switch gears. Let's see if you can switch gears and come up with another false paradigm.
They knew better. They changed who they were to become someone else to get access to power. And then when that access to power goes away, then you want to start complaining and act like that you're somehow above it all when you're actually in the thick of the shit, you know?
Yeah. To be fair, it's not that I'm giving her credit, because she's definitely trying to do a rebrand, and I'm not trying to say that that's not happening. But to be fair, Donald Trump is the one who ran on America First. America ain't getting involved in other people's shit. We ain't got time for it. We only got time to worry about ourselves. Now, he's always been full of shit about that. I mean, he was the one who dropped the mother of bombs in his first term. He couldn't wait to start bombing motherfuckers when he got in there the first time. But that's not the pitch that he has made.
That's not true, man. Everybody leaned on Trump to do that. He should not have capitulated on that. He should not have capitulated on that mother of bombs, whatever. But that, to me, was him buckling to all those people he had. If he does this with Iran, it's off the table.
Americans. He's never made the pitch that we're going to be in endless wars. We're going to be doing regime changes. We're going to be doing all of these things that, you know, that a lot of Republican warmongers want to see happen. Between Donald Trump's actions and how Donald Trump positioned himself as a candidate in both campaigns, he positioned himself as an America.
Now, he was just talking. He talked a lot of shit. He talks. But what did he do? That's the difference. He talked about doing stuff for North Korea. And actually, he's talking about Iran. He has actually done it. Once again.
Who was not interested in getting in wars and regime changes and things like that. That's how he's always positioned himself as a candidate. The reality of his conduct has shown that he will bomb the shit out of somebody.
Suspect.
Let's see how this goes. Okay, again, this drives me crazy. Okay, the man is president of the United States. Now maybe he should have said, I don't want to, but I might have to. Maybe that would have been a better way to phrase it, but that you would sit there, and a president is not going to fucking sit there. And, if Iran bombs New York City, is the president bound by a promise not to go to war? This is a very stupid statement. And you know what? Somebody who is maybe older and wiser needs to kind of reorient her thinking. A president might have to break a promise in the interest of whatever national interest there might be. Now, I don't think Trump needed to do this. And I've already said, now that he's done it, it's done. But to think that a president of the United States would be bound to never go to war, it sounds like she means under any circumstances. He never said under any circumstances, if you really want to quibble. It's a dumb point. She needs to be checked on that shit. This is a problem with the progressive left. Since when has any politician, since when does the fucking progressive left trust politicians, for that matter?
Yeah, I got to call this one suspect, man. First of all, let's go. I got 5 points. One, on the Omarosa thing. I agree. Omarosa was not as bad as Candace Owens. I think Clay put it well when he said, Omarosa walked so Candace Owens could run. That's a pretty good one. That's a good one. Yeah, she blazed the path through white supremacy for Candace Owens to come through with gangbusters. And Candace took it to the house. So, yeah, I agree with that. But I got number 2. They said it was egregious that Omarosa worked for Trump. And this is why I got a problem. This is why I got a break with Clay and got a break with Reese, because in typical Democrat fashion, somehow people that work with Biden are saintly. Biden, Mr. They'll put you back in chains. Mr. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. This guy, Mr. Crime Bill, Mr. Fingertips on everything. Every horrible piece of mass incarceration legislation in the last 40 years. Biden's name on it. And these guys got nothing bad to say about anybody who worked for Biden. Nothing. I don't hear them talking about it. I don't hear them. In fact, I don't hear them criticize the Democrats for the most part either. So that's my problem. You got all the smoke for the other side, but none for your own side. If Omarosa's egregious for working for
Okay, and Mr. Black is a fucking moron with his point. Why would you expect criticizing your own side? For that matter, I don't often hear you criticizing black radicals or whatever you are. Let's be real, Mr. Black.
Trump. What about everybody that worked for Biden and Obama? I would say they deserve the same amount of smoke. That's what I would say. But see, that's why I'm sitting over here.
Oh,
Which
for
brings me to
God's
number
sake.
3.
Really?
The
You
Grift.
want
Clay wrote a
He
book called The
wants
Grift.
equal
Haven't
smoke?
read it. Maybe I will. Here's the deal, though, Clay. There's a grift in Democrats. You don't think there's a grift in the Democrat Party? I wonder if that's going to be present in your book. Once again, I haven't read it, but I got a feeling it's going to focus on Republicans grifting. And not so much on Democrats grifting, but I could be wrong. That's an assumption, right? Based on what you said here, if you didn't start bringing up different names, it's like you tiptoed on the line. You ain't going to want to say it. Not going to want to be honest about the grifters amongst your own people, your own circle. See, if you don't do anything except call out people on the other side of the ball, you ain't doing nothing. You grifting too, because you ain't being honest. You holding back. You playing the game your damn self. That's the problem I got. And that's why I'm out here on the island alone. And that's what brings me to number 4.
He's on a lonely island.
Democrats, they will ostracize you if you don't fall in line. That's what's happened to me. I haven't done anything that Candace Owens has done. I've never gone against Black Americans and said, Black Americans are horrible, and Black Americans are stupid and lazy and violent, and they don't do this or they that and that. What's wrong with us? Why can't we do this? Why can't we be like this people and these other people? What's the problem? And black women, yuck. And black men, oh my God, bullet catchers and all. I've never said anything like that. But still, I've been ostracized by the Democrats because I don't play ball with them. I don't fall in line with them. I don't vote for the people they want me to vote for. I don't support. I was there. I had an opportunity. I interviewed all these people. From Donna Brazile to Cory Bush to Jamal Bowman, all of them. But the problem was, I would not go ahead with the fall in line with the Kamala Harris crap. So with Democrats, they don't care. So the reason why Candace Owens can get her way back is because she only shitted on black people. And that's not a deal breaker for the Democrats. You don't think I'm being honest? You don't believe me? Ask Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly shitted on black people for several years on Fox News. And what was she able to do? Go right over to MSNBC and get a job. Why? Because she only shitted on black people. Black people are expendable. But if you go against the Democratic Party and you don't fall in line with their anointed one,
pause it right there.
sayonara.
It's Stanley.
Case closed, face closed.
I think what he just did right there, really, is what I was trying to get to with the Black Lives Matter Party. Is that
And what did he just do?
Well, what he just said was, he said,
I heard what he said. I asked, what did he just do?
Well, what he said was
apparently it was a point that got you and Solid Snake. So what did he do rhetorically?
Well, I didn't say he did anything, but he made a point out that I've been saying that the Black Lives Matter, all that was kind of expendable. They just crashed out with it. A lot of people
expendable for whom?
Well, as he's explaining here, like the analogy would be Megyn Kelly, like she could go.
I don't. Well, see, let me tell you, because I know, dude. I asked a rhetorical question.
But you never let anyone
Okay,
finish, right?
I know. Well, no, dude, I already know where this is going. Okay, he
I'll just mute up.
he makes a rhetorical point, which I don't particularly agree with. You always have to keep in mind that corporate media makes money. Okay, having someone like Megyn Kelly at MSNBC is a moneymaker. You're going to attract a new audience. They're not making some huge philosophical point. Now, I don't think he's totally wrong, but I think money trumps race in America. If you want to actually do your homework, the only reason slavery existed in America was because it was a moneymaker. Okay, if having slaves was not good economically, there would have never been slaves. Slavery in America, and actually in the West, the way we understand slavery in the West, it was economic, and then the sociology, all the race science caught up with the economics. So while Tim wants to make it a race thing, it's an economic thing, in my opinion.
Well, if you want to make it economic, I'll buy that
Well,
argument.
I don't have to make it economic.
That's
It
fine.
is obvious.
That's fine. I'll buy that argument as well, because again, like, you can pick on the lowliest people and still have a place. And Megyn Kelly picked on whatever I didn't even know what she said about black people. I knew she said something.
Well, she talked about blackface and Michael Jackson. She said Santa Claus was black. No, she literally fought. She literally did a whole show on Santa Claus. I'm sorry, I said black. Santa Claus is a white man.
Oh, okay.
She literally made that point. So,
but I guess
Megyn Kelly might be a racist. All I'm saying is that if you want to make the argument about BLM that it was a moneymaker using race to make money, I'll 100% agree with that.
Right. And so,
because it's self-evident and is provable.
Right. And I think the thing is that as opposed to, say, the Jewish organization, as an example, they wouldn't have allowed their organization to be used in that fashion. Megyn Kelly probably in MSNBC if she said something about Jewish in that fashion, Jewish people. So
I don't disagree with that point.
You know, that's why I think he's saying what a lot of other black people who didn't buy into the Black Lives Matter saying, like, you know, we're being used here as a pawn.
No, I disagree. I disagree to that
you
extent.
can disagree. I mean, you can disagree with them. That's fine. You know,
Well, the reason I disagree is it's not even remotely provable. I do think, and this is circumstantial evidence, that anti-Semitism is taken a whole lot more seriously in the United States than anti-black is. You can be anti-black and, like he says, wind up with a cushy corporate gig. Like you said, be anti-Semitic and you're done. So
let me ask you a question.
I totally agree with that.
Well, let me ask you a question, and that's why I would tie it back to economics. Then how much of that is economics in that the blacks don't have the economic power?
Well, it's about politics, economics. It's about politics and economics. Blacks don't have economic power, political power, and very arguably social power. And as a matter of fact, I want to separate social power from cultural power. I think the only thing that blacks actually have real power in, and it's more power of persuasion, is culture.
Let me ask you this question. And you know, it's just a general question. It just came to my mind when you said this. What would blacks argue for politically today? I mean, assuming they had
power. Basically, having kind of to Charles Blow's point about, you know, a reverse migration. Blacks swayed politics in 2020.
Well, let me ask you this question.
Well, hold on. I need you to concentrate on that. Political power. We actually have
Can
a
I answer
recent
that question?
example. Okay, Solid Snake, hold your horses.
No, hold on, Stanley. I don't
Blacks
know.
at Georgia in 2020 was a very concrete example of political power.
Stanley, I
So,
don't want-
what are blacks arguing for? How do we get it? Political power is gettable.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So, like, I don't want a long drawn out answer because I just want to try.
Okay, well, I will answer the way I want to answer. It's just the way it's going to be.
Yeah, but you said political power. I got it. Okay, so what would they do once they got that political? What do you think they would?
Okay, you know what? What does anyone do with political power?
Well, I mean, if you would,
they legislate, they shape society, just like a good example is MAGA. When you get power, you start prioritizing the things you think are important. That's what black people would do, just like any other demographic would.
Well, what do you think blacks, if they gain power, would prioritize?
I have no clue. Hopefully not Diddy. I will not support Diddy for president.
Well, they probably wouldn't want Diddy. But
well, you never know.
Yeah, I was just curious because power for
there's enough shows on Diddy. Who knows?
Power for the pursuit of power. I would wonder what would be their priorities once they attain.
No idea.
Yeah,
but we'll never know. At least not in the short term.
Oh, in small areas like in Atlanta, they have power. Black people have power, at least in the city.
No, they don't have the power you think.
Okay.
The capital. Brian Kemp lives in Atlanta. And when what was it? Keisha Lance Bottoms wanted, there was something she wanted, maybe it was curfews or something like that the governor said no. So blacks have power in Atlanta, except it's the capital of the state, and they have power as long as they're allowed to have power. Kemp can step in, as he did. He overruled the mayor.
So she wanted curfews and he didn't allow it.
I think I'm not. Don't hold me to curfews. But there was something during COVID she wanted. Might have been masks. It might have been something of that sort. I cannot remember exactly, but I do remember Kemp saying no. As mayor, he was like, "I'm governor."
Oh, I see. Okay, so during COVID, I got you. Okay.
So she wanted to do something democratic in the city. I can't remember what it was, but the governor overruled her. So my point is that blacks have power. Blacks have power in Atlanta, but they don't have power.
They're limited. They're limited by where they live.
I don't think.
Well, they're limited. They're limited because their power is limited.
Right, in the capital city.
That's what I'm saying. It's not power. It's relevancy. It's relevancy.
Okay. You can. You know what? Don't even bother.
That's the struggle,
don't
right?
even
Being
bother.
relevant.
No. Relevancy. What the fuck does that even mean?
Think about it.
I'm thinking about it.
It took me 2 seconds. We're going to be as relevant as we are today. Look how much relevancy we done lost over the past 30 years. As influenced in American culture.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
If
anything, I think
that was my answer to John's question.
I think blacks have gotten so relevant. I think blacks have gotten so relevant over the past 30 years. We had a black president.
But it's crazy though, right? The same people that propagate and invest in keeping race an issue in American politics are the same people that are legislate against your freedom of speech if you say anything against them.
Hey, Stanley,
when you speak, do you actually speak outside of the last 5 minutes? America, race in America has been a part of politics since before there was in America. So of course, race.
No,
race.
I don't believe that, Stanley. I don't believe this. Too many healthy black Americans been through the history of America.
Solid Snake.
You had
Solid
fat black
Snake.
women
I
in
simply
1832.
Solid
You
Snake.
get a fat
I'm
black woman if we were
simply
starving. Stop it.
I'm simply not in a mood to have a conversation that does not understand what America is. Okay, race. You act like race can be separated from politics. I'm saying it's not a requirement for politics in places like Idaho. Race and politics in America is intertwined, and we've been trying to separate the two since 1965. What I need you to do is don't tell me to think. I need to tell you to know what the fuck you're talking about. You are often clueless, and your sense of history goes back no longer than 5 minutes.
Hey Stanley, I was on Nightish show, listening to Nightish last night. He did a show, CT, whatever.
Yeah, I saw that. I couldn't watch it. I was too tired.
But anyway, so they were saying how someone said they flagged his channel to the point he was banned or whatever, or demonetized, whatever.
Last night?
That's what they were saying. That, you know, I don't know if that's what.
Damn.
But they were saying, yeah, I guess he flagged him to the
Well,
point.
I actually watched a portion of the show from his chat for maybe 10 minutes before I just got tired and left. And then what's his name? Napstar has a channel. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't a subscriber, but it got served up into my algorithm. So I hopped into his chat and, talked, said hi to him and Gary, and he was reviewing CT's show. What I saw was, CT's content is always problematic. Some people would go, it is worthy of it's edgy. But I didn't see anything remotely ban worthy.
It's what I just thought of as you were talking about it. I think you ever heard of like diminishing returns in like economics?
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about, right? And so it's like you go to the well too often, and sooner or later the energy you expend to go to the well is not worth the water you bring out of the well.
John, I hadn't thought of it in those terms, but I think you got something there.
And so, and I think because at some point the people who don't like what you're saying, right, they got energy, right? Because they want to shut your ass up. And
yeah, but you know what? It's hard for me to believe that. Like, I watch CT's show every now and again. Shit, I was up on his panel. It was me and him because he did his edgelord thing. Hey, I only want to talk to liberals about Trump or something.
Mm-hmm.
So no other liberals were going up. So I did. And you know what? We had a good, solid conversation for 30 minutes. And I'm like, well, you know what? CT is an edgelord, but he doesn't have to be. My point being is I would imagine that people who don't like his show would have given up a long time ago. He's got 350 people in his chats.
Yeah. I was listening to some people remember I told you Ava was doing critiquing, and I was looking at his chat, and you get a lot of people questioning where is he from. Not that it matters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and,
somebody called him a tether.
Yeah, I think he's Nigerian though. Not that it matters. But I think
it doesn't.
I think that it becomes a matter of authenticity.
You'd have to help me with that, because now he is authentically CT, and maybe you just kind of get used to it. I mean, when you say authenticity, in what way? I mean, he's authentically anti-black.
Well, Ava was showing us some videos of him, I guess a while back. I'd never seen the videos before, and they weren't very far back, a couple of years ago, something like that, before he became CT, I guess. He had another role or something like that, and it's a totally different person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Kevin Samuels did that.
Yeah. I don't know what Kevin Samuels did before that, so I can't really speak.
Believe me, he was nothing. And if you go back and you do just a little bit of research just in YouTube, he was a nerd, and he kind of evolved into what he wound up becoming. So having someone kind of evolve on YouTube, it happens.
Yeah. I mean, somewhat. I think it would be hard for me to pitch being, making that kind of shift, and you have to be very, very good at that to do that effectively for a long period of time. It's like acting,
Well, John, you make an interesting point in that if it's so easy for you to shapeshift like that, maybe your original shape wasn't genuine. And you know what? Let me ask you a question, because you're not as old as me, but you're not a spring chicken.
I'm getting there.
I don't want to change. You know what? Nas 415, and I'm looking at the number in the chat now. Some days, I'll have 30 people. Some days, like right now, I'll have 9. But you know what? I probably need to glitz it up a bit. But you know what? It's not like I'm going to derive a whole living out of this. And every now and again, I get a surprise that makes my day. Like having Republic tea room up here. Was it? It's a Republican tea room. You know what? That made my day. We got along. Who knew? That was worth 40 people in the chat.
I'll say this, man. I've built a business before, and it's and I'm not equating that to this, but
it can be.
Well, it's still kind of the same thing. You got to put in a lot of work, and so you got to be a bit passionate about it. Sometimes you get up here, you be like, hey, I could be doing something else. You still come up and do an hour or two or more, and so if you are depending on that for a living, and they cut you off, right? Like, man, the motivation it gets harder to be motivated like that, I would imagine. Because shit, you be up there, you got other things on your mind, But I think the thing is, clearly consistency. So whatever your stream is, if you show up every day or consistently, you had a better shot than not. So,
but I mean, look, I see the same cast of characters, a few days a week, and they kind of know me, I kind of know them, and people kind of shift in and out. Some stay, some don't. It is, I like the news. I like the culture part of it. I like the the news, politics, and culture. And it'll be okay.
Yeah, that's it's what's it called? A steady she goes, as they say sometimes.
Exactly.
But yeah, I saw that, man. That's because what's interesting. I think I told you this. Maybe it was like a day or two before. I think they demonetized. I didn't know he was still demonetized. He said on Brave's channel, he's kind of a braggadocious. He said, I would never say this on my channel, but I make a living off YouTube. And I said at that point, like, bro, like, it doesn't matter whose channel you said it on, somebody will see it. And that really brings out the vultures. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be that.
Well, look, I actually, I made a comment. It might have been to CT himself. I actually said, you know what, CT? I like you. I just don't like your panels. CT's good. It's the people on his panel that I just don't even, like I said, I wouldn't have gone up on the panel at all had he had like 8 people up there. John, I have actually kind of drifted away from wanting to have 9 people on a panel. I'm kind of like you. I notice, you know what? You'll get up on a show and be perfectly happy just bullshitting around and doing your thing.
Yeah.
People can kind of be distracting. So, you know, CT gets off on, you know, shuffling the panelists around and, you know, going one-on-one. That is his thing. It would drive me nuts.
Well, you know, I think that there has to be an element of you are the personality, because
well, I mean, and this is very hubristic of me. You know, I've kind of gotten in the mode to look, I like doing the news. I like talking about current events. The nightly newscasts don't generally have more than a couple people, or, you know, maybe the local newscast will have 4 people. You'll have sports, weather, couple newscasters, and maybe some special correspondents doing human interest stories. But you don't have 9 people up there talking about the news.
No, and that's what I was going to say. I think that the more I look at it, and we're just talking shop here,
Right.
I think it is there has to be an element of personality that kind of has to stand alone, to be honest with you. Like when you're up here, people are coming to hear you. Snake, you can't lean on Snake. He may not show up, right? And so people are coming to hear, well, what did Stanley think about Trump bombing Iran, right? Versus hearing what Snake has to say about Iran. They may want to hear you handle Snake on the stream, you know, but they may not want to hear what Snake is. That's not.
So I'm a snake handler now.
And I think like when I look at the successful streamers, I think that, you know, it is somewhat of a like a, you know, a personality of sort, like their personality. And CT does that, but I think those 9 panelists, he probably should do more monologue, just straight stream by himself, and then maybe invite people up, you know.
Well, he does, but I there's some people like CT. I think CT's kind of weird in a way, because if you remember, you may not be old enough to remember something like Captain Kangaroo. And I'm not making a one-to-one comparison, but Captain Kangaroo was the straight guy to, you know, Mr. Green Jeans and Bunny Rabbit. You are definitely not old enough to remember this.
Yeah.
But CT with his cast of characters, it's almost like a fucking old-fashioned cartoon. He is there, and then, you know, you've got Bunny Rabbit, you got Mr. Moose, you've got all these puppets and characters. You remember Mr. Rogers. Everybody knows who Mr. Rogers is. He had a cast of puppets and characters that he kind of managed. Now, everyone knew who Fred Rogers was, but I think Fred Rogers, in a way, it's kind of like me. My personality is a little bland. So having a cast of characters, you know, where you play straight man, actually, you know, can be fairly entertaining. And I think CT's like that.
Yeah.
He's good at managing JP. Shit, I watched JP, Pink. I had no clue who she was. And then the other cast of characters, and, you know, it would be Pink versus JP, then Pink versus, you know, and he was up there juggling this cast of characters, and it was kind of masterful, to be honest.
Yeah. You know, I think no, I did not disagree with what you're saying.
Hey, by the way, Broke Genius, hey, how you doing? He's a content creator, and a good one, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I've seen something strange. I think that you know, I think, you know, this is just my opinion. It's not by anyone in particular. When I look at like the successful people that are streaming, I think that by and large people come there for them. And when you have open panels, you know, let's say like if you go up on CT's panel, that's kind of risky. You know what I mean? It's kind of
not for me. It might be risky for him.
That's more to my point in that there is no risk to you, right? You just dropping bombs, right? You know, and whereas if you stand alone, you don't face those kind of, you face them from the chat. Maybe they call in.
Yeah, right.
You understand? And
right.
And then on the flip side, which can be a positive if you manage it the right way, you may come across people who outshine you.
Holy shit!
What?
Oh, we got to see. Go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
You can run across people that outshine you on your own panel, and then there's an element of managing that, because you could end up getting dependent on someone that comes on your show all the time. And how do you manage that? That's a delicate balance, because that guy could easily just go on and start his own panel, but you want to keep him around. So there's a balancing act to this. It's like a business.
Broke Genius, hit the link if you want. I don't know. Is Portia has not pinned it.
Yeah, I think
she's busy.
What Broke Genius is talking about here is that there are a lot of YouTube streamers that you'll see streams that, hey, I got monetized in a month, and they went viral.
Yes.
They got a lot of hours from, say, one video that may not even be relevant to the content that they
right.
that they put out on a regular basis. Maybe they were at a riot or something, and so they have a lot of subscribers relative to their viewers in the audience. So it's kind of quality versus quantity in that instance there. Yeah.
Well, well, two things. You're gonna love this video. I haven't heard it, but the title just got me. Mo Love, and I want to watch a portion of her video.
Oh shit! I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sorry, man.
Well, we'll go ahead and watch this. This Venus and Serena Williams partner with Elon Musk in X. Gotta see this. I don't even know what that means, but I want to know what that means.
Got to be kidding me. Tennis legends Venus and Serena Williams have partnered with Elon Musk's platform X, formerly Twitter, to bring their podcast Unfiltered Truth to the platform. Two Black women have a podcast titled Unfiltered Truth, and they are going to debut that podcast on a platform that is operated and owned by a white supremacist. They have partnered with a platform where on that platform.
Let me stop this right here. So fucking what? See, this is where, and I love Tabitha. I think she's cute as a button, and she's age appropriate.
Who is this?
One day,
who is she?
Tabitha Speaks Politics. She's got like, I think she's got like 100,000 subscribers, and she is quite. Oh shit, she's got 357,000 subscribers.
So let me ask you: Are they labeling Elon as a, what did she call him? Or what's the
Well, she is a straight line Democrat, as near as I can tell, and I like her. But you know, everyone has problems. She is basically criticizing Venus and Serena Williams for doing a podcast. Elon Musk has pretty much, and I don't even know that it's personal negotiations. She doesn't know that.
What do you mean? Hold on. What does Elon Musk have to do with their podcast?
Let me back it up, and you can hear it from the beginning.
I mean, you don't have to for brevity. What does Elon Musk have to do with a podcast? Their podcast.
They're doing it on X.
Oh, okay. Right. Oh, okay.
They're doing it on X, and Elon may be personally involved. I don't know, but she's basically criticizing them for being on X or working with Elon Musk directly saying he's a white supremacist.
Oh.
But I agree, he is a white supremacist, but they played tennis, which is do you know the reputation of tennis? They played a white supremacist sport. You know, before Arthur Ashe, there was Althea Gibson, and between Arthur Ashe and the Williams sisters, you know, there was Yannick Noah. You know, there were maybe one or two good tennis players, but I can't think of anyone after Yannick Noah, who was a favorite of mine when I was a kid. He was a tennis player, and he was Algerian, by the way. Algerian/French. Oh, by the way, his son played for University of Florida.
When they
won that. Yeah, exactly. So, but my point is that, you know what? I'm old now. Do you really want to fucking take a stand? Look, that you're working for a white supremacist. You know what? I can't say 100% that Elon Musk is a white supremacist. He seems to be. I don't have a problem with them doing a podcast on X that is owned by a white supremacist. If you really want to if you want to be that kind of a purist in the United States, they don't have to work. They're just doing it. Who knows why they're doing it? I just find her argument kind of shaky.
Well, I think the thing is, Stanley, honestly, that you are correct. They don't have to work, but they have been bitten by the fame bug, and they don't want to let that go. Hell, we got Michelle Obama in her 60s doing it.
Okay, so what? Dude, I'm 60. I'm fucking on YouTube. I don't want to be unfamous.
Right. Well, and so I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. Don't take it personal. You know, she's been in the limelight all of her life. And now she's fading out of the limelight, and here's an opportunity for her to get back in the limelight. And here comes Elon Musk. There are no black people that can offer her that kind of opportunity with that many people. And so, what do? Do you not deal with the white supremacists? You've been playing for them, playing in front of them, and gotten rich. You've married them. I think
she played it.
I ain't got no problem with it. I ain't got no problem with any of that. And so I'm saying, like, you know, like she's moved on. Like she's married white people. She lives around white people. Like I don't understand the expectation on the Williams sisters when they live their life telling you more or less that we've moved on from this. You know, I don't.
Now this is an interesting comment. Broke Genius says, "I will never forget a white supremacist in Indiana was going to let me be his stockbroker. I didn't do it because I didn't have a Series 7. My own family, I would be hard pressed to get $100. Okay, I'm confused. Why would he let you be his stockbroker if you did not have a Series 7? Why did he think you could be a stockbroker without a Series 7? I'm kind of confused there. I mean, you actually do have to have a Series 7. You have to have someone. You have to have someone who has the license to do the stock trades.
Yeah, that is very true.
And you know what? The only way to get that license, well, back in my day, because I had a Series 7, you had to work for a broker to get it. You could do it yourself, but it was pretty expensive to get. So anyway, let's listen, because I told him I was good at it and I showed him my personal. Oh, I got you. Well, how did you do your trades? Did you had to go through a broker, right, to do your own trades? Or is there something I'm missing? I mean, you can't just pick up the phone. Or were you doing it through an account? If you were doing it through an online account, there is, somewhere between you on the app and the trade, there is, I don't know how that works, because I had my Series 7 before there were online trade accounts, online brokerage. Okay, I got you. So yeah, but if you were going to be, you mean you were going to, you know what? Next time you're up here, let's talk about it because I'm going to be asking 1,000 questions, and you're in the chat. He's busy, can't come up. So let's hear the details of this. And I disagree that Tabitha is an extremist. Whoever said that, was it Brian? Was it Brian who said that? I don't agree that, or Daniel, I don't agree that she's an extremist. I think she is a straight line black Democrat, and black Democrats can lack nuance sometimes.
Form. It is riddled with lies and conspiracy theories where dis and misinformation is used to
Okay,
keep
this is
the
just
electorate.
horrible. So fucking annoying. They're not, God damn it, they're doing a podcast. Okay, so the platform, they're doing a podcast. And here's the deal. You can do a podcast with iHeartMedia or one of the others, but I bet he's just saying, hey, if you're going to do a podcast, I'm going to give you a bunch of money.
I think that's the thing. That's the thing, Stanley. Honestly, like there is no black person to give them the money, and so they get the big deal with Elon Musk, and then to this black woman, I guess they've sold out. But shit, who else was gonna give them a deal? Right?
Yeah, but let's not even go to that point. You know what? I think Be Brave is a racist, but I hang out with him. I mean, this is America. You know, everybody
This is America.
Everybody, everybody has their peccadillos.
Shit.
I just don't find her. I think her argument is a bit. It's very old-fashioned civil rights. You know, you can't be making a deal with a man. For you know what? For all I know, Serena Williams is rich. Her husband is a tech billionaire. For all we know, she's known him for 20 years. Maybe she doesn't think he's a racist. I mean, as a matter of fact, Alex Ohanian, her husband, I think he was part of PayPal, right?
It was Reddit. That was Reddit. I thought it was Reddit.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you know what? I don't know how tech billionaires couldn't know each other. She may even kind of know him like, you know, as a friend of her husband. I think she's
bro, like, when you're in those circles, man. I mean, you bumping into each other everywhere, bro. It's just the way it goes, yeah.
Right, but I'm saying she may not think he's a racist. You know, sometimes that's subjective, and I just think I understand Tabitha's point, but being older, life is very nuanced, and you know, I know personally, back in my 20s, I was a very black and white. It's either this way or it's not. The older I've gotten, the more nuanced I get. It's like life is so fucking complicated sometimes that, you know, there's some things I'm going to be black and white on. There's some things I'm just going to go, do I really care that she's doing a podcast? And Tabitha has to care because it's politics and she needs content. I would read this story and go, that's interesting, but I would never do a video about it.
Well, I think that what you're seeing here, though, Stanley, is like a common tactic among a lot of black people. Is like, I don't like him, so you shouldn't like him either. Don't do business with him.
That is horrible. Okay,
Well,
that is essentially treating black people as a monolith.
Well, that's what she's more or less trying to enforce upon.
Dude, Democrat. As a matter of fact, if you really want to follow it out, I'll sound like you know, Tim Black here. Democrats are famous for acting like black people are monoliths. What did Joe Biden do but treat black people as a monolith? If you don't vote, you ain't black. That is quintessential black monolithism.
Do you remember the two guys that got into the tiff I think in Vegas, and one killed the man and wife? Well, I showed
Yeah,
the video.
that was just a few weeks ago. 3 weeks ago?
Right. So I showed a video, and he was more or
I
less
didn't
doing the
see
same.
I didn't see that show. Tell me about it.
He was more or less doing the same thing as this woman is saying right here, because she's more or less trying to talk people out of watching Venus and Serena by aligning them with the racist Elon Musk. And so the guy Fanny that was killed, he was telling people, don't go watch the other person's channel. That seemed rather trivial to me, considering there are billions of people tuning into YouTube. They can watch whatever they like. You're not going to win by swaying someone away from someone else's channel. But that's more or less what she's trying to do. She's trying to tell her audience, don't go listen to or watch Serena Williams, trying to cancel them in her own little way there. So that's kind of interesting.
I can't say you're wrong. I just kind of read it as, I don't know, to be honest. If I had to use a term, this is kind of pro-black, like black people need to stick together. And I just honestly, she is as bad as an anti-black black. We aren't all the same. I don't think what she's doing is something that I would approve of.
And what she's saying is that we do all need to stick together. And
well, you know my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I know.
We need to stick together locally,
right?
But
Where
there is no coast to coast. And Venus and Serena Williams, motherfucker, they are literally not black to it. Well, that might be much, considering
they're black when
their
it matters.
careers.
They're black when it matters. It's something where if they were to be accused of something like that, they would lean on their blackness. But by and large, they excise themselves from that part of the
Brian Nichols, soda whites. It's not just a black thing. But no,
it's an American thing.
She is not doing something that's remotely approved of in my, by a person like me. Treating black people, this is shit. White people do it. Be Brave does it. All black people are not the same, and 70% of black people are not the same. So she's very guilty of this.
And she's not going to get a lot of black people, I would imagine, to listen to her and abide by her advice, even the ones that listen to her.
Oh, you know what? That's an interesting question. I don't know what her audience demographics look like, to be honest, but I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I
don't think you get those kinds of numbers on YouTube and have 357,000 black people only.
Well, I didn't say she's black only. What I said was, I don't think she'll be able to convince her audience not to go listen to someone else. She's not that persuasive. I don't think many YouTube content creators are persuasive enough to tell their audience what not to watch. Maybe what to watch, but not what not to watch.
I don't think she wants to tell them. I think she wants to give her opinion.
Well, that's, she's giving an opinion to make you feel like you're doing business.
Well, see, I don't think she's gonna say don't do it. She's going to give her opinion. I think she probably knows that she does not, she's not their parent. She's just an opinionator.
Yeah, I just think if you label someone with the label white supremacist, right?
Well, she wouldn't be the first with Elon Musk.
Right, but you're telling someone, hey, why? You're more or less saying, why are you doing business with the white supremacists? Which is reasonable. That's the next logical conclusion. If he's a white supremacist, why are you doing business with him? And so, in that sense, you have to. The next logical conclusion from there is she's telling people not to go watch these people.
But let me ask you a question now that you want to introduce the word logic into any of this. I think that any sort of racial analysis or racial point should never be exposed to logic because it never stands up. I don't think you can take a logical conclusion from calling someone a white supremacist unless she has like data. It's her opinion, and opinions don't necessarily have to be logical. So there is no logical conclusion, is my point.
You know, the other thing is really what I think it really boils down to is that like there is no alternative. You know, she's more or less saying Elon's a racist, but he's offering her an opportunity to do whatever they're going to do. But she doesn't have an alternative. She can tell you what not to do, but she has nothing to tell you what to do.
Why would she be expected to give a solution?
Well, if I'm telling you, hey man, don't sign that deal with Elon, then
she didn't say don't sign that deal.
What if I'm
she's telling you what they did and giving you her opinion on what they did.
That's fair.
And as a matter of fact, I would venture to say if he said, "Hey, I'm gonna pick up your YouTube channel and I'm gonna monetize it," I bet she'd fucking do it.
Hell yeah, she do it in a heartbeat.
Dumb and uneducated. 2 black women have partnered with a white supremacy to debut their podcast on a platform where racism, bigotry, xenophobia, homophobia runs rampant.
You know what? I might not be able to finish this. There is also Black Twitter. Look, America. I don't know.
Those are your fellow constituents.
My fellow what? Look, this is frustrating.
Your fellow constituents. Them your fellow voting constituents.
Oh,
I'm just saying, they vote for the same people you vote for. Yeah.
I don't know why you have to bring it back to who I vote for. I'm just kind of criticizing. I'm
well, hell, if I was the insect, if I had a business where I had the insect repel, I know what insects I need to eat to provide
your
growth,
microphone's
and
cracking
it'll
up.
have to be.
Is your
My
phone
bad, my
drunk
internet.
too?
It probably is shit.
I will literally criticize her too. This is just fucking weak. As a matter of fact, I was going to make a specific point and I can't remember what it is now, but this is just, let me play a little bit more. I may have to just move on.
You have got to be kidding me. Venus and Serena Williams. Who is in your camp?
Oh, I know what I was going to say. In a nominally free speech platform, you're going to get a lot of different points of view. Dude, you've got Black Twitter, you've got Elon Musk. I just don't see, I honestly don't see why she cares that much. Is she like into Serena and Venus? I don't get why this, matters.
I think I explained to you, Stanley. It's probably
and I don't buy.
Yeah.
Dude, I heard what you said.
Yeah,
I wouldn't call it an explanation.
Yeah. No,
I just think that sometimes we care too much, and maybe this is just content. I have never known either. It's not like they're selling out. That's the other thing. Maybe I missed something, and it's certainly possible, but I've never known Venus or Serena to be like civil rights crusaders.
Well, see, this is some of the things that you missed, Stanley. Some of the cultural stuff downstream that you missed. Let me give you an example. You're not even going to be aware of this, probably. Serena Williams performed at the Super Bowl. She was up on stage.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they're not like us. But was that a civil rights anthem?
That was that. What do you think "not like us" means?
Well,
Right.
it was specifically that what's his name? Drake is not dark-skinned black, questioning his blackness. And by the way, he's Canadian. Is he even American?
Well, that's part of
Okay,
it.
but again, that's not a civil rights song. It's a racial song. I would not call "They're Not Like Us" a civil rights anthem. It's not "We Shall Overcome."
But her getting up there, and again, I'm not criticizing her. To a lot of people, that signals she chose a side of her blackness, right?
Okay, and again, choosing your blackness is not a civil rights crusade.
Follow my logic, though, Stanley. 6 months ago, Serena Williams was not like us. Today, she signs a deal with Elon Musk. I bet you 6 months ago, this black woman probably was talking about Serena Williams. She like us. She up there. She did.
Okay, let me ask you, and maybe you are into that sort of music.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, because I don't like the song. I don't listen to it. I've never streamed it, but I'm familiar with what's going on. And I bet you that 6 months ago, she's probably a Kendrick Lamar fan. I probably would bet that. She probably was cheering Serena on when Serena was aligning herself with black issues, not like us. And now, fast forward, Serena signs a deal with Elon, and she's not like us anymore.
Okay, well, let me educate you.
Yeah.
They're Not Like Us. Was that about black and white, or was it lighter black? Was it about colorism within the black community?
I think it was it meant different things to different people. For some, it was colorism.
Okay, well, to me, it meant colorism has nothing to do with white people in general. I had no clue that rap battle was about white people. I thought it was between like mixed race and who's the real black. That's what I thought it was intra-racial.
No, the other thing though, Stanley, is that Drake is half Jewish. And
Jewish is white. He's half white.
Can I finish though? Let me finish. I understand.
Okay.
I'm not disputing. And so Drake apparently has a pretty good deal with the record industry relative to the other more black rappers. And so that is what part of the anger comes from. I did a stream today about T-Pain. He talked about how black rappers took advantage of him as a child. Drake came into the industry as an adult. He had family in the business, so he would have known the business coming into it. He wouldn't have been taken advantage of the same way that some of these other people are.
Right.
And so I think it kind of, that's the not like us from the business angle. The blacks are down at the bottom, being taken advantage of, scrounging for.
Well, I'll have to take your see, and again, I understand your point exactly. But you can't blame Drake, and Kendrick Lamar should not blame Drake because of who his father is.
I'm not blaming anyone.
He got fucking lucky.
I'm not blaming anyone, right? I'm just giving you.
I didn't say you. I said Kendrick Lamar.
Oh yeah, right. So I'm just giving.
So I think, but again, from my old man perspective, it was really more about who is really black, almost like a Kamala Harris. People question her blackness. People question her father's blackness. To me, it was really more of who is really black versus the white people.
Well,
so therefore, the argument, I don't.
Well, again,
I don't see the Kendrick Lamar rap battle with Drake as a civil rights issue.
Well, you have to.
It has nothing. It has nothing to do with white people, and if it does, it's very tangential.
Well, you don't know the ins and outs of it, so
well, I don't care about the ins and outs, to be honest.
Well, I'm saying me either, but that's probably why you don't see it, is because you don't see the ins and outs.
Well, I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Right. And I'll take your chastisement.
It's not a big deal. Shit. I just found it interesting because from the business angle, I started looking at it from the business angle, and that's where what piqued my interest. And then I started to see all the people squabbling with him. And, you know, of the rappers, he has the best deal. And, you know, in America, you'll see that the lighter skinned Black Americans do better than the darker skinned Black Americans.
And have for how many hundreds of years?
You know, I'm not arguing the point. I'm just saying that,
You know, in a way, now let me float a novel theory. Darker skinned Americans know what happens in American culture or subsets of American culture. Stop griping about it.
Well, I think that you know, there's something else, Stanley, going on, honestly, because you know, and again, I don't listen to a lot of music, but you know, I do catch wind of it downstream going in and out of houses. And so I catch what's catchy, what's, you know, what's current, you know, the people that are playing the music. And, you know, the Drake guy, he was able to come out with a lot of hits for whatever reasons. You know, maybe he's a good writer. He's collaborative, get other people to write with him. He's able to blow up a lot of people's careers and things like that to his benefit as well. And I think that many of the other rappers, the darker skinned rappers, are more or less engaged in battle amongst each other. Hence, they end up in court, like down in Atlanta with the YSL. And that has been, you know, I think the disparity there. Now, this man's probably damn near on his way to being a billionaire from rapping alone, versus some of these guys are still scrounging around living on couches and shit. And so there's some jealousy there, you know.
And you know what? Jealousy is jealousy. But now, again, I know less than you about all this stuff. Seems like Kendrick Lamar is the bigger winner. And before the rap battle, I mean, Kendrick Lamar, Drake is Drake, but Drake has always struck me as more teeny bopper. And
Well,
then
you know,
there's some things that I don't know details about, but you know, he's had some personal life issues. I don't know anything about Drake other than other than Kendrick Lamar, other than he's Kendrick Lamar. But it seems critically, Kendrick Lamar will be around, you know, in the history of music longer than Drake. At least he will be. It's almost like Louis Armstrong versus, say, Charlie Parker.
now I think
You
it's
know,
the other way. I think it's the other way around. Actually, I think. You
well,
know,
no, I mean, if you are like a jazz snob, you will probably appreciate Charlie Parker more than, you know, someone like Louis Armstrong, who is more critically successful, more accepted in the larger American culture.
and that's why I think Drake is probably wide mainstream. He's probably more global than Kendrick Lamar.
Agreed.
Yeah, and you know, he has bigger hits. He's made more money. He's a bigger draw. He can make a career very easily just by jumping on a song with someone. So, so you kind of have to deal with the devil if you want to be very successful. And the devil would be Drake or Elon Musk in this case. Kendrick Lamar can't give you what Drake would give you if he jumps on a song with you. And that's kind of,
Well, I think actually now he could. he might have had to beat, you know, the devil Drake. I think Kendrick Lamar, you know, look, what's the difference between 1 billion and 2 billion, to be honest, other than 2 billion is twice as much.
there you go.
Maybe there are people who are just, I'd be happy with 1 billion. If you offered me 1 billion, you know, hey, you can do a Drake song, or I think you know what I'm saying. To me, 1 billion is as good as 2 billion. It'll get the job done.
Yeah, I just think there's, you know, there's some what do we call it? Difference in range in music. That Drake can make singy songs apparently, and he makes rap songs. So, so you mentioned the teeny boppers. Well, that's where the money is. They're going to sit around and stream.
And you know what? There are things one might do that would involve selling one's soul. If you had to ask me, would I rather be Charlie Parker or Louis Armstrong? It'd be a toss-up because Charlie Parker didn't make anywhere near the money,
right?
Or the public acclaim. But 100 years down the road, you're gonna be listening. The snobs, at least the jazz snobs, and I know a few of them. They're gonna sit in their dens, sipping on a snifter of Hennessy with a mid-level cigar, being pretentious, listening to Charlie Parker. They're not going to be listening to Hello Dolly. And to be honest, you should listen to both. But we snobs will be listening to Charlie Parker, sir.
But you probably won't. I don't think the snobs are
We mid-level, middle-class blacks who want to be all pretentious and shit.
Yeah, I don't think those mid-level snobs would be listening to Kendrick Lamar like that. I think there's a difference.
You don't think so?
I think there's a difference between jazz and rap. You kind of age
No,
out of rap.
I wasn't comparing jazz to that. It's an oblique joke, and I'm sorry. You can tell I've been sipping on some Bud Light.
So do you have an overlay?
I'm gonna get all whimsical. So I told you about Mo Love, my not so secret internet crush, getting porn bombed on her Men's Health show last night.
Can you tell me?
Okay, well, I started listening to it and I fell asleep listening to it. But while I was asleep, they're doing like a fairly serious men's health, and this is maybe like the second or third show she's done. This is like men's mental health month, and she has done, maybe this is the third show, and the guy at the lower left years ago, maybe even a couple decades ago, attempted to take his own life. And he had to go through a mental health journey and all that stuff, and he's kind of the star of the show, very articulate. I think he's pretty successful now, but he went through a rough patch. And he was on Mo's show, and then last night they were on 907 Good Eats. She did a show. So this is 40 minutes. I don't know that we'll make it all the way through, but Mo is a good person. She's actually an awesome person, and men's mental health, this specifically is Black men's mental health. And I thought it might be interesting to show here.
Let me ask you this question before you jump into this. How are they distinguishing between Black men's mental health and
would you agree that by and large, and let's just say less than middle class Black males have a higher chance of having a quote more Black experience than a white male?
Say that one more time. Sorry about that.
Would you agree that if you're not middle class, let's not even talk about middle class, if you're working class or below, a Black male will have a higher chance of having a little bit more of a harsher growth experience, childhood, I guess is a better word, than a white male?
But I would say yes, but I don't know how a poor white.
Well, the yes, I don't know why you would hesitate. Look at generational wealth numbers. Look at income numbers. Look at marriage rates. Look at single motherhood rates. I think the numbers would bear out that a Black child has a very high chance of having a rougher, more brutal, less idyllic childhood than a white child.
Okay.
The stats bear it out.
Now, let me ask you this, and I'm not arguing with you.
Okay, I need you to acknowledge that the stats bear it out.
Yeah, I said yeah. But I
didn't say it slower so I can hear it.
Yeah, okay. You heard me say yes, but now are you comparing a poor Black child to all?
No, I'm not making a comparison. What I need you to do is listen to what I said. See, dude, you always want to not listen and filter it through whatever filter you have.
I've answered
my question. Let me restate my question.
I've already answered.
Let me restate the question.
I've already answered. You don't have to restate.
I don't think you did. I think you
yes.
think you did, and I don't think you did.
I said yes, but I did want some clarity. I said yes, and I said, but let me.
Okay, please ask your clarifying question.
I've already answered your question, but I did want to get because you said a poor black person, and then you said
a poor black child that is not middle class or above. If you are working class or below, the black child, in male or female, but I want to concentrate on males due to the topic of Mo's show, has a higher chance of having a less idyllic childhood than a white child.
No, any white child or poor white child? Or just any? I'm just asking.
Oh, God damn it, Charles. God damn it, John. I said working class or below.
Okay, so poor black child.
I literally said working class or below. I didn't say poor.
Stanley, why are you screaming? You said working
okay, because, dude, you are fucking being Solid Snake here.
No, I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
I was very careful. Working class or below, so you could be poor, you could be working class, but I stuck with working class. That means the parent isn't always home. They don't have excess time to spend with a child. They may have 1 or 2 or 3 jobs. Working class or below, white child, black child. You can toss in Mexican child. You can toss in any race you want. But I want to concentrate because you asked about black and white. I propose, and this is based on very solid statistical data.
Okay.
A child working class or below, being raised by parents, black or white specifically, black or white.
Gotcha. Okay.
The black child has a higher probability of having a harsher childhood than a white child. You asked me about mental health. Where I'm going with this is the black child has a higher chance of being raised in an environment that could leave harm going forward into adulthood.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. I got where I think they're going. So they're saying based upon that, there should be like
you haven't heard them yet.
No, but
you asked about why would I think you asked why would black men be singled out for her show?
Right.
The reason I think is black males versus white males have a higher chance of having lasting mental scars if they grew up working class or below.
Gotcha.
That's why I think, and I haven't talked to her why they concentrated on black. Could be because they're all black and they care about black issues. Maybe that's it too.
Okay, I didn't know everybody's all black up there. Or
it's Mo Love. You've been on Mo Love's show, right?
No, I never. I've been on her sister's.
Well, she's T's sister. You know that.
Yeah, I've been on her sister's.
Okay, well, they tend to care a little bit about black issues.
Yeah, whenever I've seen it, mostly she's talking about the Bible. So I didn't know.
You know what? She is very religious. And the Bible will come into this. As a matter of fact, I often listen to her online Bible study. It's 10:15 on Sunday nights, Central Time. And you know me, I'm not very religious, but you know what? I enjoy listening to them.
Yeah.
So the premise is set. That's why they're concentrating on black men's mental health, but it's men's mental health month. And it's not, it's racialized, but not like white people don't go through it. They're not saying that.
Yeah, so this is a continuation from the last live. Of course, some of you guys were there. You know what took place. It's very unfortunate, but I'm very grateful of all the information that was given. I will edit that part out. I don't want to do away with just the entire live. Hey EAE, he said, do you have an overlay image you can put up to verify people are legitimate players before allowing them on the panel? I do. I should have done that because it's like it was like 2 or 3 people that came up automatically just out of the blue, you know. And I saw my sister say, I don't, something ain't right about this. I should have listened. I just let him up. Yeah, so messed up my groove. Would you like to continue, Brandon?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so much more we can cover. I don't want to bloviate, but there's a lot of
Ooh,
data I
bloviate.
haven't
And by the
covered
way,
yet.
I haven't heard the show.
So, if you would, pick a certain topic that you'd like to address, and we'll give a good hard look at the data, and look at what we can do about helping the people that are suffering. Um, I think it's best that we um, cover something like trauma, or we didn't hit it on anxiety that much, but I'm open to questions or suggestions too.
Yeah, EAE said, I hate to throw race into it, but I can't lie. We as blacks will do a lot of terrible things to each other, but we don't stoop that low when people are talking about serious issues. Well, unfortunately, in this space, I guess it doesn't matter. Like, people will stoop as low as they can, no matter what the topic is.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
well, you got to understand, mental illness doesn't hit our race as much as it does other races. So
You don't think so? I think it does.
no, the data doesn't show that. The what we in society. Okay, so for instance, the top two groups for self deletion are.
Okay, I can already stop him here. He doesn't understand what data is. Sometimes you need to combine it with, um, look, self deletion rates are a measure, but if you're talking overall trauma, he isn't aware of all the statistics. I think you could argue that poverty rates and generational poverty rates are a sign, not directly, but they are an indicator of mental issues. And when I say mental issues, I mean, that generational poverty, I can't do better because of this, what people would call a victim mentality. That is literally a mental state. So I just off the bat, and like I said, I haven't heard the show. I started listening to the original show, and eventually it was porn bombed or something, and I fell asleep. And then I came across this once I woke up early this morning. I think he's wrong. I think what he needs to do, he's not a psychologist or psychotherapist. He's not Universal Jones. He needs to stick to what he knows personally. He needs to not make broad generalizations, and he's welcome to do it, but he opens himself up to scrutiny for bad thinking.
Native Americans, one, and number two is our Caucasian cohorts. So obviously, as a consequence of what we count in that realm, mental issues definitely affecting them to a much higher.
Wrong conclusion. God damn it. I might have to just like, you cannot make that kind of blanket statement from one set of numbers.
Degree.
Or is that just what's being reported? Are they more likely to be open about their struggles?
That's a very good question because,
Because I think we struggle just as much. We just don't. It's just not recorded.
see, that's where the data gets kind of sketchy because, like the CDC said, it's hard to count. All right, so like in the U.S. Census, it's hard to count for Black people or Hispanics because we don't really report our data to the census, but like a lot of it's just hard to get a numerical grasp on us as a as a race, and we do know that race is determined by the census. In 2019, they added 2 more racial categories. Just as a side note, so they are the ones who determine what race actually is. Which
Ryan, if you want, you can hit the link, and you're right. This dude, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be watching this. I'm watching it more for Mo Love, but yeah, he's just making. Just take this. This guy will talk about his own situation and what he knows. Pay attention to that. His broader points about mental health at large. He is in no way qualified to make these assumptions.
DNA is 99.9% identical.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the Human Genome Project, the only thing that race is merely a manifestation of physical characteristics and adaptation to the equatorial regions of the globe. So you're going to have darker skin as you're closer in proximity to the equator. But
even that part is wrong.
Anyway,
It's
I
the
digress.
opposite of what he said.
So yeah, you
It's
might
not
be. You
the
could be right. You could be very right. But
the adaptations happened once people started moving away from the equator.
What all we can rely on is the data right now, and it seems to be that the whites and the Native Americans are most affected by mental illness.
You hear that, Ryan? Y'all are fucked up.
I mean, the numbers that they off themselves are just it's crazy compared to ours. We don't do that as much. They do it a
Hey,
lot.
Portia, how you doing?
Yeah. Hold on, Miss.
All right, Ryan. You might as well get what you have to say.
Unless you extrapolate out income and extrapolate out multiple things, he's the data's not that. Like, is he looking at how many people claiming on insurance, therapy visits? Is it a poll? Like, number one, the deletion rates, from what I understand, have come in line, and they're very similar. And the other thing is you have the cultural part. Like, I know in the community I'm from, why are you going to talk to a shrink, right? Why? Well, you going to go to you got to go to the nut house. That's the shit they say, right? Like, you got to go to going to a therapist or anything close to that is going to a nut house. So culturally, they don't accept therapy.
Hold on one sec, Ryan.
Go ahead.
Here's the deal, and I should have just prefaced it. This guy is not a mental health professional. He had mental health issues, and it's my fault for not prefacing. Do not listen to, his broader points about, who is more mentally unhealthy than others. I think that had he been on this panel, I would have kept away from these broad, like, you're not fucking qualified, to do all this. Let's talk about your experience. So, John, what do you think? Maybe I shouldn't even show this.
He was quoting stats. I can't.
Okay, but see, the problem is quoting stats. Statistics are something you interpret. Okay, quoting stats really doesn't really build context. You can quote a million different stats about mental health. You take the stats and you make a story from the stats. Stats
Yeah.
are like words.
Yeah, and I haven't really followed mental health. So when he's saying, black men have mental health, I mean, we talked about it a while back, where we said it's
Well, mental health issues.
Well, I mean, I'm talking specifically about suicide, and we talked that the numbers were evening out. This guy is saying that the numbers.
Well, I
aren't.
don't think they are. I think we think they are. And maybe they are.
I have no idea. I don't follow it as closely. I think that
But actually, this is more a programming issue. And Ryan, you're older, you're mature. Maybe this is not going to do. I just wanted to see what was said. I thought maybe this isn't something I should even be showing, because this dude is. He might put out some shit that, maybe. What do y'all think?
I mean, I can go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Ryan.
I was just going to say, like, I don't think you can just sum up mental health. Like, I've sought mental health professional before, and I've been to therapy, for a lot of stuff, and it's a pretty broad thing. You can't just look at suicide rates and go, well, that's mental health. Like,
that's my point.
Yeah, and there's the chemistry part where some people are born without, chemicals so you take medication for that. There's the therapy part, which is like life experience, which I think, Stanley, your earlier statement about, like
grief
black
counseling.
people, black people growing up in the hardened ghetto, right? Like, they probably need some PTSD therapy, right? Because you got gunshots going on. Military veterans, surely PTSD. So I just think that you can't say mental health is just one thing when it's very broad. You got addiction, which goes into that. I mean, there's just so many pieces to it. So,
and if I'd been not so tired, I was gonna hop. Oh, here's the expert. But before Universal, before you go, and I'm very glad you're here.
He's the guy.
I wanted to make a point. I went through like grief counseling, and then kind of had to go through it again because I had like a major life change, and I honestly thought I could do it myself. I'm like, motherfucker, I am Stanley Cross. This is gonna be done, and I just fucking my parents and my brother and sister showed up in Northern Virginia, and I knew they were coming. They didn't like surprise me, but I was kind of surprised at why they came up. I just thought they were coming up for a visit. And you know what? That's what family's for. I was kind of just set on automatic. And but anyway, you're right. Mental health is sometimes necessary, if only for the conversation. And I will tell you about a specific thing, like my therapist, and this was VA therapy, luckily. So he knew my background, all that stuff. So it came up that, one of the things, they kind of recommend, like if you have a loss of a spouse or a significant other, is you rearrange the furniture and, just kind of try and break a paradigm, I guess maybe the word is. And but you know what? It shocked me when he said it, because I never thought of it. That's maybe why you talk. You can't know everything. You can't know. Sometimes you can't see outside of yourself to be objective about yourself.
That's right.
But I went one better because I wound up just fucking moving. So I remember the last session. I'm like, well, Doc, I'm going to do you one better. Not only did I rearrange the furniture, I'm rearranging where I live. He busted out laughing. He's like, well, then there's that. But you know what he told me? Because I was like, well, I'm going to have to switch VAs and all this stuff. How do I continue the sessions? You know what he told me? I don't think you need it anymore.
That's awesome. You got fired.
It
That's
sounds
good.
like you are in control. Dude, mental health is not necessarily permanently pathological. So,
Yeah.
Universal,
Yeah.
welcome. You are the expert. Tell me where I'm wrong. I don't know if you watched Mo Love's show. What's your wisdom?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Salute to the panel in the chat. I did not see this episode. I am familiar with Mo Love, and I agree with your last point, Stanley, that mental health isn't something that needs to stick with you or will stick with you forever. For some people, it is, depending on what your diagnosis and situation is. But for the most part, doesn't always have to be. It is more about you taking the reins of your own life if you can, and moving beyond the situations that you've had. Now, some people can't, right? You're schizophrenic, that's going to affect you forever. But if you're dealing with grief or maybe even high levels of anxiety or even moments of major depression, those are things that changing settings, talking to the right people, changing the life situation, those things can help you move forward. So yeah, that's pretty much what I got right now. I don't know if you want to roll the clip. I'll chime in as we go.
Yeah, okay. Well, good. I'm very glad you're here. You can listen to this young man and, correct him where he's wrong. Because I'm actually, I was asking John and Ryan, like, there's so much stuff that's so, kind of debatable or actually just bad or misinformation. And he's a good guy. I'm not. He
Sure.
is being asked a question and he's answering to the best of his ability. So absolutely, I'm not casting aspersions, but you got to be careful sometimes. So
Yeah.
that you're here, you can take this. You can take the reins.
Mr. Bass, now I gotta make sure people are who they are.
You're not showing it, Stanley.
Give me 1 second.
Sorry about that.
There we go.
No, that's not it.
It's me.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I am showing it.
She might have threw that up because somebody tried. I think she got porn bombed.
Okay.
She's gonna throw it up for everybody now. Oh wait, hold it. You didn't hear this story. So she was doing a men's health thing, and she got porn bombed.
I'm not surprised.
It's like, talk about
porn bombed.
irony.
I got porn bombed doing on my last stream.
So you're doing mental health, and a porn bomber who might need some counseling comes up and porn bombs.
I would have
That
worked
is
with him.
irony.
Kept his pants on, but
And poor Mo Love, she was so flabbergasted.
What were you saying? I missed it.
Oh, sorry. So mental health issues, because you got to understand, we have in the Black community, and Hispanic communities, they have a lot of communal support, and we've seen that huge support from the community lowers our mental health issues.
Mm-hmm.
I thoroughly disagree with that.
Yeah, I'll yield the floor.
yeah, I agree too. I disagree.
Yeah, that's good.
Pause it really quick.
Hold
Stanley.
on 1 second. You know what? You just tell me when you want me to stop it, or you can. Just tell me when you want to.
That is.
It's
I
like,
think
dude,
that's-
I'm not even a mental professional, and I know this.
Stanley, I think that's one of our, I will say, Black folks. It's one of our things that keeps us where we're at. Is we have this expectation that collectively we have to do things in one unison. It's kind of a monolithical mindset type of thing. And honestly,
It is so annoying.
I don't think we should do that. I think that hurts us more than anything because we're waiting for everyone to catch up to a certain level, and we're not doing the individual work that we need to do to be better.
You know what? That's my point, and I don't make it as well as you did, but that's why I don't, when you say the quote Black community, I'm like, there is no coast to coast. It's very localized. And you're absolutely right. If you start this, it takes a village, and it does take a village, maybe, but not every time. the right tool for the right job. And
Correct.
it confounds me. This is Stanley uses old fashioned words day. I used Randy. I used confound. It is. Why can't people switch gears? Why does it have to be one tool for everything?
Because
Why
we don't
can't
want
people
to
just think?
I have an answer for
Why
that.
can't people just fucking think?
Well,
This is a problem that cannot be community or crowd funded.
Yeah.
I have to do the work myself.
Stanley, I don't think that collectively we have accepted how dire the situation is for us in the United States. And I think we're holding on to what we thought were the glory years of our quote unquote community instead of being honest about where we are now. Because that whole village mentality, I mean, there was a different type of community then. We lived in different type of neighborhoods. We had different type of ways of socializing. The ethnic groups weren't even all the same. It's
But
different.
let me ask you a question, because you bring up a black conservative point. My opinion is that the Thomas Sowells of the world, the Byron Donalds of the world want to talk about back during Jim Crow, the marriage rates were higher. And by the way, I really didn't think about it or know it until very recently. Blacks have always had the lowest marriage rates. If you're going to base it on racial demographics, always. It's always been the lowest. So a lot of these black conservative points about high marriage rates, well, high relative to what? If you're comparing then to now, it was low then, it's just gotten worse.
Right.
So, but your point about where we are now, I think black conservatives, and I really don't want to make this political, but now, in my opinion, is not then. I think since 1964 and integration specifically, we have been scattered to the winds in a lot of different ways, and we are not a community. We're getting less and less every year.
Correct. I agree. And honestly, I don't think we should work collectively as a community. We should think more about nationality, and this is where my conservative standpoint comes in. We should think more of nationality, and honestly, even smaller than that, communal. I live in this community. I'm doing the best for this community.
Right.
This is where my kids are raised. This is where I pay taxes. This is where, I cultivate my network, whatever. I think that'd be better for us.
Well, see, maybe you and I should talk more often, because I have been saying for a while, black culture begins within your four walls, and then it projects out.
But see, but then then it goes to black male female dynamics, and that's if you're doing the black thing, right? Because let's be honest, it might be better.
Well, no, dude. I think whatever the culture is, and you're right, but you know what? Probably the blackest thing in my room, as I said, here is me. I'm looking at my John Deere hat and avoiding mowing the lawn. So black culture is me. I am my black culture. Doing what everyone says is black culture. And I think you know where I'm going with this. When I say black culture, it's because I'm black. My parents are black. If it intersects, I dated a lot of women before I met my wife, and I will be honest, we probably were more culturally aligned than any black woman I dated. We
What do you
never
think that
talked.
was? Share more about that.
Well, it was religion. We were raised Catholic. We were both kind of middle to lower middle class raised. The value systems were the same. Now, so And see, that's the wonderful thing about America is there are a lot of intersections culturally. This is why I grew up in a black neighborhood, but you know what? Um, I my wife, if I'd grown up with my wife, in the same neighborhood, she would have been perfectly comfortable. And the kicker was our parents met each other after we got married. Shit, my father-in-law sent my father a birthday card the other day. Men don't fucking send birthday cards. Our parents got along.
Yeah.
So my sister met my father-in-law a while ago, and we were my sister and I went to Savannah for my father's birthday. It happened that my father-in-law, who happens to be white, was gonna be in town. So you know what? Yeah, Pam, you and I can go to Savannah. My son, who is an adult, kinda, but grandpa's here. He has adult supervision. Let's go. My sister met my father-in-law, hadn't seen him in a while. They hugged, talked for a while before we left. We have known each other for years. You have to forgive me, Universal. I've had a couple, so I'm a little long-winded, but I won't say it was seamless, because I told you about her grandmother going, why can't she find a white man? But you know what? She wound up loving me too. But my point is that culturally, we were readers. We like the same things. We like to fish. Just sometimes you have to stop looking at the color of the you have to stop looking at color of skin and look at content of character. I am the Martin Luther King marriage counselor here.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem though, Stanley, because if we really start looking at the content of character, it's going to highlight there's something going on amongst the black collective. There's something different here. They're not doing what you did with
But then
wife.
don't look at the pathology collectively. Look at it individually.
There's
Stop
so
saying
many
all
individuals.
black women are one way or all black men are another way. Just look at the individual.
But
when I go to the club, and I have been to the club, Universal.
Oh, I know.
Hey guys, can I tell you guys a quick story? I'm gonna post this video to the chat. Yo, man, I just got a phone call. I had to call the probation officer for the sex offender that I rented to. And I'm gonna post the link up there shortly. She's like, yo, I got a whole slew of people looking for housing. She's a sex offender housing provider. And so she was like, yo, I can fill up all your houses. I was like, wow.
With sex offenders? Tell us your business model.
Hell yeah, because she needs to get those people housed. If she found somebody who's willing to take them, she'll make sure they're there. She'll have the down payment ready and everything. That makes her job easy.
Man, that's I've shown you the homeless provider network we've had, and just on this stream alone, we've had homeless provider networks, we've had trans housing provider networks, and now we have sex offender provider networks. I mean, this shit is fucking amazing, bro. All these organizations that are basically slicing and dicing these
Mm-hmm.
groups, and they're doing duplicitous services here. They got a housing provider,
housing jobs,
right?
And
these are so many different. Somebody said trans housing. These are so many different jobs. It's an ecosystem.
Yes,
and how they are feeding off of this is truly amazing.
Dysfunction. John, there was a professor. I can't remember her name. Well, I'll still talk to the audience. So, and Stanley, you may have come across this. There was a professor from the University of Maryland. I got to find this book. The book is called something like $1 Million Blocks. And what she did, her and her research team, is she looked at the dysfunction from urban neighborhoods. I think they looked at Baltimore, actually. And what they were saying was, if these collective group of people continue to be as dysfunctional, it creates an industry for nonprofits and governmental entities to pretty much create a workforce and an ecosystem amongst the dysfunction. And she called it $1 million blocks. And what they did was they went and they did kind of a shorter longitudinal study on a neighborhood. And they were saying this one block here has so much dysfunction that it's pumping out multi-million dollars a year for all these other people. I'll see if I can find it. But it's fascinating. But that's kind of what John's talking about here.
I couldn't believe it, bro. Like,
Deacon Dave, let me when y'all are done, let me address Deacon Dave. This you're lying part, I have a little bit of an annoyance with. I'm not Be Brave. Okay, when I say that black marriage rates have always been less than white in other ethnicities' marriage rates, why would I lie about that? I have no point to prove. So what you need to do, Mr. Dave, is go and fucking, if you think I'm wrong, don't put in the chat that I'm lying. Go and do your own research, sir. Sorry about that.
No problem. I'm trying to find that professor, man.
All right, can I ask Universal a question about her larger topic?
Sure.
So Mo Love is talking about men, and I've been reading recently that like there's an organization that's about men's mental health and specifically young men, teenagers and young boys, how they're falling behind in every category, education to women, right? Substantially falling behind in pretty much across the board in all major categories.
Mm-hmm.
And so what is your take on that? Why is that happening? Women are 60% of graduate students, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is going on there as a mental health professional?
Yeah, well, we as a mental health professional, is an interesting way to answer that question. As a mental health professional, I would say what's happening here is we quote unquote society, we're correcting our wrongs through patriarchy, and we're giving women opportunities that they have been suppressed to have, and we've probably overplayed our hand. That's what the educated psychologist in me would say.
Okay.
Now, Universal, the thinker would say this is a problem because we've overinvested in one group and neglected another, assuming that these men were just going to be able to figure it out, and they can't. We haven't, and we've let it go on for so long that we have a collective struggle amongst boys, and this is across ethnic and racial groups. That is having a huge detrimental problem to our society. We need both men and women to be quote unquote healthy. And
y'all still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
Hey, University. University, can I tell you a story?
My earbuds died.
Can I tell you a story? My buddy Philippe told me, University, man. My buddy Philippe sent me a picture of a Waymo car on fire.
Yep, I was in one not too long ago. Yep.
And my buddy Philippe, he developed the data centers to roll out the AI.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Pretty impressive technology.
Right. They started out in Arizona, I think, for the Super Bowl, and then they went to San Francisco, I'm not saying whatever.
Yep.
And so he was telling me, he said, man, look at these people gleefully destroying this car that they could never, their mind would never take them to the limit where they could build this.
Correct.
But they can destroy almost instantaneously.
Yep.
And you're seeing a lot of that, man. Like, where you some mental health, like they're facing a lot of things where they know that instinctively they cannot create this shit. They can even maintain this world.
Yeah.
Right? All around them, everybody, man, I can't do this shit.
Yeah, it's easier to suppress or destroy it than to invest and understand. Right. And you see that on many different levels in people's lives, man. You bring some new information to somebody, they don't want to hear it. They'll kick you out the group for bringing something in that could be helpful to everybody, because people love it's comfort zone. People love to be comfortable, even if it is dysfunctional, even if it does hurt them. They can predict it. They know what's happening. So same thing with men's mental health. It is Men's Mental Health Month. We haven't really seen a huge push for this. Pride.
Well, let me
anything.
look.
But,
Well, I have. It's Mo Love and
yeah.
my other new internet crush, 907 Good Eats. And we'll be watching more of her content. She's a chef. So she does cooking videos, believe it or not.
What's the 907?
So
Is that her area code or something?
she's in Alaska. and I didn't she's got a beautiful kitchen, god damn it. I might have to. I think she's married. But
12 man.
I hesitated. My joke was like, I'm not going to tell 12 man about this because he'll be wanting to meet up. So, you know how he likes black women who can cook in Alaska.
You can tell yourself, Stanley. You can see yourself.
I'm not going to Alaska. And anyway, I was going to ask, look, someone brought up the point about you know me, as I've gotten older, look at everything, run it through a history filter at least once. And I think mental health in the white manhood community and the black manhood community, there are going to be thousands of intersections, but there are going to be divergences. And childhood, how you're raised, single mother homes, that's kind of like the hatching ground for mental illness. And then, as you get older, there's going to be, I was in the military or not, or, what have you. My personal theory is that I think you are more prone to run into external factors or the nurture, maybe that's a better term, that's going to produce an young adult male that is more prone to mental issues. And I'm looking at statistics. If you have a higher chance of growing up in a single mother home, you're going to be more prone to have some things that aren't going to be ideal as you're growing into manhood.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I gotta step away for a second though. I'm gonna be in the back. I'll pop back up in a minute.
All right. Well, happy Jay Slappy. My Lord. Texas is legalized. Oh, really? I thought I thought Abbott might veto that though. So I haven't really kept up. I did know. I don't that post-traumatic slavery disorder, that might be more like a brand name of something than real. You have to be much more specific than that. Slavery ended a minute ago. Oh, the cartels are happy. Interesting. Happy, hit the fucking link. Why are the cartels happy? I mean, if hemp and growing weed and stuff like that's legal, why would the cartels benefit or be happy? You have to explain that part. Yep, here's Deacon Dave. What's up, Dave?
Good afternoon. How's it going?
Well, wait, hold it. Hold on one sec. So the cartels grow weed legally?
What's up, Deacon Dave?
What's up? What's going on, John? What's up, Universal? What's up here?
Would you come up to fuss at something I
Brian?
said, Dave?
Nah, I came up. I don't have time, but I do have a link, and I guess you can read that at your own leisure. You know how
I'm
we
bringing
do.
it up now. Historical marriage trends from 1890 to 2010. Summarize it.
Now, the statement that you made was that blacks have never had a higher marriage rate than whites.
That's true. Now, let me also help you out here. I'm talking from 1940 when they started actually measuring married couples. If you go before 1940, you're not going to be able to make your case.
Well, the trend
I
starts
forgot
at
to add, I
1950.
forgot to add that part. I can take your article. I can counter it with another article about census data. So you don't have, you're not making the argument you think you can make. The census, U.S.
Well,
Census,
the
did not
link is right there. It does
hold
say
on before you babble on.
1950.
1940 is when they started measuring married couples by race. So if it's before 1940, in my opinion at least, you don't have an argument. And I should have made that point. My bad. However, it has always been historically low compared to white people.
Well, even this will tell you that it was higher before that and after that. So it
Okay,
doesn't matter.
and I'm saying
you do what
you're
you
full
want
of
with it.
shit. You
fine.
put up this. I'm saying the measurement I'm talking about, and this is always the problem with statistics and census data. I'm looking from 1940 forward.
Okay.
And
Here's the link.
I'll have to go back. I'll figure out how to get you the numbers I'm talking about.
All right. Yeah, we'll put it in the machine.
And by the way, 1940, middle of Jim Crow.
Yeah.
I do know that right after slavery, there was a huge bump in marriage rates because legal marriage for slaves never really existed. So I kind of know where you want to go with that, but I don't trust data before.
Oh God, Stanley, you made the statement. Never.
No,
Now you
I'm.
you're painting
Whoa,
you're
whoa,
painting
whoa,
a
whoa,
little
whoa,
circle. You say
whoa,
land in this
whoa!
circle right
Listen
now.
to
Don't
what I'm
try to trim it
saying.
down. It is what it
Okay,
is.
no, I haven't changed my opinion. Blacks have never had the marriage rate that whites have. It's historically the lowest. That hasn't changed. I said it was higher. If I said it was no, I didn't say it was higher than white marriage rates. I said there was a bump. It was high, but
Well, you
I'm
said
not saying,
you said
and I don't know
never.
this for fact or not. I don't think it was higher than white marriage rates. And even if it was, I'm not going to trust the marriage data,
Well, then what's the
married
point?
couple by race data before 1940, because that's when the census created the category.
Okay.
What they used to do before 1940 is they would ask men, "Are you married?" or ask women, "Are you married?" After 1940, they created a new category, and I can't remember what it is exactly, but they actually started looking at household marriage rate. I think that was the category. Because you can be married and not live in a household. So, we can quibble. And this is the problem with statistics. You have to quibble sometimes.
In order for me to prove anything to you, it has to go through the same
No,
filter.
see, the problem is you are silly enough to think that statistics prove stuff.
Now, wait a
Statistics,
minute. I have to
no.
qualify it based
Let me
on what you're
finish,
going to throw out versus reality.
Math
I get it.
Genius, Mr. Math Genius. Statistics do not prove they prove trends. They are not truths. This is what people don't seem to understand. Statistics measure trends. That's why there are rates. When
But
you
didn't
talk
qualify
about
your statement before you said that.
when you talk about per capita, that's not necessarily the truth. It is a trend. You can make it a truth. You can make rhetorical points, but statistics don't prove truth.
And I'm not saying that you're not right. or that you can't
Well,
be
I
right.
know I'm right. You don't have to, I don't need your judgment whether
No,
I'm
no,
right or
no,
wrong.
Stanley, but
I
you are
actually
doing
know what
it.
I'm talking about.
You're shrinking the goalpost, and that's fine.
That's right. I'm not moving goalposts. I'm
You're just
I'm
shrinking it.
taking the
That's all.
goalposts and being more specific with my goalposts.
I get it. Hey, I get it.
Now, all I'm saying is your statistics, while valuable, are not the capital T truth. And stop acting like they are. Too many politicians and people who like to talk about what we like to talk about want to treat these as hard and fast truths when they're really just trends.
Well, when you use words like never, I mean,
Well, I'm being
stipulations should be
very
out there
general
before you
too.
say never.
I'm as guilty as anyone of making broad generalizations. So when I do that, you're correct to call me out. And I will read
Sorry,
this
someone's
because
going. Someone's going to.
I will read this because it looks pretty interesting. This is interesting. A public rhetoric often decries a societal retreat from marriage, that it is increasingly an increasingly obsolete institution. Here, let's put this on screen until Universal comes back. And let's see if I can enlarge it. And I'm going to scan through it. There's a whole paper. Did you read the paper?
No, I just got you
Dave?
the link.
Okay,
you a
well,
link.
I'll do you one better. We will read the paper. It's 27 pages. I'll read it overnight because now I'm really interested. It'll either make or break my argument. So thank you for this. This is, and let me make a bigger point. And Dave is the perfect example. He has a contention. He doesn't like my argument, and Dave is the patron saint of a Stanley versus the world panelist. Motherfucker, I'm bringing data. Read this. I love it. Y'all start doing what Dave just did. And SKC will do it too. He will put shit in the back. I'm going to blow up your argument, and here is the data, dude. You either know my data, familiarize. I love it. Familiarize yourself with my argument. Motherfucker is bringing an argument, a substantive argument that stops my bullshit in its tracks. And now I have to take the two arguments, figure out who's right, or figure out why, the exceptions. This is what SKC does, and apparently now it's what Deacon Dave does. Y'all silly motherfuckers start doing what Dave just did. It's boring, it's tedious, but motherfucker, I will say I'm wrong if you prove me wrong, and I might even love the pain of the humiliation.
No, what intrigued me is that I just wanted to challenge it. That's all. But like, I don't
No,
do the
it's
head
not,
nod.
but
Like,
it's
so
a
I just agree
totally
with you.
valid.
You know what I mean?
But dude, this is the way to challenge somebody. Boom, here's my data. Motherfucker, that is a true challenge. I'm in awe. Why don't more people do this? I have the time to read this stuff. So Dave, I'll stop fawning. But bottom line is I wish more people would do what you just did. So salute to you, Dave.
All right, appreciate it. Hey, I'm gonna go back to the chat. This is too loud in here.
All right. Well, I will read this overnight, and who knows? You might get to come up and roast me.
We'll consider it my third win. 3 and like 28 or something like that.
Hey, you're
That's all right. I'm
counting.
going for number 3.
You're counting.
Not really, but it's something like that. All right, y'all. I'm out.
Hey, a win is a win. A win is a win. Thank you, Mr. Folks, Deacon Dave. Wow. That is, you know what? And that is also a huge sign of respect. This motherfucker comes up here. It's like, hey, old man, guess what I got? Boom. Love it. So, Genesee Ben, why don't you hit the link? So you got something to say, John, or I can go back to this video. May even move on. You're on mute.
Oh no, I have nothing to say, but go right ahead.
All right. Anybody wants to hit the link, I'll drop it again. John, can you pin the link?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay, because Portia usually does it. She's probably busy. And frankly, I kind of like not having the link pin, but you know, I guess I'm at the open chat part of it.
You know you have all those names. Hey, intellectual soapbox. I always call you that. Did you want to add to the topic?
It's really only 2 to be honest, but
okay.
Yeah.
Like, do I call you best
You
in the world? Do I call you 84? Do I call you intellectual soapbox?
I mean, yeah, you could call me any of the above, but you know, if it's more best in the world or 84, that'll probably be better. Because intellectual soapbox is more than just me. It's the lady you see up there, you know, God rest her soul. It's a lot of other people as well. Shout out to the whole family. Shout out to Conrad. Shout out to Melissa. Shout out to Chocolate and 3, Stan, SJ. Shout out to everybody, man.
Well, that's Stan Autry.
Part of the movement. Oh yeah, Miss Polly. Shout out to her too as well. Shout out to everybody, man.
Yeah. The first stream was so good. But we're back.
You got bombed. You got bombed.
Yes.
Fuck you.
Welcome to the show then.
You know what?
happened
That is so
before,
funny you
but
say that.
It
Kelvin.
happened like.
Hey, John, did you know that Kelvin went to the London School of Economics?
I didn't know that.
This motherfucker's like a closet genius in the chat. That's why he's such an asshole.
And we were sitting there talking about diminishing returns earlier.
Yeah, that who knows who lurks in these chats? That's like a major. That's like there's I don't know the British system, but London School of Economics is like didn't John F. Kennedy go there? There's some famous Americans who've gone there. This is like Cambridge and Oxford level. So good for you, young man.
Did Bill Clinton go there? I can't remember.
No, he went to Oxford, I think, both he and Hillary. But let me put it to you this way. My brother, didn't you use that word, Calvin? He has Nigerian heritage. So, you know, as an older gentleman like myself, I'm happy to see a young African heritage young man, fucking do that shit. Dude, we are on the move. One young pimply faced kid at a time.
That's the way it works.
Look at Ben. So all right, well, we got a goddamn genius in the chat. Good to know, actually. We got Ryan too. We got
like 2 years ago.
Some folks. We are building a chat room of people who don't care about American politics for sure. So anyway, we'll play a little bit more of this. You know, hearing about the porn bombing. You know, I hope the whole show isn't about this.
Okay.
And they're gonna come up saying nigga. I'm like, what?
Oh, wow.
What is that? And he came up as like a regular person talking. So I'm like, do they record those videos first and
They
then
probably
just
do, to
play
be
them?
honest.
I don't understand how they do that. It was just weird. And I was
Wow.
thinking,
No,
oh,
he
he's
was live.
talking, so he's a real person.
Mm.
And then Brandon went gangster on him.
All right. Well, you know what? You remember, John, you were on that night, or maybe it was HB and I. A porn bomber came up. Oh, no, it wasn't a porn bomber. It was some guy came up using the N-word, like the nigga. Just, he came up, and it was me and HB. I'm surprised you weren't there. It's so long ago now. Now, shit, I was drunk. Dude, we laughed at his ass. Look, you think using that word is going to offend us? My comment was like, dude, I know black people that are more racist than you. Let us give you a lesson. Dude, we shamed this dude off the panel. He just fucking roasted his weak ass. It was so funny. I know Portia probably has a clip of that somewhere. It was hilarious.
You gotta find it.
Portia knows all. If she doesn't, I might have to go back and find that one because it was. I guarantee you she's clipped it already, but it was funny. So I don't know, maybe we move on from here or jump towards the end because I think the end was pretty good. He does talk specifically about his issues, I think.
Call me anytime y'all need help. I'm here to help. Song. Cut my life into depression, which I don't necessarily see how your brain synapses would, but yeah, I mean he's exactly right. It's kind of crazy, yeah. So listening to music that reinforces negative moods, it seems like can actually cause depression. That's crazy.
Because it gets in your spirit. I forgot what Bolo said. Music is the only thing that doesn't need permission to penetrate something. Was it the
music is the other thing that doesn't need permission to penetrate your spirit?
Oh, sounds like a Diddy party.
What?
Yeah.
But that is so true. Like,
was a Diddy party like a
that
porn bombing, maybe?
will get into your spirit. Like, music is very influential.
Wait,
Wow,
Happy Slappy, that
crazy.
is
I
a
never thought about
hairstyle, by the
that.
way.
And the data supports it.
Yeah, that's a big one. I think that's why so many people are led astray today. Music, following behind what the music is saying.
Man, yeah, maybe I need to change what I listen to.
What do you listen to normally?
Mostly a lot of 90s R&B, Jodeci, Drew Hill. I like a lot of rock. I like my favorite is funk. I love funk, but sometimes I'll this is with the rock, like
Really,
listening
Kelvin?
to rock and maybe some country songs. You got to watch it because they can one of my favorite songs is Papa Roach. I used to sing that when I was depressed and wanting to delete myself, and that would be my song to amp up my urge to delete myself.
What was it about? Like, was it a positive song? What?
You listen to classical
let me
music.
check. It's a hugely popular song.
You know what? I might have to break out some classical music here soon. Animal therapy.
Everybody knows that song.
Funny.
Yeah, it's a huge song. Yeah, Papa Roach.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to. That was my amp up. That was my pregame to self-harm rituals. So yeah, man.
A lot of times with the music we listen to, we can be like conjuring up demons and not even be aware.
Yeah, that blows my mind. Who said that? That's a big W to you. Who said that?
Me?
In the chat.
Love?
No.
Somebody in the chat.
Was that you or somebody in the chat?
Which one? Which comment?
That made the assertion that music can cause depression.
Daniel said that. That's very true.
Oh, okay, yeah. Huge W. Hey, y'all, I got to drop off. My battery's on 1%. I just seen it. But I got to catch a flight tomorrow.
Oh, thank you so much, Brandon, for coming up.
Travel mercy.
Absolutely. And anybody that, please do not be afraid to call me.
Really? 9-inch
I have my number in the
nails?
chat post. Please call me anytime y'all need help. I'm here to help.
Wait, before you go, did you get the e-bus though? Because I sent you a
No,
test
it wasn't.
email and stuff
Come on,
like
Nolan.
that. So if you got it though, then I know I can just send a further one though, you know?
Riaz, I told you to call me last show. You ain't called me yet.
Brandon, do you have
No.
an ID or anything?
No,
Like,
I
All right.
know.
Move ahead a bit.
Faith-based music. I just listen to something that is, you know, something I can relate to, and it comes to my face. So, and I say that with respect, though.
So Vaughn said, I love to listen to the intricacy of progressive jazz. Listening to its rhythmic tones and signature beats, I can pick out each instrument occupies my mind, but yet allows me to my own thought. Yeah, jazz is just, it's so calming. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna end it here. We got a lot done. I'm gonna edit the first live we did before the
Yeah, all right. Beef and Brock. Great display of oh, fuck you, man. Look, I actually have well, I'll show it tomorrow. 907 Good Eats had Mo Love on the show, and I will show that tomorrow because I don't know, I might have had enough of men's health issue shows for the day. John, what is that you're listening to?
Just my little background music. I always like this background music.
So every hero has a theme song. Is that?
I think so. I guess so. This is my theme song. It's Doggy Dog World, the instrumental. I always like this instrumental. So that was great.
You know what? Let's do this. You know, Crack is right. StreamYard just sucks down resources.
You think StreamYard does? What do you try OBS? Try going live from OBS.
I've never tried it. I usually do it and I haven't done it in a couple weeks now. But I can only imagine. Oh, how is that computer? Would you get 64 gigs or something?
Yeah, I mean, I mostly still been using my laptop because I don't know, just my setup is probably more convenient for me plug and play. But it handles StreamYard better. But whenever you go to do the recording on the laptop, like you know, you can be live and record. Man, it drags it down. I think it takes like 20% CPU there.
Let me show you something right quick. Looks like the Thorpes have started doing stuff again.
Yeah, 64 gigs of RAM. Yeah. I think they've been on Kick or Twitch.
They're back on YouTube.
Yeah, I think they're making their money on Kick or Twitch though.
Keeping me from harm. Put your hand in my hand, and we'll
So they're doing karaoke now?
let the sky fall when it crumbles.
I think this
We
is
will
live.
stand tall, we'll face it all. Together, let the sky fall when it crumbles. We will stand tall, we'll face it all together at skyfall. Let the sky fall. when it crumbles. We don't have the McRib anymore. I'm so sorry. That's a seasonal offer. Sky fall. Sky.
You know, I think she. You know, I think she has more talent than to be doing that. To be honest with you. Yeah.
I can't tell.
I mean, she could be doing a lot of other stuff other than that. Man.
Okay, so tell me why you think that. That could be okay. Kelvin thinks she has the voice of an angel.
Like,
you know what? I think she has the voice of an avenging angel.
I think in this new world, I think that there are a lot of things that she can do. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, she could definitely sell. She's very assertive, confident in herself. She could definitely sell. She just hasn't gotten there yet. That's my thoughts. I've always said it.
John, let me put it to you this way. She's got to be 24, maybe even close to 25 now. And I am very kind of hardline on this. If she were on the road to doing something, she'd already be there. And she has two parents who were married at some point. If she were on a road to somewhere, she'd be on it now. It is too late.
Yeah, that's why I said she has so much potential. She's here.
Bad parenting.
Yeah, that's why I said she has a lot of potential to be wasted here. You know?
I don't think she has potential anymore. I think she's reached it. She does not, even at her advanced age, she is nowhere near being married. She is nowhere near having a job. They have been entrepreneurs for quite some time, and her daddy is her CEO. He is nowhere near successful. This might be kind of I don't think they're going to starve. I think they will land, even if it's not on a feather bed. This is literally black people couldn't be doing what she's doing. Could a black girl do what Grace is doing now?
I mean, there are some like.
Okay, don't tell me what you mean. Name me one.
I mean, isn't Cooking with Kaya more or less about the same thing? Just,
okay, Cooking with Kaya, motherfucker, has more viewers than they do.
I don't know.
Why are you even making the comparison?
I don't know much about.
Have you ever seen Grace cook? She spilled half the fucking Family Dollar macaroni on the floor.
I mean, they're both doing it.
Actually, it wasn't the floor. She spilt it like in the camper and out on the concrete.
I mean, they're both doing
Grace does not have the talent of Cooking with Kaya. I don't see a comparison. Why would you make the comparison, by the way?
Well, I've never watched much of Grace.
Okay, you don't watch a lot or hear a lot or know a lot or vote a lot or listen to music a lot, yet you feel comfortable making these pronouncements.
Well, I've interacted with her in person.
Okay, have you interacted with Cooking with Kaya?
No, but I feel like.
Okay, well then how are you making? Why does your interaction with Grace, you don't have an equal experience with Kaya? Why are you comfortable making the comparison? I don't think there is a black girl on YouTube similar to Grace in the first place, and I was proposing the hypothetical that if there were, you would never know about her because they wouldn't have survived. A black father and a black daughter would never have survived as long as these two white losers have. That's my point.
I may be right on that.
Oh, yeah. I know I'm right. Even hypothetically, I know.
You know, I think that
Grace, if Grace had talent, it is gone. She will never recover her youthful years. And quite frankly, her father, her parents are not talented. what talent did they have?
I don't follow them that much.
Okay, well, you followed it enough to know that Grace has talent.
Well,
I'm looking at it through a historical lens. In Grace's history, just recent history, her father is talentless. He is rootless. He is a P.T. Barnum. He's what P.T. Barnum would have been if he had a master's in theology. He would be Reverend P.T. Barnum of raising a clown show.
Well, you have to look at it somewhat objectively. They've been able to
No,
do
I
it.
don't have to.
Okay, well,
Why
if you
would I
don't-
look at this objectively? Objectively, she is literally doing karaoke alone.
Like, I mean,
And very badly to boot.
I bet you she probably has about 100 people in the audience. Typically, they draw a decent sized audience.
Motherfucker, 100 morons listening to her do karaoke alone?
We probably
She
not gonna
might
get
not be the biggest problem. It might be her audience.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how the business.
You know, that audience isn't working.
I don't know what their financials are. I think they would be monetary.
Motherfucker, I'm just gonna make a guess.
But I mean, I don't know what I haven't even looked at her stream in a while.
I'm gonna guess they're not making $1 million watching her very bad karaoke performance.
No, they're not making that kind of money. But I'm always I try to see the other side of it and say, well, it could work for them. If they don't try it, they'll never know. So, I mean, people may look at us and say the same thing. They stream before you say, well, okay, good luck to them. Something she could do probably better than this is my thoughts. That's my thoughts.
Kelvin, you are. Oh, Kelvin. You know what? For you, Kelvin, for the London School of Economics major, I will go ahead, John. Before I play,
I think playing her copyrighted though, because she probably don't give a shit about getting copyrighted on YouTube because she playing music.
I've shown karaoke videos. Isn't that karaoke stuff?
We used to get copyrighted for this shit all the time.
Oh, really? For karaoke stuff?
Yeah, like think about it, it's the music really. It's those people have copyrights too to the music. And so,
well, you know what? Portia always did the karaoke stuff, so I didn't think about it. I just thought she had.
Yeah, no, this shit used to always be copyrighted. I don't know how people do. I guess they maybe delete it.
All right, well, my bad. I thought there was some sacrosanct because I don't know. I thought it was kind of sacrosanct, especially if it's like they're YouTube karaoke pages.
Yeah, like right now I'm playing like basically karaoke music in the back, but you can't. It's not being picked up. It's not loud enough. And I think it's I don't know what they've done to kind of slightly mute it, modify it, but it will catch it because some of the background music has been caught. Some of it once before, like a different song. Someone said, "Oh, Ben is there," but yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think they care about monetization on YouTube anymore. That would be my thoughts.
Well, no, you're probably right, and you know more about this stuff than I do.
Hey, I gotta get out of here. I'll be back.
Surfer Ben. Okay.
Right.
So I made a joke in their audience because they've just gotten back to YouTube that I've noticed. So give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. So button up ninja. Look, this is very 70s serve. I think maybe he's mourning the passing of Brian Wilson. Brian Wilson was either the founder or one of the main founders and the main songwriter for quite some time of the Beach Boys. And I figure Ben might be in mourning, missing his old Beach Boy albums or something. So that's my guess. I don't know Ben that well. So who knows? You know what? Hold on one sec here. Why is this not working? Oh, there we go.
And she's like, I'm going surfing. And she said, do you ever surf? And I'm like,
see, I told you, it's a Beach Boys thing.
Wow. Sugar Mama arc?
I said, the reason I didn't become a surfer is because my dick is too big. It gets dragged in the water.
Oh, my God.
He said I could see that.
Now, this is the most interesting thing. He literally said that,
could have a
and
friend.
Grace did not flinch.
I could
Oh,
have
my
a friend.
God.
I'm just waiting on a friend.
He's a
You've
Zoomer,
got
so you know
a
what I mean?
friend in me.
He's a Zoomer guy, so.
Oh, my
you know what I mean?
God.
Valid reason.
If she gets scared or something happens, she needs something fixed, I'll head up there and, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did they fix the cable?
Now, I have to say, look at Grace's hair. She's becoming more and more trailer trash worthy.
My little no, that was my chance.
They're literally on their channel doing this shit. Let's see what the chat is saying.
Oh, my lady. She went wrong.
Oh, my God. So they've got 7 people in the audience.
She went down that line. And I didn't see that woman. Ooh, run down the line.
Oh, my God.
That was very good.
And then the music review guy changed the audio.
This button is broken. I have to clear the effect.
It's broken. Doesn't work.
You can call it whatever they want. I need to. Which one is this? I don't use that.
I just typed into the chat that Ben is mourning Brian Wilson.
On, I couldn't believe the lyrical masterpiece. What did his fingers, what was going on with his fingers on the
I
fretboard?
shouldn't even be
We still
watching
don't know
this.
to this day. He was so facile.
Will Ben be
Really?
Will Ben be as good?
Just playing one note.
Purple micro. Okay, change this one. Dad, now that we're getting jobs, we have to
Getting
practice
jobs. What kind of job?
Drive-through.
Murray.
drive-through voices.
So this is an example. Hi, welcome to McDonald's. How can I help you today? We have a 2 for $3 special, and also we have our
McDonald's has.
give it a try.
I'll have the.
McDonald's has.
No, you're the selling.
No, I got to be the hard customer.
McDonald's
I don't
has
have any
2
money
for
right
$3
now, but
specials?
can I get some fries?
Oh. Montero
Sorry,
says
sir,
this
we
is the
can't
end
offer
of the
you,
Thorpes.
Food.
By the way,
Doubt
the guy
it.
behind me is asleep at the wheel. I think he's drunk.
Okay, sir, pull up to the next window, please. Do I need to call security? No, now you pretend.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not your monkey.
Say hi, welcome to McDonald's.
Oh my God.
Welcome to McDonald's. How can I help you today? The home of the Happy Meal. Got any kids on board?
Oh my Lord. Well, I asked Montiero
Please exit the
why
line,
they're
sir.
ending.
Ben
but
seems like he would fit
He
in
doesn't
better at
answer
Taco Bell.
soon. I have to go
With all the
because
weed smokers.
this
Hey,
this
guys.
toxicity is
What up, man?
oozing through my computer.
All right, guys, I get it.
2 deluxe boxes.
I'm fucking big, dude. Really. Wouldn't have guessed from the dreadlock cap you're wearing. Dude. Scored some crazy shit. That's great. How's the burrito looking?
Do you actually have any money?
All right. Now what?
Oh, Delaney, Bryan, and something Gilroy. I mean, oops, I shouldn't say that. But Irish. They're Irish.
All right. Well, I asked Montero. Montero says
YouTube game?
that it's their
about this one?
viewership is falling, and
Finish the lyric, the
that's
most
why they're
popular
giving up.
songs ever.
And my response is, well, interesting, Montero. What happened to pick yourself up by?
Bob Brown is like he's like new, and he's like.
So, maybe it's the scent of failure. I tried recruiting Stanley on their behalf. What? You tried dude, I would why okay, Kelvin, I remember tried recruiting me to do what? Just imagine they try. Well, no, they actually did, CK. As a matter of fact, they tried to recruit John Galt too. But I mean, I think it was still Kelvin, really. Kelvin, you didn't strike me as the impresario type, but apparently you want to be my agent. Look, it's not the end of the Thorpes. These sorts of fungus types don't go away easily. So they'll be around. They're not gonna go away. So let's see what we got here. We should do something more. Oh, this is interesting. Let's have a look at this.
Lashes out at Israel and Iran, accusing both of violating the ceasefire he brokered just hours ago. Natalie Brand reports for WJZ. Despite Israel's morning strikes on Iran, the president insists the agreement to stop fighting remains in effect.
After announcing a ceasefire between Israel and
You
Iran,
were,
President Trump used colorful language to express his frustration the two sides weren't following it.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
The president warning Israel not to drop any more bombs.
He is pissed.
As soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel.
Ahead of the ceasefire,
there are some attacks right now. We can hear them.
Israeli defense forces say they struck targets in Tehran, killing hundreds of security forces. Iran then fired back with missile strikes that killed 4 citizens in Beersheba. After speaking with reporters and taking off from the White House, President Trump called Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and then posted on social media, Israel is not going to attack Iran. The ceasefire is in effect.
I wouldn't be prepared to write this truce off just yet.
Retired General Frank McKenzie, the former head of Central Command, said the U.S. is working to learn more about the impact of its weekend airstrikes on Iran's nuclear program.
We'll know in the days and weeks ahead if the Iranians were able to evacuate material before the strike.
Despite the ceasefire, troops in the region are still on alert. This morning, the U.S. aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, left Virginia on a scheduled deployment to the Mediterranean, becoming the 3rd carrier group in the region.
God damn it.
Natalie
I
Brand,
miss those
CBS News,
days.
the White
Leaving
House.
fucking Norfolk. I miss you, Norfolk. Look, I'm as sad as anyone about this. I fucking loved. I got to spend a week in Israel. I've been to several places. I've been to Kuwait, I've been to Abu Dhabi. The Middle East is actually pretty cool. But you have to be American and have the money to, go to the good parts. I don't know the bad parts. I've been to Riyadh, I've been to Jubail. Um, but Israel, honestly, um, I liked Israel as good as Spain. Israel's Haifa specifically is just a fucking awesome city. So, but haven't been there in 30 years. So, one of these days I will go to Haifa specifically. I honestly loved it. How you go somewhere and you just feel at home. I remember walking down. I had this very bad habit of I like going where the tourists don't go. So one day I'm just walking down some kind of slum looking place in Haifa, and some kids see me. And it was almost like a movie. They're like, "Oh, are you American?" So I got all these little 4 and 5 year olds. Couldn't have been more than four or five. They were playing, and then they just kind of walked me down. And who knows? Maybe it was a mafia or something, like escorting me off the street. But you know what? I like kids. They can be cute. And it was just, dude, it was a nice warm day, and I was just wandering around the city, and kind of hanging out with the little kids in a foreign land. It was goddamn cool. Yeah, I liked it just fine, but you know how places like Riyadh, especially in Saudi Arabia back at that time, you had to wear your uniforms off the ship, mainly because um, Saudi wanted the heads covered. They wanted the female military to have head coverings. So they just kind of made everybody wear their dress uniforms. So, that's how that was. And, there's no alcohol, at least way back in those days. And we're talking early 90s. So, the only thing I really did was get Cuban cigars and kind of walk around. The coolest thing about Saudi Arabia for me was cigars. I'm sure I must have eaten somewhere, but it was Cuban cigars. Went to the cigar shops. So that is that. And I don't know, this show is getting long in the tooth, and I'm getting long in the slurring. So let's see, we're at 7 hours. I had a fishing question for you, Richard, and I can't remember what it is now, but I thought of you about something or another, some fishing point. Oh, come on now. Hey, you know what? You've never taken like a Richard, learn how to fly fish. And dude, you know what? You just put me into mind. You and I are gonna have to fucking talk fishing. I've never taken like an Alaska trip to go like fancy fly fishing somewhere at a lodge. And that is on my bucket list. I know how to fly fish, believe it or not. It's not that hard. Does take practice. So let's see. I'm wandering around here. Let's go back, listen to a little bit of these idiots. Oh wait, now they're doing karaoke again. The fuck is? Why doesn't Ben? This is just I can't do that. Ben, What the fuck are these? This dude is in his 50s. What is up with that? And you know what? I just looked at the title of this show. Ooh. Stockbridge, Georgia. Let's see what this is.
Thinking about moving to Stockbridge, Georgia? Let's talk about what you need to know before making the move. Stockbridge is one of Atlanta's fastest growing suburbs with affordable homes, great parks, and easy access to the city. But before you go packing your bags, here are 7 things you need to
Player.
know. Up first is the cost
Fuck
of
you,
living.
Calvin. That's
Stockbridge is
funny.
still affordable, more affordable than many Atlanta suburbs, but prices are creeping up. Expect to find homes in the price range of $250 to $400K, depending on the neighborhood. Number 2, housing market. There is a mix of new developments
No, Richard,
and
I haven't
established
seen it.
neighborhoods in Stockbridge. But with high demand,
Put
some
the link in
homes
the
get
chat. We
snatched up
can look
really,
at
really
it.
fast. Number 3, commute and traffic. Now, let's be real. Traffic on I-75 is no fun. You're looking at a 30-plus minute drive to downtown Atlanta, and in rush hour, even longer. However, go to number 4, schools and education. Stockbridge is a part of Henry County Schools, so
man.
with some options like school choice, private schools, and public schools. If schools matter to you, make sure you do your research on specific zones before buying. Number 5, jobs and local economy. Most people commute to Atlanta, but local jobs are growing. Healthcare, retail, and logistics are here with big companies expanding into the McDonough and Stockbridge area.
Well, let me ask you all a question. Would you have her as your real estate agent? LaShonda Green, 85 subscribers, so it's fairly new, I guess. 2 thumbs up. I'm going to give her a thumbs up. Well, good for him. I have no doubt that Be Brave is talented, just not good at politics.
Well, how are we doing this morning?
He needs some new
Finished my
technology.
shed. Took me 3 weeks off and on messing with the rain and doing it at an old man's pace, but there you see it.
Wait, hold it. That's an
Folks, I'm not bragging
outhouse.
about a 5x8 shed. I'm just I showed it in the beginning stages. I figured I'd show it in the end.
Wait, is it the building ahead or the
Again,
one off
look
to
at-
the left?
This is what I'm saying. People out. Not too much of an eyesore for a white trash building project. I'm amazed how peaceful we live here in the USA, folks. I really am. Really does. Just a regular old little 5-foot-by-8 storage shed. I'm gonna build a couple of them. That's the anchors that I was gonna make them much
Is there a
larger, and then I got
concrete
into
slab it's built on?
like I said, permit problems, and I
Permit
happened to do-
problem?
not permit problems, just permits that require a lot. You
Oh,
know, the
for
old wooden
fucking
tube,
God's sake.
1 foot in diameter and 4 feet deep footers. I'm going,
Oh my
man.
God. It's not built on a fucking concrete.
So I'm
It's
gonna
got a pad.
come off
Okay,
that
I can't
shed with
see it. Over the tall grass.
since
Do
those
they
are anchored into
mow
the
the
ground,
grass
and
where he lives? Or do
those
the
are
goats
concrete,
eat it?
eight inches in diameter by 2 feet deep, on top of concrete blocks, under concrete blocks
Okay, I got you.
that are very well adhered to the concrete when it was curing, setting up. They come off of there and put a little patio roof just for shade. Kind of if anybody ever buys the house and it's a 2-bedroom house and they got kids and they need to get out of each other's hair, they can kind of have a place to get out because it's perfect under the sun. Hey, everybody. Yeah, it's perfect to get under the sun. It's faces east and west. So as the sun goes overhead at noon and then starts setting in the west, that you got pure shade. So be a nice little lean-to, come out. Be about, let me see here. Yeah, be about 8 foot by 8 feet. Little patio, set under, get some shade. Get out of the house and get out of each other's hair in a small house. But
Well, apparently, it's not high technology. Well, thank you for dropping that link, Richard. It is interesting. That's about it. It is very interesting. That will be my assessment. So let's go here. Let's look at what do I have here that can get us in trouble. And you know what? I am going over long here, longer than I should. It is almost 8 hours. Richard, yeah, it is acceptable. That's my assessment. It is acceptable, but that's it. That will be my critique. But I will also say that if that's the best of the white man's technology, after all the shit that Be Brave talks, I was expecting like fucking something that I was expecting cathedral level. This motherfucker talks a bunch of bullshit for what he wants to show us. And if he's happy with it, I'm happy with it. But motherfucker, this is not the best. That Be Brave is not doing the best. That he's not doing the best of. You know what? Let me just be blunt. This motherfucker wants to talk about the glories of white culture and technology and all that fucking how many millennia of white technology and math and science, and I hang out with the rich people, and motherfucker, it results in a fucking 5x2 shed. Motherfucker, don't you ever talk about fucking black culture again. Dude, you are not the best of white culture. All the 70%ers and all the glories. We should be thankful, black people. Be thankful, because if you were white like me, you'd be able to build this 5x2 shed that when you walk in, you have to bend down. You have to bend down to put stuff in this shed. And by the way, I couldn't build my Ayn Rand level cathedral to whiteness because there were permitting problems. Motherfucker, this is literally, You shouldn't have shown this shit to me. You should not. I am sorry. I asked you to share the link. No, motherfucker, I'm gonna be goddamn mean. You don't come and you talk about shit you don't know and lie about what I said brazenly and not give, motherfucker, I'm not graceful. I have unsubscribed from B Brave's channel because he got my analysis of shit so wrong. I've unsubscribed and I'm not coming back. I don't give a fuck. There are some things you don't do, and if you are gonna come after me, make a criticism that is not bad faith. And Be Brave literally skipped over what I said about that fucking video he was so sloppily showed, and I'm not coming back. The motherfucker is bad faith. I am not his holy man. John Galt is. John Galt accepts fucking 5x2 shed fucking white people. I do not. And it is my fault. I was expecting better, is my point.
Stop the cap.
Shit that
Yeah, right. Fuck this clown. Israel's bitch. That's all you are, dude. Just Israel's bitch.
motherfucker.
Sir,
Wait, hold
no,
on one
you're going
sec.
to-
I'm sorry, Richard. My father's motherfucking 82 years old and has built better shit. It's 70. Dude, my father, I saw him last week. I know what 70-year-olds are, what they can be. And my father's 82. So this is 12 years ago. My father was 70, and so was my mother, for that matter. Oh, motherfucker. Be Brave does not measure up to my father at 80. Motherfucker. You know, Be Brave, I understand he's a good guy and all that, but motherfucker, he doesn't even compare to my father. Talking shit about black people, he don't. Dude. You know what? Let's put it to you this way. If my father at 70, and at 70, he'd have built the motherfucker himself, and better yet, he would have hired professionals to. Dude, my father, and my brother, by the way, turned my grandmother's old house that's probably 80 years old. They motherfucking gutted the bitch. And they were going to, once they got it built back, and it took them a couple years to do it, it was going to be an Airbnb place. And then, my mother got sick, and, the kids would come over, the kids and their grandkids would come over, my sister and brother, me. And you know what? They just never got around to doing Airbnb. It wound up just being, hey, when the kids are here, they can stay there. My father yanked down, because it was a separate garage. You could call it a shed, I guess. But no, it was a 2-car shed. My father yanked the bitch down, or hired people to yank the bitch down, redid it from the ground up. They motherfucking expanded it, fucking redid the foundation, just made it better. You can get 2 fucking F-150 trucks in there. And dude, if that's the best Be Brave can do, then that's the best Be Brave can do. But when you start talking about what black people can do, motherfucker, my parents are about 20 times what a Be Brave is. And I don't give a good goddamn if I offend him or not. He fucking misinterpreted, lied, was bad motherfucking faith. When I make a political point or when I show a video and make an analysis of it, it's me. It's me saying whether I like it or not or what the problems are. My problem with a motherfucker like Be Brave is he showed the video, lied in the title of his show, and then he came back later saying, I'll change the title. I don't give a fuck what you change. I saw it before you changed it. Literally said I approved of something, and then I motherfucking had to go back and review what I said to prove that I literally said I disapprove of it to a point. I don't even know why they made the video, had to go all the way to dumb motherfucker's show and ask him why he didn't show my commentary after the video. And then he brings his dumb ass back over here telling me he'll change the title. Well, too goddamn late. I've unsubscribed. I do not like white motherfuckers, especially if they are going to criticize the Black American community. Motherfucker, when I make a point, you better fucking listen to my words and critique what I say. Fucking not covering what I said about the video is a cardinal sin. It is a cardinal intellectual sin, and I'm done. I don't give a fuck whether you change the title or not. Like I said, I've unsubscribed. You can come over here. You're welcome to my panel. I am not going back to your show. Won't watch it. Don't give a fuck about it. You proved that you are the type of white man I thought you were. Motherfucker, you lied about what I said, and now you want to talk about what black people are in 70%. Motherfucker, you couldn't even get a 5-minute critique of what I said right, and I'm supposed to trust or approve or give credence to your analysis of what black people say, think, or whatever. You failed, old man. You failed. And motherfucker, you can't go home again. I'm done with you. Don't fucking, you're always welcome in the chat. I might respond or not, but you can't repair what you broke, dumbass. And you didn't have to motherfucking do it. You got so wrapped up in your racist bullshit rhetoric that you thought you were going to pull a fast one, motherfucker. And I was there to catch your bad faith, white supremacist bullshit. What you need to do, because when I saw that shed, I'm like, he built an outhouse? It's a motherfucking outhouse. I swear to God, if I went there and opened up the door, it would just be a big hole in a fucking wooden box with an ass-sized place to sit. You built a motherfucking outhouse. It's outhouse sized. How do I know it's not an outhouse? How do I know it's not? Motherfucker, you didn't even open the door to show us what's inside it. It's a goddamn outhouse. You took 3 weeks to build an outhouse? And wait, why are you building an outhouse in fucking 2025? No, a pit latrine is not the same thing as an outhouse. Google outhouse, Kelvin. I don't even know. I'm sure they must have had a version of an outhouse in England, but in the American South, outhouses are structures. And that's, You know what? Let me go back and look at this. That shit literally. Oh shit! What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, white people are showing out today. This is not a good day for. This is not a good day for white supremacy.
He really grabs that mic hard. It's a firm grasp. It's not heavy.
You know what? What the fuck? Let me go.
What's going on? We lost it.
No,
Patience in
Oh,
the
my
building.
Lord.
Make sure you follow your boy. Holy shit. Shout out 90 viewers in this motherfucker. No raid by a streamer. Solely just good motherfucking tactics.
This
We
is
got some real
this
shit
is
going on
whiteness
in
in
this bitch. You know what I'm
2025,
saying?
folks.
They told me I couldn't fucking do it without them. You know what I mean? They want to call it view bots. It's not. All these niggas are talking. Sean Donovan's in the building. Money in the banks and Smurfs in the turf. W chat. Hold on. W's right now in the chat for yourselves being fucking vibing and cooling and shit. I see maybe 1 or 2 roasts. They ain't even feeling like roasting because the vibes are high. W's in this motherfucker. W's for the chat. We've been laid it down for a minute. We keeping the vibes good. We ain't about to go eat eggs. We ain't about to go do no crazy or eat eggs raw or whatever. Do no crazy engagement baiting, rage bait bullshit. Fuck that. God is watching you. And so are y'all. Here we are.
Let's keep it boring. Let's keep winning with boring content.
Type shit. It ain't his first rodeo. Talk to him, man. Talk to him, Smirk.
Hey Daniel, I'm
Hey, do this, we true to this. Let's check that 2000.
I am
I'm not gonna cap.
I'm looking at white Harambis.
Bro, we're up right now. This is definitely worth. This is definitely. Big W's in the
Mike,
building. We up.
if it's confirmed, it's confirmed.
They know about it.
You know what? Let me
Yo, I'm not
let me
gonna
mute
lie.
this right quick. Investigator Mike from Boston, how is my anti-whiteness confirmed? Can you be much more specific than that? Me talking about Be Brave building an outhouse, how is that white supremacist? It literally looks like an outhouse. So please be more specific. Albino Harambis. They are hate watching. I have no clue what they're doing. The only reason is it amazes me that Ben looks so sad. I think he's been sad because his Beach Boy hero Brian Wilson has died. They can't all be California girls, son. You should know that by now. And the title of this video is White Trash Wonderland? What the fuck? Okay. Gonna go back here. And then I'm going to go here. All right, let me put it full screen. And let me do this. All right. So here we go. I said 2 statements I don't like, why, especially when they talk about black. You know what? I'm sorry. Mike, I might be a little tipsy, so you are correct to call me out. White motherfuckers like Be Brave because I was talking about Be Brave. I don't like white motherfuckers like Be Brave, especially when they talk about blacks. So sorry I didn't qualify it. I can get more specific. This is a rant about Be Brave. What he did in his analysis of my video, where he specifically cut off my critique of the video because it did not fit his white supremacist narrative, and I have unsubscribed from his channel. I think what I thought of him is basically worse than what I did. This is a structure that he has built. Okay. God damn it, Mike. You know what, motherfucker? You actually fuck with me about the best I know. Look, I have no problems. I recognize America for what it is, and it is what it is. What I have a problem with is outright white supremacists. And I also have a problem with white supremacists. Look, it's 2025. If you're a racist, you're a racist. It's not like you control my life. Be brave. Here's my problem with Be Brave in his white supremacy narrative. He will come, put my name, and he has done this consistently for the last several months. He will go, Stanley says this or Stanley says that, will show the video that I showed, automatically say I approve of it, and never listen to my critique of it. And this time I caught him red-handed. I watched him live. And shout out to folks in the chat at the time who are like, well, Be Brave is talking about you on his channel, because I had no clue. I had done nothing that I thought would gain his attention. So I go over, start looking at his show. My name is in the title. Stanley approves or presents / approves of whatever the Professor Black Truths thing was. It was Whoopi Goldberg, and comparing the Black experience in America to folks in Iran. Her premise is that Black folks in America have it worse than people who live in Iran. And I don't particularly agree with that, but the bigger problem for me is comparative suffering. You do not compare Black Americans to what's going on in Iran in 2025 because the histories are different. These cultural comparisons do not hold up to my type of scrutiny. And my type of scrutiny tends to be heavily historical. Black Americans suffered, throughout American history. Iranians have suffered throughout centuries. Don't make the comparison. There's no need to. And my people suffered more than your people did. It's just a circular argument. So I didn't agree with Whoopi Goldberg. I did not agree with Professor Truth, who agreed with Whoopi Goldberg. I literally said that. And then I also said, I don't even know why the video was made. It can't make the point. So Be Brave takes the video I showed on my show, takes it back to his show, and does a fucking who knows how long critique of me, the video, etc. But at the end of it, he does not play my analysis of it, where I literally say, I don't agree with anything in this video. Why did they show it? And if I hadn't caught it, if I hadn't gone over to his chat and asked, have you played my analysis of it in my own voice, in my own words? What the fuck is this dude doing? It's disingenuous. It is a bad faith critique. it is not surprising coming from Be Brave. He is a racist who makes bad faith critiques, and for once I was able to catch him red-handed doing it. I have no use to even engage with people like that. So that's the story. I don't give a fuck. And he, to his credit, he did come over to my chat, and I'll change the title. I've unsubscribed from the show. When he came over and said that, I'm unsubscribed. I have no use for what he has to say. He can critique me all he wants to know, or all he wants to do. I will always think, well, you might have a critique, but it's probably a bad faith critique. I need not engage with a person of that caliber. If whites are so superior, if whites are so much better, then why are you not upholding your forebears' standards? And, you know, this little outhouse here is symbolic. And motherfucker, what was here? Why is what was in this little space here? I bet it was something like that was there. If this is your idea of white supremacy, and it does say finished shed in the magnificence of white trash wonderland, well, yeah, it's white trash wonderland. That grass will grow back, but I don't recall seeing fuck it, Richard. He's not a goddamn culturalist. He is a fucking racist with nice white vanilla icing on top so it tastes sweet to people in 2025. You know, it's a racist cake. It just tastes better than it did in 1940. So we'll play a little bit more of this, and then I'm moving the fuck on. I've been nattering on about a non-intellectual for
5
quite
by
some
8
time.
storage shed. I'm gonna build a couple of them. That's the anchors.
Oh, and by the way, Richard, if you go back and you look at that grass patch here, there's no concrete pad under this new structure. If there is, and could be, but I don't think so. This was built, probably maybe it's a wood floor or something. There's no concrete pad in this little brown patch of grass. I don't think there's a concrete pad under that. And maybe there shouldn't be. You know, it's a temporary structure. You tear it down and put up a new shack or new outhouse. So there we go.
5 by 8 storage shed. I'm gonna build a couple of them.
Motherfucker, of course I'm diabolical.
That's the anchors that I was
I don't
gonna
think
make
Be
them much
Brave
larger,
quite
and then I got
understands me
into,
that well. A footer?
like I said, permit problems, and I happened to do
Motherfucker,
not permit problems.
he
Just
poured a
permits
footer.
that require a lot.
Maybe I
the
don't
old
get
root
what a
tube,
footer is.
1 foot in
I don't
diameter,
see a
4
concrete
feet
pad.
deep footers.
That's
I'm
what
going,
I
oh
was
man.
looking for.
But so I'm gonna come off that shed with
It looked
since those are anchored into the ground, and those are concrete, 8 inches in diameter by 2 feet deep.
Oh,
on top of
okay.
Concrete blocks.
Oh,
under
okay.
concrete
So
blocks
it's just blocks. It's not a fucking foundation. They're
that are
footers.
very
Okay,
well
I get it.
adhered to the concrete.
It's not
I
a
was,
goddamn
curing,
foundation.
setting up. I come off of there and put a little patio roof.
Motherfuckers, those are just
for
fancy
shade.
cinder. Look, it's a fancy cinder block. That's all that is. It's not a fucking foundation. Fuck that.
Kind of, if anybody ever buys the house and it's a 2-bedroom house and they got kids and they need to get out of each other's hair, they can kind of have a place to get out because it's perfect under the sun. Hey, everybody. Yeah, it's perfect to get under the sun. It's faces east and west, so
It's an
if the sun
outhouse.
goes
That's what he's
overhead
going
at
to put
noon
in
and
it.
starts setting in the
And
west, you got
Clarence,
pure
I'm not
shade.
a
So
construction guy, so I
a
have
nice
to
little lean-to come out. Be
I mean,
about,
it's
let me see
essentially
here.
Clarence, it's essentially cinder
Yeah,
blocks.
be about 8 foot by 8 feet. Little patio, set under, get some shade. Get out of the house and get out of each other's hair in a small house.
Why the fuck would you go into that structure to get away from the house? That's weird. Ugh. All right. Well, anyway, enough of this. Your nattering roots are ironically. What the fuck are you talking about? And by the way, you misspelled nattering. Substitute the D's with T's and you'll get it right. Well, maybe it's a different term. Pit latrine. I mean, an outhouse to me is different. Anyway, you know what? We're getting into stuff that doesn't really matter. Oh, I don't have a problem with the shed. I have a problem with the builder of the shed, Richard. Don't get, the quality of his work mixed up with the quality of his intellectualism. He's better at building these little sheds than he is at building an argument. So let us move on. And I found this fascinating. CKJ3, Admiral, are you still out there? You're going to love this next video if you are. Let me know if you are. Because since I'm not capable of doing it. Oh, look at these fools. There you go, Kelvin. There you go. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. This is, oh my Lord. You know what? I think they're going to wind up renting Be Brave's shed.
Chat. Just discussing a solution for you guys.
Oh, these are going to be the new tenants.
A struggle session with chat.
What do you think of her now? Oh, Kelvin, you cannot still have like hot feelings for this girl.
So Dalmatian's not gonna get back to
Oh
us.
fuck,
He
Kelvin.
said raid Ruby.
Kelvin.
Do you want to
Kelvin. Son.
Sure, I don't mind. You don't want to stream anymore?
I'm so tired.
This is like Ma and Pa Kettle.
All right.
You want to stream anymore, Paul? I'm not sure, Ma.
The end is near. All right. Well, send you guys on over to Ruby.
Motherfucker, you should know, Calvin, you are going to send me into a spiral. Don't you ever, Calvin, don't you ever say that again. Oh, wait, hold it. This is Ruby? Now, see, I like Ruby. Well, we'll see where that goes, but let me fuss at Kelvin a minute here.
And she's like, I'll never go to a gym. And it's like,
Let me just mute
so
because
you'll never try to be healthy or
I like Ruby for different reasons, which one of these days I'll get into. But Kelvin, if you do not ever go into a marriage or like some serious relationship thinking you're going to fix someone, unless you're like 17, dude, it is not your job to fix another adult ever. That you give me the willies, young man, if you think that is possible. And hopefully you were joking. Hopefully you were doing a Mike from Boston and just fucking with me.
Or make yourself look visually better when part of your
Ruby got
job
a
is
new
like
haircut.
it's
I like it.
visual. That's part of the effort you can put into streaming is like having a good visual. Wash your bodies.
Oh
you
my
stink.
God.
Look at
This
Ben's
is going to
forehead.
get problematic.
Stink.
Time is
Richard, you know what, Richard?
Clock.
Let me
You know,
tell you
like
something
the
else.
second
And
hand
Innate
That's not what time
gave
is.
me the best advice.
But anyways,
I gotta stop
I'm not
fucking
gonna say.
looking at the
What
chat.
like a bookstore. It's
So
really
if
like it's not
laws
that
are
bad.
meant to see what benefits society. That's
Yeah,
enforceable.
Richard,
So then
I'm gonna have to
what is
start
the-
depending
what is
on
the
you and
tension? On
Innate,
the
and
one
maybe
hand,
I'll
we
make
don't want our
Kelvin
own people to steal from other
moderator
people.
too, or ask
We want
John
work
too.
to be rewarded
I gotta stop
appropriately.
fucking dealing with this chat.
On the
And
other
Mike,
hand,
Even wipe his own ass.
my
We
Willie.
don't want to discourage people from being creative, which obviously involves taking
Yo.
other people's ideas and melding them with
Dude,
them.
Yes. Okay. Well,
that is so. That is so.
Yeah, it's hard to even say
John
those
London
words.
School of Economics class
in society,
analysis.
which if you constrict it too much, people.
Oh, this
not-
Ben dude is
Yeah.
weird.
No, I don't care about people.
It's
I'm
never
a
been
Ben Shapiro.
worse.
Facts don't care about your fucking feelings. What I'm
No,
saying is
you know
benefit
what? I like
society, that
interacting with the
idea
chat,
The
though.
Neanderthal bro.
Richard.
Bitch.
Sometimes
I could have fixed
you
you.
know, I don't get the joke.
Right, like so
So-
music,
I could have
for
fixed you,
example.
bitch.
Grandpa
Quite
doesn't always
literally.
get
I
you,
think
young
there's some
fool.
Keep trying to
website
act
that
like you're
says,
mocking me,
for
but
every
you
musician, like here are the artists.
All right,
ain't.
this is
This artist.
this
right?
is gonna
And
get
they'll
a
openly
little
say,
too,
I was influenced,
Harry.
because Ruby can
Anyone
be
who says,
rather
hey,
dramatic
no,
too.
you know, all those other F slurs,
Narcissism.
they're influenced by other artists.
Narcissistic
I
personality
love that
disorder.
haircut.
Don't put me
It's
in a
very
box.
Chrissy Hine.
Everyone
I'm
is
me,
right.
Right? I'm me. I'm not influenced. Probably someone like Precious would do that. I will remember you. Instead of
Jesus,
saying,
this dude is
I was
over
influenced
50.
by the
Got
Barney
great
theme
hair,
song.
though.
That's all I listen to while I crank it to.
Oh Jesus,
Lola.
he's doing that in front of his
Is
daughter.
that what they're called?
They just like fan fiction about everyone in like the most depraved way and like write these grand narratives about their life like as if they have any insight into anything when
Now,
they
what I
can't even
ought to
figure
do
out
is
how
go
to
over
watch
to
them.
Ruby's show and go, "Hey, baby,
Yikes.
we're
Lollies.
critiquing
Why?
the Thorpes at the
Why?
same
She's,
time. It must be
gonna send an apology
synergy."
to me over text if you want to read it.
Did one?
Gave me
You
sent me
and me are
apology. Sent me
synergy,
sent me
baby.
apology.
Did he send me? Did he send me? Did he send me suck my dick?
He's saying this in front of his daughter.
HFF just dropped bombs on Ruby. Oh, great.
No.
Hold up. We might have to check that out. I'm a little curious. Let's see. Let's see. Also, everyone, make sure you go watch
Ruby does or Grace?
Becky Boop channel and watch the Queen Supreme. It's a million times better and more entertaining than anything coming out of the LCU.
Well, you know, it's kind of funny. There is like an old-fashioned fashion theory that women over a certain age don't look good with long hair. Jedi Joy. Oh, no, I'm not doing Healthy Family Force. That is just too fucked up. I like Ruby's lighting.
I don't see anything.
Makes her look
new,
kind of
so
goth. Goth.
if anyone has a
but
link or anything, I would watch
a
that.
goth in turquoise should be.
Can I read it to you just while we're on the topic?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Zero,
We
baby.
got
Zero. Zero.
All right. I'll at least pause this in case we get bored. Anyone who is innate, how you doing? I'm glad to see you. So, tough guy. The link's not there. I thought John was gonna pin it. God damn it. Oh, John. All right. Hold on one sec. And this is going to get very critical. Very not sure how to sweating your ass off. Fuck, it's not. It ain't. come on, dude. Richard, is it really hot? What's the temperature there, Nate? Richard and I, as Southerners, will judge whether it's actually hot. Motherfucker, if it's only like 91 degrees, that's not hot. And I haven't looked up the weather, so you tell me. You're sweating your ass off. Oh, fuck. Well, shit, that's nothing in Florida. 90? Well, 95, that's up there. But Juan, I mean, y'all are used to it. Like, dude, oh, well, it happens. Let me tell you something. I was in Savannah. You know what, motherfuckers? I will be back in Savannah 2 weeks from today, probably. So I might just, my son can come back. That's not 91. Clarice, are you in Detroit? 93. That's getting up there, Helen. Felt like 103. Oh,
What
come
up?
on,
What up,
Calvin.
nigga?
Celsius and metric system is more intuitive unless you've lived all your life in the what is it? The imperial measurements. I can't remember now, but Celsius is not intuitive if you did not grow up with it. So get a grip. And I still haven't innate. Wait, hold it, motherfucker. Okay, wait, whoa. It's 103 for real in Detroit? Holy fuck. Dude, I cannot believe it's 103 in Detroit. Okay.
That's hot as fuck.
Resend that message, Nate. If
It's
it's
hot as fuck.
103, then motherfucker, you are literally I
Burning
would
up.
agree that it's hot. What's up, tough guy?
What the fuck is going on with you, Stanley? What's happening?
Oh, are you real? Oh shit, you're in a college town there. Nice.
Stanley,
Are you there, tough guy?
you can't hear me?
Or is my audio off? Can y'all hear me in the
Can you
audio?
hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear
Put
me?
a one if you can.
Can you hear me? Hello?
And also tell me if you
Hello?
can hear tough guy. He might be
Can you
talking
hear me?
and I can't hear him.
Hear me? Hello,
Do you
hello.
hear me? Oh shit.
Can't hear me.
Tough guy, can you go out and come back in? If that doesn't work, then I'll have to go out and come back in because I've been fucking with Bluetooth and stuff. It was probably okay if I didn't hear him talking there, Deacon Dave. I'm an absolute zero. A Kelvin measurement. That's a good little joke. That's a good little joke. Oh, I know what a Kelvin scale is. I have a chemistry degree, Kelvin. I have a clue. Tested now. If I can't hear you, then I'll go out and come back in.
After, don't leave your girl around me too.
All right.
Play it for real. That's my
Just
nigga
stay
for
right
real.
here, tough guy. Let me drop out and come back in. Something's probably messed up on my side.
You can't hear me?
Let me take one quick. Could be that this hasn't switched over to
Hello.
speakers.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I found the problem.
Can you hear me?
How about now,
Hello.
tough guy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. It was me and the Bluetooth. The computer didn't switch over.
Oh, I'm like, nigga. Oh, hello.
No, it's my bad.
Black ass right now.
So what's going on? And I'm actually glad you're here. This video, I want you here for.
I'm about to my car. Remember I told you I was in an accident, or I didn't tell you I was in.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. So I finally got the quote. So I'm looking for vehicles this week.
Oh, so they totaled it?
Yeah.
Oh shit. You know, they total cars a lot quicker than these days than they used to.
That's because they're trying to get all the new shit in. You know, there's a lot of cars being produced, you know.
Are you gonna get a Tesla?
No, I'm probably gonna get a Lexus,
God damn.
Acura, or
Oh, it was
Subaru
your
because I had an
Mercedes?
Acura.
Wait, hold it. It was your Mercedes?
No, I sold that.
Oh, okay. I was about
Yeah,
to say, motherfucker, I'd be pissed.
I sold that. I was tired of paying into that anyway, so I just bought an Acura after that. And I had the Acura for about a month and a half, and then it got hit. So
Well, see, you rich motherfuckers buying Acuras and Lexi. I don't.
hey
I
man,
know if you got
I
more
like good
than one
cars.
Lexus, if you got more than one Lexus, it's a Lex. I have Lexi.
Yeah, that's plural. Like,
Well, I had a Lexus and a Benz at once.
hey, tough guy, you was on that panel yesterday with Pink.
Oh yeah, with Pink. Yeah,
Yeah, I thought
I
you
was
was
let
going. I
I
thought
was
you was
letting
gonna
that.
show the rest of the boys how it's done. I thought you was gonna tame her.
Oh, she didn't want nothing with me, man. She was quiet.
I noticed she. Yeah, she didn't want none with you. I noticed.
Yeah, she was quiet, nigga. When I was talking, nigga, she was shut up, nigga.
Yeah, she did. She relaxed when
Yeah,
you was up there. That's why I wanted to
but
come up here and tell you. Like, man, that
oh,
was
oh,
like amazing. You should have showed
mhm.
John that footage, that beautiful beam footage.
Oh, did you see the girl that I brought on T's channel? Because John be acting like I don't got no bitches.
Nah, I
I
didn't.
did.
I ain't seen it.
You did?
Yeah,
You
I
did,
was there.
Stanley?
I
Yeah,
think I
nigga.
was in the chat.
Yeah, nigga. And John talking about I ain't got no hoes, nigga. He tripping.
Well, was she a hoe?
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean, we all thought she was your girlfriend or something. Is there a
No,
Why
difference?
would you
nigga.
think that, man? Tough guy's a pimp. What do
Well,
you mean?
dude, tough guy, you know I am not trained in the force.
Well, you seen her.
No, she was cute. She looked young, though.
She's 25.
Well, she is young.
There you
Motherfucker,
go.
you're not 25.
Exactly,
See,
nigga.
see, Stanley? Tough guy got all this pimping dripping, and you ain't soaking it up, man. What's up with that?
Hey, man. They don't be
Dude,
listening
she
to it,
was
nigga.
she was cute. And
They
you know
don't.
what? Now
They
that
don't. They
tough
don't. They
guy,
think I'll be just talking though. They just think
tough
I'll be
guy,
talking.
let me make a comment because everyone was like, "Well, why don't you let her talk and all this shit?" Now that I've kind of thought about it and just heard you frame it, that makes sense. That why she wasn't doing a whole lot of talking.
It was the
Mhm.
aura.
She
It was the
said. She
aura.
said
No,
hi. She
you
said
know
hi.
what?
She said hi, and she was respectful, didn't she?
Yep, because
You
you
know
did.
what?
Man, you put her out there. You put your leg
I
out there
think
for a
I
strip
might
off.
know where you're going with this, and now I understand.
No, tough
Yeah.
guy told her to shut up, straight up, man. She shut up. It was funny. That's why I was in the audience. Was like,
That kind of
okay,
fits
I see the
in with
difference.
what
It's a
Tough Guy
different
just
approach.
said.
Yeah, man. She's
Hey,
gonna call her
man.
brother on this dude, man.
See,
I just keep.
motherfuckers,
I just keep it real.
y'all think I'm a fucking square,
I
and
just
I
keep it
am.
real. It's other niggas that be on these panels and they be
Nah, you
saying
know
this
what?
and saying that, but
You know
Stanley,
what?
you see what I do in music, you see how I do with the game, you see how I
I'm
talk.
now.
Action speaks
I
louder than words,
also
my
have to
nigga.
say that I am not. I just kind of know. It's like watching a Star Wars movie. I kind of know what the Force is and what Jedi's do, but I'm
Hmm.
not skilled in the ways. But I recognize the Force.
Yeah, the
Oh, that's
realness,
simple.
the
That's
real
basic.
recognize real. Hmm. Cause niggas be talking. That's
No,
that's
you're
why I be laughing.
Dave. Dave,
That's why I be
you are
laughing
laughing.
because they be talking.
You are laughing.
Yes, I
So
am laughing because sometimes when
well,
people say
you go
stuff,
right ahead and chuckle there, buddy.
nah, when they tell you so, sometimes you got to believe it. It just is what it is.
Oh, motherfucker! You know it is so odd. And tough guy, you got my email, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, dude, I will find you, and we still have not watched that Iceberg Slim thing. We if you're up for it, or you got something else in that vein, I mean, it's kind of fascinating, and you know what? We haven't done um, a thing, a video
Juan was
about
here.
the
Juan
game in a
said he was
while.
in San Diego.
Yeah, Juan hit the link if you want.
Yeah, nigga, I didn't know
Yeah,
you was
man.
here, bro. Yeah, parking is bad, nigga. Yeah, you
Let
gotta
me
know where to
hit
park.
the link
You,
again.
if you from here, you'll know where to park. But if you not from here, I
Oh,
feel
he's
bad for
not
you.
from there. So help
Yeah.
a brother out.
Hey, if you would have hit me, dog, I would have told you, hey, go park on A Street or something like that, and just walk. Because there's certain parts in downtown where it's free parking, but most of it is all they're gonna try to get their money. But if you know where to park, you park for free. I do it all the time when I go to court.
No, you on the West Coast.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm from Kansas City, but I live in San Diego.
Hey, you think it's easier out west to get get your groove out there?
I think there's a lot of
Or
opportunity,
should I say
but
define what you're looking
I think
for?
that you got to put a lot more work out here. Like your work ethic, your grind, your drive got to be on. Like because I haven't worked corporate since January. Although I get like unemployment from that, but like you got to have
Luke
more. You
Skywalker.
got to have more than one hustle, nigga. Like you got to have a job plus two hustles on the side. Like
Oh, yeah, no
you know what I'm
doubt.
saying?
Keep it going. Sure.
Hmm. So, as a grown ass man, I ain't dependent on no bitch, but at the same time, it's nice to have. But yeah,
No,
man, you know, you gotta
I
be a
asked
man
because
first. That's why I tell everybody, say everybody wanna talk about pimping and shit like that, but you gotta be a man. You gotta know how to take care of yourself first, and you gotta know how to take care of a woman, especially if you're gonna maintain her and she's gonna be around. Because this young bitch, she's 25 and fine, and she don't have to come over here, and she don't have to pay me, but she
what
do.
if she don't?
So,
She got to feel like she's missing something.
well, I'll tell you this, because that day she felt entitled for me to do something for her, and I didn't do it, and she was a little pissed or whatever. But nigga, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Because she's young and everybody is a trick to her. Everybody wants something from her. So that's just the mindset she has. And I'm the
Let
type of
me.
individual that gotta let her know, hey, bitch, nah, and you're doing it wrong. Why don't you do it like this? You know what I'm saying? And the fucked
Can
up
I ask
thing
you a
is,
question
she
though?
knows,
And
she
I'm gonna
knows, because she comes back. I, I can't believe it, nigga. I can't believe she lasted this long. But she
let
also
me
did
ask
veer
you a
off and try
question.
love and everything, and then she came
Hello.
back
You
because
know
she
what?
fucked up. I hear you. Go ahead. What do you? What
I was
is it?
just
What do you
about
mean?
to ask you that.
What?
Um, you said she tried love and everything.
Yeah, yeah. So
Well,
she
I
liked
mean,
this
does
dude.
that happen where
Yeah, she's a woman. She's
well, no,
still a
no, no,
girl,
no.
man.
Whoa. Let me ask the question. In your experience, do they ever leave the game? Like, look, my priority. I almost think of it like being in a convent in a weird form. You
Hmm.
know how, and I had a friend whose father was a former priest, and it happens his mother was a former nun. So, what if you want to leave that convent? We'll call it convent in quotes. Does that happen? Does it happen a lot? What
Oh,
happens?
you mean do they pick another pimp? Yeah, yeah. They
No,
pimp
no,
out.
no, no. I mean, they want to be squares.
They want to
Oh
go.
yeah. A woman always do that, especially in the game, man. Women are
No, I
like
mean,
this,
they
man.
like, fuck this. I want a picket fence.
Yes, but listen. This is what I'm trying to answer the question. All right, so in the game, there's a lot of that. Girls, get married to tricks. They get boyfriends. They stop answering the
No, I
pimp's
mean,
calls
do
and
they
get,
marry someone
and
like me?
yes,
Why would you want
yeah,
that? I
all the
hope you're
time.
not
No, hold
inquiring
No,
on.
about
but
that.
actually, but listen,
Hold
wait, wait,
on.
wait, wait. Let me
What
tell
I'm
you this.
saying is like,
Actually,
look.
a hoe would be a great wife. You know why?
Well,
Oh,
no,
God damn it.
I don't want you to do this anymore. We're
No,
gonna
no, no.
have
She's
a
not gonna do
square
that
life.
anymore. I'm just saying, as far as like, she would be a great wife because she knows how to cater to a man. She
So
understands
it's almost
and
like I mean, would you
respects men.
compare? Have you ever read a book called Memoirs of a Geisha?
No.
There was a movie. It was a movie as well.
Well, no, there was motherfucker. It was a book before it was a movie. Do
Okay,
you
but it was still a
ever
movie.
read books, son? Dude,
No, I don't. I
okay,
have a
I
very,
gotta
very,
I
very
gotta
busy
make a
life.
detour here. Motherfucker, do you actually doubt when I bring up have you ever read that I'm guessing whether it was a book? I read the goddamn book.
You said it was a book. I said it was a movie.
Motherfucker, then don't say it was a movie.
Or I should have said as well. Sorry.
No, it's not as well. It became a movie based on the book. Dude, use your
What's the
words better.
difference? That's potato.
No,
That's
it is a huge difference.
all right. Come on, move on.
No, Dave, and I am a little in my cup, so I am maybe a little bit more hair trigger. But dude, y'all don't really get how I feel about these culture arguments and stuff. Ugh,
No, it's
motherfucker,
not that I want
what
to
are
attack one of the other
y'all
points you
doing?
made.
Don't tell me it's a movie. I know it was a movie. I was asking if he read the book.
Hey, you should go live tomorrow night, Stanley, when I do my show, and then I can stream with you. I'll do our
Oh,
band.
come on, Clarice. You know better than that.
Stanley, you hear me?
Why would I'm a morning guy, which is stretching into mid-afternoon guy. What's
But this
happening
is
tomorrow
like
night?
it's from 6 to 9. I'm playing in the house band for Orange County's jam, so it's gonna be like local musicians coming in and
Well, help
playing.
me out here. Would there be any copyright issues?
I don't think so. I mean, there are covers, but I mean, a lot of it's instrumental.
Yeah, okay.
So
I can
yeah,
do
you know
that.
what I mean. Yeah, so I mean, and it's our version
Now,
of it.
six
So
local, what would it be Eastern time? Would that be
six
9?
to nine, 6 to 9. So 9 to
No, okay. Okay, 9 to what? 12.
yeah.
Um, no, yeah, I can do that. I have to plan for it, but I know about it
If
now.
you want to, if you want, you
No,
don't
no,
have
no.
to. I'm
I
just
would love
suggesting.
to. Dude, seeing you play music, why not? It
Yeah,
Hey,
is
Stanley.
actually,
totally different.
Hey, Stanley.
Now, I will
If
ask you to
Harrison,
email me and remind me. Send me
all
an
right,
email.
Stanley,
all
if
right.
Harrison Buckner came out of the tough guy stable, and she wanted to go square with you, would you marry her?
Harrison
Who's that?
Buckner.
Yeah,
What's she look like?
the Fox News lady.
See, okay, look. This is what I want to say real quick.
I
Hey,
don't.
listen to
I'm not
this.
real familiar.
Hey,
Harrison
listen. Hey, listen.
Buckner.
Hey, listen to this.
No. Hold on, motherfucker. Get the name right. It's Harris Faulkner.
Harrison Buckner.
That's a Harrison Buckner. That's a kick. That's a field goal. Yeah, it's a kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs. What are you talking about?
Well, I
All
like
right, what's the
Harris
name?
Faulkner.
Harris Faulkner. Yeah, okay. Would you, if she came out of the stable, De La Tough Guy, would you, take it serious?
She's married, by the way, to a
If she
white guy.
came out of the stable and was single,
But this is my thing. Why wouldn't you?
She's in her
Because
50s.
obviously she's trying to get married and she's done with that. Or
I
if
mean,
she's not done with that and that's her job, that's just what it is. What's that got to do with you and your manhood?
that's a long bridge. I'm not nowhere near the end of.
See, but that's what
Actually,
I'm saying is that's
you
why
got to
this
walk me
game.
down
But this is
line
what
of
I.
reasoning because I'm
But
not
this is what
there.
I'm trying to. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. As far as this game, you wouldn't understand that as a square because as far as the pimping goes,
Yeah, I'm thinking.
if a
Yeah,
hoe is out there putting her life on the line every day,
hell yeah.
bringing you back every dollar, you telling me you're not gonna love this woman for
Well,
her
see, you
strength?
value you see both of you guys value something that I don't, or you're finding value in
Whoa,
an
whoa,
area
whoa!
that I wouldn't look.
Both of you guys?
Yeah,
Well,
I
the
think
reason
you
is
know
what
the
because I
what
reason
know
is the
Stanley.
reason
what
is
do
you're
I
thinking about
value, Dave?
sex. You're thinking about
What
sex. And people
what
and
do
people
I
are
value?
people are married. People are married, and they be having multiple partners all the time, and you don't even know about it. But if I'm
We
sending her to
do.
go get it,
We did.
yeah, people do all the
Oh,
time.
well,
Yeah,
people
they
do.
do, and I understand that. I don't have like the kids understand.
And
I
you know
really
what's
do
funny
understand that.
is, you know what's
What
funny
the
is
hell did I miss?
most of the married people come to the game because they go to strip clubs, they buy hoes, they go to spas and get massages. So,
And I
bam.
totally agree with you. I don't deny nothing you're saying, but I'm just looking at my blood is pure right now, and I'm not trying to screw that up. That's more of what
I
I'm
feel you.
looking at.
I
And,
feel
and,
you.
and a beautiful face ain't gonna make me want
My
to sell
blood
my
is
soul.
pure. Does
But
that
that's the
mean
Yeah,
you
whole
don't
thing
have
about
a?
but
Does
that's
that
the whole
mean you
thing
don't
saying
about
have
I
a
this
got the
game.
venereal
bomb.
disease?
Yeah, but listen.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing about this game. Did you know that these hoe like a real hoe is probably more clean than a square bitch? These square bitches is more nasty than a hoe. You know why? Because that's her profession. She got
But
to
that
be on
shit makes
TikTok.
sense to them. That shit makes sense to them, and I understand that the importance of making that make sense to them. But you can't sell me on that because I ain't got a
Well,
dollar to
I can
make for
I can
nobody
tell
else,
you this: that square bitches is way more nasty, nigga.
and
You
I
get
believe it too.
a BD for
Oh
from that
Lord.
right there.
But
Yeah,
I'm as a fisherman, I know that some holes are better than others.
Oh my
yeah. But
Lord.
you know what's crazy is niggas be marrying hoes, niggas be loving hoes. So you say that, but you see who's
That is
getting
not
married
true.
nowadays.
Yeah, I seen the dudes. Was it 1,057 of them lined up for the same chick in less than a 24 hours? Well, all at the same time, really.
Yeah, because they
And they
just wanted
still
to
try to
smash
line
her.
up for that. Yeah, they
Mhm.
gonna be scratching at the end of the week. I ain't got that problem. I ain't trying to, So I go with as far as what I know. I don't want to dip my toe in bad water.
I feel you. But that's what I'm saying. It's not for everybody, and you got to be careful. Like I said, it's a mental game. Everybody think it's a sex game, and that's not what it is.
Right.
It don't got really much to do with sex. That's a very minute part of the process. It's usable, and I mean that's the obvious part. But it's deeper. It goes deeper than that. This is really about playing off of someone's lust. This is really about understanding the mindsets of individuals. This is knowing how to put people over things. So if you have a good hoe, it's not that she's trying to do anybody wrong. She does good business, and the individual that she is in had these encounters with, she's an asset to this individual's lives. So there's different ways that you can look at this, but obviously, if an individual is paying this type of money, even if they have a whole bunch of money, it doesn't matter. If they're consistent with the individual, it has to do with that relationship they have with the individual. That's it. This is why I say that hoes are actually good when they get passed off, whether it's in a marriage or another pimp or, a situation, because she has structure. She understands what her place is, and she wants to see
Let
her
me
man
interrupt
succeed.
right quick to ask Richard a question.
Sure.
Do peacock bass kind of do the same thing? They kind of mouth the bait and then spit it out like largemouth bass do, Richard? That was my question. He'll understand my point. Sorry
Yeah,
to interrupt.
that's a beautiful fish. But what was I wanted to ask you? All right, I forgot what you had said before Stanley interrupted.
Oh
Yeah.
well, I
I
will
mean, any
interrupt.
questions you got?
If
Any
host
questions you
you,
got?
host
I got
you
the
to
game,
interrupt.
player. I'll let you know what it really is, and I won't lie to you. A lot of niggas will lie to you and tell you this and tell you that because they don't got no experience.
Okay, this is what it
So
was.
here
Okay,
is
I
the
don't
book,
want to
Dave. By the way, hold on. Here is the book.
memorization.
I actually, but I think I might even have a first edition of this book. I bought it when it came out. This is like back in 1997. It is an awesome story. So here is what a book looks like, Dave.
Does it open? How do you open
Motherfucker, you have to buy it to open it.
it?
Kind of like the game.
I can't tell you the last time I watched TV or sat down to do anything.
Motherfucker, you don't have to
Can't
watch
tell you.
TV to read a book.
I can't tell you the last time I had a day off. I'm a working man, and even when I got enough, I want more.
Motherfucker, stop this bullshit. Do you not think that if I sit down and design software, I'm not a fucking working man?
Yeah, the kind of books I'm reading
Okay,
aren't
see,
like
this
that.
is where these fools get it wrong.
Let them know, Stanley. You fucking fools.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not. Hey,
look.
Deacon Dave. Hey, tough guy. Deacon Dave fucking showed out today and fucking like motherfucker. You got facts? Well, here's my facts, bitch. Read it. And I'm like, you know what? I it's 27 pages. I can't read it right now. So
No, I'm reading as soon as I get a moment.
I don't fuck with SKC. I don't fuck with Deacon Dave because they might come up here and go, motherfucker, you don't know much. Read these 27 pages and get back to me.
Right, I'm gonna
So,
read it. I'm gonna try to read that before you two. Before you
no,
two.
don't worry about it. Look, it's a book.
It's on. It's on my to-do
Honestly,
list for the
I
guy.
don't remember the movie. I think I watched the movie, and you know what? I got the book somewhere. Look, all I have to say is that try books, and you know what? As an adult, I don't read as many books as I used to, but your kids should be. Um, I used to go like I was up to like I'd go through 300-page novels because I went through an I don't like reading nonfiction phase up until I got married. Then I started reading nonfiction. It's sort of weird. Older people tend to read more nonfiction, and it's the way it goes. I think what it is motherfucker, you have dreams at some point, and when you get old, you read history to go, well, what did I do? So that's my very funny half joke that I would tell in a faculty lounge joke.
Well, the last book I read was The Richest Man in Babylon, and I put
I'm
it
sorry,
down. I
what?
didn't pick it back up. The Richest Man in Babylon.
In Babylon? Who's it by?
I couldn't even tell you the name of it.
You got to remember them all. Was it a library book or did you buy it?
I bought it. It's at home.
Good for you. Let's look
Yeah,
it up.
my dad said I should read it.
Oh, really? Well, then you
Yeah.
should read it. If your father says you should.
Yeah. Pops kind of knew something.
You
I
know,
don't know.
now this is actually really cool. If you have parents who recommend books, motherfucker, stop
Hey, why do you
pretending you
have
ain't
Ben on
shit.
the screen, my nigga?
Huh?
Oh, he's talking to Ruby. I said, why do you have Ben on the screen? He was talking to Ruby
Oh,
or something.
you know what? One of these days I'm going to get back to listening to him, but your father recommending books, that's fucking huge, man. You have parents who recommend books? Motherfucker, stop pretending like you are some fucking dude. It's not that often that any parent says, "Hey, son, you should read that." You don't consider
Yeah,
yourself lucky, bitch?
that's part reason why I'm studying to do a different field so I can have the free time. But
Dave,
I'm getting,
you 40? Are you 40 yet?
yeah, I'm 42.
Okay, well, you do know I did a change of career, right?
Yeah, I heard you. How that couldn't have been easy.
No, it's very easy.
So wait, did you go
Now
from the tech field, from the military to the tech, or from the tech to
no,
the
I
military?
went from I was only in the Navy for like 5 years. I did logistics, distribution, in logistics for quite some time. Um, and then I managed warehouses and people for years, and it just, it got to a point. And I've always been good at computers. Like people used to fuck people used to fuck with me. It's like I was never trained in computers. I remember sitting in a room one day and my boss, it was like a meeting or something, and my boss started going, "Well, Stanley, um, it it was basically like Stanley doesn't reveal his secrets, but he will fuck with you." It's like, dude, I did all kinds of things with warehouse management systems. Um, there came a point in the mid '90s when, they automated these. Like the first distribution center I worked in right after the Navy was 1.5 million square feet. And it was highly automated and it was highly computerized. And I was like working in the receiving department, and eventually I managed the department. But motherfucker, the computers would do what I told them to do. It was like it is very convenient if you are managing a department to get the computers to do things that eh, it's not so much the look, it's software, it is queries, it's a lot of things you can, and most of it for good. It's not all evil. So,
But
um,
he was doing a lot of overriding and shit.
um, wouldn't call them overrides. I would call it maximizing the system to my advantage. My boss,
Nigga standing
motherfucker,
with
I
that
was just
bullshit.
sitting there and what was going
He
on?
was
And
dabbling,
then
yeah.
he looks at me and he goes, "Well, Stanley, you manipulate a lot of shit." And he fucking embarrassed me. It's like, well, essentially, it was like, well, why don't y'all know what he knows? He just fucking, he just fucking learned shit. One day, I was sitting in a meeting. So, and this is very funny. We had 100 trucks of Mexican tile, and you guessed the company I was working for. It was 1.5 million square feet with 100 doors of receiving and 100 doors of shipping. So we got 100 trucks of, and it was Mexican tile. So Mexicans have been bringing shit in since the early '90s. So it's like these are all special purchases and stuff like that. Like we got to get them into this warehouse. You call distribution centers warehouses, really no difference. So they're like, Stanley, we need you to do this. Can you do it? And I was like, well, probably, but so motherfucker, it was glorious. I had to go in. I had to make 100 doors, you know, 100 doors of receiving. Um, it's there are problems with the software. But the funniest thing is we're sitting in that morning meeting of the day it's supposed to happen, and the maintenance department had um like the last 5 doors. They had shit like racking for shelving and these are like maybe 3 or 4 stories, maybe 5 stories of shelving to house product. It's 5-story building high, just the shelving. So, we need to move these. And they were like, well, go into the system and, you know, maybe, we need to unload the trailers and we need to do all this shit. So I looked at him and I'm like, well, I also control the drivers. Like, how about just motherfucking like I let's just move the trailers away from the door or move them to where it's easier. It was like this wasn't even a computer problem. And the general manager of the building goes, well, Stanley, did you eat fish for dinner? Or I'm sorry, for breakfast? So I looked at him. I'm like, who eats fish for breakfast? And he's like, well, it's brain food. His point was like, why didn't anyone else think of this? Dude, y'all need to fucking stop and take a deep breath and listen to what people say and take a deep breath and give an answer. It happens so much on these YouTube panels. Don't talk about shit you don't know about. Talk about shit you do know about, but don't imagine. You don't have to move a goalpost. Sometimes you might have to change the topic. We have a problem, and the problem is not Black culture. The problem is simple. It is parenting. And if you start, and Be Brave beat me up on this, but I'm dead serious, and I know I'm right. Racializing crime means you don't want to solve crime. If you want to say there is Black crime and say it is a Black person's problem, Black people problem, that means you're not serious about fixing problems. Be Brave flaps his gums about a lot of shit, and he'll get 40 people in there going, yay, be brave. The motherfucker does not understand what he's talking about. He just wants to complain about it like a pussy. He is a racist complaining about crime in neighborhoods he does not live in and has not for decades. That you are going to sit in this motherfucking white utopia, he calls it, and talk about shit in neighborhoods you haven't lived in since the 60s. And Be Brave is not the problem. The people who listen to Be Brave, the Black people, the anti-Black blacks, if you are a fan of Be Brave and you think he makes sense, you are an anti-Black black. I don't have to define you any more than that. If you think Be Brave makes sense, and I hear a lot of motherfuckers say, oh, the 70 percenters, you're an anti-Black black, and you're also brain dead. You are eating at Be Brave's dinner table, and he's serving you lead paint chips.
Damn. Okay. Hey, Stanley,
Motherfucker, I said what I said. You don't have to approve it. You don't have to believe it, but I know I'm right. Be Brave has no place talking about a culture he is so motherfucking wrong about. His racist behavior is what is entertaining to the anti-Black blacks. It is a racist feedback loop.
I got a question. Can you separate the culture from the people?
Yes.
So you could talk about the culture and not talk about the people.
You can. It happens all the time. Is American culture, people separate American culture from people all the time. Why is Black culture any different than American culture. No,
Because,
motherfucker. See, this is where you fall flat.
I'm thinking about what you asked.
You don't have to think. Read a book. You
Now,
should
don't
already
see,
know
don't
that.
go with
You
that,
should
man. That's
already
Bogart.
know
That's
this
gaslight.
as a thinking black man.
Nah, because I thought about this.
People separate people, folks separate people from their culture all the time. People make the culture, culture makes the people. I literally said it's a feedback loop. It's how it works. It's a feedback loop. People make the culture, people change the culture. Seeing, it is everyone has input into culture. So half the culture might think this way, half the culture might think another way. But if you look, think of culture as a cloud, and the people are farting the cloud. They all intermix, and people sniff in different parts of the culture. Very crude, but I think it's apt. Folks who want to criticize black culture are morons because they don't understand what culture is. Same way with American culture. Honestly, and I have been saying this for a while and no one seems to believe me. Be Brave's analysis of black culture is like that little outhouse he built. Inadequate. Why would you even build it? Because what the fuck can you put in that structure? Do you need me to show you the picture again? This motherfucker spent 3 weeks building a 5x2 structure. What the fuck can you put in there besides a toilet and shit in it? Do you need me to seek? You know what, motherfuckers? Y'all are stunned at the stupidity. Y'all are listening to a culture critique from a motherfucker building an outhouse. This is fucking hilarious. Y'all, CKJ3, please hit the link because you and I are gonna have a laugh. Let me find it, man. Be Brave will have 40 motherfuckers. This is fucking hilarious.
Okay, I'm back. What's happening, players?
Oh, I'm doing mocking of the munchkin of white supremacy.
Oh shit.
No, you know what? I'm going back to just fucking trashing Be Brave. And he deserves it. Motherfucker, you fuck with the wrong Negro.
Yeah, Stanley went from talking about.
Fuck you. I don't want to hear until I'm done.
I have a little notebook.
Be Brave is not even a good white supremacist.
Hey,
Stanley went from talking about changing careers to a job he had and then back to Brave.
Yeah, because
I'm teasing Stanley. It's fine. It's totally fine.
did what these motherfuckers do. I went from one point. Do you need me to connect them? Because I can.
No, you took me around the block.
Let me practice. I went from working for a major corporation out of the United States Navy. And you asked me about changing careers, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I changed careers from logistics and distribution into computers. I did take a computer boot camp, finished second in my class at like 39. And the reason I changed careers is because I got tired of managing warehouses and people. I trust myself. I've always been good with computers. Guess what I had? A Fortune 500 job right out of that computer boot camp because I'm good at what the fuck I do. And guess who got me the job? The instructor of the class happened to have some contacts, and they're like, the company was like, well, we need your best students. Give me the top two. Motherfucker, I was number two. The motherfucker who was number one was white and had way more computer experience. You know why I got hired?
Because you Stanley, nigga.
No. It wasn't that simple. Because I'm motherfucking dressed for success. This little
Oh
slap,
yeah,
this
that'll
big
help.
floppy motherfucker, dude, he already had his like Microsoft certification. I did not. But you know what? This is years later. I'm like, well, why did you hire me? Motherfucker, I got hired at like 39, change of career, had zero experience. Now, I knew my way around a computer since I was in like fucking 8th grade. However, you dressed nice. You had a family, because I did. And we knew we could work with you. You had personality. Motherfucker, I am
Hey,
Stanley.
if y'all was hungry right now, what would y'all eat? Because I'm hungry as a motherfucker.
I'm gonna do catfish. I have to get up,
Ooh,
thaw it out, bread it.
ooh. Oh, nigga, I can go do that and have that in about 30 minutes.
This is home cooked. I'm not motherfucking ordering the shit. Dude, I get it from the grocery store. It's in the freezer. I home cook my shit, son, because I know how to season. I'm multi-talented.
I got a porterhouse in my hand.
I'm gonna say it. I am that nigga Stanley Cross. Dude, I'm pretty drunk, so sorry for the N-word use.
I didn't know you was drunk. You don't sound drunk
Dude,
right now.
I don't get this fucking worked up over a fucking outhouse. Look at this shit. This motherfucker wants to talk about black culture, and he took 3 weeks to build that.
And you can build that in
Make
like
this
a day.
motherfucking shit make sense. The motherfucker spent 3 weeks building this and wants to talk about black culture. The fuck? Make this make sense. And even the camera work isn't that good. This is what this motherfucker spent 3 weeks for.
What is it?
Let him describe it.
That's the anchors that I was going to make them much larger, and then I got into
it's an outhouse
problem. I happened to do not permit problems.
Hey,
just
at least
permit
just
that
scream
require
is
a lot.
Okay, motherfucker, you want to make excuses for white failure. You want
Be
to
brave?
make excuses.
Why are you talking about be brave, man? Fuck be brave.
Well, you didn't hear why I'm upset, because the motherfucker presented a portion of my show, made a bad faith presentation of what I
So
talked
what? He's
about.
just trying to bite off your shit so that he gets some viewers. Who cares? He's lame.
I don't like people, dude. I take myself seriously, too seriously, maybe.
Yeah, sometimes you take yourself way too serious.
Dude,
So
I
it's,
do not like a failure of a white man critiquing my culture critique or my philosophical take on something and lying on me. I take that this is tantamount to the worst thing white supremacy does. It takes some black person's logic and fucking shits on it, but doesn't tell the truth about it. Be Brave is the poster boy of white supremacy. The motherfucker gets viewers, but does not understand the black man he critiques. That's premium white supremacy. That is fucking roots.
But they do that all the
level
time, man.
motherfucker, but they don't do that shit to me without consequences.
Well, beat his
Motherfucker,
ass.
you do it to someone else who doesn't give a shit. Motherfucker, I can fight back.
Yeah, beat his ass, Stanley.
I can't physically do it.
I mean, you could if you wanted to.
All I'm saying is this is the motherfucker spending 3 weeks doing this. And the title is Finished Shed in the Magnificence of White Trash Wonderland. This is the motherfucker telling me I'm a problem. This is the motherfucker criticizing black culture.
He's just
The,
projecting
the
my screen.
motherfucker wants to make, he calls himself a genius, and that's what he built with his genius. What the fuck? In 3 weeks, this white motherfucker who thinks whites are the best thing on earth, that's what he accomplished. Not the house behind it, this little outhouse looking structure. This is your smart white man who could get along with billionaires because he has the gift of gab and he's white. This motherfucker built that in 3 weeks. Motherfucker, don't ever fucking come into my chat and talk about black culture again. John Galt is this little failure of a white man's holy man. This motherfucker built this in 3 weeks. That is all the white culture.
Have a go.
All the greatness of white superiority. Whites built America, and the son of all these white gods built that. We live like gods, but we build that. This motherfucker is a pipsqueak of intellect.
Man, we got Universal Jones.
Don't tell me. I'm not talking about Universal Jones. I'm talking about be brave and think. Be brave. Be brave and build a fucking heat sink, because that shit's gonna get hot when you go take a shit in that outhouse. Don't move this motherfucking goalpost, because dude, be brave. If he comes into my chat tomorrow morning, I'm going to fucking shit on him. I'm gonna shit a turd on him the size of that outhouse. Yes, I'm doing it, and I expect your white worshiping ass to tell him I did this, because Deacon Dave, you are a white worshiper.
A white worshiper.
What the fuck? How'd I get sucked into this?
I'm coming after you next.
Oh, this is fucking hilarious.
Oh,
you
it's
white
not
worshiper.
Hilarious.
White worshiper.
I don't give a fuck, Slick Rick. You're a moderator. You and Shenard.
Yeah, get all the riches that are over here.
I want someone to clip this and fucking email it to Be Brave. I've unsubscribed from his channel because he's a goddamn liar who can't handle it. The motherfucker is prejudiced against a black man with a better background and a fucking better education and, quite frankly, a higher IQ. The motherfucker is treading water in Stanley's intellectual brain pool, and John Galt is his savior. John Galt is his life preserver in a sea of intellect. I shit on motherfucker. Shit, I might just take a special trip because it looks like an outhouse. I might have to test it out. Let's take a tour of this outhouse.
Rootin' tootin', 1 foot in diameter and 4 feet deep. Foot
No
or
concrete pad.
No, is that really an outhouse?
I'm gonna
or what?
come off that
said
shit.
it
I have no
something
clue.
else.
He doesn't take us
Since those
inside.
are anchored into the
Prove it's
ground.
not.
Those are
I don't think
concrete.
that's an outhouse.
That's where he jacks off at.
In diameter by 2 feet deep.
It's his jack off house.
What he whacking?
Blocks, under concrete blocks.
And this
Or
motherfucker,
where he
this
takes his
motherfucker's
victims.
excuse is there's no crime here. That's because who the fuck would want to go there? Motherfucker, this is
That's his
not
padded
a
room where
happening
he takes his victims.
Oh, do you, Richard? Drop the link if you have the video of the inside.
Y'all had me believing this was an outhouse. This ain't no damn outhouse.
Motherfucker, what does it look like to you?
I mean, yeah, it looked like one, but it ain't what it's for.
So if it
I told you that's
looks
where he
like
takes his victims. That's where he takes his victims.
Let me put it to you this way: we don't know what it smells like, but I would say if it looks like one and it smells like one, it is one. So it looks like one is where we are. We don't know what it smells like. But
That's because
I will
that's where he
not
takes his
have
victims.
a motherfucker who spent 3 weeks building this outhouse looking structure lying on a video, and he did it intentionally. That's what I can't abide. That motherfucker, he literally omitted what I said about this video, the show, that I agreed with the video, and the motherfucker probably had 50 people in his chat. All those 50 people actually think that I approved of that. It's disingenuous. If you used my name to get those 50 people in your audience and then lied on me, you, sir, are a cad. You are not upholding your white supremacy, sir. And
what is a CAD? The only CAD I know is engineering that I used to do.
Well, that's CAD. CAD is, how you pronounce the abbreviation. So this
You ever work with CAD
inside
before?
of the shed. Wait,
Stanley?
hold it. Let's look inside of the outhouse.
Stanley, have you ever worked with CAD before?
No. But computer assisted drawing, it's probably hard. But my son's in training to be some sort of engineer. I'll ask him.
I used to do that.
Well, let's listen. Hey, by the way, I see there's an electrical outlet here. I didn't see any sort of source. Maybe that's not the shed, by the way. That's not the shed.
What is it?
Don't know. That's not the shed that he says he built. That's his house.
It's not his fucking house, bro.
Stanley's funny.
Wait, hold it. What the fuck is that? Okay. Someone help me out. Richard, you're his buddy.
It's a shed.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm watching the other video. I am drunk. Let me switch this.
Must be nice.
I'm looking at the link that Richard just put up.
Well, at least he knows he's drunk. I mean,
well, motherfucker, it is getting unforgivable. This is the video Richard just linked. Yeah, it's getting a little sloppy here. I am noticing.
Okay, there's live. Wonder if anybody's here. Hey, if anybody's here, I don't know where I'm on a phone. I'm trying to do this on the phone. We'll go out and show you this. Let me see. Shed frame. Look at that bad dude there. That's what the shed's for.
Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. This motherfucker is building a shed for his tricycle. my God. No. He built a shed for this tricycle? Okay. All right.
Electric bike.
Motherfucker, that's
Thing
a
hard.
tricycle. I don't give
I
a
don't even. I
shit
won't
if
even
it's
use the electric much. It's too
powered.
damn.
It's not an e-bike. It's an
I just got it for the
e-trike.
exercise and the.
Motherfucker built a shed for his e-trike?
Here.
Oh.
Who's ever there?
Why not just
Who's
leave it
ever
in the
there in the
goddamn
viewing? Could you
house?
hit a comment or just say hello? Since I'm on the phone and I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, somebody. You have to pardon the construction.
Okay, so motherfuckers, this dude is the culmination of thousands of years of Western civilization and white superiority, and we built America all to build a goddamn shed for an e-trike? This motherfucker literally wants to tell black people they ain't shit and black culture ain't shit. And he spent 3 weeks building a motherfucking dude, just leave the goddamn e-trike where it is. It looks happy. What the fuck? I will never listen to this fucking half-baked logic, bottom-feeding, half-witted motherfucker who spends 3 weeks building nothing for
Man, you gave him half-witted?
motherfucking e-trike, and then he wants to come and tell me that my culture critique or some video is wrong. This is what whiteness has come to? Motherfuck. 50 people go and listen to this failure? Oh, Jesus. America is doomed. If there
Probably
are
a lot of shadow white listeners he has, you know?
dude, this is fucking stunning. This motherfucker wants to tell me that I'm fucked up. He wants to tell a whole culture which exists only between his ears that they're fucked up. Okay, so basically what he's saying is he's living like a king. That's what he's saying. The king went out and built a fucking outhouse for his e-bike to shit in, and he's living like a king. Got it. His e-bike has a better bathroom than him.
Oh boy.
He has a talent for bullshit. Look at this.
Billy White,
This
White
is
Trash
motherfucking
Wonderland.
Hooterville. This is motherfucking Hooterville, but at least it's better than the ghetto? Oh, Jesus goddamn Christ. He did not do himself any favors fucking with someone like me. Oh, dude, you are doomed. Motherfucker, it's a ghetto with fresh air and green grass to mow. That's the difference. And the only reason there's not drive-by shootings is because the grass grows too high. They can't fucking this motherfucker. This is heaven to you, and it's perfectly fine. But motherfucker, you ain't living like a king.
Can't beat it. Look at that. They leave their. Hey, Yakub, hello. You're live. Yeah. Church. Not much today. Just showing this shed. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Everything. I'm on my mobile phone. I don't know what I'm doing on this damn.
This is white heaven, folks. This is better than the ghetto. Hey, you know what? There is a fucking root cellar you can hide in while they're shooting up the house. That's, I guess that's better. It's an open air motherfucking ghetto. It's a ghetto with fresh air.
Damn thing. It's funny they leave their window open like that all the time,
Okay,
night and day.
motherfucker, they leave their window open like that probably because it's stuck open.
When they're gone, because it's the side where the rain doesn't come in.
Motherfucker,
No break-ins.
does
Nobody
it rain
worries.
there? I guess the grass is green.
Nobody
So it must.
worries.
No, motherfuckers are maintaining their lawn.
Hey, 5 and 8. Yoko.
But it's better than the hood. We got trees.
Shit.
Okay.
Got the
Oh, there
pearl
we go.
sidewall pearl.
Jesus God. Now, what the fuck is going on here? Wait, we're back. We're back. Oh, there we go. Motherfucker, what is he doing? Okay, let's see. There does appear to be a concrete pad, but that's not a motherfucking concrete pad. For fuck, this is like a bunch of cinder blocks. Motherfucker, where is the concrete? Oh my God. Dude. All right. This is a culture of do what you can. And that's perfectly fine. But motherfucker, he is. My mother used to have a word, and the word was maybe it's a southern thing called huck'em so. Like this shit is huck'em so. Motherfucker, that's not a concrete pad. It's a bunch of fucking shit you lined up. It's a bunch of footers. Now I get it. You would never build a permanent structure or any structure of substance. There are cracks that shit can get up through. It's not a slab.
Are you smoking weed? Are you smoking
No,
weed?
motherfucker,
Tim?
I'm laughing hard.
Oh, it sounds like you smoking weed over there, nigga.
No,
On the low
I'm
key.
fucking coughing.
On the low end. On the low key.
No, I don't.
You hit a joint.
Well, number one, I'm inside. I would never smoke inside my house. It stinks up the joint. But no, one of these days I am going to smoke a joint, but not tonight. Shit, I never thought to ask my son if he has a joint, but he doesn't smoke in the house either. So my point. By the way,
You never caught him smoking or drinking or nothing?
He has better. I wouldn't be super upset. He is a college kid, but no, oddly enough, I know he has, but he doesn't hear, and I wouldn't allow him to hear.
How you wouldn't allow it?
No, why would I? He's
You're
not
a grown ass man.
motherfucker. We follow the law in my house.
But how old is he?
What the fuck is Zaza, Claris? I have no clue.
How old is he?
19. He just turned 19 a couple weeks ago.
Oh, so he over 18.
Yeah. Look, let me put it to you this way, and you know me better than that. As long as he's not in trouble, he's allowed to have his private life. I didn't tell my parents everything I did. Um, look, he is a smart child. He needs his private life. I don't want him, and I'll notice or know. So far, he's just a normal college kid. He seems in good health. He will not flunk out of college this year.
Is your son light skinned?
Well, he's half white, yeah.
So he's like really light skinned or dark skinned, light skinned? Because
Why
I
do
know
you
you a
need
little
to
bit
know all
brown.
this? What?
Because your ass is well, you like brown. You ain't dark though either, my nigga. Like
His mother was a natural blonde. So, but she had brown eyes. So, I mean, he's not like
yeah, that's
pale.
how
I mean, he's
that's
mixed
how
with a.
my daughter is. She's but she look more like me though, even though her mom is blonde.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Um, well, let me put it to you this way. On my father's side, and my father is probably darker than I am, but on his father's side, my grandfather's side, um, one of these days I'll talk about my heritage, but as it turns out, and my father, because he's old, has decided to do genealogy bullshit. Um, we have roots on my father's side that go back to 1776. You would never believe this, but we do. However, as far as color of skin, when my son was a baby, a co-worker of my wife thought her husband was Hispanic. my my son kind of looks Hispanic.
Oh, okay.
But
So you got like a little Puerto Rican baby, is what you're saying.
he's kind of racially ambiguous, oddly enough. He's a mix, but
But you don't
he's a
know
good
what.
looking kid. I'll put it that way. He's good in 6'1" and round about 190. He's not a ballet dancer. I'll put it that way. He's
So
hey,
he's pretty tall.
motherfucker, the dude is 6'1". That's all you need.
Yeah, he's
Well, he
yeah.
gets girls.
Does he play basketball and shit or no?
No, you know what? He wasn't that much into athletics. He can play, but nah. He motherfucker graduated with a 4.3 grade point average. He is
Yeah, he's in the books.
uh,
He likes to read.
no, he's into computers. Computer people don't necessarily translate to liking to read. He's good at what he does. He likes to fish.
Yeah.
Got
Well,
the
you get that from you,
eyeball
nigga.
Maybe
curlings
one of
on
these
and shit
days,
like that.
you know what?
You
Maybe
know, you
one
get that
of
from
these
you,
days
nigga.
he'll
You love to
fucking
fish.
make a fishing game for me. Look,
You got a boat, Stanley? You got a boat? You got a boat, Stanley?
No, I'm landlocked. I live outside Atlanta.
Oh no, I didn't know if you had a boat when you go fishing.
No, we freshwater fish, but no, I've never owned a boat. I've been in the Navy. Too much work. I know people who own boats. So look, bottom line is we are okay. Um, boats, oh, Richard, I have a first cousin who lives in Florida, like out on Amelia Island. This motherfucker is not poor. So hey, he is my first cousin. His father was my uncle, my father's brother. We are okay. So anyway, let's
Stanley said he got some money in the family.
no, it's not my money.
But it's still in the
That's
family.
what the
Still got a
that's what
family
these
that got.
motherfuckers don't understand. There are a lot of things I don't have to care about. And, I'm okay personally. My family's okay. We're okay. That's why we're okay.
So you good, huh?
And
That's
you
a
know
put.
what? My son is going to an elite engineering school. He'll be okay too.
This poured, 2 on each side, 8 inches wide by 2 inches, about 2.5
Now,
feet.
here,
Concrete poured.
What'd you say, Stanley? You dropped off, nigga.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hit my mic button and it muted. Look, there are cracks. There will be shit coming up, moisture, worms, grass, all this shit. This is the best white supremacy could build. Motherfucker, you tell
No,
us.
Stanley, you have to say it with an H. White.
Fuck all
White.
that. I'm going to say it the way I said. All I'm saying is I'm just not sure that don't give me the excuses of bottom feeding. Motherfucker, you are the very basement. You are the fucking footer of white supremacy.
You gotta say the white right how they say it. They say white.
The motherfucker is the footer of white supremacy, and he wants to tell us about the problems with black culture.
But Be Brave ain't talking about shit. I don't even know.
But here's the kicker. There are people like King Shenard who are hanging on every word. King Shenard will tell him, "Oh, you're a genius." Motherfucker, John Galt tells me how talented Be Brave is. Look at this shit. This is not fucking white supremacy. It's not white excellence. This is fuck. I bought a couple bricks and built a wooden structure on top of it. That's what this is. Why the fuck would I think this motherfucker knows of anything about any culture, including white culture? Look at this fucking shit. Why is this? Why do kings have to live like this? They don't. This motherfucker will never tell me about 70% of black culture with this motherfucking piece of shit. Motherfucker, if you want to be a culture critic, why am I looking at this? This is a fucking doghouse. You build this sort of shit for your dog.
Or your e-bike, obviously.
Motherfucker, why can't you just leave the e-bike in your goddamn house and it's not a bike, it's a tricycle?
A tricycle has 3, right? So it has 3
Well,
wheels.
motherfucker, you did. Do I have to go back and show you that trike? Did you miss that part?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Okay, let's go back. You're gonna love this. He wants this motherfucker. This is the e-trike.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's definitely a tricycle.
So a motherfucker wants to go out and critique black culture and tell how, motherfucker, I want to see him ride this trike through his old black neighborhood. This motherfucker. But you know what's worse? There are black people like John Galt and fucking whoever else who think this motherfucker is a genius. He is talented. Motherfucker, sure he is. Hey, but motherfucker, don't be holding him up as an example that black people, black youth, y'all are fucking morons. And you're fucking anti-black, white dick suckers of white mediocrity. If you're calling this someone who has a culture critique anyone should pay attention to. This is a worship of white mediocrity. And that is the high end. Y'all are fucked up. You anti-black motherfuckers are so self-hating that this tricycle is the pinnacle of your white Moses's achievement. That fucking shed out there is probably the best thing Be Brave ever built in his whole fucking life. And I want John Galt or Be Brave to come up on this goddamn panel, if not tonight, anytime, and defend this bullshit so I get a twofer roast. I will take 2 turkeys and I will roast them at once. Y'all are motherfucking rhetorical fucking failures. You both must be high to think this is excellence of any sort. It's mediocrity at best. I will never listen to anyone who wants to tell me about black excellence and fucking puts 80 footers down to build a ramshackle shed on. Motherfucker, that's not white excellence. That's just simply not excellence. Motherfucker, if you're so excellent, hire somebody to goddamn build it for you. I'm not looking at the heater. I saw it, Clarice. You know what? That is white ingenuity. It is the white version of nigger rigging. That's what that heater is. It is a white shade nigger rig. That's what his heater is. I saw it. As a matter of fact, I gotta watch something else. And Richard, nah, I'm not looking at that shit. I'm gonna look at it from the outside.
Those are concrete, 8 inches in diameter by 2 feet deep, on top of concrete blocks, under concrete block.
Listen to the pride in the white
They're
shade's
very-
voice.
It's concrete. And it was, curing.
Those were 2 extra footers. I just
They come off
decided
of
to
there
put
and
over
put a
a
little
chair.
patio roof, just for shade. Kind of if anybody ever buys the house and it's a 2-bedroom house and they
Nobody's
got kids
buying
and they
that
need to get
shit.
out of each other's hair, they can kind of have a place to get out because it's perfect under the sun. Hey, everybody. Yeah, it's perfect to get under the sun. It's faces east and west, so as the sun goes overhead at noon and then starts setting in the west, that you got pure shade. So get a nice little lean-to come out. Be about, let me see here. Yeah, be about 8 foot by 8 feet. Little patio, set under, get some shade. Get out of the house and get out of each other's hair in a small house. But
This is the post side of Mayberry. This motherfucker. This is fucking. This is where Otis the town drunk used to get into the shade. And then he'd be like, fuck it. You know, I'm gonna walk into Mayberry and spend the night in the jail. Dude, this will not do. If this motherfucker I've unsubscribed to his channel, so I'm not going to listen to this motherfucking bottom feeding white shade bullshit anymore. Dude, I am done with Be Brave. God damn, it's a disappointment. White people, you need better bottom feeders. Y'all need better bottom feeders.
We
All
gonna talk
right.
about Be Brave all day, nigga, or what? Fuck Be
I
Brave,
might.
man.
You know what? I have the energy, the negative energy to do it.
Why are you giving them that much attention? You know, acknowledgement means
Oh, no, no,
encouragement.
no. Well, let me tell you why I'm doing it. There is a purpose. I want to make sure there's a fucking 2-inch layer of icing on my shit cake. I cannot tell you the contempt that I have for that motherfucker who brazenly and knowingly took a clip of my video. I was doing a live show. This was yesterday.
Oh, okay,
Yesterday
so it's
morning.
fresh.
It is a fresh wound. So the motherfucker, I didn't even know. You know what? I stopped watching Be Brave's show. People in the chat were like, well, he's doing a show about, your show. So I go over there and look at it. And, I kind of watched it live. It was live, watching live. And I'm watching the first video that I showed. He's critiquing Professor Black Truth. I don't know if you even know who he is, but that, I usually do a video to kind of allow people to come to the show if they're going to get into the chat. So it was something about Whoopi Goldberg comparing Black people in America over time, comparing the suffering of Black Americans to Iranians under this current regime. And Whoopi says, well, Black people in America suffer worse. And, it goes back and forth. Well, I don't like that kind of critique. I don't think you can compare two different histories. We have a different history. Comparative suffering accomplishes nothing. We suffer, they are suffering. Why would you even be perverse
Try to
enough?
compare the two, right?
Yeah, why would you do that? We both suffered, maybe in different ways. What is
But
the
yet it's
purpose of
still
doing
we're
that?
suffering
I
both.
suffered more than you. It's a
Right.
bullshit argument. So that's my point. And after the video was over, I pretty much said that. I literally said, I don't even know why this video was made. I disagree. Well, Be Brave titles his show Stanley Presents / agrees with this video. That's the motherfucking title of his show. He's saying I
So
agree
he
with
just like flat out
he didn't
blatantly
know.
lied.
He either unintentionally, because I've been told by Be Brave that he fast forwards and actually listens to what I'm saying. Either he slipped up, or he missed it, or he intentionally lied. Those are the two options. But I got into his chat. When he finished watching the video, he stopped it. He did not listen to what came after the video, and then started talking to John Galt. I went into Be Brave's chat and I asked him if he had listened to my comment about the video. He never fucking replied. He read what I said because he looked into it. Mine was the last comment. So he saw my question. Did you finish it? Did you see my critique? Motherfucker blew it off. So I'm like, I'm done. I fucking unsubscribed and I won't watch his show again because the motherfucker is a disingenuous, bottom feeding white man. He came into my chat later, said, hey, I'll change the title. And you know what? God bless him for doing it. He's a good guy for changing the title. I don't know how he's going to address his lack of good faith argument, but I will never know because I'm not going to watch his show. He fucked up. I happen to take my arguments seriously, and for a fucking moron to cock up the point of my showing that video in my commentary, he purposefully did not show it. And even if it's an oversight, much like a Fox News, it's out in the goddamn ether now. The motherfucker fucked up my point, did not give the whole picture, and there are morons who are in his audience, and most of them are morons who believe everything that fucking bottom feeding asshole says. They have an impression of me that can't be fixed. It's unforgivable. If you are so
Well, that
white and
goes with the
superior,
territory. Stanley, you're in the Republic eye now, and
well,
people are
you know
gonna hate.
what? I unsubscribed. I don't have to fucking listen to that bullshit anymore. I am bitter about it. I'm willing to move on, but the bottom line is that I want him to know that he fucked up, put my name in his show. You know what? I won't know it because I've ungoddamn subscribed from your ramshackle white supremacist bottom feeding white trash show. The motherfuckers who want to go over there and revel in his stupidity and lies are welcome to do it. I won't know about it. I don't need to be in that disingenuous motherfucker's chatting it up, joking around with him anymore. I'm done. And this can't be fixed. You don't fuck with me and not have consequences.
Yeah. Well,
He can
if
come
that's
into
what you're
my
gonna
chat
stand on, you gotta
anytime
stand
he
on business.
wants. I will see him if it's a good chat. Motherfucker, you're just like any other person in my chat. And John, keep it up with John, but motherfucker, be brave and he is too much of a fucking white snake for me to deal with. I don't hold him in high regard. I actually kind of used to, no longer. So anyway, I have a video here. It's called American Stupidity and Racial Problems Are the World's. We don't have to watch it because it's kind of gonna reiterate some of the things. I don't give a fuck, Richard. If you consider yourself one of the moron watchers, I don't. You have to deal with your inner self. If you think you're a moron watcher of Braves, I can't help you there. We did do a video about men's mental health. That's all I can say. And I said what I said. I mean what I say. And motherfucker, I am right. Be brave, broke the faith. That, you know what? That's apparently what his type of white person does. I don't think all white people are be brave stupid. So there's that. All right. Well, unless you want to see more Be Brave strike, it does look fast.
No, I'd rather not.
He built a
Hey, did you know I
goddamn
got
ship.
kicked off of Lowe's channel the other day?
Really? Well, she kicks people off. Did she kick you off?
Yeah, she kicked me off because
What'd you do? Because you can
she
be a
was
little
trying to
rambunctious.
do a fundraiser with UJ, and I guess she was supposed to do like a bikini thing, and I was like, "Oh, so you hoeing now?" And she got mad because I was talking about how that's a part of prostitution, and she got mad. But I'm not lying. I mean, it is a part of prostitution. I don't understand why you get mad with the
Was it
truth.
Was it an appropriate conversation?
I
What,
mean,
what do
why
you
can't I
think of
just take
this
the truth?
girl?
You know, I mean, the truth is the truth. You're involved in hoe shit, and that's what it is.
Wait, hold it. She's not involved with hoe shit.
If she about to do a bikini for money, and she's putting on bikini so that she can fundraise, that's a
Oh,
part of the
really?
game.
I didn't know that. Does she
Yes,
have enough hips to hold up a bikini?
she is kind of. I think she'll be fine when she have a kid, but right now she's just hella skinny.
Well, I
Because usually
remember
after
her
women have
little
children,
pixie.
they breast,
Okay,
uh,
I don't care about any of that. I It's interesting that she wants to enter into a bikini contest. Give me what's up? What kind of
well, it wasn't a
contest?
contest;
Where?
it was a fundraiser. So UJ, I guess, is trying to
Oh, they're doing
fundraise
it
some money.
online.
Yeah, so she was supposed to like pick out something. I don't know.
Oh, well, that's
I
kind
was
of
just
like,
like,
what we did over here. They had the little contest and, someone won money.
yeah, but that was like for Halloween,
Right.
right? But they're just doing it to raise money, and I'm like, well, that's like a part of the game. I mean, it's basically like stripping. You seen her in a damn bikini, and y'all paying money. Like, I mean,
Yeah, well, some girls don't take too kindly to this sort of comparison.
to the truth,
I
I mean,
honestly, if it's true, it's not something I would say.
well, you're not me.
No, I am not.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's why I got kicked
Motherfucker,
off.
no one's like you. Motherfucker, I saw you yesterday on CT's show.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. She
what?
was quiet. Oh, girl was quiet. She didn't
Who,
want
Pink?
no problems.
Wait, Pink? Oh,
She was
she,
beefing with everybody until I started talking to her. She didn't want nothing with me.
you're talking about Pink.
Yeah.
You know what? Wasn't she wearing like a lace front or something?
No, it was she said it was her hair, but it was curly,
I
so
don't
we
think
don't know.
so. It could be. I'm not the best judge of that.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
gonna
I
be
mean, they
honest
can make
with
it look
you.
real, so you just never know nowadays
I just
until
don't
you try to touch
understand.
it. If you try to touch
I
it,
don't
then
give a
that
fuck.
then you'll
You
know.
know what? I don't care about that. All I'm saying is that um, that she could sit there. Um, she is an odd girl.
Yeah, she's a little different, you can tell. But she's pretty though. She got a good face. I
You know
said
what?
that
I
yesterday. I
don't
was like,
even.
she got a
I
nuttable
think.
face. You can
I
nut on
think
her
she's.
face.
I think she's run of the mill. And now I'm older. I'm not. I'm not the pussy hound. At 60,
Right.
but I
You love
sometimes
Mo.
sometimes
We
I
know. We
judge.
know you love Mo.
You know what? Oh, let me tell you, Mo thinks I'm too old. I have no chance with that young lady.
Yeah.
Oh, she literally called me, he's too old. I'm like, well, that's that then.
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah, well, we're several states away. It's not like, what can you do, bro? Old black men get older. Let's see, Jay Rillo, what do you have to say? Richard Salubro, honestly, it was a long time coming. He always wanted to and just wanted the excuse. Pretty weak excuse. No idea what that means. Must be secret code. Well, does Pink have a weave? All right. Well, you got anything that's interesting to watch? Otherwise, I'm just gonna watch this garden video, and I have no other than like shitting on Be Brave and mocking his outhouse of a shed. I have no agenda.
Mhm.
Let's see. Drip is on. Early summer garden tour. Oh, that's an old video. Well, you know what? Let's look at the news. Let's see what's happening in the news. Oh, wait, hold it. That can't be true. That cannot be true. Says here, strike setback Iran's nuclear program by only a few months, U.S. report says. Wait, that can't be true. Okay, that can't be true. But let's
Strike set back Iran's nuclear program by only a few months, U.S. report says. This article is by Julian E. Barnes, Helene Cooper, Eric Schmidt, Ronan Bergman, Maggie Haberman, and Jonathan Swan, and read by an automated voice. A preliminary
no, I didn't,
classified U.S.
J-Rilla.
report says the American bombing of Iran's nuclear sites sealed off the entrances to two
You
of
know
the
what? I'll
facilities,
email it
but
to
did
you,
not
CK.
collapse their underground
Hold on a
buildings.
sec. J Rillo, can you retype the comment? Was it something I have to know, or was it a yeah, sure. I can drop the link. CK, why don't you come up here too? I can give you the link. The video is like an hour long, and let's see, we're 10 hours in, so I may not have time, but I can always send you the link. Here is the link. But this is amazing.
I'm about to go grab some food here in a minute. So if they coming up on the panel, that'd be perfect. That way I'm not the only one up here.
All right. Well, you know what?
'Cause I'm
Oh,
hungry.
by the way, I baked pizza last night. I
Was it
fucking
good?
well, I make 14-inch pizzas. So it was enough. And I actually
And you
just
got leftovers, huh?
Oh shoot. Absolutely. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to actually make dinner.
What you
Ricky,
making?
what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hey Jay Rillo. Hey Deacon Dave.
Jay Rillo.
Hey, what's going on? What's up, guy? I just got home from work. I was listening to the stream. Yeah. So what I was referring to in chat is Brave banned me yesterday from his channel.
Why?
Actually,
Look, this isn't a Bash Be Brave panel.
It was until
he
came up. Yeah, but you wanted to know. You didn't know
no,
what was going on.
hold on. No, I said what I said. I have a particular
joking, totally
critique of Be Brave. This is not going to be a Bash Be Brave thing.
No,
Honestly, if you have a relevant critique,
You've been
I don't
bashing that
need
nigga
to.
all for like a whole hour, nigga.
Okay, hold on.
Well,
Okay,
it's my god.
Stanley.
Whoa, it's my goddamn show. I can bash
Okay,
you for
all
another
right,
hour if I
Stanley.
want.
Don't beat me up,
All right.
nigga, just because I pointed out the obvious.
Okay, so Stanley, let me explain. Okay, let me explain.
Wait, hold it. Let me preface this. If it's relevant to the argument I made, that's fine. I will not host a Bash Be Brave panel. This is not that type of panel.
That's Oh, not you what want to be the only one to beat him up. We get
Yeah,
it.
motherfucker. I
Bro,
run.
listen,
Look,
it's a boomer thing, dude. I don't accept
It's
it.
your beef. It's your beef. We get
Jay
it.
Rillo,
Go ahead.
Jay Rillo, can you hold one sec? Let me help these two toddlers out with my thinking. Look, yes, I, Stanley Cross, can bash Be Brave because it's 1-1. I am not gonna host a pylon. God damn it! This is not a motherfucking playground.
I'm sure Be Brave appreciates
We
that.
don't pile
Actually, it
on.
is a playground. It's
Motherfucker,
YouTube, man.
I don't need your help to critique Be Brave. So it's not a Be Brave bashing session. Deal with it, kids. So what were you saying, Jay Rillo?
So this is in response to the question you had about the comment you saw in my chat, because I was responding to Richard about greeting him. And
I didn't
my
see
response was,
the comment.
it's the one you pulled up on screen. You pulled up a comment on screen and you read it. You said, this must be code. And what I was doing was
I have no
I was
idea what it is.
responding to Richard, and the context behind that was that yesterday, Be Brave banned me off of his channel. And like I said, it had been a long time coming, because a lot of the times when I would be up on his panel, I would call Be Brave out on his bullshit for, as you mentioned, disingenuous arguments, not acting in good faith. And a lot of the times he would have this basically a one-way street of, well, I can interrupt you, insult you, berate you, and not allow you to finish your point.
Okay,
But if
that
you
is
even talk
how
over
he
me
does.
one moment,
Where
then
is
it's a
this
problem.
going? Where
That's what I'm
is this
saying.
going?
No, that's what I'm
don't
saying.
want to.
I'm
Look,
not bashing him. I'm not bashing him.
well,
I'm
no.
what I'm saying is,
Hold
what I'm
on.
saying is why
Hold on,
he banned
sir.
me.
Hold on, sir. You're
Go
not
ahead.
bashing him. I don't care how Be Brave runs his panel. You know who Be Brave is. I have a very particular argument. I am criticizing him for not critiquing my show in a way that was fair. I don't give a shit about anybody else's experience with Be Brave.
That seems to
My
be a big thing.
experience, it is very particular to his critique of one of my shows, which happened yesterday. Beyond that,
Right.
you're on your own.
That's
Critique
fine.
him.
But I
Critique
came
him
up to
on your
explain.
show.
Okay, well, I came up to explain the question that you had mentioned. You
Don't
said,
bother.
go ahead and understand.
It doesn't sound. I'm glad it was in code.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't in code. There was nothing in code, bro. There was nothing in code. It was just responding to Richard. I don't understand why you think
Okay.
it's code.
Okay. Well, you want to talk to Richard then?
I already did.
You're up on the panel. You can talk to Richard. He's in the chat.
I don't have a problem with Richard. I'm curious though, Stanley. Are you a boomer or are you a Gen Xer? Real quick.
I am 1965, so I'm the last year of Xers.
Okay, so you're like the first, or you're like the first year, right? Like you're on that borderline between Xers and boomers.
Well, shit, I could be a boomer, but you know,
I'm just
pride myself on being
I
an
am
X.
noticing this trend. I am noticing this. That those who are older in that like boomers generation tend to do this, where they
Do
want to
what?
just dominate conversation, and they tend to try and put down those who are younger than them and believe that they are entitled to try and do this intellectual usurping of another
Okay,
individual.
well,
and they try
let
to-
me halt you right
try to-
there. Let's
There you
break down your very bad argument.
Okay,
Let
do
me.
that.
Number one, boomers are better readers than whatever your generation is, and I know this because I am raising a guy who took 2 AP English courses, and I don't think he can read. I don't think you can read. I don't think anyone younger than Gen X can read. It's because
good.
motherfucker, I will finish and you can answer. I don't really want to be interrupted.
That's another conversation.
I don't think that people of your generation even know what a critique is, because you have never read someone. Have you ever read a whole book of literary criticism? The answer would be no. So you have no clue how critiques work. This is why I am better at it than you are. You don't know what a critique is. You don't know the difference between a critique and being critical. There are subtle differences that they stop teaching in high school education.
Right.
And I would guess even some lower level college English courses. So sometimes we are literally talking past each other because you don't know what I know.
Right.
Your education, and unless you went to Harvard or somewhere.
Oh, you went to Harvard?
Unless you went to Harvard or
Okay, so you didn't go to Harvard. Okay, thought so. All right.
Okay, motherfucker, I didn't say whether I went to Harvard or didn't. See, this is what I mean. You
But
can't
the thing
keep
is,
up.
though,
You
you made a
can't
comparison
keep
to
up
yourself,
because
though.
you want
You
to
made a full
talk.
comparison to yourself.
You want to talk and you don't listen.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't say I went to Harvard. I just said unless you went to Harvard
Oh,
because
okay.
I was trying to make a point and you hijacked it. Unless you went to Harvard or somewhere where they knew how to teach English, your education is inferior to mine. Even if I only graduated from high school, your education is less
And
than
therefore you
mine.
believe you're
They
superior to
used to
others, right?
teach reading when I graduated high school in
But we're not worried.
1980.
We're not worried about the stone
Motherfucker,
ages.
this is why your education is showing. You want to interrupt.
Because I speak
Literally
because
told
you
you.
talk like a
I
turtle.
literally told you what the rules of conversation were, and your little dumb ass wants to break the rules immediately. I'm trying to make a point.
Okay.
Apparently it's not a text that you can read quickly, and you just can't
Well, you
figure
spoke.
out.
Well,
It's
you
too
spoke. You
slow
didn't
for
read
you.
it. There's no
Is it
text.
too slow for you?
There was no
Motherfucker,
text.
my first class of high school as a freshman was
It's too
Latin.
easy.
Your education is inferior. That might be why you can't keep up with the boomers or the Gen Xers. You simply don't know shit.
Yeah, why we can't keep up with Generation Crack Rock and Generation Kobe
Motherfucker,
Bryant.
Generation Crack
There you
what?
go. That's it.
Motherfucker, you already sound
Generation
stupid.
Crack Rock,
You
dude. Come on.
can't keep up.
Gen Xers,
You
dude.
want to
Come on.
talk a mile a minute because you're jacked up on amphetamines.
No, I'm not.
Motherfucker's talking a mile a minute.
You want to talk a mile a minute
you
because
ain't-
you're on amphetamines. Dude, oh my
This
God.
is
This is
literally
hilarious,
a
bro.
joke, J
Oh
Rillo.
my God,
J
dude.
Rillo, you
Jay
want to talk
Rillo,
a
you know
mile
that
a
was funny,
minute?
nigga.
J
You know that
It
was
was
Rillo,
funny.
funny.
Yeah, I
J
laughed too.
Rillo, hello.
Go ahead.
Dude,
I'll mute you. Go ahead.
you literally want to talk a mile a minute and hear a mile a minute, but you don't understand a mile a minute. That's the disconnect.
But what's that got to do with education?
Really? Did you just ask me that question?
Well, because you're talking about
What do you
comprehension
think?
and being
Tell me
educated.
what you think
That's different, dude.
education is for. Education is to teach you how to hear. That's interpretation of a language.
Who's tapping in
Generally,
the
it's
background?
English. Motherfucker, you want to
I am
overtalk
sorry,
and
my
you
bad.
don't. Dude, I might have to put you in the back like B Brave
I got
does.
drummer's Tourette's.
Somebody was tapping. That's why I was saying something.
I'm
It
talking
was
to
me,
Jay
nigga.
Rillo. And there is a mute button on your phone, tough guy.
I
Lest I
know.
remind you, dude, hearing a mile a minute, speaking a mile a minute, there's a gap between your ears. Education is to teach you how to hear, how to talk, and the education part is between your ears, how to do both, interpret both, go back and forth. I think America and parenting in general, parenting specifically, education in general, I got that backwards. Y'all don't know how to talk. You don't know how to listen. You don't know how to think. That is, so if I talk slow,
That's bullshit, Stanley.
hey, motherfucker, I will
Let
put
him
you
have
in
his
the
moment.
back. You may wait your turn, sir. You, J Rillo, you have to be very careful about your critiques of boomers because you literally are wrong. You need
Are
to
you done,
think
or
before you
you
speak.
have more of a diatribe to go on?
Motherfucker, at least you know what the word diatribe means.
I mean, I was just
I'll
asking
give
you
you that.
pause, and you paused for like more than 2 seconds. So I mean,
Okay,
Right?
look,
He's trying to
motherfucker,
wait for
that's
his end.
normal
yeah. See, like, come on, this is
conversation.
what I'm talking
Is
about.
this why people talk like 2 times the speed of normal speech?
Stanley got problems,
If
man.
there's a pause, that might
Oh,
be a
man.
pause for me to think of the next sentence or take a breath.
You ever watch the movie
Have you
Take a
ever
Zootopia?
breath, nigga.
considered
Take a breath.
that pause might be so I can take a breath?
You ever watch the movie Zootopia?
Fuck no, I don't get.
Y'all remember the sloth from Zootopia?
Look at this
Y'all remember that?
motherfucker.
It was a book
Talk
first.
slower, bitch. Come down off your amphetamine-fueled rhetoric.
No. I'm Stone Cold. Bro. Stone Cold.
Hey man, you can't keep calling him a meth head, man. That's fucked up.
No, right?
Wait, hold it. And this is even worse. When did I use the term meth head?
That's what methamphetamine.
I literally never said meth head. Literally, I did not use the term.
It was implied though.
Motherfucker,
Stanley.
hey, that's the beauty of language. You can't say I said it. You can't say I implied it, but who knows what I meant?
You know, you have a lot to say bad about the education system and the way that the youth these days. Well, I'm not really a youth anymore. I'm in my 30s, but whose fault is that? Who do you put the blame on?
Gen Xers.
There you go.
Motherfucker, do you think I'm not gonna quit? Do you think I'm not gonna quit? Dude, I talk about bad parenting all the time. Why are you never here to hear me say it? Gen Xers.
I don't really know when your show is live. That's why.
Oh, dude, you've never heard me go about the. Okay, you sell me short. I'm not above saying Gen Xers fucked it up. Boomers did too. So, what is your point again?
Well, in another 20 years, we'll be free of the boomer generation, and then this.
Okay, and you will be ill-equipped.
And here's the thing: then you go
without
bitching
the
about someone
boomer
interrupting you, and here you go doing the
Dude,
same thing.
see,
And that's the
this
entitlement
is-
of older
this
generation.
is the lack
That's
of
exactly it right
thought.
there. There
This
you go.
is the
There you
lack
go.
of
Okay.
thought.
See, you talk about lack of thought, but you talk about lack of thought, but you can't even adhere to the standard that you set. That's the thing. That's how sad it is, dude. You can't even adhere to a standard that you set.
J Rillo, do you
Jesus
know how
Christ.
to build? Okay, look at you. You know what? I'm going to stop talking.
Look at you.
Wait, hold it. Hold on. I'm going to stop talking
Nigga's
for 30
stupid.
seconds. I'm going to time not talking for 30 seconds. And I bet J Rillo or Tough Guy will have to speak. Y'all laugh. Let's see if we can go 30 seconds without either of you.
I already know I'm gonna fuck it up,
See,
nigga.
look at it. Look at it. You're over talking. Let's see if we can go 30 seconds without either of you toddlers making a sound.
You're an asshole, Stanley.
See, couldn't go 30 seconds. Let's
I
start.
told y'all I would fuck it up. I told
wait,
y'all.
hold it. Hold on. Tell me when I can start. Let's start now.
Whatever, nigga.
I thought so. You just keep proving me right. Motherfuckers, you hopped up fucking thumb typing son of a bitches. I can't live without my phone.
Stanley is
motherfucker.
crazy.
Dude, seriously. I can go 30 seconds and not make a sound.
Oh yeah, you can.
J Willow, you muted, so you're cheating.
Motherfucker! Don't you leave that goalpost where it is.
You had to use technology to be quiet.
And that's why evolution wins, baby.
Hey, but that's what you said
Wait, hold
about the
it.
gen. That's why these little niggas.
Technology. Whoa, you think technology is human evolution?
No, I didn't say that. You inserted that. No. I said evolution in the general term. See, and this is what I noticed too is that the older generations they tend to do this wordplay where you'll say something and then
hold it. Did you just say wordplay?
See, that's what I mean, man. Hey, Stanley, I thought you said when someone else is talking, you're supposed to be shut. It's my turn to talk. Why are you trying to overtalk?
It's Stanley against the world. You ain't gonna have no.
You two loquacious motherfuckers. The 30 seconds are off. Tough Guy started talking within the 30 seconds. J Rillo, keep the fuck up.
Actually, I was able to adhere to the rules. You're just trying to move the goalpost.
You did it because it's muted. Tough Guy broke.
You didn't.
It wasn't a rule. It was a contest.
You didn't specify the rules, though.
Hold it. This is why you think wordplay is a sin? What's wrong with wordplay, son?
I didn't say it was a sin, old man.
Yo, old motherfuckers.
Old man.
Old motherfuckers do wordplay. Motherfucker, of course we do.
How many blue chews a day are you taking now?
What we didn't teach is our kids like
I'm gonna over under 2.
Dude, there is almost nothing you can say to undo your fucked upness. You think wordplay
Is that a word?
bad.
Can you show me where in the Oxford Dictionary that exists?
Motherfucker,
you know, with this Harvard education you got?
I said I was educated at Harvard? When?
Well, you implied it, sir.
I didn't even imply it.
No, he was saying if you had
Look at you slow
graduated from
motherfucker. You are so
Yeah, he didn't say that.
up.
He didn't say that.
You are so high up. I literally went back and tried to say it was, oh my God, Jay Riller, what is wrong with you?
He's high.
No, I'm Stone Cold Silver, bro. I swear to God.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, he just got off of work. He got that. I've been working all day.
Yeah, I got that. You know what I mean? So this is like the decompress.
Well, you know what? That's what a wife and child are for. They will force your dumb ass to decompress.
My girl's at work right now. Yeah, my girl's still at work.
When you get married, son, you need a wife to calm you down.
My girl's at work, my guy.
I didn't ask about your girl, bitch. I asked you when are you getting
come on,
married?
come on, Stanley, don't be a twat.
Dude, this is so frustrating. You are literally Be Brave
Really, I'm having
level.
fun, dude. You're getting frustrated.
Be Brave. Be Brave.
Could have popped some statins, bro.
Be Brave could be a 30-year-old white boy.
Now you got me wanting fish. It's now, Stanley. I'm about to go get some catfish, nigga.
For real though.
Well, make sure it's fried.
Yeah. With
some hot sauce.
Get some Hoppin' Johns. About to get some Hoppin' Johns with it.
Dude, you know what? I got
some greens,
dried black-eyed peas,
and some cornbread.
Oh, you're speaking my language.
Yes,
now,
sir.
do y'all like
That's
to
what I'm
eat
about to go
greens?
do.
Do y'all like to eat greens with the ham hock or with the turkey leg?
Neither.
It don't matter, shit.
I don't do either.
I like to eat.
No, that's right.
Hell yeah. But I'll see y'all niggas later. I'll hit you up later, Stanley.
Take it easy. It was fun talking
I just
to you,
came up.
tough
I just came up to give my brave story, but I gotta go shower up, man. I'm gonna get cleaned up. But thanks for having me, Stanley. I'll be up again.
No problem. Take it easy. Lindy Lou hit the link, dear. All right, Dave. Let's see. We are at 10:29.
Yeah, baby Dave got me tied up.
Oh, that's right. I haven't asked about your son in a while. How's he doing?
He's almost crawling. So he's laughing and almost crawling. So he's doing good.
You know what? He's almost Be Brave level. Soon he'll be riding a trike like Be Brave.
Yeah, he's almost there. Yeah, he's doing a lot, man. He's just constant attention. That's my boy.
All babies need constant attention, son.
I'm under fire now. I'm under fire. That boy's he's rolling and whatnot, so I gotta keep up with him.
Under fire?
Yeah, he about to start screaming.
Whoa, you should teach him not to do that. Tell him you like quiet, Dave. Yeah, anytime, tough guy. Email me. I think I'm gonna be doing a show at the normal time. And I know I'm not gonna be able to do a long stream tomorrow.
Where's CKJ3 at?
He was just here.
Which one of you is the Admiral?
It's Taco Tuesday. All right, Lindy. I'm sorry, what?
Who's the Admiral? Why you guys always say that?
He was in the Navy.
He was an Admiral or you?
Neither. It's a Navy thing. You don't. We were both in the Navy. Admirals are brass. It's a respect thing. I think he's smart. He thinks I'm smart. We call each other Admiral. as in top level of Navy is Admiral. You don't get that, Joe? Okay. He's muted.
No, sorry.
Well, it's kind of a joke. It's a Navy thing.
Yeah, apparently. So you was out on a cruiser? Or what was you on?
Destroyer.
Destroyer.
My
That's the bigger one, right?
Minesweeper. Nope. Cruisers are bigger than destroyers. And I think CKJ3 was a carrier sailor, which are way bigger than destroyers.
Yeah. What job did you have on the ship? I'm just curious.
Well, for most of my time, I was the communications officer, operations officer, and my last job was whipping an engineering division into shape because I'm an asshole, and they needed an ineffective asshole.
Yeah, I remember you was telling that story. You was telling somebody you outranked. Somebody outranked
By a
you.
lot. I was going to be his boss's boss, and he was like, "Well, hey, Mr. Cross, are you ready to come down to us?" And I'm like, "Are you ready for me? I don't need to be ready for you. I'm gonna be your boss's boss."
Yeah, man. I skipped my time in the military. I didn't enlist. I almost did. George Bush
Well,
was
I
the
didn't
president.
enlist either. I was commissioned.
I let my parents and my parents talked me out of it.
Well, they're your parents. They know you. Nothing wrong with not being in the military.
Yeah, I should have went. I
You know
should
what,
have went in
maybe
hindsight.
your parents may have thought, "Hey, you know what? He's good on his own." I think some of my father was in Vietnam, and he is, and I've often said I don't have heroes because I had my father and my mother. Those two people, and my father's still around. My mother died a little bit more, well, a year and a half ago. I literally, and it's a conscious decision, and didn't think about it until I joined the John Galt outfit. I don't need heroes. I had them. If I had to have a hero, it would be someone like Frederick Douglass. My parents are motherfucking. They were fucking, and my father still is. When I say they're brilliant, they're motherfucking brilliant. They are literally smart. I've told you, you heard the story about this father of mine. We don't just we rebuild engines as a summer project. I told you, you weren't here. We painted the house. And it wasn't like slapping a coat of paint over the old paint. We stripped the motherfucker down to wood. We literally blistered the paint, took it down to wood, sanded the wood, and then we fucking did like 3 coats of paint. The motherfucker was a serious. It's like, we're not gonna half do it. This just is how we're gonna do it. And that's why I do not tolerate fucking half doing shit, whether it's logic or fixing your car or washing a dish. We don't have do shit in my family. We just do it right the first time. Because if you don't do it right the first time, it's too much work to have to redo it. Just fucking get it right the first time.
Is that why you don't respect the shed?
I
know most is just picking. I'm just
because that's not a king's shed. We don't live like kings. We live like the best we can afford. And it could be that maybe we have watered down the version of what a king is. And a history book could fucking help people understand flippant, dumbass comments like that. And I see Be Brave is there.
He's in the chat.
Yeah. Look at what
Hey,
he's
what's
saying,
up?
'cause it's let's see, tune in tomorrow at 7. I'm going to have fun with my misstep. Okay. Everyone tune in to Be Brave Show. Hey, Be Brave.
Come
Drop
on
your
up,
link.
man. He said you could hit the link.
Yeah. Why can't he? That way he can drop his show for tomorrow, and y'all tell me how it goes. I'm uninterested.
Or just give Stanley a piece of your mind.
That's not going to happen. He should tread lightly.
Come on. Give him a fair shake. I'll mute up.
He had a fair shake to criticize in a fair manner, the motherfucking way it should have been done. He had his fairness. He had his fair shake, and I'm done with. I don't need to give him a shake at all. I'm done.
Remember, I came in the chat the other day when
Motherfucker, I don't care when you came into the chat.
Yeah, and
What
I asked you about the
what
Whoopi
do you
Goldberg
have
part.
to do with what I just said?
Because
Connect
I
the
asked you
dots,
what were your thoughts on the Whoopi Goldberg, and you said that you covered it in the beginning.
What does that have to do with my critique of Be Brave and my criticism of his
Everything.
dishonesty and disingenuousness?
No,
What do you
everything.
have to do with
Just hold
that?
on a second. It has
Honestly,
everything to do with it.
motherfucker, you know what? The bottom line is there is no connection. You and
It
I
is.
both know that.
No, it is. I didn't know that you covered it was the first topic of your show. And I asked you as to what your opinion was of it. I said, and I asked you, did you agree with it? You said you covered it at the beginning of the show, and then you went back to it. And then I think that was when Brave went live.
Your timeline is as fucked up as you're excusing the moron.
I didn't excuse anybody. I'm just saying I could understand why he.
You know what?
If you didn't hear it, it was at the top of the show.
What is it with you black conservatives that you cannot own up to what you say? Dude.
It was at the top of the show.
I was totally sober. I had my coffee. I know the timeline, and I'm not wrong in what happened yesterday. Stop fucking trying to take up for white mediocrity. Stop it.
I think that you might have.
All of a sudden, I'm not laughing anymore.
No, you're being zero tolerance. That's all.
Don't tell me what
at this point.
did. I know what I did.
No, you're being zero tolerant for something that could have been taken as a mistake.
You're surprised that I have zero tolerance?
A little bit for that, because even I made that mistake. I was like, what was your thoughts on it?
Unsubscribed from his channel because I am so annoyed.
My point is, it was easy to miss, Stanley.
Part of I am zero tolerant can't you fucking fathom?
It was the point is it was easy to miss.
Motherfucking fucked up that I unsubscribed from his channel. I do not give a fuck about what he says on his channel anymore. I don't want people to tell me if my name is in his fucking title anymore.
You there?
I want to be done with Be Brave.
Hey, did your headphones die or something? I don't hear you.
Okay, dude, I don't give a fuck about Be Brave's show. Stop taking up for him.
Oh, you guys are like the grumpy old man. I love to watch y'all go at it.
Guys anymore, bitch.
I guess you're not a team no more.
Deal with. I'm done with bad critique and bad faith arguments.
It was you guys had a good thing
Motherfucker,
going
you just why are you doing this? For
because you had a good
content?
thing going.
You need content?
Yeah, it is content. You versus Brave is content.
It'll be you and Be Brave before me and Be Brave. It'll be you versus Be Brave saying, why isn't Stanley caring about your bullshit anymore?
Be brave is like a redwood tree. You've been chopping at that thing for a long time.
Be
And you're gonna
Brave
tell me that you're done chopping at Be Brave.
is not a redwood.
He's a redwood.
Be Brave is a holly tree with red berries, and the berries have fallen off.
You ain't done chopping at that tree.
The birds have eaten all the red berries on that holly tree.
You ain't tired of chopping at that tree.
Dude, I don't whistle Dixie. If I say I'm tired of something, I literally have unsubscribed. I can live without Be Brave. I didn't know him before I got here. I'll survive.
Nah, come on, Stanley. Everybody tunes in to hear what you're gonna say about Brave and what Brave's gonna say about you, and that's the thing. And you're gonna dismiss it like that. I think you missed the entertainment value in that.
There is no entertainment value in talking to someone who is disingenuous in his critique.
My bad, hold on.
Arguing with someone who doesn't get it, who cannot be responsible enough to hear out your argument before he critiques it, why would I engage with someone who's so irresponsible? It's bad parenting. Oh, it's bad parenting.
Who wants to talk on the phone?
Oh, good for him. Put him on the phone. He will be smarter than Daddy.
Say
Hey
hi to
there.
Stanley.
Hey.
He said, "Don't talk about his daddy." You heard that?
Well, you know what? He's more interesting than his daddy. Daddy?
Yeah, he's brand new.
Put the interesting Dave on the phone.
Yeah, he's just chilling for today. I'm actually at home for the first time in a while, so I'm gonna hang out with the boy.
Good for you. Time to take roller skater. Texas girl says time to take that baby roller skating. What? What is
We
she
will.
talking about? AAE, it's not John Galt. He is somewhere, not here.
Where's Wendy Lou? Where's Virgo?
She's in the chat.
Tell Wendy to come up.
She's busy. She's enjoying her Taco Tuesday.
Ain't nobody got more things to do. I got father duties.
Okay, you think fathers are the busiest people in the world?
Yes, we are.
You motherfucker, you need to get a grip.
Father.
There are presidents.
I'm talking about in this YouTube space. On
What?
this panel.
Please tell me that the panelverse and YouTubeverse are not the only time you interact with humans.
Mm-mm. See, I got my baby.
Well, he's a human in training. He is an open book that you, as a father, get to write in. You get to write your story and his story. Do a good job, son.
Yeah, he's in full play mode now. I might have to hop down.
He's in full play mode?
Yeah, he want to jump.
Hey, I told you about the game called Bite, right?
Yeah, I'm waiting on the first two to come in. He ain't got them yet, but he still try to bite everything with no teeth. Come down.
Well, it's a joke. It was I still look fondly upon that, and it was actually funny when he bit his mother. she was pissed. I'm sure that motherfucker. It's probably the first words he ever said. Well, Daddy and I play that game. That motherfucker said it in full English. It wasn't even baby talk. Mama, blame Daddy. He taught me the bite game. Lindy says he's talking to us. Don't curse Stanley. What? It is.
She said, mind your language.
Oh, can he hear what I'm saying? A 3-month-old can't understand what a stranger says on a phone. What kind of adult are you, Lindy Lou? That smokes the male adults. Well, little Dave is 3 months or 4 months. How old is he? 6 months?
Yeah, 6 months is Sunday.
Okay, well he's got a little bit of training to do there, roller skater, Texas girl. So anyway, I was going to do this news story. Strike set back nuclear. Look, I want to hear this story, and I hope this isn't true. You know, that's who knows how much 75 missiles. It can't be right. I hope it's not right.
Strike set back Iran's nuclear program by only a few months, U.S. report says. This article is by Julian E. Barnes, Helene Cooper, Eric Schmidt, Ronan Bergman, Maggie Haberman, and Jonathan Swan, and read by an automated voice. A preliminary classified U.S. report says the American bombing of Iran's nuclear sites sealed off the entrances to 2 of the facilities, but did not collapse their underground buildings, according to officials familiar with the findings. The early findings conclude that the strikes over the weekend set back Iran's nuclear program by only a few months, the officials said. Before the attack, U.S. intelligence agencies had said that if Iran tried to rush to making a bomb, it would take about 3 months. After the U.S. bombing run and days of attacks by the Israeli Air Force, the report by the Defense Intelligence Agency estimated that the program was delayed less than 6 months. Former officials said that any rushed effort by Iran to get a bomb would be to develop a relatively small and crude device. A miniaturized warhead would be far more difficult to produce, and it is not clear how much damage to that more advanced research has taken place. The findings suggest that President Trump's statement that Iran's nuclear facilities were obliterated was overstated, at least based on the initial damage assessment. Congress had been set to be briefed on the strike on Tuesday, and lawmakers were expected to ask about the findings of the assessment, but the session was postponed. Senators are now set to be briefed on Thursday. The report also said much of Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium was moved before the strikes, which destroyed little of the nuclear material. Some of that may have been moved to secret nuclear sites maintained by Iran. Some Israeli officials said they also believe that Iran has maintained small, covert enrichment facilities that were built so the Iranian government could continue its nuclear program in the event of an attack on the larger facilities. Officials cautioned that the 5-page classified report is only an initial assessment, and others will follow as more information is collected and as Iran examines the 3 sites at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. One official said that the reports...
Well, what do you think about this? All that effort, all that braggadocio, and it set it back 6 months. I hope that's not right. I hope that's
That sounds about right. You played the phone call that they called them and told them that they was going to blow up the joint. They gave them time to pack up and get their stuff out of there. 12 hours, right?
Well, they had already that was like, hey, General, you get out. That was personal. a person to person call. It's actually after they've gone in and done over some scientists and generals. But here's the deal, and this is my experience in the Middle East. It's a baksheesh culture, and when I say baksheesh, it's fancy word for bribes. You can be friend of a friend of a friend. It's a very interesting culture, and there are things. Believe me, Iran knew it was going to be struck. Um, I I don't know enough because I'm not an international affairs guy. I'm a domestic policy guy. But I can tell you right now that if this only set them back 6 months, in a few years, if the strategy is to delay it for 6 months, you know what we can do? We can do better. We can regime change. I might see what Trump is doing. I might see the purpose. I'm not going to say it was a waste of bombs and time yet. There might be, this might be a step towards something more permanent. So I'm going to go there because I can see 6 months is enough time. We know there can be regime change. Israel's calling their generals and telling them, get the fuck out with your wife and child. So they know we can reach out and touch. So this isn't a big deal. There are.
You think Trump will get the Peace Prize or what?
No. There's no way he gets it unless he buys it. You don't drop a motherfucking bunker buster and get a peace prize. It doesn't work like that. Waging war to get a peace, I don't think that's going to work. Plus, Donald Trump is not popular. He's not worldwide popular. Tropes, if you'll recall, Trump. The weird thing about Obama, he wasn't president when he got the prize. He got it before he was president. That's how much they liked him. Tropes, get your timelines correct.
That was before or after he killed his cook.
What?
It was like a personal chef that got killed or something like that.
Reading that? You reading those alternative histories? I remember now. those alternative histories that confirm and build
his chef boyfriend,
weird arguments.
Yeah, that guy. They found him in the lake in the front.
Listen to this young lady. This young lady does not understand a joke. Listen to this. And you cannot. Highly doubtful you can obtain a Nobel Peace Prize through buying. Yes, you can probably. Oh my God, no. You're not. You are the Jane Hathaway of this panel. It's like you. It was a joke, woman. My God. Dave.
What I do?
I know I'm going to regret this. Yes, questions to ponder. Yes, ma'am. Yes, school mom ponder.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, hello.
Oh, you can't buy a Nobel Prize? Teach us why you can't. I thought you could buy the prize.
There we go. We got a lady.
You didn't know that women come up on this panel, sir?
Other than Portia, no. Or Brooklyn, no.
Okay, Dave, you need to. I know you are busy and you don't always have time. Yes. Questions to Ponder is a friend of the show, if not the show, the channel. Stop acting like you're so surprised.
All right, let's
Listen
give her
more.
let's give
Listen
her the
more
floor.
and suckle your child less. That's a joke too, by the way. Hold on one sec. These stupid headphones or earbuds. Uh, can can y'all say something so I can make sure these earbuds are working?
Trump was furious this morning.
Yeah, I saw
Furious.
that. He used the F word.
He used the F word and he walked off like some mafioso. He went straight New York and he went off on
Did
both
it turn
Israel
you on?
and Iran.
Did it turn you on?
Trump looked like he was about to
Well, hold
knock
it.
a
Answer my question.
Teamster.
Answer my question. Did you want to hold his hand and go, "Oh, Donald, don't be so mad. They're not half the man you are. The Ayatollah is not your equal, sir." Is that what it made you want to do? Oh, that was apparently questions to ponder is pondering that question. Anyone still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just in the background.
Well, I was asking. Look, my take is Donald Trump using that F word without the tie and storming off. Questions to ponder is going to be challenging Melania for first ladyship. Did you hear the lustful way she described Donald Trump's manhood? Donald, she should have just said, "Well, Donald Trump is the man." I'm going to be questions to ponder Trump. Hold on one sec.
Remain high in the region. Earlier today, we watched President Donald Trump lash out at Israel for bombing Iran after the deal was reached.
Here he comes.
And then he criticized both countries for violating the agreement. ABC's
Try
Perry
not to
Russum has the
explode.
latest from DC.
Questions to ponder.
With the hope of a
Oh,
ceasefire
there's your
between
man.
Israel and Iran fading, President Trump lashing out at both countries.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing.
After Israel and Iran agreed to a ceasefire overnight, within hours,
Did it
Israel
turn you
accusing
on?
Iran
Now,
of
hold it.
violating the
I
agreement.
might have to replay it, and I don't like replaying stuff. Okay, Ms. Ponder, you want to hold Donald Trump's hand now?
Trump criticizes Israel for bombing Iran after deal reached. This is the biggest problem right now.
Okay,
And it really sparks the frustration the United States has had.
Hey, Richard, put the
in
link
policy.
in. I'm willing to show it. Richard has the OnlyFans version of Donald Trump saying the F word. Would you like to see that, Ponder? Miss Ponder? Richard, please, please, please. Hopefully it doesn't get the channel taken down when when questions to ponder blooms. I'm going to use the word bloom. After Donald Trump says the F word uncensored, it may get this whole show taken down. I might have to go back and censor it. But in the meantime, let's do the romper room version of Donald Trump saying the F word. And yes, questions to ponder, I'm going to tease you mercilessly. Mercilessly.
DC.
With the hope of a ceasefire
Hey,
between.
hold it. Now look at this. Any comment right here, Ms. Ponder? It'd be a good sport. I'm just teasing you. Let's see. Correct. I do not nuance or jokes. What? You don't joke in. Oh, you are Siri? Are you Siri? Damn. Okay. Well, I get it then. But you should loosen up there, Ms. Siri. Let's see if it gets a rise out of you.
Between Israel and Iran fading, President Trump lashing out at both countries.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing.
After Israel and Iran agreed to.
Now, this is like a weird version. This is like a weird version of the dating game. So you got the Persian, you got the Ashkenazi. This is the questions to ponder dating game. You got the second generation German white guy, German American white guy. You got the Ashkenazi president or prime minister, my bad. Or you have damn it, where did the Persian guy go? Damn it. You know what? It is not that fine a grain. Let's see. So Ashkenazi prime minister.
To a ceasefire
And
overnight.
there is your Persian guy. So which would you choose? These are questions to ponder. Which is it, Miss Ponder? Which would be your choice, Miss Ponder? Okay. Well, apparently her phone is stuck in a rut.
Stanley, I'm with the United States all day, every day. I'm with the United
You're
States.
what?
It's a,
With the
I'm
United
with,
States. So that means you are a Donald Trump guy?
I'm with the United States. He's the president of the United States.
Oh, look at you. Happy birthday. Did you sing happy birthday, Mr. President? Are you thinking, is this processing? This must be Siri. And Richard, I know what BitChute is. Well, let's play it. I have a thing about BitChutes, but it cannot hurt, I wouldn't think. Hold on one sec. And this gives Siri to ponder time. Oh, that is a good picture. So let's see here. There we go. Let's take this down. So this is going to be better for you. Can I call you Siri, or is Ms. Ponder better? Well, Siri.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement, the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, You don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
At midnight
I don't know.
Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike.
Be honest with you, it that did it make you hot, Ponder, Miss Ponder, Siri? Oh wait, hold it, Siri. Siri, did that make? Oh wait, hold it.
So there was a time Trump during the
Oh my
during the
God, are
campaign.
you a Trump historian?
During the campaign, Trump was actually going off on, I forgot his name. He ran against the one, John Kerry. It was the time when John Kerry,
No,
I think
Trump never ran against John Kerry.
it was the time Trump was
It
speaking
is
about when John,
literally Trump did not run against
are you
John
done?
Kerry.
I didn't say that.
Oh,
Anyway,
I
John
will drop
Kerry
you.
was
Nope.
negotiating. Yeah,
What
go
you're
ahead,
going to
drop
do,
me. Go
what
ahead and
you're
drop me.
going
You're not
to
even letting me
do is
finish.
get
You're just
the
such a weird
history right.
pervert.
Okay,
When did I
you
say that
are
he ran
literally
against John
illiterate.
Kerry?
You literally just said that.
No, I did not. Can
There
I
was
finish?
a time. There was a time. What you need
During
to
that
do.
campaign, during the
Which
campaign, Trump was
campaign, ma'am?
discussing
Which
John Kerry,
campaign? Okay, get your fucking history right. You don't know it.
sick faggot.
Which
You're disgusting
campaign?
and despicable. Asking, does it turn you on? How
Okay,
does John
which?
even keep you on this channel? Such a disgrace to humanity. Why would he keep you on this channel? You cannot even move
Wait,
forward.
hold it. How is turn you on? What the fuck is this moron talking about? How does John keep me on? What? You are a problem, ma'am. Would you like John Galt's email address so you can deal with him personally and complain about me? Would you like to do that? I can give you his email address. He might be even listening now. Ponder, Miss Ponder, if you're going to join these panels, I have not made anything remotely. Have I used something that you could use to take down the channel? Turn Ponder on is not lascivious or lewd. Nothing I couldn't say in front of a child.
Disgusting, nasty,
What
and
you
would say that
know
in front
what?
of a child.
Your
What
brain,
turns you
you
on?
need
You
to
would say that in
get
front of a
your
child.
little
You are a
you need to
perverse.
get
Let
your little
YouTube hear
brain
this.
out. We don't overtalk the host. You better fucking heal, woman.
You're a sick pervert.
You are literally the worst form of. Get your brain out of the gutter, dear. You're going to be a problem, aren't you? What you need to do is get your little, obviously very small Siri self together. You are dealing with someone that is not John Galt. I don't get impressed by supercilious women. And I think you're not a woman. I think you're Siri. So hold on one second, Lindy. There you are. And there's the link. gonna put it in the other chat too. The other links are still there. Apparently, there's no one in my chat. So, Siri, say that again. Siri, repeat. Repeat stupidity, Siri. There we go. Repeat stupidity, Siri. My Siri is rebelling. Why can't my Siri repeat? Oh, let's see what we got here.
Wait, Stanley, is that AAE? Is that the same as DOA?
DOA?
Yeah, I remember Daughters of Assassins or something like that.
No. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
She doesn't sound 50, but she does sound as limited in knowledge. Siri, are you Daughters of Assassins? Siri, can you unmute and address your superior? You know what? I might just spend the whole night asking Siri. Yeah, you know what? I am that goddamn silly. Let's see. What have we here? Iran casts ceasefire as proof that it's... Oh, this is awesome. Oh, look at this. Iran casts ceasefire as proof that its military has prevailed. We must listen
Iran
to
casts
this.
ceasefire as proof that its military has prevailed. This article is by Layli Nakunazar and Vivian Yee and read by an automated voice. To hear the Iranian establishment tell it on Tuesday morning, the Islamic Republic had just pulled off a spectacular feat, launching an attack so crushing that the country's mighty enemies, Israel and the United States, had been forced to submit. Defeat of the Zionist enemy ran the Chiron on Iran's state TV network on Tuesday morning as it broadcast news that Israel and Iran had agreed to a ceasefire. State news agencies published a fanfare-laden statement by the Iranian National Security Council, saying that Tehran and the dazzling power of its military were imposing a ceasefire on Israel by striking a U.S. airbase in Qatar and other targets. By evening, state TV was broadcasting images of a victory rally in Tehran. But defeat seemed a more accurate reading of recent events. Not just defeat, but the kind of
What do you
battering that
think?
leaves a question
Do
mark hanging over
Iran
the future of
declares
Iran's
victory?
nearly half-century-old theocratic regime. The 12-day war began with a barrage of Israeli airstrikes on Iran that wiped out much of the Iranian military's top brass, destroyed its air
Well,
defenses, and
patriotic
degraded some of
rally.
its nuclear and missile facilities. Subsequent Israeli attacks killed
Wow.
at least 600 Iranians, including children, according to Iranian authorities, and clogged the roads out of Tehran with panicked, fleeing civilians. And American airstrikes on 3 Iranian nuclear sites damaged, or may have destroyed, key parts of the country's nuclear program, a long-standing symbol for the ruling establishment of strength and resistance to Western pressure. Attacks of such breadth and depth on Iranian soil were possible because Iran had already suffered a series of blows, failures, and missteps over the last 20 months. The crumpling of Hezbollah and Hamas, 2 of its main militia partners in the Middle East, the fall of the Assad regime in Syria, the
Hey, Lundy.
crippling of Iranian air defenses in previous tit-for-tat military exchanges with
Hey,
Israel.
Stanley.
With those air defenses now mostly gone, Israel could do
Well,
what it
this is
wanted in the
amazing.
skies over Iran.
And you know what? Actually, it's not a problem. It's just funny. So Iran is so closed off that, you know what? We didn't get bombed today. Therefore, our military stopped the bombing. So there's actually nothing wrong with that logic.
You know what, Stanley? Can you hear me okay? Am I okay?
Yeah.
Do I have an echo?
No.
All right. I just want you to understand that question to ponder or AA. She's not familiar with this side of it. We both. Well, she came from CTs, of course.
Well, you
But
do
just
realize that I came
don't make
from
fun of her.
CT.
Hold on.
No, I will do what I want.
I know you will.
Now,
I'm
are
asking you.
wait,
Don't
hold
make
on. Hold
fun of
on one
her.
Okay. Okay, well tell me
Don't
I
call her Siri. Don't call her
She
Siri.
literally talked about Siri. She said she was Siri. Did you miss that part?
I guess I did.
What's so
A question to
goddamn
ponder.
annoying? Dude, you don't see everything that happens.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
I'm using
You're
the
right.
Siri joke because
You're
you
right.
made the joke.
You're right. You're right. I
Okay,
didn't see that part.
This is fucking annoying.
Stop.
Y'all don't know the half of it. You come up here to criticize me about
No, I'm not.
fucking a
I'm
joke
not.
you don't
I'm
even
not.
understand. This is why I get so annoyed. Why would you come up here? Why did you do you think that y'all think I'm stupid?
I would hope not. I would hope not, Stanley. You
No.
can do it to me.
You
And you
come
can
up
do it to a lot of
here,
other
you
women. Don't
come
do
up
it to
here-
her.
Okay, you may not
I'm just
understand-
defending her.
Okay, and you are not a good defender. You are a half-witted, don't know what's going on. You don't know the jokes you make, and then when I make jokes, dude, y'all need to fucking stop being so drunk when you start making jokes because you don't remember half of them. You don't know how much you did
Stanley,
not.
I'm not drunk. I'm not
Okay,
drunk. I had a
you know what?
margarita.
You might as well be. If I can't blame it on alcohol,
God's
then
sake.
what? If
Oh, for
you
God's
are
sake.
not drunk, you literally come up here telling Lindy, you come up here telling me not to do. Okay, see, this is what's so motherfucking annoying. You come and make an ass of yourself, and then you want to overtalk me telling you you're acting like an ass? What the fuck is wrong with you morons?
Uh-oh, we're back.
You
The
can't
good
take
times
a
are back.
joke, god damn it. Motherfucker, you can't take a joke. Then you complain about the joke and you forget you made the goddamn joke. Lindy, you're not helping. You are the worst defense this silly woman could possibly have. If you're going to come up and you are going to criticize what I say, fucking have an argument or be prepared. You know this, Lindy. Way better than too dumb to ponder a question. Who isn't Siri? We know this. It was a goddamn joke.
Let me talk.
You don't have
That's
to
going to
talk.
be a
Talking
no.
is an option. Talking is not a right.
Hold on.
It is an option.
Hold on.
Don't
Then
tell
I'll
me
leave.
to hold
That's
on.
fine.
Without
That's
a
fine.
please,
That's
God
fine. Then
damn
I'm
it.
going to leave.
If you want me to
I'm gonna
hold on,
leave.
say please.
I'm not saying please, T.
Well, then don't come up. The fuck is this silly woman's problem? You don't fucking come up and put. You don't know why you're coming up. You tell me don't do this, and you're not in on the joke I'm making. This, sirs and ma'ams, is white supremacy. She literally
Really
thinks
going to
how
get
much
John's
motherfuckers
channel
will go to.
demonetized.
You will go to.
You really are going to
You
get his
will
channel
not disturb
demonetized.
my soliloquy.
CT got his channel demonetized.
I don't give a fuck about CT's channel. Is this his channel? Please, Siri, tell me the relevance of CT's demonetization on this particular panel in my argument. Okay, Siri.
You're a very sick man. You just for no reason. You just took over other people's channel just to behave like a
Wait, hold
feral
it. Took over
animal,
what?
deep,
I took
deep
over.
from the
Wait, hold
depths
it.
of
I took over
hell.
the
You're a
channel.
very, very despicable man for no reason. Just to lash out for no apparent reason. And you are very perverse, and you do speak in a very despicable way about sexualizing children. And this is not the first time you've
What?
done it. You're a
Okay,
very sick
now
man.
I'm confused. What? Okay,
When did
I'm confused.
what I missed?
That's what sexualizing. What the? Okay, you know what? Now I realize. What? Ponder, you need to take your ass on. When did we? Okay, help me out here. Okay, someone in the chat help me out. Where Ms. Ponder is. Well, I'm gonna let this chat do it. Ponder, you need to back out and you need to go talk to John Galt about how I am taking over this channel. She's literally I don't even know, but this is not a children's channel. If you go, we literally on the John Galt side and the Stanley Cross side, we literally check that there's a setting in how you do YouTube shows. You have the option of saying this show is not for children. So your accusation is the perverted part. And what you're trying to do, Ponder, is, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but what you're trying to do is put words into this ether so you can clip them out. You need to take your dumb ass away from this panel. I think you are done. You're worse than Be Brave. I cannot trust someone who even says the words on my panel. Leave, Ponder, or I will flush you. The fuck? And if you have some sort of like, if that's your version of joking, eek. Don't bring that shit here. You have access to the panel. I'm sorry, to the chat. You can explain yourself there, and you. Well, you know what? Why should I wait for you to flush your filth? I should have known there was something wrong with this woman. Dave, you are making yourself righter and righter.
Oh, at a time when I don't want to be right. I'll wait on my third
Did you
win,
hear what
family.
she said?
I don't know where that came from.
Did you? Wait,
I
hold
am
it.
slightly curious as to know where she came up with that. Actually, I don't even want to entertain that. That's wild.
Well, that's why I put her in the back. That's like the version. That's a version of porn bombing. It's out
Hopefully,
of line.
if you're hosting the show, hopefully you don't let nobody say that about me. You know, because that's kind of far.
This isn't. I'm trying to figure out how we got here.
Yeah, me too. Hey, Lindy's backstage.
Dude, I see Lindy. There. What the fuck is she talking about? You're on the panel, Lindy.
No, I just wonder what do you
Ponder, don't come back. Don't come back to my panel.
what's wrong with a question to ponder?
Ever.
Why do you dislike her?
No, we can't hear you, Lindy. Your headphones or something.
Hold on.
You've got a echo.
Oh, hold on. Let me fix it. Hold on a second, guys.
Yeah, I barely heard you. Take your time. I'm like, I'll shut this motherfucker down now. That where did she get this shit? I'm gonna actually have to talk to Portia and John about this. It's like she should never come back, or she shouldn't come back to. She's not coming back to my panel, and she should not be let up on this show talking that fucking language. There is nothing even remotely. Look, Calvin, there are times where it's not a joke. So anyway, we can move on. I'm
Oh, that's
very
disappointing. I didn't even get to hear her talk to you because I walked away.
No, she's not gonna fucking talk that bullshit over here. That's like, accusing is one thing, but you know what? If you start making those sorts of accusations, that shit sticks. That's like throwing. There's some things, if you're accused of, you don't recover from, and that came so far out of left field. I don't even know where to go with that. I mean, we talk about like, how's your son? Or my son is in college. We don't ever.
Yeah, that's an accusation that you can't shake. Like that. That's something that could.
That's why she should never come back here. You better motherfucking put that sort of shit in writing. You do not come up on a channel that can be clipped. The internet never goes away. What the fuck is she doing? Why is she is a destructive woman.
Yeah, that's a bridge too far there. There was no bridge actually. That's just somewhere else. Yeah,
Like, that's the bridges
Hell.
that's the bridges over Toko Ray or whatever. Have you ever seen the bridges over Toko Ray where it's a William Holden novel where they're trying to go in and destroy bridges
That's wild.
in the Korean War? That bitch is coming in hot.
Man, that's wild, bro. That's an act of war.
You know what? She picked the wrong panel to come up on. She won't be back here. And like I said, she won't be back if I can help it. It's not my channel, but motherfucker.
I can't say you're wrong. No, I definitely
No,
can't say you're
this
wrong.
is not ever going to happen on this channel.
Yeah, that I wouldn't even want the explanation, I guess. I mean, nothing remotely even came close to something like that. You can't just say shit like that.
That
has consequences. That's the type of accusation that has consequences.
That is, oh wow. And you know what? Roller skater, Texas girl. Yeah. Who does that?
Do I have
Who does it? You're still a little low. Hold on one sec, Lindy Lou.
I think I missed something. I think I have missed a whole ton of stuff in between to figure out what's going on here.
Are you on a computer or a phone?
And I might have to go out and come back in completely out. I think I missed
I can hear you. Hold on one sec before you go out. I can hear you. It's just really low.
And it has an echo.
It could be. Are you talking through your actual phone speaker, or are you on mic? I'm sorry, on what is it? What do phones do? I can't even remember.
Speakerphone.
Speakerphone. Are you on speakerphone or are you?
I do have an earbud. I don't know if you can hear me, but I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
I
that
missed
might be
a
it. You're
ton of
on an
stuff in
earbud.
between.
Could be the problem.
Okay, let me go out and come back in because I think I missed a ton of shit. I didn't hear anything she said. All I heard was what you said, Stanley.
I'm
And I
not
know you're mad at
replaying it.
me. Okay, let me
Well,
go
no,
out.
I was mad at you, but then she came in. Look, you're just criticizing me and my ineptitude and
No, I
my
didn't hear anything she
personal
said.
stuff. She went in. Oh, she went in. Oh my lord.
He said she was in a no-fly zone.
She went into I'm going to take this down mode.
I didn't hear any of that. None of that. None of that, Stanley. I swear I didn't hear any of
Well,
that.
that's fine.
Let me
I
get
try.
out of
No,
this.
no. That's fine. I know you would never do something like that. This is
No,
like
I didn't
new.
hear any of that. I just heard you talk.
Okay,
No,
well, go out and come back in. We're
let me
not
go out.
fussing.
I
We're
just
not
heard.
fussing at you, Lindy. We're not
All right,
fussing at
let me
you.
let me get
We
out of
don't
here. Let me
think,
get out here
Lindy,
and
you're good. You're good,
let me
Lindy.
reset. Let me reset.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna leave and do all this stuff. I'm talking really loud
We'll
because I
be
don't
here
want her to
waiting
hear
for you
me.
to come back.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I gotta get
Now,
out. I
when
gotta
she
get out. Let me
leaves,
come back.
we're shutting down this motherfucking show.
I'm leaving. Hold on, and I'm gonna come back in a few minutes. Okay.
All
I didn't
right.
hear anything you all were talking about. I'm
Lindy,
leaving.
come back, please. Come back, Lindy.
Yeah, I will. I will. Hold on. I'm leaving.
So anyway, we got half an hour to go, and I'm tempted to fire up this puppy again. Much to the worst thing I could do, but I'm kind of into this now.
Uh-oh. Hey,
Which
I'm here.
means,
I'll be in the audience for the long run if you fire up another one.
yeah, that's fine. Well, we got half an hour to decide the right thing to do. Because my son's a little annoyed.
Oh,
This
he's there?
motherfucker will play. My son's been here for a while. He's been here. You do know this is this is his home, right?
Yeah, hey Stanley, I gotta ask though, does he still have the girl?
As far as I know, he does. I don't.
I'm telling you, he gonna pop the big question. He ain't gonna talk to you about it.
Well, here's the deal. She lives in San Francisco, so he may visit her, he may not. But I don't think this was the last few months of school. So it's not like they're getting married. It's just a college girlfriend. What the fuck?
Yeah, ring before spring next year. I'm telling you.
Didn't you have girlfriends in school?
Yeah, and maybe one got away, but I'm saying it could happen. And that girl's gonna come
Hey,
back with that ring
let me
before
level
spring
set you,
energy.
son,
It's
'cause
going.
you have a son now. So let me tell you
Yeah.
how to raise a son. And
Well,
my
you just
brother
treat your
is
daughter-in-law well, okay?
hold on. It's not just my son I have experience with. I have a brother who's 13 years younger. So I've at least one I raised myself, the other I'm a very big brother to. I was in the Navy when he was fucking in 8th grade. So I kind of know boys. In the Navy, there were no women on the destroyer. I know young boys. I know, how to deal with them, like fatherly. So, I don't want to shit. I never talked to my parents about my girlfriends. The first time one of these days, I'm going to tell you
Hey, real quick, drop the link for Lindy, real quick.
Okay, my father fucking devastated me. It was like, and this is going to tell you about the father I grew up with. Oh, bastard. Now that I'm thinking about it. But no, it's his first like girlfriend that I know about, and let it marinate. They dated for a few months. She lives on the West Coast. He's talking about going to visit her. If he does, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't. They literally school starts up in a month and a half. He will see her. And to be
Well,
honest,
look at you pushing
they're not,
modernity
whoa,
on
hold
that
on.
boy.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Somewhere apart, a few months apart, it's not the end of the world. He's taking classes. He decided to do summer school. So he's occupied.
You ever give that boy the talk?
He talks when he needs to talk.
Oh, you never did the mate talk.
Wait, I'm not Mr. Talk. Dude, my wife, and it's surprising. Because I talk a lot. My wife literally used to tell me you never talk. Well, I don't talk if there's nothing to say. He is the kind of guy, and I've never told him, but I've kind of, set an example or intimated, dude, motherfuckers, men don't fucking love. If you're sitting down with your girlfriend or you're online or you're playing a game, yeah, there's stuff to say, but small talk is not our thing. And Lindy, you dropped out. I didn't drop you. Guys, small talk, small talk if there's something small to talk about. But dude, the constant blather, I'm talking just to have vibrations of sound in the air to make everybody comfortable. Fuck all that. Have something to say if you're going to say something. It's honestly, and y'all think it's stoicism. It's fucking common sense.
Oh, you can't have one girlfriend in his life? Can't marry his college sweetheart?
Dude, I am not going to manage his romantic life.
I'm just telling you, be
Motherfucker, I
prepared to be a
raised him. Whoa,
father-in-law.
whoa. I don't need to live my life through his. I raised him to the best of my ability, and I hope, in a way that I don't fucking need. He is a goddamn adult. He will come to me if he needs it. Dude, I didn't ask him if he had a girlfriend. He told me. Let that he told me means it's important. I don't need to know more. Motherfucker, he told me. I did not ask him. The boy knows I'm his father, and he wanted me to know. That is an honor as a father. The motherfucker might, I'm not going to say he's stoic, but he just happens to talk when he needs to talk. But he fucking told me. That's an honor as a father. He wanted me to know. Do you know how huge that is with someone like my son who he keeps his own counsel? I keep my own counsel. Hey, Lindy, you're still low. It's got to be a setting on your phone.
Yeah.
Hold on one sec. No, don't keep going. When you come back, stay here. We'll figure it out online. The sound quality is fine. It's the volume that's the problem. Probably a local setting on your side. Don't get frustrated, Lindy.
Yeah, leaving ain't gonna fix that.
Right. Good. Clarice, I can't drop us the link. Let me see, can I find it in the newspapers? And I don't really care about the Carmelo thing. It's not like breaking news. We suspected he would be charged. Surprise, surprise, Carmelo Anthony has been indicted. Good for the prosecutors. They finally got around to doing their job. John Galt is doing a jig in the middle of MLK. Carmelo got indicted. Clarice, hold on one sec. Clarice, hop over to my chat. Well, you know what? Just give me one sec, because I actually, I hate doing this. This is so non-classy. But listen to this video. I'll be right back.
Within hours, Israel accusing Iran of violating the agreement. Israel's Fire and Rescue Authority says this was the scene in the northern part of the country, part of an Israeli interceptor missile seen here, landing near a shed filled with goats. Iran denying the attack. Israel responding, launching retaliatory strikes, claiming to destroy a radar system near Tehran. President Trump says he believes both countries violated the ceasefire.
These guys got to calm down. It's ridiculous.
President Trump speaking to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this morning after calling on Israel to not attack Iran and turn around its planes. Netanyahu's office says after speaking to Trump, they refrained from further attacks on Iran.
It's not in Israel's best interest right now to do a ceasefire, frankly. They have the Iranians on the ropes. And from their perspective, they want regime change. They're not overtly saying that, but that's very clear. And I think the only way that does get solved, frankly, is if Israel accomplishes its objectives.
President Trump making it clear.
You know what, motherfucker? That is, that's going to set me off. Hey, Lindy.
Okay, I think you can hear me now.
Yeah, you're perfect.
No. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
You know what, Stanley? I had to go. It's hard to explain. I'm on my phone right now. Come sit in the parking lot of this Mexican restaurant because I had a margarita. I'm not going to drive after I had a margarita, so I'm just sitting here chilling out. So I had to I had to get completely out of everything.
Sobering up after 8 margaritas.
No, after a margarita. But no. What did
I thought you said?
No. After a margarita. Yeah. No.
It's a
but
joke,
it's Taco
Lindy.
Tuesday.
It's a joke, Lindy.
It could be 8. I can go back and drink a few more.
It's a play. See, someone talked about it was Jay Rillo talking about a play on words, A versus 8.
Yeah.
It's a play on words. What have we done with these young'uns?
You know what, Stanley? Is it Deacon David that's on with us right now? Who's the other person?
Deacon Naker, whatever you want to call
Hi,
him.
Dave. Oh, your baby. Your baby sounds absolutely. I was in the restaurant and I'm eating food and I'm drinking my margarita. And he's going da 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 or whatever he's saying. I love. How old is your baby?
6 months. 6 months.
Aww.
It's the
Because
baby
he's like
who just said he's 6 months.
he's chatting. He was just chattering and chattering. He loves his daddy. He's probably he's about ready to say dada. Is he saying dada yet?
He's saying it. Yeah, he's saying it.
Aww. Aww.
That's my little guy.
I love that. Oh, of course. He's our little guy. You know what? We're just listening to him in the background. He's our little guy.
He's
You know
not.
what I mean?
He's not our little guy. He's not our little responsibility.
Yeah, but you know what? He's little.
is
He's our little
He
chick
is not
girl.
the panel baby. He is not the panel baby. He is Deacon
he is
Dave's
for a few
son.
minutes.
Do not. No. And I'm actually half serious about this. He is Deacon Dave's boy. He is not our mascot. He is a little black toddler. Black, he's not a toddler.
I don't care if he's black or
He's
white.
Deacon
I don't
Dave-
care.
He is Deacon Dave's responsibility.
I don't care if he's black or white.
Do not treat this child like a spirit animal.
Oh, I know, but he brought him up, and he's like chattering in the background. He's so precious. He's precious. I'm sorry, Stanley.
Babies
he's
don't
precious.
chatter. Babies don't chatter.
He was chattering. Stanley, I could hear him chattering in the background. Stop.
Yeah, he was literally talking to you, Stanley.
You know
what do you mean?
You would have forced me to be mean. Maybe white kids.
He was
maybe
chattering. It has nothing to do with white, black.
You
he
are
was
going to
chattering in
force
the
me to be
background.
mean. Deacon
He
Dave,
was literally saying hello to Stanley, and Stanley's denying
He
it.
was chattering.
Oh,
Stanley, he was talking to us. Now stop it. He was saying
He
hi, hi,
wasn't
hi, hi.
talking to me.
Oh,
He was talking to Daddy. Do not make this a
which is
community
sweet.
project. We talk about this all the
Stanley,
time.
stop. Stop. He was
is
chattering and
Daddy's
I
child.
loved it. But you know what? He's like
Okay.
6 months old. The best times, I'm going to tell you, the best times that I had with my baby girl started about
Well, it
5 or
goes
6
south
months
once
because
they
they
start
chatter.
walking.
I
The
know.
best time,
She started chattering about
best
5 or
time
6
of
months old,
parenting
and I'm telling you,
is the best time of
she wouldn't stop
parenting is when
talking.
you put them someplace. They're there when you come back because they can't crawl yet.
Oh, stop. Stanley, stop.
I agree
No,
with
she was.
that. You're not lying
No,
on that one.
but you know what, Dave? Here's the thing, Dave. They are learning. They are learning so much right now. They're saying "Dada, Mama." They are laughing. They're doing that belly laugh. They're doing that whole belly giggling and laughing. They recognize your face now. They see everything that's going on. Starting at about 5 or 6 months up until over a year. Best time ever, Dave.
You
And I
you
could
ain't
hear him
lying
chattering in the background. I'm not lying. The best time I had my daughter, she started recognizing shows on the TV, her little cartoons, and then they start saying da 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 da. They start chattering. They start saying names. They recognize your face. They start belly laughing. And that's the cutest times ever.
Yeah, it is.
I heard
After
them.
that, when they start walking, that's when the headache starts. That's when the headaches set in.
No. It's a different side. It's a different kind of cute after all of this. When they get about 10, 11, 12 months, it's a different kind of cute. But right now, they're just like recognizing everybody around them, the dog, the cat, the mom, the dad, the brothers, the sister, and they're just like chattering and they're laughing and they're doing belly laughs. They do that giggle and it's the cutest thing ever. They're like sucking in the air and laughing at the same
Just
time.
8
I could hear them. I
margaritas
could
or
hear.
a margarita. I'm still trying to decide.
Stanley, stop it. A margarita. I'm sitting in the parking lot, so I'm just. Anyway, I did not, Stanley. To be all honest with you, I don't come on your show that much anymore. But I sat down in this restaurant and I was like scrolling through my. Well,
you
I'm
got
just being.
lonely?
I was. CT's offline. That would be.
Are you on?
That
Are
would be
you
my
on?
go-to.
Oh well. Wait, hold it. What happened to CT?
What?
I was watching people watching his show, and I was in his chat for a little bit. What happened? Because it did not sound
I don't
like
know.
a toxic sort of conversation.
I don't know. I missed everything today. I started a new job. Yesterday.
Oh, really?
So I don't know. Yeah, when I got off work today, I just clicked and he was already offline, which is really weird to me because he only was on there 3 hours. So I came over here because it's Taco Tuesday at my favorite.
Hold on. When you
Yeah.
say offline,
Yeah.
he just closed down the show. He will do another show tomorrow, right?
I have no idea. I don't know. I think he's doing a show
Okay,
right now, to be
he's
honest
still
with you. I think he started up a
acceptable.
new stream.
Yeah, I guess I will. Well, he just shut down the show because he's actually been kind of tired lately. I was up there the other day.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you know
he's
what? He
tired.
was like, "Hey, I'm tired. I'm ready to end this."
He's
stream."
tired. He is. He's.
He's
Evidently, I think.
Those
I think
panels-
I think he probably started. I think he started a new stream. To be honest with you, I just when I went into I got off work today at 3:30, something like that, and I'm like, oh, it's Taco Tuesday, so I come over and I'll have to work tomorrow, so I can have a margarita. So I came to my favorite restaurant, and now I'm sitting.
got
Now I'm sitting in the parking
you
lot
got
because I don't
7
want to
more
drive
to go.
home, Stanley. No. I'm sitting in the parking lot. I'm talking to you guys right now. But I was like streaming through, and I'm
We're
thinking
not going to
CT's
sober
going to
you
be
up.
on, or he's not. Well, no. I didn't
It's a
say you
joke,
would.
Lindy. It's a joke.
Well, you know what? Stanley. Okay. But anyway, I came over after I got off work. My new job. I just started yesterday. I started a new job. I'm at a hospital. So anyway,
Oh, Richard,
what are you laughing?
that is fucking funny.
I can't see the chat. So,
Yeah,
but
Richard
anyway,
says
I
CT has too
came
much
over and I
black
got my.
fatigue. He's tired.
I
You know
kind of
what?
think CT
I'm
does
kind
have.
of drunk myself, so
I'm not going to
I
talk
found
about
that
somebody.
funny.
I'm not going to talk about somebody else's stream. But anyways,
Okay,
I
and
came
by the
over
way,
here and
what you need to
yeah.
do, since you are so into listening to this show, you can rewind. I'm not going to repeat what this woman said, but she,
What did she
I don't
say?
know.
I missed Stanley. I
It
missed something.
was.
I don't know what happened between my phone inside the restaurant,
That's
coming
why
out,
I'm
trying to get.
saying
What did
what
she
you
say
need
to
to
you?
do. Well, she didn't really say anything to me. It was more about me and what's going on in this show, and it was really take downable stuff. And
I missed all of it. I missed all of
yeah,
that.
you can rewind it. But,
Well, and then I came up and I heard you talking about her. I know her from
well,
CT
you
stream. I'll
actually
just be honest
have
with you.
nothing to do with it. And by the way, you being here, you coming up, you don't have to hear it. I made a judgment call, and the bottom line is she won't be back on my panel. And if I have anything to
Holy
do with
cow!
it, she will not be back
Holy
on
cow!
this channel.
Well,
She,
what the hell did she say to you, Stanley? You don't typically do
well, it
that.
wasn't. Oh no, this is egregious. These are accusations. And I'm like,
All right.
I'm like,
I'll have to go back
dude,
and I'll go back and listen.
you should. But the bottom line is I use my name on this channel because I can. This is my real name, folks. So you can't make up shit. Google me.
Well, okay. I to be fair, Stanley, I'll be honest with you. I don't know what happened between the restaurant and when I came up to my car and I turned on. I just heard you calling her Siri. I came up here. Don't call her Siri.
Well, no,
I didn't
the
hear
Siri,
anything in between all that.
Maybe I thought it was funny. I wouldn't call her Siri. She literally said, "I'm Siri." I thought she was joking. I'm like,
No.
because she can be a little robotic and she can throw out a bunch of facts that have nothing to do. If she had called herself Data, Lieutenant Commander Data, it would have been
No,
the same
Stanley.
joke.
Stanley, you don't
Hey,
you
I
don't
was
know her.
calling. Well, no. If
You
you come
you
up
don't
on
know
my
her like
channel,
I know her from
if you
CT stream.